Ancient 1 Chapter 328 to Chapter 383. Xian Ryu's face instantly turned pale, and her competitive spirit instantly collapsed. Qi Feng said, although I don't know how he suppressed the 7 martial emperors of the Wolf Warrior Temple, this person is so strong that it is almost impossible to suppress him below Martial Venerable. If he can escape this time, you must be careful when you meet him in the future. Do not provoke him. Yes. Everyone chimed in. With Qi Feng's warning, naturally, no one would want to court death. An existence that could contend with 9 stars martial emperors was not someone they could fight. Among them, Xian Pai felt the most emotional. When he first met Li Yunxiao, it was because of the Yingyang family. At that time, any martial venerable was enough to kill him. How long had it been since then, but he had grown to a level that could not be suppressed by martial venerables. This speed of progress was extremely frightening. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from outside, as if the sky was shaking. Qi Feng's face turned cold. His eyes flashed with shock as he said, "They're here." Everyone was shocked. Naturally, they knew what he meant by "they're here" and rushed out. It had been many years since the southern region welcomed Emperor Wu again. At this time, almost all the martial artists rushed to the streets of Yanwu City and looked up at the sky in shock. Scarlet grid lines spread in the sky. From time to time, power spread out on these grids. The sky kept roaring, as if a hammer was beating. Is this the power of the interregion teleportation formation? Everyone looked up at the sky and felt the power. All of them were fascinated. This power. Qi Feng's face changed slightly. The constellation Old Monster's intention is indeed not to stay for long. I'm afraid there is a whole army coming. Lung Xinghua glanced at the city lord's mansion worriedly. He only felt a few auras, but they were not strong. The strongest one was Duan Yu, who was only a 7 stars martial venerable. Young Master Yun, are you really not going to leave? In the courtyard of the city lord manor, Ding Ling was extremely anxious. She looked at the ripples of the teleportation array in the sky that were getting more and more intense. Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunsheng, Li Chunyang, Li Chongfeng, Jiming, Jiarong, and a few other good friends and relatives stood around them. All of them looked indifferent, as if they were not afraid at all. Li Chunyang laughed even louder and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that my grandson would actually attract the Jiutian Emperor Wu to personally deal with him." He patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder and said, "Boy, what do you think? Do you have the confidence to defeat this Emperor Wu?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Old Monster Xianxia is the famous Emperor Wu. The strength of Emperor Wu was not something that ordinary people could estimate. The concept of Jiutian is the strongest concept of the martial way. Just a few strands of his divine consciousness can kill me in an instant. Li Chunyang was stunned and immediately frowned. He said, "Then what should we do?" "Boy, you have never been defeated before. Don't tell me you are really going to die this time?" Li Yunxiao said, "Let's see how it goes. Didn't I ask Miss Linger to call for reinforcements? If they can make it in time, we will be saved. What if they can't make it in time?" Li Chunyang frowned. "Can't make it in time? Hee hee." Li Yunxiao laughed evilly and did not speak any more. If Li Huaqi could not make it in time, they could all hide in the divine monument and they would not be defeated. "Humph, it's not that I am looking down on you, Old Monster Xianxia. You want to break the divine monument? In your next life," he turned to Xiao Qingwang and said, "Qingwang, how is the matter I asked you to find out?" Xiao Qingwang said softly, as young Master Yun expected, that Meng Yan has never married. The Meng Wu siblings should have been adopted. Li Yunxiao nodded lightly and said, as expected. He immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Luo Yunsheng asked, "Young Master Yun, who is the person you invited? Can he really defeat the Old Monster Xianxia?" Everyone was extremely curious about this question and listened carefully. The Old Monster Xianxia was the famous Jiutian Emperor Wu and had a great reputation in the East region. They really could not think of anyone in the South region who could subdue the Old Monster Xianxia. Only Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng had some competence. Li Yunxiao's friends in the past were naturally not ordinary people, but they were still a little worried. After all, they did not know if the other party would still remember their old friendship. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Don't worry. That person has been obsessed with music all his life and entered the Tao through music. Not only is his cultivation high, but his music technique can also communicate with ghosts and gods. My only worry is that I cannot find this person. That will be troublesome. Everyone fell silent. Li Chunyang scolded, "You only know how to keep us in suspense. Could it be that he was purposely trying to deceive them? If you are, there is no need to lie to your own people. Do you know a master like Emperor Wu? That's utter nonsense." Although that was what he said, he basically believed it in his heart. After all, with Li Yunxiao's performance during this period of time, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death to say that he did not have the support of a master. This person must be the master behind Li Yunxiao. Ding Ling was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She flipped her hand and took out a sound transmission jade token. She was immediately overjoyed and quickly crushed it. A message was sent directly into her mind. Found him. Ding Ling trembled with excitement. News just came from the Tianxiang Empire saying that they have found this person and passed on young Master Yun's message. Really? Everyone was overjoyed, and they were extremely excited. Luo Yunsheng was still a little worried. Did that person say anything? Will he arrive as soon as possible? The smile on Ding Ling's face slowly disappeared. According to the message, when we found that person, he was playing the zither in the courtyard of a dilapidated house. When he heard a song laughs at the east wind, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he gently played a tune before packing up his zither and returning to his room. He didn't say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Chunyang also scolded. What the hell? Is he coming or not? He should at least make a statement. Ding Ling was also a little worried. Young Master Yun, will that person really come? Also, the person I sent is a Wu Zong. He said that the person playing the zither is just an ordinary person. He couldn't sense any aura from him. Also, the zither in his hand is not a profound artifact. It's the most common peachwood zither, the kind that can be bought with a few silver coins. Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose and smiled. A peachwood zither. That's right. Don't worry, that guy must be sleeping. Every time he plays a song, his favorite thing to do is to sleep. Everyone, Ding Ling was stunned. Sleep now? How will he make it in time? She looked up at the sky. The formation patterns were getting clearer and clearer. There were waves of energy spreading in the sky, as if someone would appear at any time. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. This is his lifestyle. He has to sleep after playing the zither. Even the heavens can't stop him." Boom! The sky suddenly shook as if it was about to collapse. The grid-like formation patterns began to flash with a blinding light. Countless ripples of energy spread in the sky, forming black holes that spun violently. Something slowly appeared in those black holes. Is he here? In Yanwu City, everyone stared at those black holes anxiously. Their palms were covered in cold sweat, all for the sake of witnessing the legendary Nine Heavens martial emperors. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Tiger King war chariots drove out from the black holes. They densely covered the entire sky. There were actually more than 100 of them. Then, 8 Azure Phoenix warships slowly drove out and arranged themselves in a battle formation. The weapon's charm was astonishing. At this time, in the largest black hole, 3 even larger warships drove out. They were existences that the Southern Domain martial artists had never seen before. The 2 behind were slightly smaller. They were completely golden. They were the rank 7 Golden Sun warships. The largest warship at the front was almost like a moving fortress floating in the sky. It covered the entire starry sky and shrouded Yanwu City in darkness. Rank 8 Netherworld warship, the grid-like formation patterns in the sky gradually disappeared, and peace was restored. But with more than 100 warships of all sizes standing in the sky, no one could calm down. Many people's hearts began to pound. Such a lineup. If a battle broke out, the entire Yanwu City would be annihilated. They, who were just watching from the top of the city, were afraid that they would also be implicated. Everyone held their breaths and tensed up. At this time, figures began to stand out from the front of each war chariot. Each of them had arrogant expressions. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked down, as if they were looking at a group of ants. A large number of martial artists also began to emerge from the front of the netherworld warship. There were also rows of beautiful maids standing on both sides. They were all 11 or 12 years old with childlike faces. They were a feast for the eyes. At this time, a golden throne flew out from the netherworld warship and slowly rose into the sky. A large number of martial artists followed behind the throne. All of them had indifferent expressions and a sense of superiority on their faces. Only when they saw the 9 streams of spiritual energy descending would their eyes reveal a greedy glint. On the throne was a white-haired old man with a lazy expression. He seemed to be sleeping. Everyone in Yanwu City stared at that old man. His expression was ordinary, just like an old man from an ordinary family. But as the old man breathed in and out, the entire world seemed to be pulsating at this frequency. There was not a trace of sound. Tens of thousands of people on the ground and in the sky did not dare to make a sound. It was as silent as a ghost city. The old man softly said and slightly raised his eyelids. A turbid gaze blossomed under his eyelids. It was like a strange twinkling starlight. Everyone's mind was instantly shaken. It was as if a wave of fear spread from the bottom of their hearts, causing their faces to turn pale. Jiutian Emperor Wu. Just one gaze was enough to make the tens of thousands of people below feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even Qi Feng and the other martial honorable experts had an ugly expression on their faces. Is that it? Haha. The old man stretched his back and laughed a few times. With a strange smile on his face, he looked down and said, "Which one of you is Li Yunxiao? How dare you destroy my branch and kill my people? Come up and die." No one dared to make a sound. They all looked nervously. Star Constellation Old Monster narrowed his eyes and looked down at the ants below. He said leisurely, "Why, no one dares to admit it. You ants of the southern region, if no one comes out to take responsibility, I don't mind killing all of you." Hiss. What? The people below were shocked. He actually wants to kill everyone? Wasn't this too overbearing, too vicious? How many innocent people are there in Yanwu City? Qi Feng and the others were all shocked. Star Constellation Old Monster was so arrogant. He did not put them in his eyes at all. He did not give them any face at all, but he was the Emperor Jiuxing. What could they do if they did not give him face? Some elders of the Jutian sect could not help but say that Li Yunxiao is really a coward. Since he dared to do it, he does not dare to stand up now. He will not implicate everyone. Yes, Sect Master, I suggest we catch him. Otherwise, Star Constellation Old Monster will kill people. Qi Feng looked at the two people indifferently. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Step down. If you embarrass me again, I will cripple you too." The two people's faces changed. Feeling the murderous intent in Qi Feng's eyes, they hurriedly shrank back and did not dare to say another word. At this time, Li Yunxiao's voice slowly sounded in the city lord's mansion. He said, "How arrogant are you? I want to slap you when I see your old face. If you want to find me, come and kneel down and lick my shoes." Hiss. Everyone in the city sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down their spine. Even the people of the Constellation sect on the war chariots widened their eyes in shock. They almost doubted that they had made a mistake. The temperature of the entire sky and land seemed to plummet all of a sudden. Everyone felt a chill. Star Constellation Old Monster sat on the floating throne, completely dumbfounded. Only after a while did he react. His old face immediately trembled and gradually turned red. According to his original plan, the other party would either kneel down in fear and lick his shoes or beg for mercy. Or he could harden his spine and allow himself to be tortured to the point of no return before finally killing him. Who would have thought that he would insult him so insolently the moment he appeared? How many years had it been since he had been scolded like this? He could no longer remember clearly. All he felt was that his blood was gushing out of his head, and he was about to explode from anger. Die, 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 die. Old Monster Star Constellation roared, and an aurora burst out from the tip of his fist. It suddenly spread across the sky and pressed down from all directions, illuminating the entire night like it was daytime. Is this the power of Emperor Wu? Is this the state of Jiutian? Under this aurora, everyone felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Their bodies turned cold as they trembled uncontrollably. An even more dazzling light burst out from the aurora and shot toward Li Yunxiao in Yanwu City with unstoppable momentum. In the city lord's manner, Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Disperse!" He himself soared into the sky and actually headed toward that aurora. Young Master Yun. Luo Yunshang was shocked and wanted to chase after him, but she was grabbed by Ding Ling-er. Ding Ling-er's body turned pale. She bit her lip and said, "Trust him." Under everyone's shocked gaze, they only saw a thin figure heading toward that aurora. Under the illumination, he would turn into ashes at any moment. "Let me see how strong your punch is." Li Yunxiao let out a loud roar as his hands moved quickly to form hand seals. There was a solemn look in his eyes that had never been seen before. "Let's see how many layers of my defenses you can break." Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array, condense. Boom, tens of thousands of golden lights had just condensed into the shape of a sword in front of him. It looked like it had unparalleled power, but in the blink of an eye, it was directly shattered by the aurora and disappeared without a trace. Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change. He shouted, "Second Dao, Great Void Heaven Treasure Array, condense." As he formed hand seals, the entire Yanwu city was suffused with a seven-colored radiance and constantly expanded. Li Yunxiao's hand seals were so fast that they left behind afterimages. The seven-colored radiance rapidly rushed toward him and formed layers of seven-colored defenses. They stacked on top of each other and expanded once again. The Great Void Heaven Treasure Array was originally a defensive array. If it was controlled by an expert like Emperor Wu, it would be hard for an army of tens of thousands to break. When Li Yunxiao used it, he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation was too low. Rumble. The light barrier formed by the seven-colored radiance shattered layer by layer under the aurora, causing the multicolored radiance to dissipate. Third Dao, Sword Art, Demon Beheading. He stood in the air without a sword in his hand. Instead, a dragon gradually appeared behind him and coiled around Pangong. Under his hand seals, it transformed into a sword chi that seemed like it was going to slash apart the sky and earth. Boom, the aurora descended and clashed with the sword chi. The sword light scattered and the sky was filled with starlight. The dragon image instantly dissipated, but the aurora's momentum didn't decrease. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. A golden radiance flashed from his heart as he shouted again, "Fourth Dao, Dynasty Bell, one dynasty, one century." Clang, the ancient bell sound seemed to have crossed countless spacetime and resonated at this moment. The rhythm was like water ripples spreading across the sky. Boom, that aurora's momentum was unstoppable. It broke through the layers of rhythm and the radiance was constantly shrinking. But it was still incomparably domineering, splitting the entire sky apart like a saw. Clang, the dynasty bell was greatly shaken. An ancient mournful sound spread out and shook the hearts of everyone. Everyone's mind was damaged. Down in the sky, tens of thousands of people were all frightened. Blood was already flowing down from the corners of their mouths. Under the strike of the aurora, the dynasty bell lost all its light and shrunk quickly, flying back into the spot between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. Fifth Dao, Territory of Fire, open. He made a flying gesture with both of his hands. A phoenix silhouette appeared in the sky. The power of one world burst out of his body and extended above Yanwu City, illuminating the entire land red. Rumble. After shattering the dynasty bell, the aurora clearly shrunk a lot. Once again, it rushed into the territory of fire, generating a thunderous rumbling noise as if it was going to break the space and crack the earth. Sixth Dao, Rhythm of Earth, Territory of Earth, open. Before passing through the territory of fire, an ancient power spread out from Li Yunxiao's body. The territory of Earth, which wasn't fully opened yet, was also activated by him. At this moment, he didn't need to hide any trump cards anymore. If he couldn't take this punch, only death awaited him, but as long as he could take this punch, Constellation Old Monster Jiutian Emperor Wu naturally wouldn't have the face to punch a second time. Boom, the power of the two realms overlapped and spread out continuously. The aurora directly rushed into the two territories. Although it was only 1/10 of its original size, its power was still shocking and difficult to resist. Let's see how much power you still have. Seventh Dao, Devil Sky Armor. Li Yunxiao's hands didn't stop for a moment. A huge black armor suddenly enveloped his body, and a faint shadow appeared in the void. That armor emitted an astonishing aura that made people tremble uncontrollably. It was one of the few ninth-grade profound artifacts obtained from Mount Meru. Boom, the aurora rushed over the shadow of the armor, but it couldn't penetrate it, forcing Li Yunxiao's figure to constantly retreat in the air. Boom, Li Yunxiao's face was as pale as paper. He had already circulated his power to the peak, but he still couldn't block the power of that punch. The defensive light of the Devil Sky armor faded rapidly, and it was finally penetrated by the aurora, directly blasting on the armor. Boom, under this attack, Li Yunxiao was like a meteorite falling to the ground, or a comet sweeping across the sky, falling towards the distant horizon. That long trail of light shocked everyone's heart. Such a powerful 7 defenses couldn't even block a single punch from Emperor Wu? Boom, Li Yunxiao was directly blasted into the ground, stirring up tens of thousands of feet of dust. A huge burst of energy exploded on the ground, turning a corner of Yanwu City into ashes. Be it the people in Yanwu City or the Constellation sect, they were all completely stunned. Not only were they amazed by Li Yunxiao's heaven-defying means, but they were also shocked by Emperor Wu's punch, which could actually break through the 7 supreme defenses and take his life. After a long time, no one dared to make a sound. The entire world became abnormally quiet, waiting for the dust to gradually dissipate. The power of that punch had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and soul. The might of Jiutian Emperor Wu was not to be challenged. After Constellation sect Old Monster blasted out his punch, his face was filled with shock. His opponent only had the strength of a martial king, but he could actually weaken his punch to such an extent. Every single one of those 7 techniques was extremely powerful. The only reason he lost was because his opponent's strength was too weak. If his opponent was also in the Jiutian realm like him, he wouldn't be able to break through any of the 7 defenses. When he realized this, his forehead actually broke out in cold sweat. Constellation sect Old Immortal, boundless supernatural powers. Constellation sect Old Immortal, boundless supernatural powers. The entire sky was filled with cheers. All sorts of flattery could be heard, as if they had achieved a great victory. Many people were so excited that they even shed tears. This scene also made everyone on the ground dumbfounded. The eyes of everyone in the city lord's mansion were red, and their bodies were trembling. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng almost fainted, their faces as pale as paper, and they were on the verge of collapsing. All the cultivators in Yanwu City fell silent as well. Their eyes were filled with shock and seriousness. They felt a surge of power spreading in their bodies, as if it was about to boil. Just as the people of the Constellation sect were celebrating, an extremely discordant voice was heard. Pfft! Old monster, even though you've lived for a few hundred years, is that all your old bones have? You can't even kill me, a mere 15-year-old martial king, and you still have the cheek to say that your supernatural powers are boundless? Don't you feel disgusted? Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath and looked at the corner of Yanwu City that had turned into ashes in shock. They saw that Li Yunxiao was covered in blood, and his body was completely mutilated. It was almost impossible to tell that he was human. However, he stood there with his white teeth and sneered. His star-like eyes were still very bright. He whispered to himself in a voice that no one could hear, "The 8th defense is my tyrant body." The last blow instantly destroyed his physical body, but his monstrous physical body also rapidly absorbed the power of the punch and madly repaired itself. In the end, his life was hanging by a thread, and his body was repaired to the present level in a very short time. Voila! This time everyone was in an uproar. Jiutian Emperor Wu's punch did not kill him? Not only was Star Constellation Old Monster himself shocked, but the tens of thousands of people present all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. One by one, their mouths were like watermelons, completely unable to close. Wow! Woo-woo! Ding Ling finally couldn't help but open her mouth and burst into tears. Her whole body directly collapsed on the ground, crying. The eyes of everyone in the city lord's mansion were red, and their bodies were trembling slightly. At this moment, Xian Ryu's mood was the most complicated. The power of Star Constellation Old Monster's punch just now, just the pressure alone made him unable to give up the slightest resistance. He even had a feeling of kneeling down to worship. Not to mention having the courage to receive it, and not to die, he sighed for a long time. From then on, his heart was completely convinced, and he could no longer have the desire to win. Qifeng was also shocked to the extreme. He remembered the elegance of Li Yunxiao when he fought with him a few days ago. At that time, he thought that he was lenient. Now, if he fought with all his strength, the outcome might still be unknown. Old monster, if I were you, I would kill myself now. Li Yunxiao laughed and sneered. The whole night was filled with his laughter. Star constellation old monster's face was blue and white. He also saw that Li Yunxiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but how could he have the nerve to make another move in front of so many people? The opponent was a teenager, and he only had the cultivation of a martial king. How the hell did he survive? Star constellation old monster's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. No matter what, he had completely lost face this time. It was almost certain that he would become a big joke in the future. Under one punch, an ant-like martial king could not be killed. Since you want to die, I don't mind giving you another punch. Star constellation old monster's face was blue, and he raised his fist again. Hiss. This time everyone took a cold breath, and they were all shocked. This old man still had the face to make a second move? Were martial emperors so shameless? In an instant, the ninth heaven's martial emperor's high and mighty image was destroyed. Even Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He had not expected old monster star constellation to be so shameless. His eyes were fixed on old monster star constellation's fist, planning to throw it out of the world god monument and hide in it the moment there was any strange movement. The fist light in the old monster's palm grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, it bloomed and was about to punch down. This time, star constellation old monster channeled all his power. He could not let any accidents happen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since he had already lost face, he could not be bothered anymore. He planned to turn the entire Yanwu city into ashes with one punch. Everyone held their breath, and their eyes were wide open. The pressure from Emperor Wu's Zhoutian state made them feel extremely oppressed and uncomfortable. Clang! Suddenly, a zither sound could be heard in the sky. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere, and it sounded in everyone's heart. Li Yunxiao smiled. He revealed a satisfied smile and mumbled, "Finally here. If not, everything would be exposed today." If he were to hide in the universe god steel, the secret of the universe god steel would be discovered. By then, it would not only be star constellation old monster, but also all the experts in the world. Star constellation old monster's expression changed, and he retracted the fist light in his hand. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked into the dark void and shouted, "Who is it?" He shouted 3 times, but no one responded. Everyone looked around in shock. Who could be hiding in the void? Even the old monster of the constellation sect couldn't find him. Ding Ling quickly went forward to support Li Yunxiao. Looking at the wounds all over his body, her heart ached. She said, "Is that person here?" Li Yunxiao smiled, but he might not be here yet. He just sent a zither sound over first. He should be here in the blink of an eye." Sent a zither sound over first? Li Chunyang and the others were stunned. There was such a strange thing. Star constellation old monster flew into a rage and shouted, "Don't think that you will be fine just because you are hiding. I will break the void today and see how you can hide." Just as he was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. There was no perception at all, and no one knew how he came. It was as if he suddenly stood there without any warning. Star constellation old monster was taken aback. He was shocked that even he did not notice this person's appearance. He suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" That person's face was calm, and he was dressed in very simple clothes. He held a cheap zither in his hand. Without saying a word, he placed the zither horizontally in front of him and played it lightly. "Eh? Isn't that person the silly blockhead who lives next to me?" A martial artist below suddenly cried out involuntarily. "Silly blockhead? You are the big idiot. Didn't you see that he dared to go against Emperor Wu? You are finished, your whole family is finished," the person beside him said. That martial artist's face immediately turned pale. The silly blockhead had lived next to him for several years, and he had bullied him from time to time. He had always thought that the other party was an honest person, but he did not expect that he was actually a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. That person played the zither very slowly, like a trickling spring. It flowed through the entire sky, but it seemed to be playing in everyone's heart. The lofty aspiration was in the high mountains, and the vast aspiration was in the flowing water. Between heaven and earth, everyone listened in a daze. There was a serene expression on his face, and the solemn and oppressive atmosphere turned into nothingness under the flow of this clear sound. It was quiet in a beautiful rhythm, and it touched everyone's heart. It was as if all the noise had gone far away, and the whole world only had this sound of nature. After an unknown period of time. Stop. Star constellation old monster was suddenly shocked. Even he had unknowingly fallen into the sound of the zither. He was so shocked that he was drenched in cold sweat. With a loud shout, he poured the Jiutian martial intent into the air, and it immediately broke that beautiful rhythm. Clang! Under his shout, that person finally plucked the end of the zither, and the whole sky suddenly quieted down. Everyone shuddered, and they were jolted back to their senses from that wonderful state of mind. Their faces were filled with rage, yet they didn't dare to say anything. Many people were even more annoyed. Their cultivation actually showed signs of breaking through under the sound of the zither, but they were interrupted by star constellation old monster for no reason. Who exactly are you? Star constellation old monster had no confidence at all. Disregarding everything else, just his attainments in the zither just now showed that he was definitely not a nobody. He plays the zither really well. Young Master Yun, who exactly is he? Ding Ling also couldn't help but ask. Her face was completely filled with infatuation, as if she was deeply immersed in the sound of the zither. Li Yunxiao was also carefully savoring the sound, and he felt very comfortable. Moreover, the injuries on his body were also mostly healed under the nourishment of the sound of the zither. He praised, in this world, there is no one who can play an ordinary wooden zither with such perfection and warmth. Apart from Li Huaqi, there is no one else. He didn't deliberately lower his voice, and everyone in the quiet starry sky could hear him clearly. Li Huaqi? Who was that? Hiss. Li Huaqi? Li Huaqi. Everyone instantly felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their pupils widened, and they were dumbstruck. It was actually such a well-known name. It seemed to have crossed the sky and exploded in the dark night. Everyone felt a little enlightened, and they looked at the simple and unadorned figure in disbelief. Ding Ling was also stunned, but when she thought of Li Yunxiao's identity, she immediately felt relieved, and she was ecstatic. With this person here, they would be safe tonight. Old monster star constellation was also shocked. He retreated more than 10 meters in the void in shock. Only then did he feel that it was a little embarrassing to act like this in front of so many people. With a livid face, he gnashed his teeth and said, Heavenly Zither Emperor Wu, Li Huaqi. In the heavenly martial arts realm, the experts of the Jiutian Emperor Wu were like gods that had descended into the world, and they were all powerful. Every one of them was a tyrant of a region, and they were the overlords of the 4 poles. But among all the Emperor Wu, there were 10 supreme existences, and their names shone like stars on the heaven and earth wind and cloud list. They were bestowed with the supreme title of titled Emperor Wu by the Sacred Zone's divine capital. The Lord ranked 5th on the heaven and earth wind and cloud list was Heavenly Zither Emperor Wu, Li Huaqi. Under the starry sky, everyone's expression was solemn, and their blood was boiling. Looking at the simple and unadorned figure, many people had the urge to kneel down and worship him. Those 10 earth-shattering names already represented the supreme existence of martial arts. They were like a seed that grew in everyone's heart. Many people grew up listening to the legends of the 10 Emperor Wu, and in the endless martial path, they followed the footsteps of these 10 people, and they advanced unceasingly. At this moment, their idol was right in front of them, and they were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. The constellation old monster had never expected that he would actually encounter titled Emperor Wu tonight, but he was, after all, an expert of the Emperor Wu who had been famous for a long time. His expression was gloomy, and he said coldly, Li Huaqi, there have never been any grudges between us. Why are you interfering in the affairs of my constellation sect? Li Huaqi straightened his zither, and put it on his back. He looked at him calmly, and said, I owe someone a favor, and today, I'm here to return the favor. Yanwu City, I'm definitely protecting it this time. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. They had originally thought that Li Huaqi had also come to seize Yanwu City, but they didn't expect that he had actually come to protect it. What exactly was the background of this Yanwu City? How could they actually invite titled Emperor Wu? At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their heads hurt. They couldn't figure out many things. But they instantly figured out many things. No wonder Yanwu City had risen like a comet in such a short time. Before anyone could react, it had already become an overlord. Previously, they thought he was backed by the 10,000 treasure tower. Even if it was the 10,000 treasure tower, they might not have been able to invite Li Huaqi. Those 10 names, which were as dazzling as stars, represented the 10 lords with the strongest battle prowess in the heavenly martial arts realm. They were martial emperors with the title of Tianqin, and they had unexpectedly come to the southern area to protect Yanwu City. I'm not dreaming, right? I saw 2 Emperor Wu in one day. Li Huaqi is so handsome. He has always been my idol. After I defeat Constellation Old Monster, I must ask for his autograph. Hiss, lower your voice. Constellation Old Monster is listening. Aren't you afraid of death? What's there to be afraid of? With Li Huaqi here, who in the world can touch Yanwu City? Constellation Old Monster's face was livid. He knew he couldn't escape today. Besides, he couldn't lose face in front of all his disciples and almost all the influential people in the Fire Crow Empire. He made up his mind and said angrily, Li Huaqi, don't think I'm afraid of you. In the ranking battle of Heaven and Earth list, my Stormy Waves technique was only at the 5th level. Now it's at the 9th level. If there's another ranking battle, you might not be able to be ranked in front of me. With the 9th level of the Stormy Waves technique, even if I encounter Ao Changkong's indestructible golden body, I can still fight. His roar seemed to intimidate the other party. Suddenly, the whole sky above Yanwu City was quiet. No one dared to breathe loudly. Li Huaqi seemed to have disappeared. Constellation Old Monster was delighted. He thought, is he really afraid? When he felt the reverence in the eyes of the Western Zhou people, he immediately felt a little smug. His body was filled with energy as he once again gathered his qi and shouted, Li Huaqi, I respect you for being an expert on the Tiandi list. As the saying goes, people of the same kind appreciate each other. Don't interfere in today's matter. Leave quickly. Consider it as giving me face. Pooh. Below, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and spat out a few liters of blood towards the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. Ding Linger was shocked. Young Master Yun, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, but because he had vomited too much blood, he felt a little dizzy. He said, I'm just disgusted. I've seen idiots before, but I've never seen such an idiot. I'm so stupid that I can't help but spit out a few liters of blood. Damn it, what a huge loss. The entire Yanwu City was silent. As a result, even though their conversation was soft, it was extremely clear. Everyone present, including those who were standing in the sky, had extraordinary hearing. They heard every single word that was said. Brat, you're courting death. Old Monster Star Constellation was enraged. His murderous gaze fell from the sky, as if he wanted to stare Yunche to death. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he fearlessly met Old Monster Star Constellation's gaze. His eyes were clear, without the slightest fear or vigilance. He was completely calm and indifferent. There's something strange about this brat. He actually dares to look me in the eye. Old Monster Star Constellation was even more enraged. Yunche actually dared to look at him with a provocative gaze. He was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to slap down. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The expressions of the people behind him changed drastically. They knew that Old Monster Star Constellation was truly enraged this time. They retreated 100 meters away in shock. It was already a great humiliation that he didn't manage to kill Yunche the first time he attacked. This time, he definitely mustered up his strength and planned to completely destroy Li Yunxiao with a single move. Sigh, this young man is right. Li Huaqi's voice sounded out again. He said, I didn't speak because of your stupid words. I really don't know what to say. How about this, I'll only make one move. Whether you can withstand it or not, I'll leave. Old Monster Star Constellation's pupils constricted. He immediately threw Li Yunxiao to the back of his mind and became completely vigilant. He shouted loudly, "Are you serious?" If he were to fight Li Huaqi, he really didn't have much confidence. After all, Yunche was a genuine existence ranked 5th on the heaven and earth ranking. But if it was just a single move, he immediately laughed coldly and said, "Li Huaqi, aren't you a little too arrogant? Even the army destroyer Emperor Wu Gufeiyang, who is known to have the strongest attack, wouldn't dare to boast in front of me like this." Pooh. Li Yunxiao, who had just recovered from his dizziness, raised his head and spat out blood again. Li Huaqi seemed to have an extremely good temper. He didn't say much. He only sighed with some melancholy. It's a pity that my old friend isn't here. Otherwise, if you can charge within 1,000 miles of his sword beam before you die, I can cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Old Monster Star Constellation was enraged. He was ashamed and angry at the same time. He, the great Jiutian Emperor Wu, was actually so pathetic in Li Huaqi's words. He couldn't even get within 1,000 miles of Gu Feiyang's sword beam. Old Monster Star Constellation roared angrily, "Don't waste your breath. You're using a dead man to talk. Hurry up and attack." After this move, immediately retreat from the Fire Crow Empire. Although he was extremely furious, his mind was abnormally clear. He knew that he was facing a powerful enemy that he had never met before. His next move would also be world-shaking. Old Monster Star Constellation slowly raised his hands. This part of the world started to become misty, and the faint sound of ocean waves could be heard. It approached from afar and grew louder and louder. Everyone felt as if they were personally at the seaside. They could feel the raging waves that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was boundless and endless. The entire space seemed to have turned into a body of water, as if they were facing the ocean. Raging waves technique. Old Monster Star Constellation roared. Everyone instantly heard the sound of water gurgling. It was as if they were at the bottom of the sea, and water was pouring in from all directions. Countless water dragons shuttled back and forth in the dark night. They circled around Li Huaqi, wanting to devour him alive. Li Huaqi still had a calm expression. He was not moved at all. He took down his zither and started to play it again. He murmured, "This move of mine is called Divine Charm. It's taken from a segment of ancient divine music and turned into a rhythm. Listen carefully." Clang. Li Huaqi merely plucked the zither strings lightly. A green sound wave power spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The countless water dragons that were wreaking havoc in the surroundings were instantly pushed away. The raging waves in the sky all retreated in all directions. A clear space started to spread out with Li Huaqi as the center, and it kept on growing. What? Old Monster Star Constellation's eyes were filled with shock. He gathered his strength again and pushed out his palm. He roared in shock and anger, "Raging Waves Technique, 9th stage. Break for me." Splash. Waves surged out of nowhere and charged towards the sound wave. However, there was no change in the slightest. They were squeezed smaller and smaller. The sound wave that was like a water ripple rushed to the front of Old Monster and annihilated him. Pfft. Old Monster Star Constellation only felt his body tremble. The rhythm actually washed over his body, destroying his meridians and bones in an instant. His body was about to collapse at this moment. "No, no. Let me go." He screamed in shock, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Old Monster Star Constellation's body continuously burst with blood. He broke apart bit by bit and finally turned into a pile of dust, disappearing into the sky. Dead, below the sky, whether it was the people of Yanwu City or the Constellation sect disciples, all had their mouths wide open. Their brains were completely shut down, and they didn't have the slightest ability to think. The battle between two great Emperor Wu should be earth-shattering and shattering the void in their imagination. How did he die just like that without a sound, and he died in such a thorough way? He turned into ashes. It wasn't satisfying at all to watch. Hiss. They only reacted after a while, and their bodies were all cold. Everyone knew that the reason why the battle ended in such a shabby manner was because the difference in strength was too great. Li Huaqi glanced indifferently at the dumbfounded Constellation sect people in the sky and said, "Constellation sect people, those who don't leave within 3 breaths will die." His voice was extremely light. It had been like this from the very beginning. It gave off a gentle feeling and didn't carry any killing intent. But in the ears of the Constellation sect people, it was like a death sentence. They were all scared out of their wits. 3 breaths was not enough time to set up the teleportation array. Everyone drove the chariots at a crazy speed, turning into a ray of light that swept across the sky like a meteor, instantly disappearing into the sky. The people of Yanwu City were all dumbfounded, shocked by the efficiency of the Constellation sect. They actually left in 3 breaths, and even the tail light of the battleship could not be seen. Qifeng frowned as he watched the Constellation sect people quickly disperse. The Constellation sect people spread out in the Fire Crow Empire. It would be fine if they directly teleported back to the East Domain. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. After Li Huaqi chased away the Constellation sect people, he still stood calmly in the sky. Everyone quietly looked at the plane figure, all of them extremely excited. The legendary idol, one of the 10 titled Emperor Wu, was indeed as powerful as the legends said. He actually killed the Constellation sect's old monster in one move. The visual impact was unimaginable. Li Yunxiao frowned and muttered to himself, "What is he still standing there for? With his character, he should have left directly. Come out." Li Huaqi suddenly opened his mouth, shocking everyone. Could it be that there was someone hiding in the void? To dare hide in front of the titled Emperor Wu, he was really courting death. Everyone craned their necks and looked up into the sky. They wanted to see who was the blind one who was courting death. Waves of fluctuations began to appear in the sky, and the dark night sky suddenly became like a wrinkled blanket, becoming strange. Very soon, a spatial passage was directly opened. Everyone looked over and saw 2 black silhouettes emerging from it. Beside the person in front was a short silhouette, which seemed to be a demonic beast. The 3 silhouettes gradually became clearer. The demonic beast's entire body was silvery white in color, and there was a golden horn on its forehead. Its 4 limbs were constantly stomping in the void, making jia 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 sounds. Although this demonic beast looked strange, it emitted a terrifying aura, as if it wanted to devour the heavens and devour the earth. "It's him." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. His pupils constricted as he revealed a look of disbelief. Li Huaqi's expression also turned serious as he slowly said, "The year burial beast?" The man next to the silver demonic beast revealed a smile and said, "Li Huaqi, it's been over 20 years since we last met. Do you miss your good friend?" The man leaned lightly on the year burial beast with a lazy look on his face. Behind him was an abnormally tall man with bulging muscles all over his body. He looked like a typical strongman. Both of their auras were extremely shocking. After stepping out of the spatial tunnel, the surrounding sky seemed to be squeezed in all directions like a wrinkled blanket. Li Huaqi was very surprised and said, "Yao Jinliang, I didn't expect you to come here. You even brought Kuan-Nu?" This sentence shocked everyone in the surroundings, and they all turned pale with fright. This person was actually Yao Jinliang, one of the 10 titled Emperor Wu, the Divine Command Emperor Wu. Yao Jinliang, he was the only beast tamer among the 10 Emperor Wu. It was rumored that the year burial beast next to him was in existence at the peak of the 9th rank and was exceptionally ferocious. Who would have thought that 2 titled Emperor Wu would appear all of a sudden? Beads of cold sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads as they were indescribably excited. Yao Jinliang smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to take care of some matters. I didn't expect to meet you here." He made a slight gesture and Kuan-Nu behind him stomped down. The entire ground trembled and the stars in the surroundings flickered. His huge body stood in the sky above Yanwu City and looked down like a god. Kuan-Nu opened his mouth and spoke like a bell, causing the ground to tremble. "There's a pair of siblings called Meng Wu and Meng Bai. Where are you hiding them? Hand them over." Li Yunxiao's heart trembled and he unconsciously took a step back. His face turned extremely pale. Since they were here for the Meng Wu siblings, then the person behind them, strange, why can't I sense their auras? Kuan-Nu's nose sniffed the surroundings like a dog's nose. His brows furrowed even tighter. He shouted towards the sky, Lord Yao, I can't find it. Yao Jinliang frowned and said, that lord definitely wouldn't make a mistake. Look again. Yes. Kuan Nu took a few steps in the void and continued sniffing. Everyone in Yanwu City was drenched in cold sweat. Under that immense pressure, no one dared to move. Ding Linger's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. She glanced at Li Yunxiao nervously. Meng Wu and her brother were in the Universe God Monument. She was afraid that Kuan Nu would discover them and Li Yunxiao would be in danger. At this moment, even Qi Feng, Leng Xingbua, and the other revered martial artists are holding their breaths, sweat dripping down their cheeks. These were all legendary existences. Lyra Emperor Wu Li Huaqi, Divine Manipulation Emperor Wu Yao Jinliang, the top 10 experts on the Heaven and Earth ranking list. They actually gathered in the sky above Yanwu City, causing all the martial artists to feel their blood boiling. How many people grew up listening to the legends of the 10 great martial emperors? How many people treated the 10 great martial emperors as their goal to strive for? Step by step, they walked towards the peak of martial arts. At this moment, the legends were right in front of them. Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng looked at each other. They had different feelings because only they knew that below these two legendary Emperor Wu, there was another Emperor Wu Gufeiyang. The three Emperor Wu were gathered, but it was such a scene. Li Yunxiao also looked at the two people in the sky and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Kuan Nu sniffed for a long time again, then raised his head and said, Lord Yao, there really isn't one. Yao Jinliang's expression was stern and he frowned deeply. After a long time, he said, then perform that move and ask that lord to do it personally. Kuan Nu's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, yes. His two large palms joined together in the sky, and his skin turned purple. Streams of green qi overflowed from his body, and his expression became extremely respectful. Li Yunxiao and Li Huaqi's expressions changed drastically. This was the prayer technique, a technique that allowed a powerhouse's divine sense to descend. Soon, Kuan Nu's expression became stern, as if he had transformed into a different person. His originally broad face also became indistinct, making it difficult for others to see him clearly. It was as if his entire person did not belong to this world, giving off the feeling of a mirage. You are, Li Huaqi was greatly shocked. Rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the endless spacetime to stare at Kuan Nu. He exclaimed in shock, your Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing, everyone below, apart from Li Yunxiao, was confused. It was obvious that they had never heard of this name. All of them felt that it was strange that such a stranger could make the legendary 10 Great Emperor Wu reveal such a shocked expression. Genryu's solemn voice sounded, it's really this person. Kid, what should we do? Li Yunxiao's hands were also filled with sweat, and he said angrily, Meng Wu and her brother are in the Universe God Monument. I hope he can't find them. If it were someone else, Li Yunxiao would be completely at ease. However, this person's words made him feel uncertain and anxious. Wei Qing lifted his head and said with a faint voice, Li Huaqi, since you already know it's me, why don't you retreat quickly? Everyone was shocked. And their hearts were filled with astonishment. Who was this person? He actually made Lyra Emperor Wu, Li Huaqi, who was ranked 5th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list, retreat quickly? Wasn't he too arrogant? Li Huaqi's expression changed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He stroked the zither lightly, and a clear melody flowed out, spreading across the sky. It was like the firmament, ancient, and inaudible. You want me to retreat, and I'll retreat? If you came with your original body, I might be a little afraid. A mere few wisps of divine will. A mocking smile appeared on Li Huaqi's face, and he said, Humph, don't say that I didn't give you face when the time comes. I'm protecting this Yanwu city today. If you dare to act recklessly, I might just kill your slave and destroy your divine will today. Wei Qing's expression was hidden in the void, making it hard for people to see clearly. But he was clearly truly enraged, and he let out a deep, angry snort. Yao Jinliang's expression changed as well, and he lightly stroked the jade sea burial cloud beast beside him as he said with a light smile, Li Huaqi, you're really ruthless. You even dare to not give face to this lord. Li Huaqi sneered and said, Yao Jinliang, you're originally a free and easy person. Why are you serving this lord at his beck and call? Yao Jinliang was not angered by being called a lackey, and he said with a light smile, everyone has their own aspirations. Also, this lord and I have a cooperative relationship, and it's not as bad as you say. How many years has it been? Back then, I lost to you by a move and a half, and I've long wanted to find you to spar a few more times. Why don't we find a place to spar after this matter is over? Li Huaqi said calmly, I'll accompany you anytime. But in Yanwu City today, no one can think of acting atrociously. Yao Jinliang's expression turned cold, and he said with some difficulty, you're alone and weak, with me holding you back. In Yanwu City, isn't it still up to that lord to do as he pleases? A hint of fierceness flashed in Li Huaqi's eyes, and he mocked disdainfully, if you and I fight at full power, this southern region's space will probably be directly shattered. At that time, the entire southern region's 3 nations will directly collapse from the heavenly martial realm, and be drawn into the void's turbulence. Billions of lives will be lost. I'd like to see how you and that person explain to the other 2 lords, and how you explain to the entire world. The people below all broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. This was too exaggerated, but when they saw Yao Jinliang's grave expression, it seemed that this was indeed the case, and they were instantly astonished. It was said that in the past, in order to fight for the title of one of the 10 Emperor Wu, the entire sanctuary had been torn apart. They had always thought that it was just a legend, but now, it seemed that it was true. The entire sky was quiet, as if everything had become silent. Wei Qing opened his mouth, and he still said in that faint voice, I'm only taking 2 people away, and I won't harm them. Li Huaqi frowned. Since Wei Qing had spoken, with his status, he naturally couldn't lie, so he quietly stood in the air and stared. He was also very curious as to who could make Yao Jinliang come here personally, and now send his divine will down. Who was so important? Li Yunxiao's entire body went cold, and his intuition told him that it was going to be bad. But in front of Wei Qing and Yao Jinliang, there was still a burial year beast at the peak of the Jiutian realm. He was simply an ant, and how could he have the right to choose his fate? He could only be trampled on. Wei Qing raised his hand, and his 5 fingers formed a strange seal. A ray of blue light was emitted from the tip of his finger, and it formed a pattern in the air that didn't disperse. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly sank. This pattern was Wei Qing's mark, and it was exactly the same as the one in the depths of Meng Wu's divine will. Li Yunxiao's soul image suddenly appeared next to her, and he said coldly, if you want to take people away from my universe divine monument, you have to break this world. He performed the great divine evolution technique, and layers of restrictions were set up in the surroundings. Gradually, the blue light on Meng Wu's body dimmed, and she returned to normal. Wei Qing's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked toward Yanwu City. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, his gaze swept across everyone's body. Everyone who his gaze landed on was greatly shocked, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. It was as if all the secrets in their hearts had been seen through. This kind of mental attack is nothing in front of me. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly in his heart. When Wei Qing's light swept over, his entire body instantly trembled, and he pretended to be extremely afraid. Even his soul started to tremble, and he couldn't stop trembling. Wei Qing's gaze swept over, and he didn't find anything strange. His gaze only paused on Luo Yunsheng for a moment, and he said in astonishment, 9 Yang essential energy? You're from the Divine Night Palace? Luo Yunsheng's entire body turned cold, and she clenched her teeth as she said, an abandoned disciple of the Divine Night Palace, unworthy of reaching the apex. The surrounding people were astonished, and they looked at Luo Yunsheng in astonishment. They didn't expect that such an inconspicuous person would actually be in existence from one of the 7 major forces. Even Li Huaqi's and Yao Jinliang's expressions changed slightly, and their gazes focused. Wei Qing said softly, only 1 in 10,000 can cultivate 9 Yang Qi. Although your progress is slow now, you will definitely be able to step into the Jiutian realm in the future without a doubt. Divine Night Palace's people who cultivated this art in the past all became unparalleled experts, their names shaking an era. After a moment of silence, he said, how is Palace Lord Chu now? Under this person's might, even breathing became a little difficult for Luo Yunsheng. She gritted her teeth and said while panting, Divine Night Palace's abandoned disciple, how would I know about Palace Lord Chu? Wei Qing did not speak anymore, but muttered to himself, the two of them are actually hiding in another realm. He slowly raised his head and looked at the 9 streams of spiritual energy flowing below. He frowned and said, could they be in Mount Meru? No, Mount Meru has already collapsed, and the spiritual energy is leaking. That place is not Mount Meru. He raised his hand again and closed his eyes slightly, with a lazy expression. The entire space started to tremble violently at this moment, as if it could collapse at any time. An immense pressure came from a faintly discernible place, as if crossing the horizon and directly breaking the void. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He immediately understood Wei Qing's thoughts and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Genryu also said in horror, crazy, crazy. He really wants to break a realm. This aura, he's actually summoning that weapon. Just who are those siblings, for him to do this? Li Huaqi's expression also changed drastically as he cried out in shock, Wei Qing, you actually want to use a transcendent-grade profound artifact? Do you really want to break a realm? Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth collapsing? You should know better than me that the southern region's spiritual energy is thin. If you really use that thing, it's very likely to shatter the entire southern region's realm. How are you going to deal with it then? Although the world deity steel was in existence that surpassed transcendent-grade profound artifacts, Li Yunxiao's strength was too low after all, and he could not unleash its power at all. And when Jiutian Emperor Wu used a transcendent-grade profound artifact, that would definitely have the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. Wei Qing frowned and looked at Li Huaqi, saying, if you're willing to help me, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't know who entrusted you with this, but if I really make a move, Yanwu City will definitely not be able to hold on. Li Huaqi frowned and was obviously in an extremely difficult position. Wei Qing was not in a hurry and quietly waited for his reply. That transcendent-grade profound weapon seemed to have stopped crossing over and the entire space seemed to have stabilized. Alright, I'll help you find it. Li Huaqi said, give me the spatial imprint. Also, after this matter, I request for the sacred region to intervene and issue an iron law that forbids any forces from spying on Yanwu City. There was no expression on Wei Qing's face as he said, as you wish. The people below heard it clearly, and they were instantly overwhelmed with shock. Who was this person? It could actually make the sanctuary issue an iron law to stop all the forces in the world. Li Yunxiao was greatly alarmed in his heart as well. He knew how formidable Li Huaqi was. The strength of Li Huaqi's tune was capable of passing through space and time, and it shook both ancient and modern times. Clang, as the tune rang out, everyone's heartstrings were tugged and their bodies felt as if they had been electrocuted. Very quickly, they were lost in the lingering celestial tune. The tens of thousands of people in Yanwu City all wore expressions of infatuation. Li Yunxiao was struggling internally and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He did not dare to unleash the great divine technique as he was afraid of being discovered. However, even if he were to unleash it, he would not be able to withstand Li Huaqi's tune and he gradually became dazed. Within the universe divine monument, the thousands of cultivators were all astonished at the same time. One by one, they stopped their cultivation and listened attentively. Within the minuscule mountain, Meng Bai's eyes also gradually became unfocused and he wore an infatuated expression. At that moment, Meng Wu, who had been unconscious, emitted a faint blue glow and her entire body floated up into the air. Streams of musical notes appeared around the siblings and quickly covered their entire bodies, as if they were going to tear through the sky and fly away. After an unknown amount of time, the people in Yanwu City finally woke up one after another. The sky was already bright and the few Emperor Wu's figures were long gone. The sky was bright and clear. Hiss? An entire night passed with just one tune. TSK, what do you mean by an entire night? Your cultivation level is rubbish. Let me tell you, 3 days have passed. What? Those important people have long since woken up and left. You guys are not too bad. Look around, there are still a large number of people who are still infatuated. Everyone was astonished. They felt that only a moment had passed and 3 days had passed. Those with low cultivation levels had no idea how long more they would be lost. After the incident in Yanwu City, all sorts of news spread across the entire continent like snowflakes. Very quickly, the sanctuary issued an iron law that no sects that were not from the southern region were to interfere with the matters of Yanwu City. In the southern region, after experiencing that night, no one had the guts to have any ideas about Yanwu City. As for Li Yunxiao, after that incident, he seemed to have faded out of everyone's sight and was rarely seen. D*MN, even Emperor Wu could not kill him even though he came from another region. Heavens, how could there be such a ridiculous thing? In a small tavern, Li Yi listened to the lively discussions of the people around him. His expression was uglier than if he had eaten a fly. He drank the strong liquor in big mouthfuls, his body trembling nonstop. You guys didn't see it. That day, a total of 100 Emperor Wus came and fought in the sky above Yanwu City. They fought so hard that the sky fell and the earth cracked. That battle is enough to be recorded in the history of Sky Martial Continent. TSK, 100 Emperor Wus? There might not be so many Emperor Wus in the entire Sky Martial Continent. What do you know? That night, I saw it with my own eyes. More than half of the Sky Martial Continent's Emperor Wus powerhouses came. Even the 10 titled Emperor Wus were all there. They fought so hard that the sky darkened and the earth darkened. Is that true? With so many Emperor Wus battle, how could it spread? Why aren't you injured? Who said I wasn't injured? Look, my arm is even bruised. At that time, one of Emperor Wu's rank 9 mystical weapon, Skyquake Hammer, flew down and smashed towards my body. I was scared out of my wits. Luckily I was alert and my strength was not bad. At that time, although I was afraid, I didn't panic. I threw a series of punches at the Tier 9 Heaven Shocking Hammer. And the result? What was the result? Quickly say it. Hehe, you guys also know. I am a 9-star martial artist. That crouching tiger fist has long been trained to perfection. In a few breaths, I threw out 7 punches. Every punch had the strength to kill a tiger. Under those 7 punches, I knocked that Skyquake Hammer down. Hiss. Big brother Yak, you are really good. What happened after that? After that? Hehe, that Emperor Wu saw that I knocked down his weapon and was so angry that he trembled. He directly flew down from the sky to kill me. Thus the two of us exchanged over 10 moves on the ground. You guys also know that the opponent is Emperor Wu. How can I be his opponent? Furthermore, he can fly. He is already in an invincible position. At the critical moment, another Emperor Wu also came over. He used King Kong Fist and killed that Emperor Wu with 1 punch. Only then did I manage to keep my life. Good, very good. The people in the tavern cheered loudly and applauded. That yak looked at everyone's worshipful gaze and became complacent. So. Suddenly, a sword ray flashed and the yak's head flew up. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah! Everyone in the inn was stunned. Very quickly, everyone started screaming in fear and ran away. Li Yi's face was gloomy. In his hand, he held a shining mystical weapon. After killing the yak, he took out a golden medallion with a few simple strokes of the Grim Reaper in his hand. He gripped the medallion tightly in his hand. Now, I can only use this Death God's token. Li Yi's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly walked into the slums. In front of a dilapidated house, an old man was smoking a poor quality pipe. He was choking and coughing. Old man, there is a person called Sky Tiger nearby. Do you know him? Li Yi walked a few rounds and went up to the old man. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at him for a while. He said, I am Sky Tiger. What do you want? Li Yi stared at the old man's short and muscular body and felt a little dizzy. He smacked his forehead and said, You're the Decepticons? He took out the token and flashed it in front of the old man. The old man's pupils shrank. He quickly returned to normal. He said, So it is someone with a token. Follow me. He put away the pipe and walked towards the dilapidated house. On both sides of the house were piles of garbage. The smell of smoke rose to the sky. If it was not for the old man's aura that made Li Yi tremble when he saw the token, he would have thought that he had walked into the wrong place. The two of them walked into a small toilet. The old man opened the toilet lid and pointed inside. He said, Go in. What? Li Yi's eyes bulged. His face was extremely ugly. He said, "Mr. Tyrant, you must be joking." The old man chuckled. He said, "I didn't think it through. I accidentally turned it into a toilet. This is the only way to Death God's palace. Think about it yourself." Li Yi looked at the disgusting stuff around the toilet. His stomach churned. He could no longer hold it in and vomited. The old man took a few puffs from the pipe and laughed. "Hee hee, go ahead and vomit. You'll get used to it." Blurg. When he finally regained his senses, he vomited again when he saw the toilet bowl. After a few more times, he vomited until he almost collapsed. He then stepped into the toilet with a pale face. It was a wormhole. When Li stepped in, he fell down endlessly. His surroundings were dark and the space seemed to be constantly changing. Finally, after an unknown period of time, he saw a light. His body subconsciously rushed out. Splash! He fell into a pool. The stench of feces filled the air. It was a cesspool. Blurg. Li Yi vomited all the stomach acid in his stomach. He rushed out of the pool and fell to the ground to vomit. He waved his hand and a large amount of water elementals gathered in the air, washing his body with all their might. He only stopped when his skin was almost bleeding. He took out a clean set of clothes from his space ring and was about to change into it. Suddenly, a figure flashed and an extremely powerful aura came from behind him. Li Yi's body trembled and his hand that was about to put on his clothes froze. He did not dare to move. Slurp. The sound of saliva being sucked came from behind him, sending chills down Li Yi's spine. Soon, he saw a pair of greedy eyes staring at his body. Li Yi's body trembled and he no longer cared about the other person's overbearing aura. He quickly put on his clothes and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Only then did the person retract his greedy gaze. He looked at Li Yi's handsome face and grinned, "Hee hee, I'm the Death God Palace's envoy. Where's your token?" Li Yi quickly took out the token and handed it over. The envoy did not take the token. Instead, he touched Li Yi's hand, scaring him into throwing the token away. "Yes, it's a real token. Come with me." The envoy handed the token back to him and led the way in front. Li Yi was on high alert as he followed from a distance. Soon, the two arrived at a glorious palace. It was built with gold bricks and embedded with pearls and jades. It was so luxurious that it blinded the eyes. However, these were just worldly decorations. Li Yi did not mind. "The palace master is inside. Go in yourself." The envoy brought him to the door with a strange smile on his face. Li Yi walked in alone, only to find that it was an empty hall. There was a decadent air everywhere, giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. "Is the palace master of Death God Palace here? I have the token. Please come in." Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind blew past. Unbeknownst to him, a man was sitting on the throne in the main hall. Hiss! Li Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so shocked by the cold air that he retreated. The man in the hall lazily lay down and asked in a strange voice, "What is it?" Li Yi was shocked. The person in front of him was the leader of the famous assassin organization, the palace master of Death God Palace, Xianxia. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and offered the token with both hands. "I'm Li Yi, and I've come with the Death God's token. I hope Palace Master Yuan can help me kill someone." Yuanxiang slowly turned his eyes, constantly sizing up Li Yi's body. His eyes gradually lit up, and he cackled, "Kill? Who is it?" Li Yi sensed his gaze and felt as if there was a blade on his back. He hurriedly said, "Yanwu City's Castellan, Li Yunxiao." Yuanxiang's pupils shrank and a strange look flashed across his face. He asked suspiciously, "You mean the city lord of Yanwu City of a small country in the southern region that is causing an uproar right now?" "That's him." When Li Yi heard this name, he was so angry that his head was dizzy. He gritted his teeth and said, "This person has committed heinous crimes and deserves to die." Yuanxiang played with the token in his hand and smiled strangely. "I don't care if this person has committed heinous crimes or not, but even the sanctuary has issued an iron order for Yanwu City. This is a little troublesome." Li Yi was stunned and hurriedly said, "Death God Palace is the world's #1 assassin organization. There is no mission that they dare not accept. Legend has it that with the Death God's token, Death God Palace can kill anyone in the world. Hee, that's a little exaggerated. Yu Wenxiang sneered and said, do you want me to kill Ao Chongkong? Li Yi was speechless. He said, how can Li Yunxiao compare to Ao Chongkong? Yu Wenxiang revealed a cold expression and smiled sinisterly. It's possible to kill Li Yunxiao, but just this Death God's token is not enough. At least you have to pay a certain price. Li Yi was stunned. He frowned and said, I don't have anything valuable on me. How many primordial stones do you want? I'll pay. A strange smile appeared on Yu Wenxiang's cold face. His eyes seemed to light up as he stared at Li Yi. He laughed strangely and said, Jia, I may not accept primordial stones. He suddenly struck out with his palm as fast as lightning, and a strong wind whistled. Li Yi was shocked, and his face turned extremely pale. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He said in fear, what are you doing? Hiss. The strong wind directly slid past Li Yi's body. It did not harm his body, but it tore apart all the clothes on his body. His whole body was exposed without a stitch of clothing. Ah? Li Yi was shocked. Although he was not a woman, he was still embarrassed to be exposed like this in this gloomy and solemn hall, especially in front of a man. Even the little bird between his legs could be seen clearly. He said, what are you trying to do? Yu Wenxiang stared at Li Yi's naked body, and his eyes almost emitted a green light. He used his tongue to lick his dry lips and reached out with his right hand. A small square-shaped object slid out, drawing an arc in the air before landing at Li Yi's feet. The object seemed to be very slippery, and after falling, it slid more than a meter before stopping. Li Yi looked at it, and his face instantly became extremely pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body could not help but tremble violently. The square object was pale yellow, and it was a piece of soap. Jia, hurry up and pick it up. Yu Wenxiang laughed sinisterly, accompanied by the sound of saliva being swallowed. His eyes were shining as he stared at Li Yi's body. Sob. Li Yi could not help but cry out in fear. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost knelt down. He cried, Sir, please let me go. I don't want this Death God's order, and I won't give out any quests. Just pretend I never came. Please let me go. I was born with hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids? Yu Wenxiang's eyes lit up. How could he let go of the juicy meat that was already in his mouth? His crotch had already propped up a tall tent, and he laughed strangely. Jia, I like hemorrhoids the most. Massive bleeding, haha. If you don't want to die, hurry up and pick it up. If you don't pick it up in 3 breaths, I still have 18 other ways to play with you. Jia. Li Yi's head was dizzy, and he almost fainted. He trembled as he walked forward, his whole body shaking like a sieve. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear, as if that piece of soap was a demon. He closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. He bent down and reached out to pick it up. Li Yunxiao. It's all your fault. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. He roared madly in his heart. Jia. The moment Li Yi bent down, that extremely excited, strange cry rang out. Then, a figure flashed, and Yu Wenxiang appeared behind Li Yi in an instant. Ah! A blood-curdling screech rang out from Li Yi's mouth. The Heavenly Jewel Gate is the supreme holy land of the Fire Crow Empire. The 4 of you, leave quickly to avoid endless disasters. In front of the mountain gate of a treasure land, 2 Heavenly Jewel Gate disciples in green had cold expressions as they shouted angrily at the 4 people in front of them. If it wasn't for the aura emitted by these 4 people that they couldn't afford to offend, they would have already chased them away. Haha, 2 big brothers, please calm down. We're here to collect a debt. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, Your Heavenly Jewel Gate's young master owes me a sum of money, and I'm here to collect it. One of the disciples frowned and shouted, Our young master owes you money? Don't try to cause trouble, leave quickly. Li Yunxiao spread out the 2 promissory notes and said, 2 big brothers, please take a look. This is personally signed by your young master. The two of them looked at each other, and one of them squinted his eyes and looked for a while. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath and said in shock, "Hiss. 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones." He flew into a rage and said, "As expected, you're here to cause trouble. Who are you people? Tell me." The two of them had a vigilant look on their faces and took out their weapons to defend themselves. Duanyu frowned and said, "Kid, you really have the mood to do that. Just barge in directly. Why are you talking so much to these small fries?" Ding Ling also said, "It's a waste of time to argue with them." Luo Yunsheng directly appeared, a giant axe in his palm, and chopped at them without saying a word. "Hiss, so strong. Quick, report to the sect." The two of them were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They instantly fled into the mountain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Oh no, sect master, oh no, someone is here to cause trouble." The two disciples who were guarding the gate hurriedly passed through the mountain gate and kept shouting. The passing disciples all stopped and stared at them. All of them frowned and felt that it was very strange. The Heavenly Jewel Gate had been established in the Fire Crow Empire for at least thousands of years. They had never heard of anyone coming to cause trouble. The expression on their faces was not one of anger, but of surprise and curiosity. What a disgrace to be in a state of panic. "The two of you will be grounded in the back mountain for 3 months. An elder walked out of the main hall slowly. A look of arrogance and fierceness flashed across his face. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Who dares to provoke us?" The two disciples had a bitter look on their faces. One of them said, "I don't know their names. 2 men and 2 women. Their strength is above the two of us." Tisk. A disciple at the side mocked, "If their strength is not as good as the two of you, isn't coming to the Heavenly Jewel Gate courting death?" The elder's face darkened and he said angrily, "You don't even know the other party's name, and you ran back in a panic. The Heavenly Jewel Gate's face has been completely lost by you. The confinement will be changed to 1 year. Hee, I was negligent not to report my name. The Yanwu City Lord is here to pay a visit and collect his debts." Li Yunxiao and the other 3 suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Jewel Gate's main hall. It was as if they had suddenly appeared out of thin air. The surrounding disciples were shocked and retreated in horror. The elder's pupils constricted, and his heart sank. What shocked them the most was not the 4 people's inexplicable movement techniques, but the thunderous name that swept across the sky like a comet, Yanwu City Lord, Li Yunxiao. Cold sweat broke out on the elder's forehead. He stepped forward and said, "So it's Castellan Yunxiao. Apologies for not coming out to meet you. I am Heavenly Jewel Sect Su Hao." In Yanwu City, the 7 layers of defense withstood a punch from Emperor Wu. That earth-shattering battle was deeply engraved in the hearts of every Fiery Crow Empire martial artist. Even though Li Yunxia's strength was still that of a martial king, no one, including the 3 sect leaders, would want to fight him. Furthermore, the Heavenly Zither Martial Emperor, Li Huaqi, had personally said that he wanted to protect the Yanwu City. Who knew what kind of relationship Li Yunxiao had with Li Huaqi? Who knew if a titled martial emperor would come knocking on their door one day and destroy their sect with a single finger? Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and smiled, "Well said, well said. I am only here today to collect debts. I have no other intentions." "Collect debts?" Su Hao frowned and his face darkened. "Castellan Yunxiao, my Heavenly Jewel Sect has nothing to do with you. What do you mean by this?" Li Yunxiao took out the 2 debts that Wang Chang had signed and said, "Take a look yourself, Elder Su." Hiss. 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones? Su Hao was shocked and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, are you here to cause trouble? If you have the guts, then come at me. Don't think that my Heavenly Jewel Sect is easy to bully." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Elder Su, don't be impatient. Take a closer look. This IOU is real." Su Hao had a look of disbelief, but he still lowered his head and read it carefully. He frowned and said, "If it is really an IOU, then I have to report it to the sect leader. Please wait a moment." His figure flashed and he rushed into the main hall. Soon, there seemed to be energy fluctuations coming from the main hall. Following that, a large group of people gathered from all directions. Each of them had a monstrous aura and a sharp gaze. Even the weakest among them was a martial ancestor. Wang Songhe walked out surrounded by the crowd. His gaze was gloomy and he stared at Li Yunxiao for a long time without saying a word. He gently raised his hand, and the crowd quickly opened up a path. 4 people carried a man over and threw him on the ground. That man's entire body was drenched in blood as he continuously howled in pain. It was a tragic sight to behold. It was Wang Chang. Wang Songhe slowly opened his mouth and said, "My son doesn't know any better," and wrote a promissory note for a large sum of money. "This is his personal matter, and has nothing to do with our Heavenly Jewel sect. Now, I've beaten him up and handed him over to City Lord Yunxiao to deal with." Li Yunxiao looked at the groaning Wang Chang and snorted coldly, "Sect leader Wang is really calculating. Beating him up is worth more than 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones? In Mount Meru, in order to save your son, I used up all my magic treasures and offended all the experts. Are these things worth a beating?" He pulled Duan Yu over and pushed him forward, saying, "How can there be such a good thing? Sect master, please beat up my subordinate. F***ck. Duan Yu cursed and slapped Li Yunxiao's hand away before walking back behind him. Wang Songhe frowned and said, "Then what does City Lord Yunxiao think about it? Not to mention that this sum of money has nothing to do with our Heavenly Jewel sect. Even if it does, our Heavenly Jewel sect can't afford it. The debt is owed by my son. If you want to find someone, find him." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Sect leader Wang, pretending to be poor in front of me is your fault. If you really don't give it, then I can only use Wang Chang's life to make up for it." He took out the purpling Xianxia sword, and with a murderous aura, he gradually pointed it towards Wang Chang's throat. Wang Chang's eyes were filled with fear. His eyeballs were protruding out, and his entire body was trembling violently. Originally, when he raised his strength by 1 star in Mount Meru, he received Wang Songhe's praise and was even rewarded with a Tier 6 profound armament. Who knew that when Su Hao came in with the IOU, he would immediately be slapped by Wang Songhe until he vomited blood. When he was in Mount Meru, he never dreamed that Li Yunxiao would really dare to take the IOU to the Heavenly Jewel sect. When the Old Star Constellation monster arrived at Yanwu City, causing the 2-titled Emperor Wu to appear, his heart sank. He knew that he definitely could not escape this matter. "Spare my life, City Lord Yunxiao, spare my life." Wang Chang was so frightened that tears flowed out, and he kept trembling. He also knew his father's plan. It was to bet that Li Yunxiao would not dare to kill him in the Heavenly Jewel sect. That way, the matter of the 2 billion IOU could be deceived. But how could Li Yunxiao be judged by common sense? If he really did it, then his life. "Spare my life?" Li Yunxiao's face was cold as he said, "I saved your life in Mount Meru, but you captured my friend to threaten me. Now you still have the face to ask me to spare your life?" No matter how Wang Chang begged, Wang Songhe's face was still calm, as if indifferent. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly in his heart, cursing inwardly at the old fox. If he really did it, he would not be able to walk out of the Heavenly Jewel sect alive. The Heavenly Jewel sect was currently very afraid of him, and did not want to offend him, but that was because there was no conflict of interest between them. But if he really killed his son, this old man would probably use all the strength of his sect to kill him. Furthermore, he had come to the Heavenly Jewel sect with a request. Thinking up to this point, he immediately smiled and kept his sword. Although Wang Songhe's face was still as cold as ever, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was fleeting, but how could it escape Li Yunxiao's eyes? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "No matter what, brother Wang Chang is still sect leader Wang's son. I thought about it, and no matter what, I cannot take his life. How about this?" He turned and said, "Old Duan, go get a cage, we'll give brother Wang Chang some strong aphrodisiac, and lock him up with a few female pigs. This will definitely be a big selling point, and we can sell it to Xianxia City for a fee. We can at least earn some money." "Haha, you little brat, you're really vicious. But I like it." Duan Yu laughed heartily, and walked forward to grab Wang Chang. Wang Chang's face turned pale in an instant. This time even Wang Songhe could not remain calm, and said solemnly, "Mayor Yunxiao, a gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated, don't go too far." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he smiled, "Sect leader Wang, a man must be trustworthy. Just now you said it was up to me how to deal with him, and now you're going back on your words? He owes me money, and I'm using the money he earned to make up for it. What's wrong with that? You Wang Song has said angrily, Mayor Yunxiao, what do I have to do for you to let my son go? State your conditions. But 2 billion is too much, our heavenly jewel sect can't possibly take it out. Li Yunxiao also smiled, everyone is so familiar with each other, under the same blue sky of the Fire Crow Empire. Owing some money is actually nothing, this time I also have something to ask sect leader Wang for help. How about this, as long as your sect lets me use the teleportation formation, I'll reduce the debt by 100 million, how about it? What? You want to borrow our teleportation formation? Wang Songhe was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, seemingly very happy, and said, in the entire Fire Crow Empire, only the Heavenly Jewel Sect and our Heavenly Jewel Sect have this kind of teleportation formation. Mayor Yunxiao has found the right person to come here. The amount of primordial stones spent on each interdomain teleportation is astronomical. How about this, Mayor Yunxiao helped my son a little in Mount Meru, this time I'll teleport you once for free. As for the promissory note, hee. Without another word, Li Yunxiao turned to go down the mountain, and said expressionlessly, Old Duan, bring Wang Chong to the Heavenly Jewel Sect. Chop a few trees there to make cages. Yes. Duan Yu became spirited, and grabbed towards Wang Chong. Wang Songhe hurriedly said, wait, Mayor Yunxiao, let's talk this out. That 2 billion is indeed. He suddenly stopped talking and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and said, we can't take out 2 billion primal stones, but we have something of equal value. I wonder if Cloud Sky City Master is interested? As soon as he said this, the surrounding Heavenly Jewel Sect elders all looked at each other, frowning, not knowing what Wang Songhe was planning. Su Hao suddenly cried out, his eyes wide, Sect leader, don't tell me you're talking about. His words immediately caused the group of elders to react, all of their faces showing strange expressions, some frowning, some laughing strangely, some stunned. Everyone's expressions were seen by Li Yunxiao, and he said indifferently, there seems to be a problem with the item of equivalent value that sect leader Wang mentioned. It seems like none of you are interested. Cough cough. Wang Songhe coughed twice, and said, Mayor Yunxiao, please follow me. The crowd immediately opened up a path, and Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and the four of them followed Wang Songhe into the Heavenly Jewel Sect. The Heavenly Jewel Sect was located in the area of the Fire Crow Empire with the most abundant spiritual energy. The mountains were shrouded in mist, and the sect had been established for thousands of years. The huge trees in the mountains were rooted directly in the boulders, with short leaves and branches, lush and verdant, giving off a strong feeling. After walking for a while, they came to a mountain stream, where a waterfall fell from the sky, splashing jade everywhere. On the cliff wall, there were a few bold and powerful words, 24 moonlit bridges. The words were like dancing dragons and snakes, vigorous and free, and in the midst of the waterfall, they shone with a bright light, giving off a strange feeling, and a feeling of worship. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted, and he said seriously, what is this place? It's such a strange feeling. Wang Songhe smiled and said, this is the Heavenly Jewel Sect's holy land, and can also be called the Land of Legacy. Land of Legacy? Li Yunxiao was startled, and then a look of disappointment flashed across his face, and he said indifferently, I thought it was something good. So it's a place for cultivation techniques. In the world, I have as many martial techniques as I want. Sect Master Wang's item of equivalent value is worthless in my eyes. What a big tone, everyone was extremely dissatisfied, there were as many martial techniques as one wanted in the world. Wang Songhe was also startled, but then he smiled and said, City Lord Yunxiao has a monstrous power behind him, and naturally he won't care about some martial techniques. But our Heavenly Jewel Sect's legacy is different, it's not a martial technique legacy, but a divine physique legacy. Divine physique legacy? Li Yunxiao seemed to think of something, and said with a face full of shock, you mean, those special physiques can also be inherited? Wang Songhe revealed a proud smile and said, that's right. It's said that City Lord Yunxiao is also an expert in body refining techniques, and naturally knows the power of those special physiques. However, those were innate divine bodies that could not be changed. And our Heavenly Jewel Sect's bright moon divine physique can be inherited through this place. The members of the Heavenly Jewel School were calm, but Li Yunxiao and his three companions were too shocked to say anything. In this world, some people were born with great talent. In the history of the Tianwu continent, they were called divine bodies. In the known records, there were more than 10 types of divine bodies that had appeared in the past. Meng Bai's worldly poison body and Luo Yunsheng's 9 sons body were both kinds of divine bodies. Every kind of divine body had great power, and they could become overlords in the future. After the appearance of divine bodies, all kinds of body-refining techniques were researched by powerful people in the past. They hoped that they could improve their bodies to the level of divine bodies. But most of them failed. Only a few of them succeeded. But they were also called the supreme secret techniques of the big factions, and they couldn't be taught to outsiders. Li Yunxiao's tyrannical body-refining art was one of the best. Even he, who used to be the Jiutian Emperor Wu, didn't know that a divine body could be inherited in this world. But soon, he calmed down and said with a cold smile, "Inherited divine body? If it was so magical, how could the Heavenly Jewel School be one of the 3 big factions of the Fire Crow Empire? It would have been one of the 7 big factions of the realm of heaven martial arts." Wang Songhe said with a cunning smile, "Of course. This kind of divine body's inheritance is also very mysterious. Since I joined the Heavenly Jewel School, only one person has obtained this inheritance." "One person?" Duan Yu said angrily, "The probability is almost negligible." Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He said, "Is it Xian Ryu?" "Exactly." Wang Songhe said with a smile, "I accepted him as my disciple because he obtained the Bright Moon Divine Body's inheritance." In the history of the Heavenly Jewel School, there are 5 people who obtained the Divine Body's inheritance. In the end, all of them became Emperor Wu's realm and became famous in the world. Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng both smiled faintly. Becoming Emperor Wu was the dream of most martial artists, but it was not a problem for Li Yunxiao. Wang Songhe narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Yunxiao. "City Lord Yunxiao, are you willing to give it a try?" The price was the 2 IOUs. "No matter what the result is, I will activate the interdomain teleportation formation and send the 4 of you over." "How about it?" Duan Yu shouted, "Do you think we're fools? Take out 2 billion primordial stones and exchange it for something that only 5 people have succeeded in thousands of years. Hurry up and hand over the primordial stones." Wang Songhe ignored him. He looked at Li Yunxiao and repeated, "City Lord Yunxiao, are you willing to give it a try?" Everyone stared at him, and for a moment, the area in front of the cliff fell silent. Li Yunxiao looked at the words 24 moonlit bridges and said after a long time, "Sect leader Wang, you really know how to do business." Wang Songhe smiled and said, 2 billion primordial stones is indeed a lot, but to a peerless person like City Lord Yunxiao, he will not give up any chance to improve his martial arts. Even if the chance is only 1 in 10,000, am I right? Li Yunxiao also smiled faintly and said with an eager expression, "Tell me, how do you want to inherit it?" "Hiss, kid, you're crazy." Duan Yu said in surprise, "That's 2 billion. 100 million. Wang Songhe's heart skipped a beat, and his opinion of Li Yunxiao immediately rose by several levels. Although he hoped that he would give it a try and offset the debt of 2 billion, he did not expect the other party to be so straightforward, which surprised him greatly. The group of Heavenly Jewel sect elders all looked at each other. They had different thoughts about Li Yunxiao's choice. Wang Songhe pointed at the waterfall and said, "There's a cave behind the 5th word bright. You can go in." Ding Linger gave him 2 thumbs up and smiled encouragingly. "Young Master Yun, you can do it." Li Yunxiao smiled back and gave her a thumbs up. He could vaguely see a cave behind the waterfall, and he instantly rushed in. The people from Heavenly Jewel sect didn't have much of an expression. There were tens of millions of disciples who had entered, but only 5 in thousands of years. When Xian Ryu first obtained the divine body inheritance, no one believed it. In the end, there was an uproar for more than a month before it was confirmed. Wang Songhe smiled and sighed, "City Lord Yunxiao is really a peerless person. Just based on his age and his heroic spirit, no one can compare to him." Duan Yu scolded angrily, "What nonsense. He's clearly a stupid pig, and he was tricked by you." "Oh my god, 2 billion. As soon as Li Yunxiao stepped into the cave, he felt a cold and refreshing sensation invade his body. It was so cold that it seeped into his body. "It's so cool. What's in here? Could it be an item of extreme mean?" He strode in without worrying about any danger. Soon, he came to a spacious place, which was as bright as day. The walls were all inlaid with pearls of various sizes, each emitting a strong light like a dragon's eye. In the middle of the cave was a strange array with all kinds of strange inscriptions and tadpole characters. It had an ancient feel, and it was clearly thousands of years old. Li Yunxiao walked around the array, but he couldn't figure out what kind of array it was. The pearls on the surrounding walls didn't seem to be ordinary luminous pearls. He reached out to touch them, and they bounced off as soon as he touched them. This looks like the East Sea moon pearl? It was said that there was a kind of scaly fish in the East Sea that shed tears when it heard songs. The tears turned into pearls with magical power, and they were called the East Sea moon pearls. I don't care. I want to try and see what's going on with this divine body inheritance. His eyes flashed with solemnity and perseverance. He thought of Meng Wu and her brother, and he suddenly felt a great pain, and his face turned pale. Although he still pretended to be fine in front of everyone, when there was no one around, the crazy cultivation would only stop when he entered a state of collapse. Wei Qing. Yao Jinliang. I swear I'll skin you. His eyes were filled with anger, and his body trembled slightly. All kinds of negative emotions gushed into his brain, and he couldn't control himself. Be it in his previous life or this life, it was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. He had asked someone to capture Meng Wu and her brother in the Universe God Monument. The feeling of helplessness of being unable to protect his family and friends made him feel unbearable pain. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he gradually calmed down and regained his indifferent expression. He stepped into the formation. At that moment, the surrounding East Sea bright moon pearls became even brighter in an instant. They were arranged in a certain order as they shot out beams of light. One by one, they shot into the array formation, directly into Li Yunxiao's body and out. It pierced through? Li Yunxiao looked at his body in shock. Every light beam had pierced through him. He watched as his muscles and bones, as well as the circulation of blood, and as his internal organs were all exposed to the light. Moreover, after a light beam pierced through him, he would feel that there was something strange in his body, as if it was cleansing impurities. Such a situation had occurred when he was cultivating the tyrannical body refinement technique. He knew that there wouldn't be any danger, so he opened up his mind and immersed himself in the feeling. Very soon, he entered the state of comprehending heaven and earth. The light continued to flow on his body, forming beautiful pictures that floated in the air above him. At that moment, not only was Li Yunxiao's physical state, but his vital energy was also circulating vigorously. It was as if he was being guided by the light of the East Sea moon pearls and was charging toward the bottleneck. In the mountain stream, everyone was still waiting. Ding Linger asked, Sect Leader Wang, how long does such an inheritance take? Wang Songha said, it varies. Usually, the worse the talent, the shorter the time of failure. City Lord Yunxiao has been in there for more than 2 hours, and he has already surpassed ordinary people. Back then, I also failed in an hour. He smiled and said, maybe City Lord Yunxiao can become the 6th person to inherit the divine body. Duan Yu snorted and said, only an idiot like him would try such an impossible thing. Even if he doesn't inherit the divine body, with his abnormal level, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the Jiutian Emperor Wu. Luo Yunsheng suddenly said, I believe that young Master Yun can obtain the bright moon divine body. Everyone smiled faintly and didn't comment. They clearly didn't like what she said. Ding Linger frowned and said, Big Sister Yunsheng, did you sense something? She knew that Luo Yunsheng had the 9-yang divine body, so she might be able to sense something. Luo Yunsheng shook her head and said, no, I just have this feeling. He's out. Su Hao suddenly cried out in surprise. A figure flew out from behind the waterfall. Li Yunxiao landed gently in front of everyone. His face was still as calm as an ancient well, without any expression. Ding Ling hurriedly said, how is it, young Master Yun? Duan Yu snorted and said, you can still remain expressionless after losing 2 billion primary stones. Impressive. Wang Songha smiled and said, City Lord Yunxiao, how do you feel? Even if you don't obtain the body, your physical body will be greatly improved after being baptized by the formation inside. Su Hao also comforted, City Lord Yunxiao, don't be upset. Who knows how many geniuses have failed to obtain the inheritance in the past? Li Yunxiao suddenly said, is this the so-called bright moon divine body? Suddenly, his body shone brightly. Rays of white light appeared around his body. There were a total of 24 rays of light. They slowly rose up behind him and connected into one in the sky. It was dazzling and beautiful. Under this strange phenomenon, the entire mountain stream was lit up with brilliant lights. It was abnormally beautiful. Silence. Complete silence. Other than the sound of flowing water and birds, it was as if there was no one else in the sky. Haha, you actually obtained it? Duan Yu was the first to burst into laughter. He was overjoyed and said, "You're really something. 2 billion for a divine body, it's not a loss at all." Haha. In the cultivation of martial Tao, as long as one could advance even a little, it was worth it no matter the price. Moreover, this was the legendary divine body. Although no one knew what the bright moon divine body's characteristics were, at least it looked extraordinary. Li Yunxiao also seemed to have obtained a great benefit, and he looked very satisfied. This time everyone was startled awake. However, Wang Songhe and the other Heavenly Jewel sect members were still gaping with their mouths wide open, large enough to fit a watermelon. Some of the elders even rubbed their eyes, patting their heads from time to see if they were dreaming. Luo Yunshang smiled knowingly and said, "I knew you could do it." Li Yunxiao nodded and smiled at Wang Songhe. "Thank you, sect leader Wang. The 2 IOUs are invalid. Now, please bring us to the inter-district teleportation formation." How is this possible? Wang Songhe was lost for a moment as he kept mumbling to himself. The elders behind him looked at Li Yunxiao as if they were looking at a monster. They couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. In the past few thousand years, only 4 people had passed. In just a few years, 2 had passed. Wang Songhe smiled bitterly and said, "City Lord Yunxiao, you are really a man of destiny." He shook his head enviously and made an inviting gesture. He helplessly led the group to the inter-district teleportation formation. Ding Linger looked at Wang Songhe's bitter expression and smiled. "Sect leader Wang, don't be so disappointed. Young Master Yun obtained the divine body's inheritance, but your Heavenly Jewel sect didn't lose anything. Instead, you owe us a big favor. We will definitely repay you in the future." Hearing what she said, Wang Songhe was suddenly enlightened. If such a peerless figure could accept a favor from him, it would be worth more than 2 billion primal stones. Wang Songhe immediately became happy. Soon, the group arrived at the inter-district teleportation formation. The ancient and majestic aura of the formation spread out, giving off a very grand feeling. "The 4 of you, please enter the formation." Wang Songhe smiled. There are less than 10 such inter-district teleportation formations in the entire southern region. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and smiled. "Thank you, sect leader Wang. I will remember today's favor." He strode into the center of the formation, followed by Ding Ling Luo Yunshang, and Duan Yu. Apart from Yu Jiolin, who was still trapped in the Universe God Monument, the rest of the martial artists and arcane masters had already been settled down in Yanwu City. After all, the amount of spiritual energy there could be counted on one's fingers in the entire continent. It was much faster for one to improve compared to staying in the Universe God Monument. After the 4 of them entered the magic array, the teleportation array activated under Wang Songhe's control. A loud rumbling sound rang out and a rainbow-colored light appeared, enveloping the 4 of them. Moreover, each teleportation required an astonishing amount of primordial stones. A large number of primordial stones were instantly sucked dry of spiritual energy and turned into dust, filling the air with dust. The teleportation light lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it slowly dimmed. By then, there was no one left within the magic array. Li Yunxiao and the others had been teleported out. In the wilderness, layers of dark clouds suddenly surged, and a hole directly split open in the sky. Li Yunxiao and the other 3 fell one after another. Although they were falling from the sky, with their strength, they easily landed on the ground. When they looked around, they were all stunned. Duan Yu cursed, "How is this gentle song forest? What the hell is this place?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "The teleportation array of the Heavenly Jewel sect is too simple, it actually deviates so much. There's no one around here." Ding Ling smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, this is the north region. Let's find the direction ourselves." She took out a formation board and started measuring. Li Yunxiao spread out his divine senses and frowned. There's a group of people 3 miles away, we can ask for directions. The 3 of you, why don't you enter the Universe God Monument? You can cultivate in peace inside. Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunsheng shook their heads. Duan Yu chuckled and said, young man, you're quite lucky with women. I won't be the third wheel. Call me when we reach the Gentle Song Forest. Li Yunxiao waved his hand speechlessly and kept him in between his eyebrows. Soon, a group of people appeared at the end of the wilderness. There were more than 10 of them and a large number of horses and carriages. It seemed to be a merchant group. At the front of the merchant group were 2 tall dragon horses. It was said that these demonic beasts had dragon blood, and their bodies would emit certain dragon characteristics. However, many alchemists tried to extract a trace of dragon power from the blood of the dragon horses, but to no avail. In the end, they concluded that the dragon blood in the dragon horses was almost negligible. However, no matter what, the dragon horses were famous rank 3 demonic beasts. They were not something that an ordinary faction could simply raise. The 2 men riding on the dragon horses at the front of the merchant group had strong bodies. One of them shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Clang, clang. Everyone in the caravan drew their weapons vigilantly. Obviously, they were all veterans who were used to this kind of business. Li Yunxiao said loudly, I'm lost. May I know how to get to the Gentle Song Forest? I don't know. Get out of my way. The leader's face darkened as he shouted. The aura on his body was steady and faintly released. He had the cultivation of a martial ancestor. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. The southern area was really weak in the whole realm of heaven martial arts. In the northern area, anyone riding a horse had the cultivation of a martial ancestor. In the southern area, he would be an elder of a great faction. Are you going to the Gentle Song Forest too? Suddenly, a soft voice came from the merchant group. It sounded like a youngster. The leader's expression changed. He said hurriedly, young master, we don't know where these people are from. We must not get involved. There was a sedan chair carried by 8 people in the merchant group. The youngster's voice came from it. He said, I don't think they are bad people. Besides, the demon plane is very dangerous. If we don't help them, they may die here at any time. The demon plane. Ding Ling'er was shocked. She said, it's this damn place. Li Yunxiao frowned. Although the demon plane wasn't as dangerous as the Forbidden Lands, it was still a dangerous place in the Tianwu continent. Many warriors died here all year round. Because the demon plane was adjacent to the Gentle Song Forest, it was a natural defense of the Gentle Song Forest. The mercenary city, the Gentle Song Forest, was the most chaotic place in the Tianwu continent. All kinds of fugitives and villains liked to wander here. As long as they could pay, they would do anything. It was a city of thugs. That's right. If you want to go to the Gentle Song Forest, you must pass through the demon plane. A youngster rolled up the bead curtain on the sedan chair. His pale face was revealed. He said with a smile, this is the center of the demon plane. How did you get here? Could it be that the teleportation array directly sent you here? The youngster was smart. He guessed the reason immediately. Li Yunxiao said, that's right. There was a deviation in the teleportation formation. We should have reached the Gentle Song Forest directly. You just need to point us in the right direction. You don't need to bring us along. The youngster seemed to be seriously ill. Although he was smiling, he could not hide his pale complexion. He said, it's all right. It's safer if we have more people. I'm also heading to the Gentle Song Forest. Young master. The leader panicked. He was clearly against the youngster's decision. He said, those who have the teleportation formation are not ordinary people. There's definitely something wrong with these 3. The youngster said, Commander Zhua, how can there be so many bad people in this world? He said to the 3 of them, I'm Hai Lin. What about you? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. This young man did not seem to have experienced the ways of the world. He was indeed a little naive. He introduced the 3 of them one by one and said, then I will have to trouble you all. Commander's was face turned ugly. He said angrily, the three of you better be smart. With your strength, I can kill you in one move. His eyes flashed coldly. He stared at Ding Ling Er cautiously. Among the three of them, this woman had the highest cultivation. She seemed to be slightly above him. Hee, don't worry. Brother Hai Lin is so kind. How could we have bad intentions? Li Yunxiao smiled. He could feel the unfriendly gazes from the people around him. It seemed like these guards were very concerned about the youngster's safety. That's for the best. Commanders was said coldly, the three of you, walk in front. Hai Lin frowned. He said, Commanders Wa, how can you do this? Besides, there are two girls with us. The three of you, come and sit with me. No. The left commander and the right commander shouted almost in unison. Everyone was firmly against it. Commanders Wa led two dragon horses over. He said, the three of you, ride the dragon horses. Li Yunxiao rode one while Luo Yunsheng and Ding Ling Er rode the other. They were surrounded by several martial king realm cultivators. Only then did they continue their journey. Hai Lin sighed. I'll have to trouble the three of you. When we reach the Gentle Song Forest, I'll treat you well. Li Yunxiao smiled. Brother Hai Lin is too polite. I haven't ridden a dragon horse for many years. How nostalgic. Humph. Commanders was snorted. His gaze never left Ding Ling Er. Among the three, Ding Ling Er was the only one he was wary of. Commanders Wa calmly said, our young master is a rare benevolent person. If any of you harbor evil intentions, I swear I'll take your lives. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, it won't happen. However, your young master's complexion doesn't look too good. He seems to be suffering from a chronic illness? Commander's was expression changed. He angrily shouted, none of your business. Keep your mouth shut. Ding Ling Er couldn't help but say, young Master Yun is an arcane refiner. He might have a way to save your young master. What? This kid is an arcane refiner? Everyone was shocked. Commander's was expression also changed. His attitude seemed to have improved, but his tone was still cold. He said, although arcane refiners are respected, there are many of them in the world. Our young master's illness has been treated by a rank 6 arcane refiner, but none of them could do anything. Ding Ling Er seemed to want to say something, but she kept her mouth shut when she saw Li Yunxiao giving her a meaningful look. After learning that Li Yunxiao was an arcane alchemist, the surrounding crowd's attitudes warmed up a little. Hai Lin also arrived at the front of the palanquin. He said with envy, I didn't expect young Master Yun to be an arcane refiner at such a young age. How impressive. The right commander spoke, young master, there's no need to belittle yourself. If not for your illness, your achievements would be far above your peers. Even now, there are not many in the same generation who can compare to you. Hai Lin smiled bitterly. What kind of achievement is this? It's worse than death. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with golden light. He looked at Hai Lin's face for a while and smiled. Hai Lin seemed to sense Li Yunxiao looking at him and said embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao smiled. If I'm not wrong, Brother Hai Lin's body is weak because of the abnormally tyrannical bloodline in his body. Control. The left commander hurriedly stopped the dragon horse. Shock flashed through his eyes. You really are an arcane master. You actually saw through it at first glance. Hai Lin was also surprised. Young Master Yun has good eyesight. Back then, even that 6th grade arcane master only dared to make such a conclusion after observing for a long time. Do you have any good ideas? After he asked, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, my illness is incurable. Back then, that master alchemist said that unless I find a rank 9 emperor-level alchemist, my illness can only be cured. This world is big, but apart from those supreme figures in the soul formation sea, where else can I find a 9th grade emperor-grade arcane master? Even if I find one, why would he come to treat me? As he spoke, he seemed to be in deep sorrow, and the people around him started to feel sad. It was clear that Hai Lin still had a good impression and loyalty from his subordinates. The left commander gritted his teeth. Don't worry, young master. Your kindness will definitely be rewarded by the heavens. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng looked at each other, and a knowing smile appeared on their faces. Perhaps it was really kindness that moved the heavens, allowing this youth to meet Li Yunxiao. There was no 9th grade arcane master, but a former 9th grade arcane master was right in front of him. Hai Lin smiled. Actually, it's nothing. I'm pretty good right now. Li Yunxiao pondered. Brother Hai Lin, can I take a closer look? Hai Lin said, Young Master Yun, you don't need to worry about me. I don't have much hope left in my illness. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, since you don't have any hope, why not take a look? Hai Lin was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled and said, please. Commander Zhou frowned and a wary expression appeared on his face. However, in the end, he did not say anything. He watched as Li Yunxiao leapt onto the palanquin. However, the true energy in his hands surged, as if he was prepared to immediately attack if anything went wrong. The commander of the right was also very cooperative. His aura instantly locked onto Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng. Li Yunxiao gradually invaded Hai Lin's body with his divine sense, and a surprised look gradually appeared on his face. Young Master Yun, how is my young master? Commander Zhuo's expression was solemn, no longer as vigilant and disrespectful as before. Looking at Li Yunxiao's expression, he began to worry. Such a strong rhythm of the earth. This is the blood of an earth-type demonic beast. It's very likely to be a 9th grade existence. Li Yunxiao frowned and muttered, what kind of demonic beast is it? 3 earth-head beasts? No. Ice soul draconic granite beast? That's not right either. It seems to be. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, could it be a desolate Kuan bull? Hai Lin's face was full of shock, and the surrounding guards were also shocked. Commander Zhuo's face flashed with excitement, and he said, Young Master Yun, are you sure it's that desolate Kuan bull? Hai Lin was shocked. That arcane master also said that my blood contains the power of an earth-type demonic beast. However, he tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't confirm what kind of demonic beast it was. In the end, he was at a loss. Before he left, he said that only if he could confirm what kind of demonic beast's bloodline power would he be able to find a cure. Commander Zhuo said excitedly, Young Master, it's definitely that desolate Kuan bull. Every time Young Master loses consciousness, a huge bull-shaped shadow appears behind him. Li Yunxiao retracted his consciousness and said, as expected, then it's definitely the case. Great, Young Master's illness can be cured. Commander Zhuo was also unusually excited. That rank 6 arcane master said that there's a cure as long as we know what kind of demonic beast it is. The surrounding guards all revealed looks of joy, and their gazes towards Li Yunxiao's group also became grateful. On the contrary, Hai Lin was the calmest. Although a trace of excitement appeared on his face, he still calmly asked, Young Master Yun, is there a way to cure my illness? Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, it's difficult. Commander Zhuo's expression changed, and his brows furrowed. He asked in confusion, how can that be? Isn't it possible to find the right cure if we know the source of the bloodline power? Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. That arcane master is right. But if it's a desolate Kuan bull, then this method won't work. Hai Lin didn't say anything. He only frowned slightly and waited for Zhui Yun to continue. Li Yunxiao said, you have to know that the 5 elements of the world reinforce and restrain each other. Every demonic beast has an existence that can restrain it. However, the desolate Kuan bull is a demonic beast from the ancient times. Only those ancient would attribute existences can restrain it. In the present world, where can you find a peak rank 9 would attribute demonic beast that can restrain its bloodline power? Divine Manipulation Emperor Wu Yao Jinliang's burial beast is only a water attribute. His words immediately rendered everyone speechless. The fire of hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. Hai Lin was also stunned. He said in a daze, so you're saying that my illness can't be cured even if I find a rank 9 emperor-level arcane master? Li Yunxiao said, that's not it. I'm just saying that this method won't work. Commander Zhuo's expression suddenly darkened, and he said with great displeasure, can you say everything in one go? Can my young master's illness be cured or not? Li Yunxiao smiled. Of course there is a way. I know at least 3 ways to save him. However, none of them is easier than finding a rank 9 arcane master. He said to Hai Lin, you should be wearing a wood attribute profound treasure, right? Otherwise, your body won't be able to suppress the desolate Kuan Bull's demonic beast power. Hai Lin took out a glowing bead and said, young Master Yun is indeed a master. This is a wood spirit bead. Commander Zhou looked at the bead and frowned. He seemed to feel that it was extremely inappropriate for Hai Lin to take it out casually for others to see, but he still endured it. Li Yunxiao nodded. As expected, a wood attribute treasure. However, I'm afraid it won't be suppressed for long. In this demon plane, I only have one thing that can cure your illness. What? In this demon plane? Commander's face lit up, and he said excitedly, tell me, what is it? Even if I have to turn the entire demon plane upside down, I will find it. Li Yunxiao shook his head. Don't be happy too early. What is the strongest demonic beast in this demon plane? Commander's expression changed, and he said, are you talking about the 9-winged spirit serpent bird? Or the soul-rending tapir? Do we have to hunt them? All the guards' expressions changed drastically. The 9-winged spirit serpent bird and the soul-rending tapir were the 2 strongest demonic beasts in the demon plane. There weren't many of them, but they were all rank 8 existences. Even human martial venerables didn't dare to fight them alone. Ding Ling frowned and suddenly said, the strongest in the demon plane isn't the 9-winged spirit serpent bird or the soul-rending tapir, but the quintet spirit devouring rat. Quintet spirit devouring rat? Everyone's expressions became strange, and many of them even had a sneer on their faces. Commander's said, Miss Ding, the quintet spirit devouring rat is only a rank 3 existence. I can kill hundreds of them in one move. Ding Ling nodded and said, you're right. The quintet spirit devouring rat's individual combat strength isn't strong. But I heard father say that there are hundreds of millions of quintet spirit devouring rats in the demon plane. If they gather, they can even destroy the Holy Realm's divine capital. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Thinking of the tens of thousands of rats swarming over, they all shivered and broke out in cold sweat. Commander Zhou also wiped his cold sweat and said embarrassedly, this, hundreds of millions is a bit exaggerated. Fortunately, these quintet spirit devouring rats don't have any intelligence and won't band together. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he said, hundreds of millions is not an exaggeration. Although the demon plane is vast and boundless, after countless years of raising so many quintet spirit devouring rats, the grassland is still lush and full of spiritual energy. Do you know why? This, everyone was stunned and began to think carefully. Although they were in the Light Song woodland, which was adjacent to the demon plane, they had never thought about this problem. That's right, the quintet spirit devouring rats lived by devouring the spirit herbs in the demon plane. Why had it not gone barren for tens of thousands of years? Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's expression and said, that's because in the core of the demon plane, there is a tree of life that has existed since the creation of the world, called Eternal Evergreen. Commander Zhou frowned and said, I have heard of this Eternal Evergreen tree, but we have never seen it in so many years in the demon plane. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, to find this Eternal Evergreen tree, it is not something that can be explained in a few words. Let's go to the Light Song woodland first. Everyone seems to be mercenaries of the Light Song woodland. Can you analyze the situation inside? Ding Ling also pricked up her ears. Although the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's branches were all over the continent, the Light Song woodland had always been a chaotic place, and they did not have a branch there, so they knew very little information. Let me say it. Hai Lin seemed to be in better spirits, and after hearing so many things about his illness, a trace of hope seemed to surge in his heart. The Light Song woodland is actually a chaotic place, and many people die every day, but there are still many people coming in every day. Because this is a paradise for violence, a paradise for criminals. As long as you have the strength or money, you can get everything you want inside. A trace of disgust seemed to flash in Hai Lin's eyes, and he said, it seems to be very chaotic inside, but it actually has its own rules. There are hundreds of big and small forces, and there are even 3 people who call themselves the King of Mercenaries. They do not accept each other, and all kinds of fights have happened, resulting in countless casualties. Hylan paused to catch his breath and continued, these three are the leaders of the three largest mercenary groups in the Singing Forest. They are Shenfeng, the leader of the skeleton mercenary group, Chen Chuanjiu, and the leader of the rookie mercenary group, young King Hao Lian. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunsheng also looked at him with smiles in their eyes. Commander's face turned solemn, young master, if Lord Vice Leader knows what you said, he will definitely punish you again. In the Singing Forest, there is only one king of mercenaries, and that is Lord Hao Lian. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, you are? Hylan smiled, my father is the rookie mercenary group's vice leader, Hai Beifei. Li Yunxiao had a strange feeling in his heart. So they were on the same side. The group chatted as they walked for a few miles. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation in front of him. Li Yunxiao's divine sense was the most powerful, so he quickly sensed it. His face suddenly changed. Young Master Yun, what's wrong? Hylan noticed his expression and asked in surprise. Li Yunxiao stood on the palanquin and looked into the distance. Everyone, be careful. There is a large number of quintet spirit-devouring rats in front. What? Commander Zhua and Commander Zhua looked at each other suspiciously. But they knew that Li Yunxiao was not a low-level alchemist. It was normal for his divine sense to be far stronger than theirs. Commander Zhua frowned, a large number of quintet spirit-devouring rats? Monsters like quintet spirit-devouring rats don't like to travel in groups. Commander Zhua said, if it is only quintet spirit-devouring rats, then it is fine. Even if there are many of them, they can't hurt us. Ding Ling'er's eyes were filled with worry because she saw the solemn expression on Li Yunxiao's face. She immediately became vigilant. After the caravan traveled for a few miles, everyone's expression became more and more strange. After so long, they still hadn't found any traces of monsters. They all began to doubt Li Yunxiao's words. Commander Zhua couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that those quintet spirit-devouring rats knew we were coming and ran away? The rest of the people also burst into laughter, many of them mocking him. Hylan frowned, revealing a displeased expression. Suddenly, the right commander's complexion changed dramatically, growing paler and paler. Pointing to a dark shadow rising from the ground in front of him, he cried out involuntarily, five element spirit-devouring rats. Everyone in the caravan stopped. In just a few breaths, everyone could see a vast expanse of black. It was as if a black wave was surging towards them. Along with the black color, there were also countless squeaking sounds of mice, which pierced everyone's eardrums and caused pain. Hiss! My God, so many five-element spirit-swallowing rats? Everyone was dumbfounded. The soles of their feet were icy cold, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Ding Ling'er was also taken aback. Commander Zhua, didn't you say that the five elemental spirit-devouring rats don't like to gather together? There are at least tens of thousands of them, right? Everyone felt a chill, tens of thousands of rank 3 demonic beasts. Although Commander Zhua was frightened, he was a veteran after all. He immediately calmed down and shouted, everyone, form a large circle and protect the young master inside. If anyone dies, quickly shrink the circle. We must maintain the integrity of the protective circle. Everyone's face flashed with understanding. Although the attack power of the five elements spirit-devouring rats was not strong, it was still a rank 3 existence. Compared to the human martial Grand Master level, many of the guards were martial Grand Master level existences, and there was no way they could contend against them. Everyone still firmly drew out their weapons and formed a large circle, surrounding Hai Lin, Li Yunxiao, and Ding Ling'er in the middle. They quietly waited for the five elements spirit-devouring rats to rush over. Hai Lin shouted with all his might, everyone, don't worry about me. Form a cone-shaped formation and rush over from here. I am the young master, you have to listen to me. Everyone was motionless, facing the outside. No one was listening to him. Li Yunxiao secretly praised in his heart. The quality of this rookie mercenary group was indeed not bad. Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunsheng jumped down from their horses and stepped forward, let's join the battle too. Commander Zhua was about to refuse, but seeing that Ding Ling'er's cultivation was not below his, and Luo Yunsheng was also a martial king, he nodded and said, thank you for your trouble, ladies. If we can return alive this time, the rookie mercenary group will be very grateful. Ding Ling smiled, Commander Zhua is too polite. Since everyone knows each other, we should naturally work together. Ding Ling had been in the Chamber of Commerce since she was young. She was very experienced in the ways of the world and in receiving guests. She gave off a dignified and elegant feeling. Commander Zhua secretly praised her. Li Yunxiao said, actually there is no need to make the battle circle so big. With so many five-element spirit-devouring rats, even a martial ancestor expert would not be able to hold on for long. I suggest that the battle circle be reduced and split into 2 groups. If anyone can't hold on anymore, switch with another person. You can also pay attention to the safety of your companions. If anyone is in danger, hurry up and help. With this rotation, we should be able to hold on until the tide of rats passes. Hai Lin's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, young Master Yun is right. Commander Zhua, hurry up and reduce the battle circle. Commander Zhua's eyes flashed with surprise. Li Yunxiao's idea was indeed very good. He immediately shouted, reduce the battle circle. All experts above the martial monarch realm stand at the outermost edge. Those below the martial monarch realm rest in the middle. Pay attention to the safety of your comrades at all times. Voila! Everyone instantly spread out, and more than half of the people rushed in. The battle circle immediately shrank by more than half. With the dragon horses and palanquins included, it seemed a little crowded. Everyone's face was unprecedentedly serious. Zhi. The tide of rats quickly rushed over, and from afar, they instantly swallowed the small circle, drowning it in a black mass. A circle of light immediately surged around the battle circle. The 20 or so experts above the martial monarch realm attacked at the same time, pushing back a large portion of the black mass of rats. Many of them even had their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Although the quintet spirit-devouring rats were rank 3 demonic beasts, their attack power was not strong. However, their defense was several times higher than normal rank 3 demonic beasts, so it was very difficult to kill them. Even if you stomped them into a meat patty, they could instantly recover. These people were experts who often traveled the demon plane, so they all understood this. Thus, they all took out their weapons and attacked. Under the sword rays and saber rays, the spirit rats were all cut in half. However, there were too many of them. After killing a large group with a single slash, the black mass of rats pressed forward again. Moreover, what made everyone restless and violent was the countless zhi sounds of rats. It made some people's eardrums bleed. Their bodies were extremely irritated, and they slashed with all their might. On a protruding slope in the distance, a few people were standing there. They were coldly looking at the tide of rats, and a cold expression appeared on their faces. Mr. Gu, your new medicine is really amazing. These 5-element spirit-devouring rats are simply even crazier, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. It's nothing. The key was that Brother Sita thought of a way to attract so many spirit mice over, and then I used an illusion technique, which was why it could proceed smoothly. It's a pity that there isn't enough time. Otherwise, I would really want to get tens of thousands more. Let's see if Hai Lin dies or not. Brother Situ, you're too kind. That Hai Lin was dead for sure. Right now, they thought that this was just an ordinary rat tide, and they would be fine as long as they survived it. By the time they realize that the rat tide isn't retreating, and that the target is actually themselves, I'm afraid that their beliefs will immediately collapse, and they will die without a burial. Haha. Who said that they would die without a burial place? The bellies of these spiritual mice are the best graves for them, haha. Looks like the vice leader spent a lot of money to hire Mr. Gu, it was indeed worth it, haha. I've taken your benefits. Naturally, I have to think of a way to solve your problem. The caravan fought against the rat tide for who knows how long. Basically, all of them were replaced by martial grandmasters. Those martial monarchs and even martial ancestors were all panting, their faces pale. Even the Xian weapons in everyone's hands were bent. What's going on? The rat tide still hasn't left? Commander Zhua's face became more and more unsightly. Calculating the time, it should have already passed. Li Yunxiao frowned, I'm afraid there's trouble. This might not be a rat tide. I feel more and more spirit mice surrounding us, and their target seems to be us. What? Everyone turned pale with fright, and their hearts went cold. If that was really the case, wouldn't they have to kill all of these spirit mice? Previously, when the martial monarchs were in front, it was still fine. With every attack, several spirit mice would be sent flying. But now, when it was replaced by martial grandmasters, they could only keep the battle circle from collapsing. It was simply difficult to harm a single spirit mouse. Furthermore, the pressure was increasing, and they couldn't hold on for long. Damn it! How can this be? Commanders were roared, could it be a trap set by someone? But who can control the penta-elemental spirit devouring mice? Xianxia walked towards the battle circle. He opened his hand and immediately sucked a spirit mouse into his palm. He carefully observed it. The spirit mouse was incomparably fat, and it constantly struggled in his hand. It bared its teeth and wanted to bite him. Xianxia frowned, as expected, there's a problem. This penta-elemental spirit devouring mouse's eyes are completely scarlet. It should have taken some kind of medicine. Furthermore, its pupils are completely unfocused. It should have been under an illusion. The medicine and illusion are stacked together. It seems like it's specially targeting us. How can this be? Everyone's heart sank. Since Xianxia had diagnosed it, then these spirit mice shouldn't even think about living. If they didn't kill all of them, they wouldn't be able to live. But there were tens of thousands of them, and they were so dense that they couldn't see the end. Young Master Yun, is there any way? A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Hailin's heart. He looked at Xianxia's calm face, as if there were no ripples. That strange feeling told him that this person definitely had a way to solve this problem. Xianxia frowned and said, the spiritual consciousness of these spirit mice has already been dispersed by the powerful divine sense. Right now, it's only the illusion technique they received before their spiritual consciousness was dispersed that supports their bodies to attack us. As long as we can hold on, they will gradually die. But I see that these spirit mice are all full of spiritual bodies. I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Hailin was shocked. How long will it take for them to kill themselves? Xianxia said, about a few hours. A few hours? Hailin shook his head. How can they hold on for so long? Is there any other way? Xianxia said, there is. Kill them all. Commander Zhuo was infuriated when he heard this and said angrily, can't you say something useful at this time? I really want to slap you to death. Xianxia smiled, haha, Commander Zhuo, don't worry. Actually, it's not hard to hold on for a few hours. Most monstrous beasts are afraid of fire. I have an extremely powerful alien fire. If I use it to surround the city, the quintet spirit devouring rats won't dare to come up. His soul appeared in the universe god steel. He said to Duanyu, who was cultivating, lend me your cyan lotus hellfire. Duanyu and Yu Jiulin were both cultivating in the realm of fire. They had been sparring frequently in the past few days. Their strength had improved greatly. Duanyu opened his eyes and frowned, don't you have the true phoenix fire? You only know how to exploit me. Xianxia scolded, you know I can't control it well. If I'm not careful, I'll be burnt to ashes. Stop talking nonsense. It's urgent. On the demon plane, Commanders was scolded, why didn't you take it out earlier? Xianxia smiled, how would I know the spirit-devouring rat's target is us? Also, you didn't ask me to join the battle. A cyan fire shadow appeared between his eyebrows. It suddenly turned into a line of fire and burned towards the outside of the battlefield. Everywhere the fire passed, there was a blinding white light, blinding everyone. The temperature of the battlefield immediately rose. The fire spread outside the battlefield. Under the control of Xianxia's technique, it formed a ring of fire that surrounded everyone. Zhi. The quintet spirit devouring rats near the fire cried out even louder. They kept retreating towards the surroundings of the fire. Those that charged towards the battlefield were all killed by the martial monarchs. The rest of them retreated, as if they were afraid of the flames. Commander's eyes lit up, haha, we're saved. He gave a thumbs up and praised, young Master Yun, you're really something. Everyone was overjoyed. They looked at Xianxia with respect. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng smiled without saying a word. In their hearts, they were thinking, this little flame is nothing. Even if young Master Yun is alone, he can still kill all of these spirit rats. Actually, if he used the blazing war flag, he could burn all the spirit-devouring Yun. But if he did that, Xianxia's strength would be exposed. Even if he didn't use the Heaven's Flame war flag, he still had a few other ways to eliminate these spirit rats. However, the soft song forest was still an unknown place to him, and he did not want to attract too much attention. The green lotus earth flame burned fiercely in the surroundings, giving everyone an indescribable sense of warmth and security. All of them were extremely grateful to Li Yunxiao. Hai Lin was also full of praise. What rank are you, young Master Yun? You can control a mysterious flame. Everyone listened attentively. They were curious about this mysterious young man. Li Yunxiao smiled, I'm not sure. I'm around the 5th rank. In terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker than a 6th rank. However, the emblem issued by the Alchemist Guild was a rank 5 emblem. Hiss. 5th rank alchemist. Hai Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Hai Lin greets Master Yunxiao. I hope Master will forgive me for my disrespect. The people around were all shocked. Commander Zhou also hurried forward and said, I was disrespectful, I hope Master Yunxiao can forgive me. A 5th rank alchemist was already an extremely high existence in their eyes. Moreover, such a young 5th rank alchemist was unheard of. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, it's just 5th rank. When did I become an alchemist? Brother Hai Lin, the demonic beast blood in your body is a double-edged sword. If you guide it well, it will be extremely powerful. Hai Lin's expression changed slightly. He then shook his head, it's fine as long as I can get rid of its influence on my body. I don't expect it to be extremely powerful. The desolate Kuan bull's blood in his body was extremely powerful when it was activated. However, it was extremely harmful to his body. Every time it acted up, he would be delirious and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This was also what made him suffer the most. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. If he were to teach Hai Lin the tyrannical body refinement technique, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to suppress his bloodline with his physical strength. Then, he could gradually stimulate the power of his bloodline for his own use. However, the tyrannical body tempering art was a peerless cultivation technique. Other than Meng Bai, he had never taught it to anyone else. Moreover, if the news was leaked, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ao Chengkong even if he recovered his strength from his previous life. At this moment, the faces of the few people in the distance changed drastically. What? It's a mysterious flame. This? Mr. Gu, what should we do? Those spirit rats seem to have retreated. The flame is green. Could it be the legendary green lotus hellfire? This is troublesome. The spirit mice's consciousness had all been shattered by me. Now, they were only instinctively afraid, so they retreated. What should we do? Mr. Gu looked troubled and hesitated, if we drag this on for too long, these spirit rats will die on their own. This plan will be in vain. Situheng cursed in his heart. F***ck, I was the one asking you what to do. Why are you asking me? There's such a big loophole. I thought it was a flawless plan. F***ck. Oh, right. Mr. Gu's eyes lit up. He took out a bottle of red liquid from his body and chuckled, this is the blood of the plant demon Violet Vine. As long as it is sprinkled among those people, even with the green lotus hellfire blocking them, these spirit rats will still charge over without a care for their own safety. Situheng frowned and said, there are tens of thousands of 5-element spirit-devouring rats there. How can we throw it over? Moreover, Hai Lin and those people are not to be trifled with. A sinister look flashed across Mr. Gu's eyes. He grinned and said, leave this matter to me. He immediately squatted down and drew something on the ground. Soon, a small array was created. He placed the Violet Vine's blood into it and kept making hand seals with both hands. A ray of light flashed. The bottle of Violet Vine's blood instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the caravan at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It was a small instant teleportation array. Bang, the bottle of blood exploded above the caravan, and blood rained down. Mr. Gu's pupils shrank. He said in shock, what? they intercepted it? There's an expert in the caravan. Situhung was shocked. What should we do? Won't we be exposed? Mr. Gu stared into the distance and said, it doesn't matter. As long as the smell of the blood spreads. Moreover, if these spirit rats don't work, we can only proceed to plan B. What's there to be afraid of? Young Master Yun, what is this? Hai Lin looked at the blood falling from the sky in shock. Li Yunxiao sniffed lightly and frowned. Demon plant's blood? He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. The blood was guided by his power and gathered into a ball. It fell onto his palm and rotated continuously. The left and right commanders were shocked. Killing intent burst out of their eyes as they stared into the distance. Li Yunxiao looked carefully for a while and said, Demon plant's violet vine's blood is very ordinary. There's nothing strange about it. What are those people trying to do by teleporting this over? Just as he was scratching his head, the squeaks of the spirit rats became louder and louder. As if they were on stimulants, they surrounded the caravan again. They didn't care that their bodies were being burned by the green lotus earth fire. Some of them were even burned into fragrant meat. They were still risking their lives to advance. Everyone was shocked. Many of the spirit rats crossed the line of fire and rushed forward to bite. Block them, block them. The left commander swung his treasured saber and killed more than 10 spirit rats in the front row. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. He shouted, everyone, guard the battlefield. Don't let a single one enter. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of the spirit rats and the stench of their blood. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng were pale. They covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. If not for the fact that they were afraid of exposing Li Yunxia's world deity monument, they would have hidden in there long ago. Seeing the spirit rats attack again, their stomachs churned. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, so they're using the demon plant's blood to attract the spirit rats. He looked into the distance and said, looks like there's a beast tamer over there. Hai Lin hurriedly said, if that's the case, won't it be fine as long as young Master Yun throws the blood away? Li Yunxiao shook his head. It's useless. The smell has already dispersed. Moreover, these spirit rats are already under an illusion. That beast tamer is not simple. He might even be a refiner. Hai Lin was anxious. Seeing that many of the guards could not hold on anymore and were about to be drowned in the spirit rats, he said, what should we do? Young Master Yun, quickly think of a way. For some reason, he seemed to subconsciously treat Li Yunxiao as his backbone. Perhaps it was because the reputation of a rank 5 refiner was too shocking. Even the left and right commanders respected his opinion. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to get rid of them completely. Even if the 2 commanders go over and kill them, these spirit rats will still attack us. But it's still possible to alleviate the situation. He slapped the ball of blood in his hand. A gust of wind blew across the grassland. The ball of blood spun violently, and a thick smell dispersed. Tiny drops of blood splashed everywhere. Immediately, the 5 element spirit-devouring rats changed their direction and rushed toward the ball of blood. But there were still many who stayed in place and attacked. Li Yunxiao said, once they've swallowed all the blood, they'll continue to rush over. I'm afraid my green lotus flame won't be able to last much longer. I'll spread the flame and burn it, but it can only last for a few breaths. Then, everyone, get ready to charge out. As long as we gather our strength and kill our way out, these spirit rats will not follow us. Everyone's expression changed. They knew that the moment of life and death had come. Commanders was shouted loudly, everyone, stay alert. Our rookie mercenary group is the strongest mercenary group in the realm of heaven martial arts. Everyone, take all kinds of elixirs. Listen to my command and break out of here. Hong Yu, you lead the way. I will stay with the young master and protect him and Master Yunxiao. Hong Yu was the right commander, and the left commander was Zhu Lei. They were like brothers and had a tacit understanding. Hai Lin struggled and said, Commander Zhua, you and the right commander will lead the way together. I can take care of myself. It is just a 3rd-rank demonic beast. This is an order. Zhu Lei's face was calm. He ignored Hai Lin's words. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Commander Zhua, you go ahead and lead the way. With 2 martial ancestor realm experts leading the way, we will be able to make a path soon. Brother Hai Lin will be protected by me, Ling and Yin Shang. He will be fine. Hai Lin was overjoyed. Yes. Miss Ling is also a martial ancestor realm expert. Young Master Yun and Miss Yin Shang are martial kings. With the 3 of them by my side, I will be fine. Zhu Lei relaxed and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, young Master Yun. As long as we can go back alive, the rookie mercenary group will be very grateful. Although I don't know why you want to go to the Singing Forest, as long as the rookie mercenary group is here, no matter what you want to do, Vice Commander Hai Beifei will help you." He was just a middle-level person in the mercenary group. He was not qualified to agree to anything. Now, he could only promise Li Yunxiao and the others to protect Hai Lin with all their might. Everything could wait until they returned to the Singing Forest. How could Li Yunxiao not know what he meant? In order to dispel the other party's doubts, he smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you when the time comes." At this moment, Hai Lin's luxurious sedan was abandoned on the ground. It was replaced by a carriage drawn by 2 dragon horses. Li Yunxiao stood at the front of the car and said, "Everyone, get ready. I'm going to burn it." He formed a seal with one hand and a ray of light flashed between his eyebrows. The cyan lotus hellfire instantly rose and rapidly spread in all directions. The intensity of the flame was not only extremely high, but it also emitted waves of elemental aura. Everywhere it passed, there were screeching sounds and all kinds of barbecued meat aroma. The spirit mouse roasted by the green lotus earth fire was simply too fragrant. Li Yunxiao's mouth was watering from the smell, and his stomach was growling. Hai Lin looked at him in surprise. At this time, he was probably the only one who was still in the mood to smell the meat. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng also had a strange expression on their faces. Although the smell was extremely fragrant, when they saw the ugly appearance of the spirit mouse, their stomachs churned and they covered their noses. Zhu Lei suddenly shouted, his aura soaring to the sky, "Everyone, charge with me." The saber in his hand flashed, and he roared with almost all his strength. A golden light directly slashed down. The power of the saber was impressive, and the flesh and blood of countless spirit mice splattered everywhere. A bloody path was slashed out. At this moment, the caravan had already formed a crescent formation. Under the leadership of the 2 commanders, they rushed along the path. But after rushing for less than 100 meters, they were immediately blocked by spirit mice from both sides. "Shadowless Heaven Sword!" Hong Yu shouted, and the treasure sword in his hand was instantly unsealed. The cold light condensed in the air without dissipating, and turned into countless sword shadows that flew out. A bloody light splattered everywhere. The surrounding guards all raised their spirits, and all kinds of killing moves were unleashed. Life and death depended on this moment. In the distance, Situheng said in shock, "They're starting to attack." Mr. Gu sneered, "That's courting death. The tide of mice will constantly move along with them. If they stay where they are and waste time, they might still have a chance of survival. But now, hee." Situheng's face was also full of joy, and he said, "Although it's only rank 3, there are tens of thousands of them. I also want to see how they look when they bury the mice, haha." Mr. Gu had a cold smile on his face. Suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly, and he frowned, "What's going on? What's wrong?" Situheng looked at his expression, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. A cold light flashed in Mr. Gu's eyes, and he said in shock, "How did those spirit mice die so quickly?" Situheng was shocked, and he looked over, only to see that the caravan had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Everywhere they passed, groups of spirit mice died. Almost every martial artist would lose a large number of them in one move. He said in shock, "Is it because the spirit mice's time is up, and they can't hold on anymore?" Mr. Gu gritted his teeth, "No, something must be wrong. Look at those martial grandmasters, they can actually kill more than 10 rank 3 spirit mice in one move. And the spirit mice's attacks are much weaker. There must be an expert in the caravan." Situheng said in shock, "Then what should we do? We're about to charge out of the tide of mice." Mr. Gu's face was gloomy, and he stared for a while, and said, "The first line is about to fail. But the direction they are rushing in is the road back to the Light Song Forest. There's still a good show waiting for them, so what's there to panic about?" I'd like to see who's causing trouble on the other side. Zhu Lei looked at the end of the tide of mice in front of him, and shouted in joy, everyone, hold on, we're about to charge out. He was invigorated, and with every slash of his saber, the spirit mice were chopped into pieces. Suspicion arose in his heart, and he felt that these spirit mice seemed to be dispirited and listless. Everyone was overjoyed, and they became even more energetic. Not only Zhu Lei, but everyone felt that it was very easy to deal with them. Those spirit mice seemed to have taken drugs, and even their cries were very listless. Hai Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to feel some kind of fluctuation coming from Xianxia's body. At this moment, his power of bloodline seemed to be suppressed. But this fluctuation was vague, and he was not sure. There was a hint of a smile in Xianxia's eyes. He gradually spread out his domain of fire, and with this kind of domain power, all the spirit mice were completely suppressed. If he wasn't afraid of attracting attention, he could directly spread out the domain power, and he could completely suppress these tens of thousands of rank 3 spirit mice to death. This way, the caravan successfully charged out of the tide of mice, and not a single person died. Great! Zhu Lei's face was full of joy, and he said, everyone, don't rest, quickly return to the city. As long as we return to the Light Song Forest, we'll be safe. Everyone felt like they had a new lease on life, and began to run madly on the Yao Plain. Seeing the black tide of mice gradually disappear into the distance, their mood gradually improved. After running for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly said, everyone, let's take a rest, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Zhu Lei said, while we still have one breath left, we'll have to rush back to the city. Otherwise, if the sky turns dark, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, running without any regard for our stamina, what if we encounter an enemy? It's obvious that someone is plotting against us. That's right. Hong Yu's face darkened, and he shouted loudly, everyone stop, rest where you are. Zhu Lei also seemed to feel that this was reasonable, and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to Hai Lin's side, and asked with concern, young master, how do you feel? Hai Lin's face was slightly pale, and there were beads of sweat on his temples. Lying down, he smiled lightly, and said, it's fine. I sat in the carriage and didn't move, what could happen to me? Zhu Lei nodded, looked at the sky, and said, looks like we won't be able to make it back to the city before nightfall. Hai Lin smiled, and said, as long as everyone is safe, a little later doesn't matter. Luo Yunshang had a surprised expression, and said, aren't you all curious about who attacked you? Zhu Lei smiled slightly, and said, the various struggles in Light Song Forest are complicated, and far more complicated than on the surface. All kinds of killings can occur at any time, and it's not the first time we've encountered it. However, this time was exceptionally dangerous, and fortunately, the whole caravan escaped safely. Hong Yu also sighed, and said, many of these kinds of killings, you don't even know who the other party is, or why they attacked. Right now, the most important thing is to protect young master safely back to Light Song Forest, and not to find out who the enemy is. This matter will be taken care of when we get back. However, the enemy this time is very strong, and definitely won't be simple. Luo Yunsheng was stunned, so they were already used to it. It was really hard to imagine, living in the shadow of such killings every day, and yet not going crazy. Zhu Lei's face revealed a look of respect, and said with slight excitement, that's why we hope that Captain can lead Light Song Forest to a new future. Ding Ling twirled her hair, and said, it seems that you all trust and are very loyal to young Master Hao Lian. This time even Hai Lin's expression became serious, and said, Master Hao Lian will become the true king of mercenaries, and start a new era in Light Song Forest. However, he looked at Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng, and his expression became a little strange. Even Zhu Lei furrowed his brows slightly. However, what? Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng asked almost at the same time. However, he is a complete pervert, and whenever he sees a beautiful woman, he wants to get her into his bed. Li Yunxiao said indifferently. What? The two women's expressions changed at the same time, and their faces showed disdain and anger. Hai Lin said embarrassedly, this master does have some bad habits. But don't worry, you two saved our caravan, and are the benefactors of Rookie Mercenary Group. Master won't do anything to you two. Luo Yunxiang felt a little dizzy, and said, what if he didn't save you? Zhu Lei laughed, hee hee, then we'll be in trouble. Ding Ling became angry, and scolded, what king of mercenaries, he's clearly the king of servants. Why didn't Gu Feiyang kill this kind of trash with a single palm strike? She glared fiercely at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, I'll chop him next time if I have a chance. Hai Lin said with a smile, I heard that Master Gu Feiyang is also a dissolute and uninhibited person, and if he holds hands with a peerless beauty, he can go around the heavenly martial arts realm twice. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Ding Ling burst into laughter, and when she saw Li Yunxiao's embarrassed look, she snorted and said, Isn't that right, young Master Yun? Have you heard of him? Li Yunxiao wore a serious expression, and his face was as bright as the sun. He said righteously, Master Gu Feiyang is famous for his talent and beauty, and he's the embodiment of a hero and a chivalrous man. All his life, he changed the social atmosphere and improved the quality of young people, and he never married. Zhu Lei's eyes lit up. So Grandmaster Yunxiao is also an admirer of Sire Gu Feiyang. After researching Sire Gu Feiyang's life, I came to a shocking conclusion. Li Yunxiao frowned. What conclusion? The surrounding people also craned their necks. This kind of gossip was the best at whetting people's appetites, not to mention such an influential figure. Hai Lin was also very interested, his face full of concentration. Zhu Lei said mysteriously in a soft voice, You must not tell the guild leader. According to the results of my research, the reason why Gu Feiyang never married in his entire life must be because he has some unspeakable secret. What's the matter? Everyone gathered around and stretched their necks like ducks. Hee hee, it's hard to say. Everyone understands. Zhu Lei laughed like a monkey. It's just a few. Impotence, erection but not firm, erection but not long, long but not ejaculate, ejaculate but not refined, ejaculate but not dense, ejaculate but not vigorous. Li Yunxiao's face was as purple as an eggplant. His eyes were spitting fire, and he almost rushed forward to kill. Zhu Lei was startled by his appearance and said, Don't doubt me, I have my reasons and evidence. Everyone, come here. He made a hand gesture. I have many other research results. Come, let me tell you all. This Gu Feiyang, it's very likely that he's a... Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Even Hai Lin climbed down from the carriage and squeezed his head in. Ding Ling looked at Li Yunxiao and smiled strangely. Young Master Yun, is it really like this? Then you have a chance to take measures. Our heavenly yuan commerce has the strongman pill recipe passed down from ancient times. After refining and consuming it, not only will all your problems be cured, but your body will also be as strong as an ox. A teasing smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He stared at Ding Ling chest with a lustful gaze. It seems Miss Ling is very knowledgeable. Bring me a few more next time to test the effects. Ding Ling blushed when she saw Li Yunxiao sizing her up and his devilish smile. After all, she was a girl. How could she win against a veteran like Li Yunxiao? A group of people chatted and laughed on the demon plane, causing laughter from time to time. He did not feel like he had just escaped from a life-and-death battle. The expressions of the few people who were observing from afar sank, and their gazes turned hazy. Situheng watched for a while and said, Mr. Gu, they've stopped. What should we do? Mr. Gu looked at him in disgust and scolded, You are an expert after all. Why do you keep asking me what to do? My arrangements are right in front of them. Even if they recover their strength, they won't be able to break through. I want to see how that expert in the caravan is going to take my next move. His eyes flickered with excitement. Situheng, on the other hand, was livid after being reprimanded. However, the person in front of him was hired by the higher-ups at a great cost, and he could not afford to offend him. He could only swallow his anger and comfort all the women in the family tree. No matter how powerful you are, there are only a few people in this world who can break the 7-turn spirit communication formation that I, Gu Yuesheng, set up. A proud look flashed across Gu Yuesheng's face as she stared coldly in front of her. After resting for a while, the caravan began to move forward slowly. They could not rush back to the city before nightfall, so they were not in a hurry. There's a forest ahead. It's also the most likely place for the enemy to ambush us. Why don't we rest here and rush over tomorrow morning? The caravan walked on a wide plain. Zhu Lei looked into the distance and said, we'll set up tents and rest here in another 3 miles. Li Yunxiao looked ahead and suddenly said, I think it's safer to enter the forest. In the wilderness, the enemy is in the light, and we are in the dark. Once we enter the forest, we'll have cover and everyone will be in the dark. That's fair. Zhu Lei was stunned. A strange look appeared on his face as he smiled. Haha, Master Yunxiao's skills are amazing, and his martial arts are extraordinary too. However, I'm afraid he's a layman when it comes to looting. He'll do anything for it. The more hidden the place, the easier it is to strike. Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent, and he did not say anything else. With his current strength, unless it was a martial emperor expert, no one else could do anything to him. Even if he really encountered someone of that level, he would be able to protect himself. Therefore, he did not care. Soon, a continuous forest appeared before them. Zhu Lei made a stop gesture and said, set up camp here. The caravan quickly moved. A few tents were set up on the spot and fires were lit around them. Gray smoke rose into the air. They've set up camp in front of the forest. Situ Heng, your prediction was right. A strange look flashed across Gu Yuesheng's eyes as he praised from afar. Situ Heng chuckled and said proudly, it's just Zhu Lei and Hong Yu, those 2 small fries. Although their limbs are well developed, their brains are limited. I can easily see through their intentions. Gu Yuesheng did not say anything else. Instead, he stared into the distance without saying a word. His gaze did not move at all. Situ Heng suddenly felt bored. He wanted to ask a few questions, but he was afraid that he would lose face if she reprimanded him. He stood there with a bored look on his face. After a while, he closed his eyes and rested. It's here. Gu Yuesheng suddenly said. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Situ Heng suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Situ Heng was looking. Starlight began to appear in the sky. At first, there was only 1 star, but it slowly increased. Among the stars in the heavenly cycle, there was suddenly a star that was on the verge of falling. After swaying left and right, it finally lost its strength and fell from the sky. In the caravan that had set up camp in the wilderness, Ding Ling suddenly looked into the sky and exclaimed in surprise, look, there's a meteor. Everyone in the caravan was a martial cultivator. Many of them had already closed their eyes to cultivate. No one had the time to care about this little girl's fun. Moreover, in the wilderness, there were meteors every day. They were already sick of looking at it. It's so beautiful. Only Luo Yunxiang, who was also a girl, had stars in her eyes. She pushed Li Yunxiao beside her and said, young Master Yun, look, it's such a beautiful starry night. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He also wanted to meditate and cultivate, but he had no choice but to lift his eyelids to take a look. His calm and indifferent eyes suddenly contracted when he saw the meteor. He leaped up and stared at the starry sky in shock. His action immediately shocked the people around him. Hai Len asked in surprise, Master Yunxiao, what's wrong? Li Yunxiao stared at the meteor that flew across the sky with a solemn expression. He said word by word, that's not a meteor. It's starlight formed by the condensation of star power. It seems to be falling towards us. What? This time everyone jumped up and looked at the sky in disbelief. Zhu Lei also stared for a while and said, that's impossible, right? Who can extract the power of the stars? Even the Jiutian Emperor Wu can't do it, right? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, it's easy for the Jiutian Emperor Wu to extract the power of the stars, but this is not a simple extraction. Someone must have used a secret technique, and this is not a simple attack. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. There must be an expert among them. What is his goal? Hai Lin said in shock, then what should we do? Why don't we go ahead now and enter the forest? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, it's too late. This starlight is falling too fast. Everything within 100 miles is within its attack range. Let's think of a way to defend ourselves. Zhu Lei yelled, get into formation at once and create a barrier to protect the young master. His thinking was very simple and also very loyal. If they encountered any problems, the first thing they would do was to protect Hai Lin. All the martial artists formed a circle around the city and poured their Xianxia into their palms. Soon, a pale yellow enchantment appeared and surrounded everyone. All of them had a dignified look on their faces as they stared at the meteor. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He also didn't know the other party's goal in extracting the star power, so he could only wait and see. The light of the meteor grew brighter and brighter. Sure enough, it was falling into the wilderness. Everyone's eyes widened and cold sweat dripped down. The power of the stars was like a heavenly might, causing fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. In the distance, Gu Yuesheng stared closely at the starlight. She was also a little nervous. He formed a seal with both hands and waited quietly. When the starlight fell to the ground, he finally moved when it was still a few thousand meters away. Borrowing the power of the stars, Big Dipper, spirit communication. He shouted softly and his hands flashed. His entire body instantly turned pale as if he had lost all the blood in his body. His body also trembled slightly. The starlight suddenly spread out from 1,000 meters in the sky like fireworks. It was bright and beautiful. It filled the entire sky and lit up the earth like it was daytime. After the light spread out, it didn't disappear. Instead, it gradually spread out like a lake. It stood upside down in the sky and reflected the earth's shadow. A violent aura spread out from the starlight. Li Yunxiao looked at it blankly and said with some disbelief, "This is the spirit communication technique?" Ding Ling heard this and was shocked. She said, "The spirit communication technique? Isn't this a technique that has long been lost?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not to the extent of being lost. It's just that very few people cultivate it. In order to execute this secret technique, one must have extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, it is extremely harmful to oneself. The other party must have used a secret technique to extract the power of the stars and use the power of the stars to summon an extremely high-ranked demonic beast." Roar. A huge foot stepped out from the starlight, followed by a loud roar. The pressure of the demonic beast spread out in the wilderness, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Zhu Lei's expression changed drastically. He said, "Master Yunxiao, how high is an extremely high-ranked demonic beast?" Li Yunxiao looked at the figure of the demonic beast that gradually appeared and muttered, "I guess this is at least a 7-constellation realm martial monarch?" A martial monarch demonic beast? All the cultivators were shocked. They were so shocked that their hair stood on end. Their faces were pale and they were close to despair. Ding Ling also revealed a shocked expression and became deeply worried. Although Li Yunxiao had personally suppressed 7 martial monarchs in Yanwu City, he had relied on the terrain and various trump cards. The demonic beast gradually revealed its true appearance. Its head was grayish-white like a raccoon's, its eyes were red, and its body was as green as ink. There was a pair of tiny white wings on the back of its huge body, making it look rather adorable. 7th rank, it's actually a 7th rank demonic beast. Situ Hung, who was far away, was shocked and lost his voice. The demonic aura coming from the sky made him feel a chill down his spine. Gu Yuesheng was also trembling, and her face was so pale that it was almost translucent. She exclaimed in joy, "Haha, it's actually a 7th rank existence. The power of the stars in this wilderness is too powerful. This is also the first time I've summoned something of this level." Luo Yunxiang looked at Li Yunxiao and asked, "Young Master Yun, what should we do?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Although this demonic beast is a 7th rank existence, it doesn't have any intelligence. It only knows how to kill, so it's not scary." Hai Lin coughed violently and smiled bitterly. Master Yunxiao is truly admirable. Even under the pressure of a martial monarch demonic beast, he is still able to talk and laugh calmly. Although this demonic beast's intelligence isn't high, its strength is obvious. Its eyes are bloodshot, and its killing intent is extremely strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to last more than a few rounds. Zhu Lei's face was ashen, and he was determined to die. "Young master, don't worry. I'll make sure you return alive no matter what. Once the defenses are broken, I'll let Hong Yu carry you and escape first." A trace of guilt flashed across his face. "Master Yunxiao, I'm sorry for not taking good care of you. Li Yunxiao smiled. There's no need to part forever. I have a profound artifact that might be able to easily avoid this calamity. What profound artifact? Hai Lin was overjoyed. When he heard that he had to escape alone, his head was already shaking like a rattle drum. For some reason, he seemed to have a lot of trust in Li Yunxiao. Roar! The demonic beast's entire body appeared, and its bloodthirsty eyes stared at the people on the ground. It emitted a blood-red light, and with a loud roar, it charged down. The might of a martial monarch was earth-shattering in the first place. In addition to the demonic beast's ruthless aura, who knew how many living beings it had killed? When it charged forward, all the living beings in the surroundings trembled. The people in the caravan all turned pale, they could not even muster any will to resist. With a flash of light in Li Yunxiao's hand, the heavenly spirit ring appeared and a white light flashed. With a light tap of his finger, the spirit ring suddenly flew out and rushed directly out of the protective enchantment. In the air, it suddenly expanded and expanded infinitely. It was parallel to the starlight in the sky, like two water surfaces, facing each other. The demonic beast's scarlet eyes revealed a trace of contempt. A huge amount of energy burst out from its palms as it roared and rushed down, as if it wanted to smash the water surface with one move. From afar, Situheng exclaimed, "What kind of profound artifact is that?" The artifact charm emitted from this is at least a tier 7 existence. Gui Wuxing also frowned and then sneered, so what if it's a tier 7 profound artifact? Can it stop this martial monarch-level demonic beast? As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beast in the distance rushed directly into the heavenly spirit ring and completely disappeared. Along with it, the monstrous demonic aura and pressure disappeared. After a few breaths, the demonic beast still did not appear. Then, the heavenly spirit ring turned into the size of a fist and flew into the caravan. The entire sky was clear and the starry sky was bright. It was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Gui Wuxing, Situheng. Mr. Gu, where's the demonic beast? Gui Wuxing, I don't know. It should be out soon, Situheng. In the caravan, everyone was also dumbfounded. They stared at the silent sky and could not wrap their heads around it. Hai Lin was the first to recover and asked awkwardly, Young Master Yun, where's the demonic beast? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, this profound artifact of mine is called the Heavenly Spirit Ring. It can directly open the void. Just now, that brainless demonic beast directly rushed in and is now hiding in the void. Unless it has the strength to break through the void, it will stay in there for the rest of its life. Zhu Lei also came back to his senses. He was dumbfounded and said, a stage 7 martial monarch-level demonic beast is gone just like that? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, if you don't like it, I can open the void again and let you go in and fight with it. Zhu Lei's face immediately turned pale and he shook his hand. Li Yunxiao looked at the star power in the sky and saw that it was slowly disappearing. With a wave of his hand, a series of runes flew out from his hand. He kept changing hand seals and a powerful formation was formed in the sky. The star power in the sky seemed to be affected and was sucked down. It's not easy to attract the power of the stars down. The other party must be an arcane master who specializes in secret techniques. Whether it's the extraction of star power or the spirit communication technique, they are not things that ordinary arcane masters would study. He formed a seal with both of his hands and the power of the stars was quickly absorbed by the formation. It rushed into the caravan and spread out. These secret arts alchemists don't study the art Tao properly all day long. They only know how to specialize in harmful things. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, everyone, sit down and absorb as much of this star power as possible. It will be beneficial to everyone. The group of martial warriors had already sensed the power within the star radiance. Hearing that, they all sat down and began to circulate their genuine qi, absorbing the star radiance with all their might. Ding Linger also sat down happily. Her cultivation was at the 6th star martial lord, and she was the strongest amongst the people in the caravan. When Li Yunxiao saw Luo Yunshang's indifferent expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he asked with concern, Teacher Yunshang, what's wrong? When Luo Yunshang heard him address her like that, she felt bitter in her heart. She said sourly, my strength is too low beside young Master Yun. I often have to take care of you guys. I'd better return to that profound artifact of yours to cultivate. When Li Yunxiao saw how miserable she looked, he felt pity for her. He smiled and comforted her, "You're already improving very quickly. Moreover, the 9-yang genuine qi is one of the best in the world. It's rare to find a match within the same rank." Luo Yunsheng felt warmth in her heart. She nodded and said, "I'll definitely cultivate hard. I won't be a burden to young Master Yun." Only then did she calm down and began to absorb the star power. Li Yunxiao also sat down cross-legged and circulated the creation qi technique. The majestic star power surged around his body. Every inch of his skin seemed to be absorbing the power as it opened and closed. In a few breaths' time, a faint nebula formed around his body. It was as if he was in a sea of stars. Hai Lin, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He found it unbelievable. In the distance, Situheng finally couldn't help but say, "Mr. Gu, they seem to be using the star power to cultivate." "Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu?" He called out once, but there was no response. He used his hand to pull. Pfft. Gu Yuesheng, who was standing in front, spat out a mouthful of blood. This lasted for a few breaths' time before she took a few steps back with pale skin. Her face was hazy and her eyes were filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Be *starred. I spent a lot of effort to attract the starlight, but now it's all for someone else." Situheng said, "Mr. Gu, where did that demonic beast go?" Gu Yuesheng's face was full of indignation and anger. She roared, "That profound artifact must have a space array. My demonic beast was either teleported away or pulled into the void. There must be an expert in this caravan. He actually passed 2 of my tests." Situheng looked at his crazy expression and felt happy. He was full of contempt and said, "Isn't it all because you're trash? How can you blame the other party for being strong? You boasted when you came out. Let's see how you deal with it now." However, he still looked serious and said, "Mr. Gu, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" Gu Yuesheng rushed forward, grabbed him and shouted, "You are a 9 stars martial arts grandmaster after all. Why do you keep asking me what to do? I'll *CK you up. I'll *CK you up." He pushed Situheng away with a vicious look in his eyes. He stared at the caravan in the distance and shouted, "I don't care who you are. Since you've met me, a 6th-level secret technique refiner, Gu Yuesheng, you're dead." Li Yunxiao seemed to have sensed something as he opened his eyes slightly, revealing a smile on his face. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. An hour later, the power of the stars was absorbed by everyone. At least half of it entered Li Yunxiao's body. "I broke through. I actually broke through." One of the martial artists was overjoyed. His body glowed with the light of advancement and he shouted in joy. "My vital energy is much thicker too. This power of the stars is really good stuff. It's worth at least 3 months of cultivation." One of the martial artists sighed. He looked up at the starry sky with a look of longing. "It's all thanks to Master Yunxiao. Not only did he save everyone's lives, but he also helped everyone break through." One of the martial artists was extremely grateful. His words immediately resonated with everyone. They looked at Li Yunxiao and saw that his body was glowing with the light of advancement. "Master Yunxiao broke through too?" Hai Lin said enviously, "Master Yunxiao is really a peerless genius. He's extraordinary in both martial arts and skills." Zhu Lei's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, a 15-year-old 3 stars martial king and a 5th-rank alchemist. He's really talented. If I can take him in as a member of the rookie mercenary group. He immediately fell into deep thought. Li Yunxiao looked at the people who came to congratulate him. He smiled and did not say a word. If it was in the past, this kind of small breakthrough wouldn't matter. It wouldn't affect his state of mind. But now, his biggest desire was to quickly recover the strength he had in his previous life. Even a small improvement would make him happy. Li Yunxiao said to Zhu Lei, "Commander Zhua, we should continue on our way. We should enter the Light Song Forest as early as possible. The darkness of the night is not an obstacle for everyone." Zhu Lei frowned and said, "The forest is in front of us. If it's night time and the forest, there will definitely be traps inside. This place has already been ambushed once. It should be the safest place. Hai Lin also said, Commander Zhua is right. Let's let everyone rest and continue the journey tomorrow morning. He was worried about his subordinates and was afraid that they would be in danger. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. In the distance, Gui Wuxing seemed to have calmed down. Summoning the 8th-rank demonic beast had consumed too much soul power. Coupled with the attack of qi and blood, he was extremely weak at the moment. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. Soon, his face was flushed and he seemed to be very energetic. Your judgment of them is really accurate. They really didn't enter the forest. Gui Wuxing seemed to be praising Situheng. Then, a ferocious look appeared on his face. Fortunately, I had a second plan here. I thought that the spirit-devouring rats would be enough. I didn't expect them to pass 2 rounds in a row. I don't believe that they will be so lucky in the 3rd round. Situheng, who was behind him, did not comment. Instead, he showed a slight look of disdain. His attitude towards him had gradually changed from admiration to contempt. However, he only dared to do this behind him. He still had to be more respectful in front of him. In the sky above that piece of empty land, I set up a starlight indexing array with the concealment talisman. He also buried 36 pure emptiness stones in the ground, as well as a sleeping magma beast. As long as the magma beast is awakened, this place will soon become a swamp of lava under the effect of the pure emptiness stones. He took out an array board and placed it flat on the ground. The array board was dotted with small white dots, and in the middle was a lump of soil. This is the largest area of control. Trash from the rookie mercenary corps, enjoy the fire mud bath. Ha 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 ha. Gui Wuxing seemed to have seen the other party's struggling expression. He laughed and quickly performed a spell with both hands. A series of runes flew from his palms into the entire board, and rays of light began to circulate. In the resting caravan, Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. He was the first to feel the fluctuations of the array. His pupils shrank as he stared at the ground. He instantly jumped up and shouted, Everyone, be careful. There's something underground. Everyone was awakened from their meditation. They were all stunned and did not seem to notice anything. Zhu Lei also frowned and said, Grandmaster Yunxiao, is your premonition wrong? Everything is fine now, then. Suddenly, his words came to an abrupt halt. The entire ground had become extremely loose. In the blink of an eye, his feet had sunk into the ground. Not only him, but the whole caravan, including the dragon horse and the carriage, also began to sink, as if it had become a swamp. There's indeed a problem. Zhu Lei was shocked. He gathered his true qi and was about to soar up, but he suddenly found that the true qi he had just revolved actually flowed directly into the ground, as if it was sucked away. How could this be? He turned pale with fright and tried to circulate his true qi again, only to find that it was exactly the same as before. It seemed that there was something in the soil that would absorb the true qi as soon as it came into contact with it. He was not the only one. Everyone realized this and became anxious. Many of them had already sunk to their waists. A few of the dragon horses were struggling and neighing, sinking even faster. Young Master Yun, what should we do? Ding Ling also revealed a horrified expression. Her thighs had also sunk in. Currently, Li Yunxiao was the only one who had escaped from this misfortune, standing in the air. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He said, Let's take a look first. Zhu Lei felt a little dizzy. He said, What's there to look at? You're the only one who hasn't sunk yet. You just need to pull us out one by one. The situation was critical, and he did not notice that Li Yunxiao could actually stand in the air with his martial keen cultivation. Li Yunxiao said, Is it that when you circulate your true qi, it will leak out from under your feet, as if it was absorbed by the soil? Yes, yes, yes. Hai Lin was overjoyed. He said, as expected of Master Yunxiao. You knew it at a glance. How do we break it? It really is the clear stone. Li Yunxiao frowned. He said, The clear stone is a type of mutated earth element. It has the endless absorption power of the earth. It's very difficult to get out once you've sunk into it. If I were to pull you out, as soon as I come into contact with it, my primordial qi would be sucked dry. I can't think of a better way at the moment. Ding Ling panicked. She said, even you can't do anything about it. This, Luo Yunsheng suddenly frowned. She said, why is there so much fire element in this swamp? It looks like it's going to burn up. The moment she said that, everyone noticed it too. They were all panicking. Some of them even sank down to their necks. Not long after, the swamp began to bubble and emit a large amount of hot air. It was boiling. Moreover, the color of the soil gradually turned fiery red. All the martial artists were sweating as if they were being roasted. Young Master Yun, it's so hot. I can't take it anymore. Ding Ling was the first to cry out. She could not use her true qi to resist the heat. Her constitution was the most vulnerable. Luo Yunsheng had the 9-yang body. It was difficult for the fire element to harm her, so she did not feel much pain. Li Yunxiao sighed. He said, there's no other way. This is the only way. He bent down and rushed down. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he jumped directly into the swamp and sank with it. Ding Ling exclaimed, young Master Yun, you. In the distance, Gui Weshing was overjoyed. She laughed and said, haha, they've all fallen into the trap. That person who managed to escape must have gone to save his companions. He's done for. The pure space stone draws on the power of the earth and can absorb endless essence qi. Even if he's trying to save someone, he'll be sucked in. Haha. Situ Heng's expression was not relaxed. He frowned and said, Mr. Gu, I think that person jumped down himself. It doesn't look like he's trying to save someone. Jump down himself? Gu Yuesheng's eyes bulged. She said sarcastically, Lord Situ is indeed smart. Why don't you try jumping down too? It'll be fun. Situ Heng snorted and said nothing else with a gloomy face. Alright, we can go over now. It's time to collect the spoils. Gu Weshing put away the array disc and was about to go over. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to go after they're completely roasted by the lava beast. Situ Heng seemed to have some concerns. Gu Weshing said disdainfully, is everyone in the skeleton mercenary group as afraid of death as you are? Under the effect of the pure space stone, no one can escape. He ran forward on his own. Situ Heng thought for a moment and felt that it should not be a big problem, so he followed closely. There were 5 figures behind him. They also soared into the air and followed behind like 5 shadows. Haha, they've all sunk. Gu Weshing and the others soon floated above the swamp. They looked coldly at the bubbling red lava below. The oppressive heat rose, and no one could be seen at all. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the expert in this caravan. However, no matter how expert he is, he will only die when he meets me, Gu Weshing. Alright, the mission is over. Let's go back and report. Situ Heng said, this. Mr. Gu, the higher-up said that we must bring Hai Lin back. Even if she's dead, we must get her corpse. Corpse? Gu Weshing said unhappily, under the lava, and with the pure space stone, there's no way to circulate yuan qi. Do you think there will be a corpse? Situ Heng frowned as if he was in a difficult position. Before we came out, Lord Rain instructed us to bring the corpse back no matter what. What should I do? Can you take out the pure space stone? I'll go down and take a look. Gu Weshing said impatiently, the melting point of the pure space stone is not high. It will probably melt in half a day. However, by then, these people will not even have a corpse left. Isn't he just a useless young master? Why do we need a corpse? We just need to confirm that he's dead. Yes, why do we need Hai Lin's body? Is it for the bloodline power in his body? Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice came from the lava. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened as they looked down in disbelief. Within the steaming lava, a small whirlpool appeared. It slowly expanded, and a figure slowly rose from it. It was Li Yunxiao. He had a bright smile on his face as he squinted his eyes and said, that Lord Rain you were talking about, is he trying to refine the power of his bloodline? Huh. Who are you? The 7 of them retreated in shock. Situ Heng's expression changed greatly as a cold killing intent emerged from his body and locked onto the other party. This operation was extremely secretive. Their superiors had asked them to obtain Hai Lin's body. If they could not complete the mission, they had to at least not expose their whereabouts. Not only did they not obtain the body, but their whereabouts were also exposed. Even the mysterious Lord Rain of the skeleton mercenaries had been found out. Then they could only kill them all, otherwise, they would not be able to escape punishment when they returned. Mr. Gu's expression darkened as he coldly said, "You're the one who broke through 2 of my trials? How old are you? What rank of arcane master are you?" From the soul power undulations coming from the other party, he was undoubtedly an arcane master. However, what shocked him was that he could not see through the other party's rank. He could only see his age, which was only 15 years old, 2 trials. Li Yunxiao smiled as he pointed downwards. "Does this count as 1 trial?" Mr. Gu was furious. It was as if his pride had been stabbed. "Brat, which sect are you from? Who is your master?" he asked angrily. Li Yunxiao coldly replied, "You don't need to know who my master is. However, I'm very interested in you." "Not bad. 5th rank arcane skills. It's just that you're focused on studying some boring secret techniques. Otherwise, your achievements would definitely be much higher. Judging from your age, you're not even 30, right? TSK, not bad." If someone else had said this, it would have been pleasant to hear. However, it came from a 15-year-old 5th rank arcane master. In Gu Yuesheng's ears, it was a huge mockery. "Brat, you're courting death." He flew into a rage and roared, "Don't think that I'm the best in the world just because I have some talent. Today, I'll teach you how to respect your seniors." 5th curse, Mirror Flower. An evil power suddenly surged from his body, causing the space to fluctuate. It seemed to be slightly distorted as it swept forward. Li Yunxiao laughed. "Spiritual attack?" he said with a smile. "This spiritual attack is indeed not bad, but why does it exude an evil aura? You can walk the right path, but you insist on walking the evil path." He stretched out his hand, spread his fingers, and pushed forward slightly. The distorted space stagnated as it felt a great resistance. It retreated instantly, and peace was restored in an instant. "Ah!" Gu Yuesheng cried out involuntarily, "Such powerful soul power undulations. What level of existence are you?" He turned around and shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. You're only 15 years old. How can you be so heaven-defying? I don't believe it. Divine power, appear." He shouted again, and rays of green light burst out of his body. They spun around him and turned into patterns that spread out layer by layer. Gu Yuesheng's face looked extremely demonic under the green light. "Bloodline power?" Li Yunxiao looked at the changes in his body in shock. He shook his head and said, "No, it's demonic, but it's definitely not bloodline power." At this moment, Gu Yuesheng's left eye suddenly began to swell, slowly protruding out, becoming extremely terrifying. It actually took up half of his face, and the veins around the eyeball connected to each other, covering his entire head. Situ Heng and the others behind him changed their expressions as if they felt extremely uncomfortable. They retreated dozens of meters before stopping to watch from afar. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said in shock, Your eyeball. Immemorial have an eye?" Gu Yuesheng was drenched in cold sweat. He seemed to be extremely uncomfortable under this change. But he still could not help but laugh out loud. "Haha, not bad. You're really knowledgeable. This is the divine eye of the immemorial Heaven Eye clan. I got it for you. Let's see how you're going to fight me." His huge eyeball emitted a strange light. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and gradually turned into a black demonic moon. "Ah. This move is..." Li Yunxiao's mind was shocked. An extremely strong mental power surrounded him from all directions. It was as though he was being submerged in a tidal wave. His sea of consciousness was under immense pressure and it felt as though it would break at any moment. "Haha." Gu Yuesheng laughed. Although he was still in pain, he was obviously very happy. He grinned hideously and said, "It seems your identity is not ordinary. You even know this move of mine." "Yes, this is Gu Feiyong's pupil technique, Moon Gap." Seeing Li Yunxiao's shocked face, Gu Yuesheng said proudly, "Each of the 10 Emperor Wu has his own strengths. Gu Feiyang is the best in the realm of heaven martial arts. I have the immemorial divine eyes, and Feiyang's pupil technique. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Li Yunxiao hurried to use the great divine evolution technique, and his consciousness gradually stabilized. A thin golden light appeared around him, isolating him from the spiritual power. This was the first time he was attacked by his own pupil technique. Only now did he realize how terrifying his pupil technique was. If he didn't have the great divine evolution technique, he would have fallen into his opponent's trap in a moment of absent-mindedness. In a fight between warriors, this was absolutely fatal. Even if he used the great divine evolution technique, he still found it very difficult to resist the spiritual attack. The spiritual shock produced by the immemorial divine eyes was so strong that it almost disintegrated the power of his divine technique. The immemorial divine eyes clan was really terrifying. Situ Heng, who was behind him, also looked serious. Although he couldn't see the change in Gu Yuesheng's face, the ancient intent he sensed was shocking. Li Yunxiao knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had been careless, and his opponent's spiritual attack had taken the upper hand. Now he was in a very passive position. He had to suppress him quickly. Otherwise, if time dragged on, his consciousness would be broken, and he would be doomed eternally. There was a flash of light in his hand, and an ancient bell suddenly appeared in his palm. Imperial bell, 1 dynasty 1 century. Dang! The sound of the bell came from the ancient void, and waves of ancient intent spread in the air, messing up the spiritual wave emitted by the immemorial divine eyes. Countless tiny spiritual pressures appeared in the air, and the two forces were devouring each other. Gu Yuesheng's expression changed. She stared at the ancient bell in horror and said in shock, You actually blocked my pupil technique, Luna Lacuna? What kind of profound level weapon is this? Dang! Another sound rang out, and a second wave of ancient will spread out. It was like an ocean wave that surged in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Pfft! An immense pain came from Gu Yuesheng's left eye, and her entire consciousness went numb. Not only that, but her mind was also shaken by the sound of the bell, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual power of the immemorial divine eyes was annihilated by the sound of the bell, and it was heavily injured. It closed immediately and couldn't be opened for a while. Li Yunxiao's condition wasn't good either. Every time the imperial bell rang, it almost sucked all his vitality. This second strike was his limit. He took out a large handful of elixirs and swallowed them. Only then did his complexion look slightly better. Ah! Gu Yuesheng covered her left eye with one hand and wailed in pain in the air. She kept cursing, be ****, how is this possible? How can this be? Take Mr. Gu away. Situ Heng flew over hurriedly and instructed one of his men to hold Gu Yuesheng and retreat. He and the other 4 men quickly surrounded Li Yunxiao, and a murderous aura surged out. Who are you? There's no such person in the rookie mercenary group. Situ Heng's face was gloomy, and he seemed to know the rookie mercenary group like the back of his hand. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he said, I don't have time to chat with you. The space behind him suddenly distorted, and Duan Yu's figure appeared. He looked around with a complicated gaze and sighed, Demon origin? I'm finally back. Li Yunxiao said, take care of him quickly. Don't let Gu Yuesheng escape. Capture him and put him into the Universe Divine Monument. I have a lot of questions to ask him. Duan Yu chuckled and said, 10 breaths. His aura rose, and he immediately rushed from a 7-star martial grandmaster to a 4-star martial emperor. The pressure pressed down on everyone's heart like a mountain. Hiss! Martial emperor! Situ Heng's expression changed, and he fell into despair. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in shock, you're Duan Yu? Duan Yu frowned and said, huh? You know me? Situ Heng suddenly said, weren't you killed by young Emperor Helian? You're still alive? He seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, these people are from the rookie mercenary group. They should be your enemies. You should kill them. Duan Yu smiled faintly and said in a gentlemanly manner, I've always been a person who doesn't hold grudges against lowly people. I like to repay evil with good. Let bygones be bygones. Situ Heng. Li Yunxiao, Duan Yu shouted loudly, stop wasting time. Give me your life. He was like a giant, walking towards Situheng step by step. Under his pressure, the few of them could not even resist. At the bottom of the magma, an independent space had been created, isolating all the magma. Zhu Lei and the others took action, and layers of defense were connected together. The space grew larger and larger, and almost all the members of the rookie mercenary group were found. Although many of them were in a sorry state, none of them were in danger. Hong Yu was puzzled and said, the lava would absorb everyone's vital energy at the beginning. Why is it not affecting us now? Zhu Lei said, who cares? No matter what, we're alive. Is everyone here? Is anyone missing? Hai Lin said in shock, Big Brother Yunxiao is missing. Everyone was shocked. Zhu Lei said, those who are Martial King and above, use your vital energy to isolate the lava and look for Master Yunxiao. The rest of you stay here and don't move. We'll go up together. Yes. Many people responded and were about to step into the lava again. Ding Ling suddenly said, I don't think that's necessary. Young Master Yun is a Martial King. As long as the lava doesn't absorb vital energy, it won't affect him. He'll be fine. Let's go up first? Hai Lin was stunned. Looking at Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang's indifferent expressions, he vaguely felt that something was not right. Gurgle, gurgle, a figure squeezed through the protective wall created by vital energy. It was Li Yunxiao. Hai Lin was overjoyed. Big Brother Yunxiao. You're fine. That's great. Li Yunxiao's face was slightly pale. He said with a smile, I'm fine. I was quite scared at first. Later, I discovered that I could use vital energy to open it, but I couldn't see clearly. This place also seems to be shielded from divine sense. Luckily, I found everyone in time. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang both gave him a look of disdain. This so-called divine sense shielding was set up by Li Yunxiao himself. It was so that the battle outside wouldn't be noticed. Zhu Lei said, everyone is here. That's good. Let's go up together. The barrier was huge. It covered an area of 30 to 40 meters. Even the carriage that Hai Lin was in and the dragon horses were inside. Everyone began to work together. And slowly floated up. Everyone, keep your spirits up. There might be danger waiting for us outside. We must be careful. Hong Yu's expression was solemn. He could feel that the enemies they would face outside would not be simple. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang stole glances at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded, indicating that everything was done. Soon, the huge barrier rushed out of the lava swamp. It rose into the air and descended into the distance. The moment everyone's feet touched the ground, they felt a warm and heavy feeling. So it was so safe to stand on the ground. Everyone, stay alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Lei scanned the area with his divine sense. He didn't find any traces of enemies, but he still reminded everyone. Hai Lin said, Master Yunxiao, what should we do now? He didn't ask Zhu Lei. Instead, he asked Li Yunxiao. It was clear that Zhu Lei's previous 2 misjudgments had improved Li Yunxiao's image in everyone's mind. Zhu Lei was a little embarrassed. However, he still looked like he was asking. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, we've attacked several times to no avail. We can't see anyone now. I think they must have retreated. Retreat? How is that possible? Zhu Lei shook his head like a rattledrum. Definitely not. There must be a stronger attack waiting for us down there. Everyone, take a rest here. We will rush back to the singing forest under the cover of night. He also felt that the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. He immediately sat cross-legged and regulated his breathing. In the entire caravan, apart from Ding Ling, who he could not see through, his cultivation was the highest. He also had the heaviest responsibility. He had to recover as soon as possible. Sigh, so much pressure. Soon, everyone finished resting. It was already late at night, but none of them felt sleepy. One by one, they set off into the pitch-black forest. Not long after they left, a rock suddenly emerged from the lava swamp. It slowly revealed its body and crawled out. Its small black eyes shone. It was a stone beast. However, its body seemed to be very different from before. It had turned into a pure yellow color, and its body emitted the aura of the living earth. After its entire body crawled out, it saw a mud-like beast in its hand. Its entire body was red and bubbling. It was the lava beast that had been lying in ambush. Unknowingly, it had been smashed into a pile of mud by Little Stone. Under the suppression of the living earth, the clear stone in the lava swamp could not be used at all. The living earth was the mother of the earth. It existed since the creation of the world and gave birth to all living things. It was the origin of the earth element, and all earth elemental energy was completely useless under its suppression. Little Stone threw away the mud-like lava beast and turned into a giant ball. It quickly chased after Li Yunxiao. After rushing through the night, the caravan finally walked out of the forest. After traveling for another 10 miles, they could see the city gate of the Singing Forest in the distance. Along the way, other than some low-level beasts that were easily killed, they did not encounter any other danger. Big Brother Yunxiao is really powerful. They really retreated. Hai Lin had a look of admiration on his face, but there was more joy on his face. We are finally back in the Singing Forest. Hai Lin stood at the head of the carriage and was the first to shout like a child. He said to Li Yunxiao excitedly, "When we enter the city, Big Brother Yunxiao must come to my house." Zhu Lei also revealed a smile and said, "That's right. If it weren't for Master Yunxiao, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have our bones left. Once we enter the city, the vice leader will definitely thank you personally." Li Yunxiao said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." When the guards at the city gates saw the caravan, they immediately recognized Zhu Lei and hurriedly opened the gates to let them through. The group quickly entered the city. Inside, it was bustling and lively. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. It seemed to be somewhat different from the legendary city of Sin. Hai Lin smiled and said, "Big Brother Yunxiao, Big Sister Ling Big Sister Yunshang, don't be fooled by their harmless and kind-hearted appearances. They're all great demons. Look at that old woman selling eggs over there. Don't think that she's a good person. She's probably the most vicious person on the entire street. The number of martial artists that have died in her hands is at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Ding Ling Er's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained calm. As the person in charge of an independent chamber of commerce, she had come into contact with all kinds of people, so she was not surprised. Luo Yunsheng, on the other hand, was much more naive. She didn't believe it no matter what. At first glance, the old woman's hair was white and her body was thin and frail. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She was currently covering her basket with her trembling old hands, as if the eggs inside were all her treasures. The old woman seemed to have sensed that someone was talking about her. She turned her wrinkled face and smiled at Luo Yunsheng. An inexplicable chill spread through Luo Yunsheng's body. What a strange smile, it made her tremble all over. She hurriedly circulated her 9-yang true qi to dispel the feeling of fear and turned her head away, not daring to look at her again. The old woman seemed to be slightly surprised. At this time, she saw a little boy wearing a dudu squatting on the side of the road playing, constantly kicking stones. Luo Yunsheng smiled faintly and said, "This little boy can't be a bad person, right?" The little boy looked to be 7 or 8 years old. He turned his head and looked at Luo Yunsheng. A trace of lasciviousness that didn't match his age appeared on his face. He laughed lewdly in a coarse voice and said, "Hee hee, where did this little girl come from? So fresh and tender. Let this old man have a taste first." Luo Yunsheng's expression instantly froze. Her face darkened. "Haha." Zhu Lei held his belly and laughed loudly. The whole caravan also laughed until they were swaying left and right. Hai Lin pointed at the child and laughed loudly. He said, "Someone cast the golden boy jade seal on his body since he was young, so he can never grow up. He will forever stay at 7 or 8 years old. But his actual age is already more than 90 years old." Haha. Golden boy jade seal? Ding Ling Er's eyes suddenly lit up. She said, "Does this seal have any side effects?" Hai Lin said with a smile, "I know what you are thinking. If you have this seal on your body, Sister Ling can forever stay at the age of 16. But this seal has a great side effect. It will not only make it impossible for the one who has been sealed to have children, but it will also greatly limit his talent in martial arts. Everyone has forgotten this child's original name. They only know that he is called Zhang Bulo. He has a great talent and reached the 3 talents Great Martial Grandmaster realm when he was 8 years old. But after his enemy cast the seal on him, more than 90 years have passed. Now he is only at the peak of the Martial King realm. What? An 8-year-old Great Martial Grandmaster? Ding Linger was shocked. Even Li Yunxiao was shocked. He looked at the young child's face, which was smiling lewdly, and shook his head with pity. With such an amazing talent, if someone hadn't cast the seal on him, it would have been easy for him to reach the Jiutian Emperor Wu realm in the future. There were hundreds of millions of martial arts practitioners in the realm of heaven martial arts. Those who could enter the Emperor Wu realm were not only handsome, but also talented and lucky. A strong Emperor Wu realm expert was enough for a force or a big family to survive for thousands of years. And the whole southern field hadn't seen Emperor Wu for thousands of years. Although my body is small, the places that should be big are not small at all. Zhang Bulo said with a lewd smile, 2 girls, do you want to experience the giant childlike body? Gurgle. Gurgle, Luo Yunsheng and Ding Ling felt their stomachs churning. They were about to throw up. Their faces were pale, and anger was burning in their eyes. Zhu Lei picked up the horsewhip and lashed it at Zhang Bulo. He shouted, Zhang Bulo, get out of here. One more word, and I will kill you. Pa, the horsewhip lashed out in the air, creating a bolt of lightning. Pa. Zhang Bulo was shocked and stepped back in a hurry. However, his arm was still struck by the lightning on the whip. He cried out in pain and slipped into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Lei turned around and said, 2 ladies, don't be afraid. This city is short of women, so everyone is like a wolf who has never tasted meat. But you are under the protection of the rookie mercenary group, so no one dares to hurt you in the city. Io, who is so arrogant? How dare he beat people in the street? Suddenly, the crowd in front of them parted, and soon a group of martial arts practitioners came over. The voice came from the leader. He was wearing a fox fur coat. His head was pointy, with a long mane on the back of his head. He had a toothpick in his mouth. He squinted at Zhu Lei with a disdainful look. When he saw Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to be in high spirits. So it's Zhu Lei from the rookie mercenary group. How dare you? How dare you beat people from the Rainstorm mercenary group in the street? The main man's face turned fierce, and he shouted angrily, you are obviously trying to provoke a fight between the 2 groups. If you don't give me an explanation today, all of you will stay here, and let young King Helian come and get your people. The martial arts practitioners behind him spread out to both sides, and in a short while, they surrounded the whole caravan. The people on the street were all stunned, but what surprised them was that they did not escape, but continued to do their own things. The vegetable sellers continued to shout, the bargainers continued to quarrel, and the flirters continued to talk and laugh. Even the storytellers in the restaurants next to them continued to gossip. A young master who was walking his bird, as if there was no one around, held a birdcage in his hand, and kept whistling as he walked between the 2 groups of people. In the corner, there was a poor martial arts practitioner who was molesting a girl who had sold herself to bury her father. Struggling cries and evil laughter could be heard, but no one looked at them. Li Yunxiao suddenly became interested, and he said with a smile, this light song forest is really interesting, and it is indeed different. The main man glanced at Li Yunxiao, and his eyes were spitting fire, and he shouted, who the F***ck do you think you are? When I was talking to your captain Zhu Lei, why did you interrupt? Before Li Yunxiao could speak, Hai Lin was furious, and said, Commander Zhua, he dared to insult Big Brother Yunxiao, kill him. The people in the caravan were all filled with righteous indignation. If it wasn't for Li Yunxiao, they would have already died in the demon plane. At this moment, they admired him like a god. This time, all of them were furious, and all kinds of Xian artifacts were taken out. The murderous aura immediately formed a whirlwind, and blew on the street. Hiss! The main man slightly sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with shock. The rookie Chamber of Commerce had been extremely low-key these days, and it seemed that their temperament had changed. Originally, he thought that the other party was easy to bully, and he might be able to take advantage of them by causing trouble. He didn't expect that the other party was not afraid of causing trouble, and instead looked like they were going to fight to the death. What was going on? He was a little confused, and he was stunned for a moment, but he still shouted, "What are you doing? What are you all doing? Do you want to fight? This East City is the territory of our Rainstorm mercenary group. Believe it or not, I will use my cloud-piercing arrow to summon a magnificent army." Zhu Lei stared at him coldly, and the murderous aura on his body soared. He said in a cold voice, "Da Fei, you are courting death. Don't blame us. Young Master Hai Lin gave the order to kill you, and you can only blame yourself for being disrespectful to Master Yunxiao." He let out a loud roar and charged over from his dragon horse. Before his body arrived, his blade had already slashed down. There was no hesitation at all. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he showed no mercy. The man with the mane was taken aback. A ball of light burst from his feet, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he took out a long sword and blocked Zhu Lei's blade. His eyes were filled with horror, and he said, "Zhu Lei, aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two groups? There will be countless casualties, and young Emperor Hao Lian will definitely punish you." A trace of contempt flashed in Zhu Lei's eyes, and he snorted, "You're just a small fry. If you die, so be it. I don't believe that Xianxia will kill his way into the rookie mercenary group for you. Even if you die today, you will die in vain." It wasn't the style of a rookie mercenary group to kill without saying a word. The man with the mane was extremely depressed. If he knew that his opponent was so decisive, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. He glanced at Li Yunxiao, who was sitting on the carriage. He didn't know who this person was, and why he was so protective of him. At this moment, he was complaining in his heart, and he kept shouting, "How dare you be so arrogant in the East City? You really don't want to live." Bang! A powerful blow from Zhu Lei came from the sword in his hand, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. This completely aroused the anger of the man with the mane. A hidden weapon in his hand shot up into the sky, and it let out a sharp whistle. It was a voice transmission signal. Zhu Lei's face changed, and he shouted, "Kill all the way, anyone who stops you will die." This was the East City of the Singing Forest, and it was the territory of the Rainstorm mercenary group. Most of the rookie mercenary groups were entrenched in the North City. If the opponent's experts came, it didn't matter if he died, but he was afraid that he would implicate young Master Hai Lin and Master Yunxiao. At this moment, the group of subordinates were also fighting, and all kinds of lights were flying. What shocked the Rainstorm mercenary group was that the opponent's attacks were ruthless, and they seemed to want to kill them. This kind of desperate fighting style was as if they had a life-and-death grudge, and the more they fought, the more shocked they became. What made Li Yunxiao, Ding Linger, and Luo Yunsheng completely dumbfounded was that the people on both sides of the road were actually unaffected by the murderous aura of the battle in the middle of the road. They were all still doing their own things. However, when a murderous aura rushed over, he slightly tilted his body and dodged it, turning a blind eye to it. The martial artist who bullied the little girl was a little closer to the battle, so he dragged the girl to a further corner and continued to molest her. Hiss! Suddenly, a gust of wind rang out in the noisy street. No one heard it, but they all saw a fountain of blood spurt out. The dispirited martial artist's head flew into the air and landed in front of Hai Lin's carriage. After a headless corpse fell, the little girl's figure appeared. However, her eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. She even spat on the headless corpse. She didn't even look at the battle in the middle of the road. She walked back to her stall, knelt down, and continued to sell her body to bury her father. Bam! Under Zhu Lei's lead, the caravan began to charge forward while killing. The dragon horse's foot landed on the dispirited warrior's head, causing it to explode. Very quickly, the warrior's body was drowned in all sorts of footsteps, leaving only a pool of blood and brain matter. Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng looked at each other and saw speechlessness and embarrassment in each other's eyes. This was definitely not a normal world. Bang! The maimed man was kicked away by Zhu Lei again, and the merchant group advanced at an extremely fast speed. Hai Lin suddenly shouted, "Right, Commander, hurry up and release the signal." Although the Singing Forest was just a city, it occupied a huge area, 10 times the size of Shenyang City. From the east to the north of the city, it would take at least 5 minutes even if they ran at full speed. Now that they were still in the east side of the city, if no one came to their aid, they might not be able to get out. They were fine, but if Big Brother Xianxia, especially the two sisters, were to fall into the hands of the Storm mercenary group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Yu also understood. He quickly took out a light blue hidden weapon and pulled it open. An arrow shot into the sky and exploded in the air. That is, in a small building, a silver-robed man with his hair tied up was drinking happily, and all kinds of charming laughter could be heard. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he looked at the blue fireworks in the distance in shock. Swoosh! He pushed away the girl in his arms and jumped up like a spring. He shouted, "Hurry up and go to the east side of the city. Young Master Hai Lin is back," and he even sent a signal for help. A group of martial artists in the building jumped up and rushed out. Many of them even jumped down from the building and began to gather. "Black Devil, hurry up and inform the deputy commander. Asking for help in the city, it must be the Storm mercenary group." The man in silver clothing gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Trash of the Storm mercenary group, if anything happens to young Master Hai Lin, I, Hu Jian, will destroy your whole group." He shouted, "Everyone, stop what you are doing and rush to the east side of the city to save him." The entire space around the small building shook, and the sound wave spread far and wide. He himself was already 1,000 meters away, turning into a ray of light and heading to the east side of the city. Kill these bastards of the Storm mercenary group. Zhu Lei's momentum was like a rainbow. With one slash, he knocked away several martial artists from the Storm mercenary group and continued to lead the team forward. The eyes of the man with the mane were full of horror. In just a few rounds, more than 10 of them were killed, and the street was full of blood. He was just a small leader of the Storm mercenary group, and these dead and injured people were all his men. Even if he could go back this time, he would certainly not be able to escape severe punishment. Arrogant. Suddenly, a loud shout came, and a strong aura spread on the street. A man roared, "Bastards of the rookie mercenary group! How dare you bully the Storm mercenary group? Since you dare to kill people in the east side of the city, I will kill all of you." Boom! A ray of light shot towards Zhu Lei, blasting onto his treasured blade. The powerful force spread out, and the dragon horse that Zhu Lei was riding directly neighed. Its 2 hind legs could not bear the weight and knelt down with a plop. Then, a figure came across the sky, and his 5 fingers were like eagle claws, about to take Zhu Lei's head. Hong Yu, who was behind him, was shocked. He poured all his strength into the long sword and stabbed forward, making a sharp whistling sound. When the dragon horse knelt down, Zhu Lei also raised his vigilance to the highest. His sword danced again and slashed forward. The 3 forces immediately collided and shook. Rumble! Both Zhu and Hong Yu received a huge impact, and they were forced to retreat. The blood in their body was in turmoil. The man on the other side landed on the ground and easily neutralized the impact. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked coldly at the people of the rookie mercenary group. "Lord He Dexing." The man with the mane was delighted. He hurriedly came forward and said, "Lord He, these rookie mercenaries, trash." He Dexing could not be bothered to listen to him and directly slapped him with his palm. A line of blood shot out in the air, and the man with the mane flew out and hit a wall on the street. All the bones in his body were broken. It was unknown what the wall of the house was made of, but it was actually able to withstand the force and not shatter. The buildings in the entire light-singing forest had to be renovated every few years. This was because there were people killed and people died every day. All the buildings with weak structures had long been completely destroyed. Now, these were all constructed with special materials. Even if an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner attacked with all his strength, he would only be able to leave a mark. He Dexing. Zhu Lei and Hong Yu's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly took a few steps back, clearly very afraid. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense. This He Dexing was only a 6-star martial arts grandmaster. However, a 6-star martial arts grandmaster was enough to suppress both Zhu Lei and Hong Yu. He Dexing's gaze swept across and stopped on Ding Ling and Hong Yu in shock. Then, he glanced past them and said with a cold smile, "No wonder you would fight to the death. Where did you get 2 absolute beauties for young Emperor Hao Lian? TSK, you subordinates are really loyal and responsible. These two girls are still virgins, right? Why don't you try them first? Zhu Lei's expression darkened as he said, since you know that they are for the leader, get out of my way. Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunsheng's faces turned red with anger. Ding Ling'er shouted angrily, Zhu Lei, watch your mouth. Zhu Lei panicked and hurriedly gave her a look. His eyelids instantly blinked more than 10 times. Ding Ling'er's face darkened as she said, don't blink. Whoever makes such a joke, even if it's you, will definitely die. A white light flashed in her hands and a pair of green silk gloves appeared in her hands. She did not seem to move her feet, but she had already appeared in front of He Dexing and was about to grab his throat. Before He Dexing could react, he smelled a fragrant scent. Immediately, he felt the danger of death spread through his entire body. His potential as a 6-star martial arts grandmaster was unleashed at this moment. With unimaginable movements, he formed palms with his hands and blocked Ding Ling'er's attack. Having escaped death, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged a few blows. It was so fast that it was suffocating. He Dexing was even more shocked. His opponent was so young, but she was a 6-star martial arts grandmaster. Be it in terms of skills or aura, she was way above him. Very soon, he was surrounded by danger and his throat was almost crushed. Everyone in the rookie mercenary group was stunned. Although they could feel Ding Ling'er's extraordinary aura along the way, they did not expect her to be so powerful. He Dexing, who could not even defeat the two commanders, could only dodge her attacks pathetically. Stop. Let's talk this out. He Dexing shouted hurriedly, we are all familiar with each other in Light Singing Forest. Let's mind our own business. Even if there's a small conflict, let's stop there. There's no need to fight so hard. Ding Ling'er's face turned cold and she scoffed, I'm not fighting to my death. I want your life. A white light flashed in her hands and she put her palms together. The pair of white silk gloves emitted a strong charm. The light became brighter and brighter. It was as if she was holding a pocket-sized sun in her hands. The aura emitted from the pocket-sized sun made everyone shudder. He Dexing was horrified. He quickly turned around and fled. I'm not going to play with you anymore. He was very straightforward. His figure flashed, and all the true chi in his feet, he ran dozens of meters away. Want to escape? Ding Ling'er sneered. She opened her palms, and a white light like a ribbon was held horizontally in her hands. She made a shooting pose, and the ray of light instantly shot out, covering the entire street with flashes of light. She said softly, flowing light arrow. He Dexing was running for his life when suddenly, a blinding light shone from behind him. A terrifying aura made his hair stand on end. He turned his head back in shock, only to see a blinding light. Apart from that, he couldn't see anything clearly. He felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his whole body was instantly swallowed by the light. Boom! The flowing light arrow did not slow down, and shuttled through the whole street. The solid bluestone floor was all turned over, and turned into powder in the air. The whole street suddenly became quiet. Not only the surviving members of the Rainstorm mercenary group, but also the passers-by. All of them widened their eyes, and their faces were full of horror. Ding Ling'er looked coldly at Zhu Lei, who was completely stunned, and said in a cold voice, if you speak without thinking, you will end up like him. Zhu Lei shivered, and only felt a chill all over his body. Hurry up. He woke up and hurriedly shouted. Now that the Rainstorm mercenary group was almost completely wiped out, the matter had become serious. If they did not leave quickly, it would be their turn to be wiped out. Humph, how dare you? Do you still think you can escape? It seems that the newbie mercenary group got a good one this time. Not only is she stunning, but her strength can actually kill He Dexing. Now you still have the mood to look for a beautiful woman? I heard that young Emperor Hao Lian failed to become Emperor Wu and died. Could it be fake? On the road ahead, a fog suddenly appeared, and gradually thickened. It was difficult to see through it. But vaguely, there were 3 figures flashing non-stop. When Li Yunxiao heard the last sentence, his heart suddenly shook, and a little light burst out of his eyes. Not good, it's the 3 Lai brothers. Zhu Lei's face instantly changed, and instantly became ugly. The faces of the rookie mercenary group were pale, and despair could be seen in their eyes. "Humph, since you recognize us, why don't you just give up and die?" "Die? All of you, kneel to the side. I'll deal with you after I kill Hai Lin. Hey, there are also those two chicks. Let us three brothers use it for a few days. Once we're satisfied, we'll personally return it to young Emperor Hao Lian." Ha ha ha. Xiao. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Everyone only saw what seemed to be a beam of light, and the figure who was laughing suddenly stopped. Very quickly, there was another whooshing sound, and they saw Luo Yunsheng with a cold expression. There was a green object stuck to his hand, and it seemed to be moving. "Third brother! Third brother!" Suddenly, the terrified cries of the Lai brothers came from the fog, and the fog gradually dispersed. One of the men was clutching his throat with one hand as blood gushed out of it. His eyes were filled with fear, anger, and unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, his eyes gradually began to slacken, and his entire body went limp. Hiss! This time, not only the people of the rookie mercenary group, but the people around them also gasped in shock, and felt a chill run down their spine. The Lai brothers were famous pinnacle martial ancestor realm experts, and the weakest of them, the third brother, was an 8-star martial ancestor realm existence. To think that they would die so quietly and without reason, and even the cause of death was unknown. Although people died in the light singing forest every day, it was not such a stupid way to die. Zhu Lei was also stunned. How could these two women be so powerful? One was more perverted than the other. He sneaked a glance at Li Yunxiao, and thought to himself that this brat did not look that good, and was not even as strong and manly as him. How could he have such a powerful female confidant? He was so handsome, so domineering, and so powerful, how could he not even get a girl? At this moment, the shock in his heart gradually turned into depression, and he sighed at the injustice of God. But very quickly, he was shaken back to reality by the angry roars of the Lai brothers. "You deserve to die for killing my brother." The eyes of the remaining two men were bloodshot. The three of them had grown up together, practiced martial arts together, and picked up girls together. Now that the third brother had died so randomly, they could not accept this fact for a moment. Luo Yunsheng's gaze became colder and colder. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, and she said coldly, "I don't care if you are in the light singing forest or anywhere else, anyone who dares to talk about me and Sister Linger will die." The faces of the people around them turned pale, and they covered their mouths in shock, afraid that they would say something wrong. The man with the mane also had a look of fear on his face. His body was a bloody mess, and he did not dare to speak. The eldest brother, Raging Flame, was furious, but he still forcefully suppressed his anger. After all, the third brother had died too mysteriously. It was not easy for the three of them to be able to get to their current positions in the light singing forest. Just based on martial arts, even if they were at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm, they would have died countless times. "What is that in your hand?" The eldest brother, Raging Flame, gritted his teeth, his eyes red as he looked at the little green demon, constantly moving in Luo Yunsheng's hands. This little green demon was an existence of the martial ancestor realm. Although its attack power was not strong, its speed was astonishing. Back then, even Zhou Ziyuan, who had the clear sky realm, could only run for his life. Moreover, the throat was one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Under the third brother's carelessness, his throat was pierced and he died on the spot. Luo Yunsheng placed her right hand behind her back and sat back in the carriage, ignoring it. "Good. Good. Good." Raging Flame spat out the word good 3 times in a row. She slowly put the corpse of the third brother to the side and walked towards the rookie mercenary group with a gloomy face. The second brother, Lai Feng, followed closely behind. He slowly took out his profound weapon and unsealed it. A murderous aura spread out. Let me, the 3 brothers of the Lai clan, personally experience the experts of the rookie mercenary group. Raging Flame's expression turned cold, and a fiery red steel fork appeared in her hand. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the numb soy oil group's expressions also began to change. They retreated in all directions, making way for a large open space. 2 peak martial ancestor realm experts, once they moved, they would definitely be affected. Zhu Lei and Hong Yu were forced to retreat by the aura, their faces pale. The difference in strength between the four of them could be said to be like heaven and earth. They might not even be able to withstand a single move from each other. Hai Lin hurriedly said, Sister Ling Sister Yunshang, can you beat these two? Both of them shook their heads. Ding Ling pursed her lips slightly at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. As if he had found his savior, he pulled Li Yunxiao and said, Big brother Yunxiao, I'll have to trouble you to beat these two people away. He didn't ask if he could beat them, but directly begged for help. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, I feel a few powerful auras rushing over from the north. Perhaps they are from your group, but there is at least 10 minutes left. Fine, let's charge over. Li Yunxiao stood up and shouted, Commander Zhu, everyone take out your weapons and charge forward. Zhu Lei was dumbfounded. He picked up his weapon and charged forward. What kind of joke was this? The other side had two peak martial ancestor realm experts standing there. Wasn't rushing over courting death? His pleading gaze fell on Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang, hoping that the two of them would help. However, the two of them had indifferent expressions, completely ignoring his expression. Hai Lin said, Commander Zhua, just listen to young Master Yun and charge over. We will definitely be able to charge over. Zhu Lei shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't know where he came from, but he fiercely said, All right. Master Yunxiao, all the decisions I've made along the way have been wrong. This time, I'll listen to you. With a loud roar, the treasured saber in his hand bloomed, and he rushed forward with all his might. Hong Yu's long sword also trembled as he followed beside him. His eyes were filled with understanding. The mercenary group martial artists behind him were also in high spirits as they roared and rushed forward, as if they were completely unafraid of death. The carriage that Li Yunxiao and the others were in also followed with a rumbling sound. If you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Raging flames raised the red steel fork high, and the aura of a peak martial ancestor realm expert spread out, as if it wanted to suppress everything. At the same time, Li Feng's sword flashed, and his eyes were filled with coldness and resentment. Just as the two of them were about to start a massacre, a vast and deep force suddenly rumbled over, directly suppressing them on the spot. Their bodies were under great pressure, as if several mountains were pressing down on them, directly pressing them into the ground. What's going on? The two of them were shocked, and their expressions changed. This pressure was not only extremely powerful, but it also gave them a sense of steadiness and heaviness, as if it was boundless like the earth. Could it be the domain of a martial ancestor? This thought suddenly appeared in Raging Flame's mind, and she was immediately startled, hurriedly throwing this thought away. Not to mention that the number of martial ancestors in the entire Light Song forest was very limited. If it really was a martial ancestor, why would he be so long-winded with them? He would have long since killed them with a single palm strike. What the hell is going on? Just as the two of them were in shock, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose again, like a raging fire burning, but there was not the slightest trace of flames. This kind of burning intent was like a divine flame since ancient times, wanting to burn everything in the world to ashes. Raging Flames originally cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. Under this kind of burning sensation, she actually had the urge to worship, as if a fire attribute god had descended into the world. Lai Feng felt even more uncomfortable, feeling as if all the muscles and bones in his body were about to melt. Bone-chopping blade. Shadowless Heaven shocking sword. At this moment, Zhu Lei and Hong Yu instantly rushed forward, pouring all their strength into the Xian weapon, and attacked with all their might. Boom! Boom! Raging Flames and Lai Feng raised their Xian weapons with difficulty to block. With a loud bang, the two of them were directly sent flying, falling far away at the corner of the street, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This, not only Zhu Lei and Hong Yu, even the warriors behind them were stunned, their brains short-circuiting. The three Flame brothers were extremely famous in the Rainstorm mercenary band. Each of them had the power to annihilate all of them. Not only did one of them die inexplicably, even the two strongest were sent flying by the left and right commanders, and they looked to be seriously injured. How was this possible? But everyone was only stunned for a moment. Their feet did not stop and they continued to rush forward. As long as they could get out of the East City and contact the rookie mercenary band, everything would be fine. Wow, big brother Yunxiao, you're amazing. Hai Lin looked at Li Yunxiao excitedly. Although he didn't know what Li Yunxiao had done, he could faintly sense the faint undulations from Li Yunxiao's body. All the warriors frowned. This was completely the two commanders who sent the Lai brothers flying. What did it have to do with Master Yunxiao? Zhu Lei turned around and glanced at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with suspicion. If Li Yunxiao had helped them, it was impossible that they did not feel it. But if he did not help, it was impossible for them to send the Lai brothers flying. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled, but their speed did not slow down. Instead, they sped up a bit. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from afar. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky, piercing the sky and spreading over the light-singing forest. It's Big Brother Huajian. Hai Lin heard the sharp cry and shouted excitedly. Zhu Lei was also overjoyed. Yes, it's Master Huajian. Judging from the sound, he will arrive in a moment. Let's go, we'll be safe soon. Li Yunxiao raised his head and said indifferently, safe? Not necessarily. Hai Lin frowned. What does Big Brother Yunxiao mean? Suddenly, a cold and old voice sounded in the air. You killed my Rainstorm mercenary band's people and you still want to leave? All of you will stay. Thunderous palm. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from above. Then, a ray of light shot into the sky and instantly spread out, forming a large number of jumping electric arcs. Pa. They flickered non-stop and finally condensed bit by bit, falling down. At this moment, the entire world was covered in flashes of lightning and arcs of lightning. What was reflected on the faces of the members of the rookie mercenary group was despair and indignation from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, they were surrounded by danger. Every time they fell into despair, they would miraculously survive. Victory was right in front of their eyes, yet such a large area of lightning handprints had suddenly appeared. Moreover, everyone knew whose move this was, and their hearts sank even more. Xianxia, the vice-captain of the third team of the Rainstorm mercenary group, was a genuine martial emperor. This time, even Li Yunxiao revealed a serious expression. If he was alone, he naturally wouldn't care about this palm. However, it would be extremely difficult to protect everyone under such a thunderous palm without revealing his strength. 24 moonlit bridges. Li Yunxiao sighed softly. White clumps of light began to appear on his body, moving about. Soon, they formed rays of light behind him, rising like a bright moon. 24 rays of white light streaked across the sky. Zhu Lei was shocked and he cried out involuntarily, divine body vision. Master Yunxiao has a divine body. The lightning palm imprint landed right on the 24 beams of white light and suddenly exploded. A dazzling golden light spread out, piercing everyone's eyes and causing them to close their eyes tightly. An old man appeared in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. He muttered to himself in shock, what kind of light is this? It can actually withstand the power of my palm strike? Pfft. You're just a one-star martial emperor. Do you think you can shatter the world with one palm strike? A mocking voice was heard next to the old man. He was shocked and raised his head in shock. Instantly, he saw a pair of red eyes and his brain buzzed. Oh no! It's a mind attack. In an instant, he lost consciousness. However, that was enough. Li Yunxiao dashed forward, grabbed him, and pulled him into the World God Monument. The two of them were relatively close and the old man was unknowingly hit by his mental attack, just like when he was fighting against Yu Jiolin. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Once he succeeded in his attack, he instantly relaxed and rushed down. If this had failed, it would have been troublesome to subdue the old man. The whole process took only an instant. The thunderous light gradually dissipated and everyone slowly opened their eyes. All they saw was silence and the old man had already disappeared. Huajian, who was flying over, saw the flash of lightning in front of him and became anxious. He shouted angrily, "Old monster Chu! If you dare to harm a single hair of young Master Hai Lin, I will kill your entire family." After the flash of lightning, the ground in front of him instantly settled. Huajian's heart sank and he clenched his teeth and flew up. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, he had arrived. Hiss! He almost did not stop in the air and glided for dozens of meters before he turned around and said in shock, everyone is fine? Wasn't that old monster Chu's thunderous palm strike? Zhu Lei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a pale face, Lord Huijian, was it you who chased old monster Chu away? Huijian frowned and stood high up in the sky. He spread out his divine sense. There was no trace of an expert's aura in the surrounding area. He muttered to himself, what happened? Even if he escaped, he would not have escaped so quickly. Moreover, this is their territory in the east of the city. Why would he run? Hong Yu smiled as if he had just survived a disaster. Lord Huijian is still the best. That old monster Chu must have sensed your aura from afar and immediately escaped. The rest of the martial artists also regained their color. They all rejoiced and praised loudly. Huijian frowned and did not say anything. Suddenly, he saw the few people in the carriage. His eyes lit up and he said with joy, Zhu Lei, where did you get these two top-notch goods? Lord Leader will definitely reward you handsomely. After he finished speaking, the entire rookie mercenary group's faces turned pale and large beads of sweat dripped down. Whoosh! The little green demon soared into the sky and turned into an arrow. Its trajectory was impossible to see. Then, a flowing light arrow shot into the sky with a dazzling radiance. Huijian's pupils shrank. He was greatly shocked. However, he was a martial emperor expert after all. He did not panic even though he was shocked. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the little green demon. At the same time, he activated a defensive barrier and enveloped himself within it. Boom! The flowing light arrow crashed into his defense and exploded. The crazy power spread in the air. It seemed to be even stronger than the one that killed He Dexing. Huijian's heart trembled. He felt that the defense he had casually erected was actually about to break. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. The little green demon had actually bitten him, biting off a large chunk of his flesh. Feeling the pain, Huijian threw his hand away and looked at his wound in shock. That little green demon was a 6th-rank demonic beast. Although its attack power was not strong, its rank was still there. It was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, after Li Yunxiao extracted its soul and spirit, it had been completely tamed by Luo Yunshang. It was almost as if their minds were one. Who are you people? Huijian was greatly shocked. He no longer dared to speak nonsense. Instead, he asked cautiously. Hai Lin quickly explained, Huijian, do not be rude. These two sisters are big brother Yunxia's confidants. He still had deep doubts in his heart. Li Yunxiao was sitting beside him. Although he could not open his eyes due to the lightning, he clearly felt the space beside him lighten. It seemed like Li Yunxiao had left for a while. He suspected that old Monster Chu's disappearance was caused by Li Yunxiao. However, old Monster Chu was a true martial emperor. How could he disappear in an instant? He could not understand. Confidants? Huijian was stunned. Only now did he notice that there was a fourth person in the carriage. He scanned with his divine sense and found that he was only a 3-star martial king. He frowned slightly. However, he was also an experienced person. He did not show any disdain or contempt. Instead, he casually walked down from the sky and laughed, haha, brother, are these two your girlfriends? From the moment I saw your two girlfriends, I decided to befriend you. Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunshang were embarrassed and angry. Just as they were about to make a move, Li Yunxiao stopped them. He raised his head indifferently and stared at Huijian. He asked softly, what did you say? Huijian's heart tightened for no reason. When he met Li Yunxiao's gaze, he suddenly felt like he did not dare to look him in the eye. He wanted to avoid it. This feeling shocked him. He was a 2-star martial monarch. How could this be? An unyielding feeling welled up in his heart. He forced his gaze to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Boom! Huijian's head hurt, and he instantly lost consciousness. However, he quickly recovered. Although it was only for an instant, to an expert like him, he naturally understood how frightening it was to be absent-minded for an instant. His face paled as he stammered, "You, who are you?" Li Yunxiao's gaze had already returned to normal. He said indifferently, "I don't like people making fun of my friends. Next time, even young Emperor Hao won't be able to save you." He said to Hai Lin, "I hope you can pass on my words." I don't want any unpleasantness to happen. Seeing that Li Yunxiao seemed to be angry, Hai Lin hurriedly explained, this is Li Yunxiao, a 5th-grade alchemist. Hu Jian, come over and apologize to Master Yunxiao. A 5th-grade alchemist? Hu Jian's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, I see. Although a 5th-grade alchemist had a high status, he was still a martial monarch. It would be difficult for him to apologize, so he stood there in silence. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, there's no need to apologize. Just pay attention to this in the future. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the Rainstorm mercenary group will come again. That's right. Zhu Lei hurriedly came out to smooth things over and divert attention. He said, everyone, let's leave quickly. We'll be safe once we leave the east side of the city. The group immediately sped up and hurried on their way. However, their hearts calmed down slightly. With Hu Jian around, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Although there were many martial saints in the 3 great mercenary groups, these old monsters were usually in closed-door cultivation. Unless the mercenary group was in a life-or-death crisis, it would be very difficult to see them. Hu Jian leaned over a little awkwardly and said, just now when old Monster Chu disappeared, was it Yunxiao Master's doing? Hai Lin was also shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao. It turned out that he was not the only one who felt this way. Hu Jian also seemed to have noticed something. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, think about it yourself. He simply put on an unfathomable look, which made Hu Jian and Hai Lin both stunned, and then smiled bitterly. Although they had this feeling, but thinking of the gap between the two of them, they could not help but shake their heads. Soon, a large number of members of the rookie mercenary group arrived, and there was no one blocking the way along the way, and they directly entered the northern city district. Hu Jian also secretly sent a message, no one was allowed to joke around with Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng. This was not only to respect Li Yunxiao, but also for the sake of the rookie mercenary group. The strength of these 2 girls could kill most of the mercenary group members in an instant. At that time, it would not be good for everyone to shed all pretense of cordiality. The north of the city was no less than the east of the city. It was almost a city of its own, but the situation inside was similar to the east of the city. The pedestrians, peddlers, and beggars on the road were almost all warriors with restrained aura, and from time to time, they revealed a fierce look, obviously not good people. The crowd soon came to a connected tall building, it was noisy inside, and there were even children running around. Here, this is the base of our rookie mercenary group. Zhu Lei looked back and smiled, finally home. Also welcome Master Yunxiao and the 2 ladies to visit the rookie mercenary group. The warriors all cheered, and the carriage began to drive in. Although Hai Lin did not like the atmosphere of the bandit group inside, it was still very warm. He hurriedly said, quickly prepare the cleanest and best guest room for Brother Yunxiao and the 2 sisters. Hu Jian replied, okay, 1 room or a few rooms? After saying that, he felt 2 fierce murderous auras, and immediately ran away. His mouth hurriedly said, understood. Hai Lin also wiped his cold sweat and said, Big Brother Yunxiao and sisters must be tired from the journey. Take a rest first. Li Yunxiao nodded. His divine sense had already spread out. The situation of the entire base of the rookie mercenary group was under his control. There were indeed a few strong auras hidden in the base, but he dared not probe too deeply. He was afraid that they were the martial honors. He was taken to a guest room. Compared to the rough structure and all kinds of fierce people outside, the decorations in this room were too elegant and exquisite. The moment he entered the room, he saw a pink painting of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the room, there was a painting of a group of women bathing, exuding traces of decadence. On both sides of the vase, there were 2 identical vases decorated with plum blossoms. Judging from the decorations, this room must have been decorated by someone with great taste. Li Yunxiao observed it for a while and started to meditate. Then, his consciousness entered the Universe God Monument. Old eccentric Chu had long since been beaten into submission. His body was covered in blood as he lay on the ground, howling in pain. Occasionally, lightning would jump around his body. This injury. Li Yunxiao took a look and smiled. Could it be you, Jolene? The 2 of you are rare thunder elemental martial artists. you will benefit a lot from a spar, right? When old eccentric Chu saw that it was him, he jumped up in shock and shouted, "Who are you people? What is this place?" "I am a member of the Rainstorm mercenary group. Our leader is." "It seems that you have not been beaten enough." Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "I will come back when I have." He waved his hand and his figure gradually disappeared in front of him. Old eccentric Chu's pupils shrank. The place where Li Yunxiao was originally standing was originally a piece of rock. Now, it was gradually melting and piling up, forming a stone monster. Its two black eyes were shining with black light, and it walked towards him step by step. Li Yunxiao's soul image disappeared in front of Yudexing. The next moment, he appeared in another place. There were also two similarly wounded men lying on the ground. They were Gui Weshing and Situ Heng. As for the other subordinates, they had already been turned into ashes. Although the two were in a sorry state, their spirits did not seem to be that bad. Gui Weshing had also recovered. However, there was a huge lump in her left eye that could not be removed in a short time. His face was gloomy as he said, "Who are you people? And what is this place?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Why does everyone ask the same question? You do not need to know these things because you will not be able to get out in a short time. The spiritual qi in this place is not inferior to the outside world. You too can enjoy your time here. Where did you get your immemorial heaven eyes?" Gu Yueshing's expression changed. She hurriedly covered her left eye and became vigilant. She said angrily, "Don't even think of touching my eye. Hee, you really think you are a big shot?" Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, "You can't fuse with that thing that was forcefully implanted into your body. Every time you use it, the damage to your body is almost permanent. This kind of damage accumulates and will definitely take your life in the end." Gu Yueshing's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that Li Yunxiao had poked his weak spot. However, she still forced herself to say, "Humph, I am a genius. I will naturally find a solution in the future." Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded. He said, "I hope you are not dead before you find a solution. I know of an artificer who loves to do these kinds of things. He transplanted the organs of cats and dogs into his body. He took the strengths of various demonic beasts and fused them into his body. However, he still failed in the end. You are not that person's disciple, are you?" This time, Gui Weshing was truly shocked. Fear appeared in his eyes. He said, Who are you?" Li Yunxiao understood and said, "I understand now. So he is not dead. He is still playing with these boring things. I think he fused you with the immemorial god eyes just to use you as a test subject." Gu Yueshing's face was pale and dejected. He suddenly shouted, "You don't need to care about my business." Li Yunxiao nodded and ignored him. Instead, he turned to Situ Heng and said, "You are from the skeleton mercenary group, right? I don't want to know about the personal feud between your mercenary groups. I know I need to ask two things. First, why did you capture Hailin? Is the Mr. Rain you mentioned trying to refine his bloodline power? Second, how can I enter the ancient desolate land?" Situ Heng's face turned pale. He said hoarsely, "You want to go to the ancient desolate land?" Li Yunxiao said, "You don't have to ask questions. Just answer them." Situ Heng said dejectedly, "I don't know how to go to the ancient desolate land either. As for why Mr. Rain wants Hailin's body, I don't know either." Li Yunxiao believed him. He frowned and said, "Then tell me, who is this Mr. Rain?" Situ Heng was silent. He obviously did not want to speak. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I hate it when I'm interrogating people who are hard to deal with. It takes up a lot of my energy." Situ Heng seemed to be very calm. He glanced at Yi Futian and said, "Just kill me. I will die anyway if I tell you." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao said, "What if I can protect your life?" Situ Heng looked at Li Yunxiao in disdain and laughed mockingly. "Haha, who do you think you are? Do you think you are invincible with the help of a martial emperor? You want to protect my life? Let me tell you, Mr. Rain is an honored guest of the skeleton mercenaries. Even the leader has to be respectful when he sees him." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I think I get it now. Apart from Emperor Wu, only a peak martial honorable can make a peak martial honorable act so respectfully. I'm guessing that this so-called Mr. Rain has a 7th rank skill in skill path. Sidu Heng's expression changed drastically. He quickly shut his mouth and looked anxious. He did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so smart. He could deduce so much information with just a few words. However, a hint of disdain still flashed across his eyes. Li Yunxiao immediately caught on to the information. He smiled and said, I'm sure now. That Mr. Rain is undoubtedly an 8th rank arcane skill master. If he was a 9th rank arcane skill master, there would be no need for him to come to the Singing Forest personally. Sidu Heng's eyes were filled with shock. His face was as pale as a sheet. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Not only could Li Yunxiao make such accurate deductions with just a few words, but he could also deduce it with just a look. Was he still a teenager? Gui Wuxing was also shocked. He said, Are you an old monster who possessed this body? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, The possession technique only exists in theory. In the current realm of heaven martial arts, even if one could successfully possess a body, it would not last long. Moreover, it would cause great damage to the soul, so it would be impossible to use it a second time. This? You know about this too? Gui Wuxing was completely speechless. He had always prided himself on being a genius in skill path. However, compared to the person in front of him, he realized that he was nothing. The arrogance in his heart was instantly crushed, vanishing without a trace. Alright, I don't have anything to ask you for now. I will figure out how to get to the ancient desolate land. You can stay here, maybe for 1 or 2 years, maybe for the rest of your lives. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he smiled and gradually disappeared in front of the two. A lifetime, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. After his divine awareness returned to his body, Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and said suspiciously, I only heard that the entrance to the ancient desolate land is in the Singing Forest. Is there any secret? As he was thinking, the door was pushed open. Zhu Lei walked in and said, Master Yunxiao, our vice-captain wants to see you. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. Zhu Lei was looking at him with a strange expression, as if something had happened. However, he was a bold man. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't care. He said, Commander Zhua, please lead the way. The two of them walked through several corridors. The headquarters of the rookie mercenary group was also very big, but it was very well designed. Zhu Lei suddenly asked, Master Yunxiao, do you want to join our rookie mercenary group? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He smiled in surprise and said, Why do you ask? Zhu Lei was silent for a while, then said, The vice-captain will definitely ask this question later. Master Yunxiao, you should think about it carefully for now. Li Yunxiao frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Soon, the two of them arrived at a spacious hall. It was empty, except for a man with his back to the door, looking at a star chart hanging in the hall. He seemed to be deep in thought. Zhu Lei made an inviting gesture, then left without saying a word. Li Yunxiao stepped inside, and his divine sense swept over slightly. He didn't dare to probe too deeply. That faint aura was enough to prove that the person in front of him was definitely a martial saint. The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Li Yunxiao. His pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly recovered and said, Are you Li Yunxiao, the 5th grade alchemist? Li Yunxiao smiled and walked to a chair at the side. He sat down alone, then crossed his legs and said, Are you Hai Beifei, the vice-captain of the rookie mercenary group? Hai Beifei's mouth opened wide in shock. He had never seen a young man who dared to be so impudent in front of him. Even his beloved son, Hai Lin, had been taught to be obedient. He didn't dare to be rude in front of him. Haha, young man, you are very courageous. I heard from Liner that it was all thanks to you along the way. Otherwise, they would have all been destroyed. Hai Beifei thought about how this person had saved his son and subordinates, and how he was a 5th grade alchemist, so he didn't argue with him. He said softly, Master Yunxiao is so young, yet you have such extraordinary strength. May I know which faction you belong to? He began to probe casually. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It's just a small city in the Southern Territory. Hai Beifei frowned and said, The Southern Territory? There aren't any large factions in the Southern Territory, but the opening of Mount Meru has caused quite a commotion. I heard that two titled Emperor Wu have descended. Is that true? Li Yunxiao said, I'm not interested in these gossips, but the arrival of two titled Emperor Wu should be true. Hai Beifei's brows furrowed tightly. This child looked to be only 15 years old, but his words seemed to be watertight. After chatting for a bit, he didn't get any useful information. He bitterly said, I didn't expect the southern region to have a genius like Grandmaster Yun Xiao. Even if you look at all the powerful sects on the continent, they are just SOSO. Li Yunxiao picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. He smiled and said, I think young Master Hai Lin is quite talented. Hai Beifei's eyes lit up as if he had found his target. He lamented, it's a pity that this child's constitution is too weak. Master Yun Xiao also understands his blood, sigh. He let out another long sigh. Li Yunxiao laughed to himself. This Hai Beifei had to be looking for him for something, but he didn't want to talk about it. He was just waiting for Li Yunxiao to fall into his trap. So, he pretended to be very distressed and sympathetic as he drank a few mouthfuls of tea. Hai Beifei's gaze swept over him a few times. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, I see that you are drinking tea happily. You don't look sad or sympathetic at all. If I had known this would happen, I would have given you the trashiest tea leaves. Drink until you die. But he still had a sad expression on his face. He said, Master Yun Xiao, there was once an expert who showed Lin a cure, but, sigh. He let out another long sigh, as if to move Li Yunxiao so that he wouldn't continue to pretend to be stupid and only care about drinking tea. Hai Beifei even secretly used his yuanqi in this sigh. It was enough to shake people's hearts. Li Yunxiao finally didn't stay silent anymore. He slowly picked up the teacup with both hands and showed it to Hai Beifei. He said, Vice Captain, the tea is finished. Hai Beifei, Ru Hua, Ru Hua. He shouted, and a strong woman with a face full of stubble ran in. In a rough voice, she said, Captain Hai, what is it? Hai Beifei pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, the guest's tea is finished. Hurry up and change the tea. Yes. The strong woman turned around to clean up Li Yunxiao's teacup. She kept apologizing. Guest, I am so sorry. To express her apology, she even winked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was shocked. It was as if a powerful mental attack had rushed into his mind. His body trembled, and he hurriedly said, It's fine, it's fine. Hai Beifei laughed. Remember to change it to the best tea leaves. The ones that Xiao San bought yesterday. Ru Hua was stunned. She asked suspiciously, yesterday, Xiao San spent 10 silver coins to buy the 250 kilograms of big leaf tea? Cough, cough. Hai Beifei coughed heavily and said angrily, 10 silver coins and 250 kilograms? Do you believe that I can kill you with one palm? That was bought for 1 billion. Hurry up and go. Yes. Yes. Ru Hua was shocked. She hurriedly ran out. Li Yunxiao also laughed awkwardly. He said, the mate of the rookie mercenary group is really strange. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hai Beifei laughed. The Light Song Forest is a place where even birds don't shit. It's already very good to find an old onion like her. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said, your group's tea leaves are also very strange. Hee hee. Hai Beifei was also a bit embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, this servant doesn't know how to speak. She has never seen the world. How would she know about big leaf tea that is worth more than 1 billion gold coins? He changed his tone and sighed. My poor Lin. Back then, an expert left behind a way to cure her. It's just that after so many years, she hasn't been able to find that opportunity. Li Yunxiao stood up with a serious expression. He said, oh my memory. Captain Hai, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. I will take my leave for now. Hey, don't go. Hai Beifei hurriedly stopped him. He said, this is the base of the rookie mercenary group. What else could Master Yunxiao have to do? Hee hee, let's chat a bit more. Li Yunxiao looked at him lazily. He said, I'm not in the mood to drink your big leaf tea. Hai Beifei smiled and shouted, Xiao Huan, take out the top-grade snow treasures that I've collected. A petite and delicate maidservant trotted over, nodded repeatedly, and went down again. Soon, a pot of tea that was exuding a refreshing fragrance was brewed. After tasting it, Li Yunxiao showed a satisfied expression. Hai Beifei laughed. Master Yunxiao, how is it? This is my treasured snow tea. I can't even bear to drink it myself. Li Yunxiao didn't deny it. He said, Captain Hai, did you really call me here to drink tea? Hai Beifei's smile disappeared. He sighed and said, Master Yunxiao, are you willing to join my rookie mercenary group? Li Yunxiao was shocked. After talking for so long, he finally got to the point. He said, why do you want me to join? Hai Beifei's gaze became focused, and he said slowly, even though the light singing forest isn't a big deal in the heavenly martial arts realm, it's still a region's tyrant, and it has countless death soldiers and murderers. Even the truly great factions wouldn't dare to provoke us. Master Yunxiao, if you are willing to join my group, I can make you a captain. Your position will be even higher than the leaders of ordinary factions. In our rookie mercenary group, besides Captain Hao and me, there are only 7 captains. Master Yunxiao, you can be the 8th captain. The Singing Forest was the place where the murderers of the realm of heaven martial arts roamed. There were countless shady deals there, and the profits were great. No one knew how rich the 3 mercenary groups that occupied this place were. But one thing was certain. Even factions under Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to provoke them. The position of a captain under the captain was terrifyingly high. But who was Li Yunxiao? How could he be interested in such a thing? Li Yunxiao said calmly, since you are giving me such benefits, what are your conditions? Hai Beifei said bluntly, the rookie mercenary group has some unaffiliated alchemists, but it's hard to manage them. Captain Hao Lian has always wanted to establish an alchemist team and call it the 8th team. Master Yunxiao is young, but he's a 5th-level alchemist. He's enough to convince people. Hai Beifei's gaze became serious, and he said word by word, more importantly, Master Yunxiao has the ability to save my son. Oh? I can save Brother Hai Lin? Li Yunxiao was curious. That's right. Hai Beifei looked very serious. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said, it's because Master Yunxiao has a divine body. That expert left a method to extract the divine body's power to suppress my son's bloodline. But if I do that, the person with a divine body will lose his cultivation and become an ordinary person. Over the years, I've been looking for people with divine bodies, but I didn't find any. Although the realm of heaven martial arts is big, it's rare to find people with divine bodies. Li Yunxiao's face became cold, and the air around him seemed to drop. He said coldly, you know my cultivation will be destroyed if you extract the divine body's power, but you still want to talk to me about this? Hai Beifei sighed. Over the years, you're the only chance I've had. Lin Er's bloodline's power is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid he won't be able to control it for long. Master Yunxiao, don't you think that your arrival at this time was sent by heaven to save Lin Er? If you hadn't saved everyone's lives, I wouldn't have talked to you for so long and promised you such benefits. Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed. He said, haha, do you mean that if I hadn't saved Hai Lin and the others, you would have captured me and extracted my divine body's power? Hai Beifei didn't deny it. He said, Master Yunxiao, you can think about it carefully. Although your divine body is destroyed, it won't affect your formula path too much. At that time I will try my best to help Master Yunxiao improve his formula path. Even if you enter the divine transformation sea in the future, it won't be impossible. Li Yunxiao's gaze became colder. He said coldly, what if I don't agree? Hai Beifei sighed and said, Master Yunxiao, don't force me. Lin Er is kind. He treats you as a big brother and a friend. He quarreled with me because of this. I asked someone to suppress him. If you don't agree, he will try his best to resist. Upon hearing Hai Lin's words, Li Yunxiao's expression became better. He sneered and said, I really want to know what will happen if I force Captain Hai to comply. He emitted a grave and stern aura. He stood proudly like an ancient pine tree under 1,000-year-old ice. He was peerless in the world. Even though he was facing a martial venerable, he didn't panic. Hai Beifei was shocked by his aura. His heart trembled, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. A mere martial king had actually emitted an aura that could intimidate him. Even young Emperor Hao Lian, who was at the peak of martial venerable realm, did not have this kind of feeling. This, Hai Beifei fell silent. Such a graceful young man with a special constitution would have limitless achievements in the future. However, when he thought of Hai Lin, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He said in a serious voice, "Then I can only control Master Yunxiao and extract it by force." Li Yunxiao's eyes burst out with a fierce look. Even when facing Constellation Emperor Wu in Yinwu City, he did not retreat a single step. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He took a step forward, and his aura pressed forward. He said sternly, "I really want to see it." Hai Beifei was slightly angry. This young man really did not know what was good for him. Although he had an extraordinary appearance, he was ignorant and arrogant. Without saying anything, he grabbed with his palm. He was determined to teach his opponent a lesson. 2-star Martial Venerable. The moment he attacked, Li Yunxiao immediately judged his strength. It was 1 star lower than Qi Feng's. Even so, he was not someone he could contend with. He formed a seal with one hand, and a fire cloud mark flashed between his eyebrows. A bit of phoenix true fire gradually appeared, condensing into a shadow that gradually became more and more real. It burned toward his palm. "Humph, a mere demonic fire wants to hurt me, and it is a demonic fire shadow. How arrogant and ignorant." Hai Beifei showed a proud look of disdain and grabbed with his 5 fingers. An inexplicable aura spread out. It was the martial venerable realm. In this world, he was the only one, although the opponent was only a martial king. Using the power of the realm was making a big deal out of nothing. His idea was to frighten the opponent with one move. He wanted to make the opponent feel powerless and completely submit to his power. Then, things would be much easier to deal with later. However, reality often turned out to be contrary to one's wishes. Just as he was about to grab the flame with his claw, the realm in his palm hit the flame shadow. The flame shadow retreated rapidly, as if it was being burned, and it kept disappearing. Bang! His expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. The flame phantom seemed unstoppable, and it chased after him at an extremely fast speed. It burned away all the various powers emitted from his hand, and then it gradually disappeared. What kind of flame is this? Hai Beifei finally turned pale with fright. His eyes were filled with shock. It was just an illusory flame that didn't even reveal its true body, yet it was able to burn away a martial honor's domain. How could such a thing exist in this world? The fiery cloud between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows flashed and then disappeared. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of soul power. His face was slightly pale, and he said coldly and arrogantly, "It's just demonic fire." Hai Beifei felt as if a large stone was weighing down on his heart, and his expression became gloomy. Not only was he a 15-year-old alchemist, he was also a 3-star martial king. Not only did he possess a divine body, he even possessed a never-before-seen flame. It was very likely that this kid had a powerful background. No wonder he had always been so arrogant. He didn't even care about a martial honor. It was likely that he had a powerful background, and martial honors were already used to it. Furthermore, this was the most sensitive time for the rookie mercenary group. All sorts of situations could happen at any time. He didn't dare to rashly cause trouble. Hai Beifei froze there, unable to make a decision. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Captain Hai, are you going to let me see everything just like that?" Hai Beifei coldly snorted. He was slightly angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he asked, "I wonder why Grandmaster Yunxiao has come to the light-singing forest." Li Yunxiao frowned. He thought about the goal of this trip. It was very likely that he would have to rely on the rookie mercenary group to deal with the ancient desolate lands. Furthermore, this group was created by his disciple, so he couldn't make things too difficult for them. Only then did he resentfully say, "I want to go to the ancient desolate lands." The ancient desolate lands? Hai Beifei's face was filled with shock. He immediately fell silent. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" Hai Beifei revealed a puzzled expression. He said, "The ancient desolate lands are a barren desert. There are no birds or people, and the living conditions are extremely bad. Furthermore, there are ancient gale, which is extremely dangerous. Even experts like Jiutian Emperor Wu are afraid of it. I wonder why Grandmaster Yunxiao is going there. Is it for training? Li Yunxiao heard this and was instantly overjoyed. His goal in coming to the light-singing forest was to collect the ancient gale and open the domain of wind in the world god Steel. At first, he wasn't too sure if the ancient desolate lands really had such gale. Now, it seemed that it was true. Secondly, he wanted to see his disciple. That's right. I'm here for training. Li Yunxiao nodded and revealed a happy expression. Hai Beifei frowned and said, there are indeed many experts who like to go there to train. However, with Grandmaster Yunxiao's cultivation, you're still a bit. His meaning was very clear. You're not qualified. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Captain Hai, you don't have to worry about that. Oh right, I would like to ask if Captain Lian is here. For some unknown reason, Hai Beifei's expression suddenly changed, and a stern expression appeared on his body. His eyes, which had been as calm as still water earlier, immediately turned sharp. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said, why are you asking about Commander Hao Lian's condition? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at. He felt a little uncomfortable and said, what? Is there a problem? Hai Beifei's expression gradually became cold and he snorted. Isn't there a rumor in the outside world that Captain Hao Lian failed to break through to Emperor Wu in seclusion and died? During this period of time, many people have been trying to get information from me. They're all a bunch of rascals. I can tell you with certainty that Captain Hao Lian is very well now. His progress in breaking through to Emperor Wu is also very smooth. He will come out soon. As for where he is in seclusion, you don't have to ask. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Breaking through to Emperor Wu was the biggest hurdle in the martial path. It required the right time, the right place, and the right people to have a chance to succeed. Hai Beifei definitely didn't know if his breakthrough was going smoothly. All of this was just an excuse. However, this also showed that he was very uncertain. That was why he was so sensitive and afraid of people asking about this. Could it be that something had really happened to the young emperor? He became a little anxious, but it would be useless to continue asking. Hai Beifei might not know anything, and even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. He might even think that he was a spy. Captain Hai, please tell me how to get to the ancient desolate land. Hee. Hai Beifei chuckled and said, although everyone knows that the entrance to the ancient desolate land is in the Light Song forest, there are no more than 10 people in the entire forest who know how to get there. And I am one of them. Moreover, even if I knew, without the help of the rookie mercenary group, Master Yunxiao wouldn't be able to enter. So, Master, you can consider the conditions I mentioned earlier. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but curse, I'm going to the ancient desolate land to train. If my divine body's power is sucked out and my martial path is crippled, what's the point of me going? He thought for a while and said, Brother Hai Lin's situation isn't without a solution. Other than sucking out the divine body's power, I know at least 3 other ways. Hai Beifei's pupils shrank and he asked anxiously, which 3? Li Yunxiao said, 2 of them are not possible. To Captain Hai, the most reliable way is to use the eternal evergreen tree to extract the wood element essence. It will be enough to suppress the desolate Kuan Ox bloodline in Brother Hai Lin's body. Then, use all kinds of methods to raise his strength to martial ancestor. After that, the desolate Kuan Ox bloodline power won't be a burden. Instead, it will be a powerful force that can be used. The eternal evergreen tree. Hai Beifei's face revealed a joyful expression. Then, his expression turned strange. He said, does Master Yunxiao know where the eternal evergreen tree is? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, isn't it in the demon plane? Captain Hai should know better than me, right? Hai Beifei smiled bitterly and said, it is indeed in the demon plane, but the eternal evergreen tree has existed since the world was born. It is said that it already has a spirit and can move at will. There have been people who have seen it before, but they were all in different places and very far from each other. It will be very difficult to find it. Li Yunxiao leisurely said, then that is Captain Hai's problem. Whether or not you can find it has nothing to do with me. Hai Beifei revealed a smile and said, wrong. Whether or not you can find the eternal evergreen tree is closely related to Master Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. He snorted and said, if you can't find it, will you come and suck out my divine power? Hai Beifei's face turned red. He shook his head and said, Master Yunxiao, you guessed wrong. The eternal evergreen tree is the only entrance to the ancient desolate land. What? Li Yunxiao jumped in surprise. He said in shock, the ancient desolate land can be entered from there? How is that possible? Hai Beifei said seriously, Master Yunxiao, where do you think the ancient desolate land is? That place is not in the realm of heaven martial arts. He pointed up and said, it is in the outer space. Only the eternal evergreen tree has existed since the world was born. It is the only entrance to the outer space. Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded. He murmured, in that case, it is not easy to enter. Is there any news about the eternal evergreen tree? Hai Beifei shook his head and said, the demon plane is vast, and the eternal evergreen tree can run by itself. It is not easy to find it. Usually, it takes several years or even more than 10 years to get some news about it. But this time, since we have the same goal, I will use all my power and offer a reward to find the divine tree. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Captain Hai, thank you. If you can let me enter the ancient desolate land, I will take care of Brother Hai Lin. Hai Beifei said, I will give the order and offer a reward. He walked out with large strides and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said with a smile, Master Yunxiao, even if you try your best to find it, I am afraid you can't find it in a short time. During this time, you will be the captain of the 8th team of the rookie mercenary group. There were hundreds of mercenary groups of various sizes in the Lightsong Forest, but they all used the same organization. Below the captain and vice captain, there were a number of large companies, each managed by a captain. There were also many small commanders under each team, and they were all different. The captain of the rookie mercenary group was an influential figure in the Lightsong Forest. Hu Jian was a martial emperor, but he was only the vice captain of the first team. The 8th team, accompanied by Hai Lin, Li Yunxiao rode slowly on his dragon horse for more than an hour before they arrived. Everyone got off the carriage and saw an exquisite row of small courtyards. Hai Lin smiled, this is the territory of the west of the city. This courtyard is the property of our rookie mercenary group, and the people living here are all arcane masters. As a 5th-rank arcane master, young Master Yun will definitely be welcomed here. Li Yunxiao looked around. This courtyard was very prosperous, and he felt his heart tremble as soon as he got off the carriage. It was as if he sensed a yang fire coming from the ground. Behind him, Zhu Lei muttered with a strange expression, that might not be the case. These arcane masters are all so arrogant that no one can control them. Master Bin Jia must have a headache all day long. Bin Jia was the temporary captain of the 8th team. Li Yunxiao turned to look at Luo Yunsheng, Teacher Yunsheng, do you feel anything special? Luo Yunsheng frowned, so young Master Yun felt it. I only feel an extremely hot aura stirring up my body, and my blood is a little restless. Li Yunxiao said, that's right. So that's how it is. This is a place of extreme yang, no wonder arcane masters are gathered here. Zhu Lei's face was filled with shock as he said, Master Yunxiao can even feel this? Hai Lin said with admiration, Master Yunxiao is truly a master. This place was personally chosen by Captain Hao Lian. He said that there is a fire dragon hibernating underground that can provide an endless supply of yang fire. It can be used to refine weapons and pills more efficiently. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the so-called fire dragon hibernating should be referring to the earth vein. This place is indeed excellent. The group walked into the largest courtyard and saw an old man with messy hair hitting his own head. He kept muttering to himself, what's going on? I've clearly added Starry Sky Cold Iron and Millennium Ice Snow into that Tier 5 Water Treasured Sword. Why can't it evolve? Why? Why is that? The old man kept grabbing his hair as if he was in extreme pain. His eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that he hadn't slept for a long time. Hai Lin revealed a shocked expression and hurriedly stepped forward. Master Lu. The old man did not notice their arrival at all. He also turned a deaf ear to Hai Lin's shouts. He just kept pulling at his hair until it was almost all gone. Li Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, although the Starry Sky Cold Iron has the ability to withstand water, it is a metal-attributed treasure. When you are advancing the profound armament, you will definitely fuse the attributes contained within it, destroying the balance of the various attributes. In the end, it is only natural that the advancement will fail. Ah? The old man instantly screamed. His mouth was wide open as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze and did not move. However, his murky and bloodshot eyes became brighter and brighter. The old man suddenly jumped up and clapped his hands. He laughed and said, "I finally understand, haha. So that's how it is, so that's how it is." He laughed maniacally and ran away like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. "Hi Lin. Master Yunxiao, Master Lu will be fine, right?" Luo Yunsheng smiled and said, "He'll be fine. Most arcane masters are like this." She was also a dual cultivator. It was just that after becoming a Tier 1 arcane master, she did not take the test again. However, she was confident that she could successfully pass the second stage. However, this did not seem to have much meaning anymore. The only thing she wanted now was to quickly increase her strength. She did not want to be a burden to the lord in front of her. Zhu Lei looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise and said, "Master Lu is also a Tier 5 arcane master. You are also a Tier 5 arcane master. How did you solve the problem that troubled him so easily?" Li Yunxiao said, "Every profession has its own specialization. That. I just happened to read about it in a book. What a coincidence." Hai Lin praised, "Master Yunxiao is amazing. Master Lu is the only Tier 5 arcane master here." Originally, Commander Hao Lian wanted to let Master Lu take the position of the 8th team leader. However, Master Lu rejected it. Ding Ling smiled and said, "People like him are immersed in arcane cultivation all day long. How would they have the time to care about these things?" Master Lu, I have brought all the ancient books here." Suddenly, a shout came from inside. A man rushed out with all kinds of books in his hands. He looked around and asked, where is Master Lu?" "Master Ben." Zhu Lei was shocked when he saw who it was. He hurriedly went up and helped him put down the books in his hands. Bin Jia was covered in dust. He looked like he was rolling on the ground. He said in shock, "Master Ben, you." Bin Jia smiled bitterly and said, "So it's you guys. Where did Master Lu go?" "He told me to find all the arcane cultivation books in Light Song Forest. I haven't slept for a few days." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Is it so hard to serve these people?" Bin Jia said painfully, "It's more than hard. It's painful. Damn it. Whoever is a team leader is a mother * king bastard. Young Master Hai Lin, when can I find a fool to take over my position?" He raised his head and said, "Oh right, this is." Hai Lin hurriedly introduced, "This is Master Yunxiao. He has just been sent to take over your position. He is a Tier 5 arcane master. He is the official 8th team leader." Bin Jia laughed awkwardly. He hurriedly patted the dust off his body and shook hands with him. "It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Nice to meet you, fool." No, you are Master Yunxiao, right?" "Nice to meet you, Master Yunxiao. I'm Bin Jia." Li Yunxiao pulled his hand back with an indifferent look on his face. Bin Jia hurriedly said, "I was just joking with Master Yunxiao. Being a team leader is so comfortable. You can ride roughshod all day, eat and drink well." He looked at Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng behind him. He moved his mouth close to Li Yunxiao's ear and said mysteriously, "And there are even beauties who send themselves to you." Hee hee. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. "There's such a good thing?" "Of course." Bin Jia said. "More than half of the businesses in the western part of the city are under the jurisdiction of the 8th Squadron. How much profit do you think this is?" He then moved closer to Hai Ling's mouth and said, "The girls who come crying and begging to come to you can go around the singing forest twice." Li Yunxiao smiled knowingly and said, "Then I'll think about taking over." "What's there to think about?" Bin Jia patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, you may be young and promising, but you still need to train your body and eat more tonics. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. In the future, the ignorant girls here will be waiting for you to comfort them. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the courtyard, heading north of the city. The sound of laughter could still be heard faintly in the sky. Li Yunxiao looked at the disappearing light and thought to himself, it's actually a 9-stars martial emperor. It seems that the young emperor has indeed raised a decent force. Hai Lin said awkwardly, Grandmaster Yunxiao, if you don't like this place, I can go back and talk to my father. I'll definitely get you out of here. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled, it's fine. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good? Zhu Lei moved closer and asked, what did Master Bin Jia secretly say to you just now? Humph. Ding Ling snorted coldly and said with a cold expression, that piece of trash said that the girls who come crying and begging to come here can go around the singing forest twice. Otherwise, do you think young Master Yun would stay in this godforsaken place? Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he hurriedly explained, that's not the reason. After all, I'm also an arcane refiner. I'm more used to staying with everyone. Zhu Lei patted his shoulder and said, Grandmaster Yunxiao, we're all men here. I can understand. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, it's really not what you think. Hai Lin said, Grandmaster Yunxiao, let's go take a look at the situation here first. Yes, let's take a look at the situation here first. Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt 2 chills behind him, as if there were 2 ice cubes following him. Hai Lin said, Grandmaster Yunxiao, this way please. Oh right, I'll have someone send over a large amount of tonics later. Grandmaster Yunxiao, you must take care of yourself. Li Yunxiao, there was a huge empty space behind the row of courtyards. In front of it was a building that looked like a gourd. It was incredibly wide, and there were people coming in and out of it from time to time. A man was anxiously giving orders at the door. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send it over to Grandmaster Nya. Pig. Grandmaster Lung wants the 7 fragrances leaf, not the 7 lotus leaf. I'll kick your ass. Screw you. You can't even find a piece of shadowless frost. Don't come back if you can't find it before nightfall. Screw you. Grandmaster Wei wants the explosive fire boar's beast core, not the boar's head. The man smashed a fiery red boar's head at one of his underlings and sent them away with a series of punches and kicks. He roared, if you don't do it properly, I'll capture all of you and give you to those grandmasters as materials. The underlings all lowered their heads and jogged away. Lord Zhou. Hai Lin shouted from afar and smiled. Lord Zhou seems to be living a fulfilling life. The man took a look and immediately ran over, almost kneeling. He wailed, young Master Hai Lin, please transfer me away. I'll set up a longevity monument for you and kowtow 9 times a day. Hai Lin smiled. I don't have to fight and kill here. I can live a fulfilling life every day. It's so nourishing. I can't even come if I want to. Zhou Xiang pounded his chest in pain and hugged Hai Lin as he cried, give me back my days of fighting and killing. Hai Lin pushed him away and explained to Li Yunxiao, this is the vice-captain of the 8th team, Zhou Xiang. He's a good person. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. In Hai Lin's words, everyone was good. He glanced at Zhou Xiang and came to a conclusion. 5-star martial monarch, it seemed that one had to be at least a martial monarch to become a team leader of a rookie mercenary troop. Zhou Xiang was also very young. It seemed that he was very talented. For the regiment to assign him to such a place to meddle in other people's affairs, it was probably a form of protection for him. After all, in the dangerous singing forest, even a martial monarch could die at any time. Li Yunxiao greeted him. I'm the new team leader of the 8th team. I'll be in charge of this place from now on. He pointed at Zhou Xiang and smiled. Including you. Zhou Xiang's eyes almost popped out. He stared at Li Yunxiao blankly for a while, then held into the sky. Is this the ultimate test that leader has given me? A kid. Could he be leader's illegitimate child? Li Yunxiao's face darkened. His eyes instantly turned blood red and shrank into a new moon. He shouted, moon's lack. A wave of energy that was hard to capture rippled out endlessly. Zhou Xiang's body trembled. His pupils suddenly contracted. A large amount of mental energy poured into his spiritual ocean like a tide. He hurriedly closed his eyes in horror and quickly retreated. the eyes were the window to the soul. Although mental energy attacks could be everywhere, if the opponent opened his eyes, it would be equivalent to opening a window to receive the attack. It would be twice the effort for half the result. Even though he closed his eyes, the force that rushed into his spiritual ocean shattered the defense in his spiritual ocean and went straight into his soul. Yes. Zhou Xiang groaned. A gush of blood surged up his throat, but he swallowed it. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He did not dare to open his eyes. He said in shock with his eyes closed, You're a high-level alchemist? Li Yunxiao said calmly, from now on, I'm your superior. Zhou Xiang swallowed his saliva bitterly. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Hailin pitifully. It was clear that he was saying, a group of alchemists is enough to take care of me, and now another one is sent to take care of me. Not to mention, he's an expert in mental energy attacks. I'm afraid I won't live long. Young Master Hailin, I'll leave my old mother in your care. Boo-hoo-hoo. Thinking of the sorrow, Zhou Xiang could not help but burst into tears. Zhu Lei's face was drenched in cold sweat. The other party was a martial emperor expert, but he was actually crying. It was obvious that even a martial emperor would not be able to withstand such an inhumane place. Hailin pretended to pat his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, Big Brother Yunxiao will protect you in the future. You won't suffer if you follow Big Brother Yunxiao. Big Brother Yunxiao is a very good person. Li Yunxiao glanced at the gourd-like building and sensed the fluctuations coming from inside. A knowing smile appeared in his eyes as he said, Zhou Xiang, bring us in to have a look. Zhou Xiang was crying his heart out when his body suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with fear as he shook his head repeatedly and said, No, no, no. If you want to go, go in yourself. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He smiled and said, Is it that scary? Zhou Xiang revealed a cold smile and said, You'll know once you go in and give it a try. Why don't we make a bet? If you can last for half an hour inside, I'll be convinced by you and call you boss. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way to transfer me out of the 8th squad. A cunning look flickered in his eyes as he said with anticipation, What do you think? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Deal. Let's wait outside. He walked into the building without looking back. Zhou Xiang burst out laughing as he watched him enter the gourd. Haha, I can finally leave this place. Ding Ling'er looked at him calmly and said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. You better think about how you're going to call me boss later. Zhou Xiang said confidently, I won't lose. None of those arcane masters can last for more than half an hour in that godforsaken place. He glanced at Ding Ling'er and said with an evil grin, Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you'll be my girlfriend. Ding Ling'er's expression sank as she said coldly, If you lose, you'll slap yourself 10 times and crawl on the ground like a dog. All right. Deal. Zhou Xiang couldn't stop laughing. He even had tears in his eyes. Thank God. I, Zhou Xiang, am finally free. Not only can I leave this godforsaken place, but I also got such a beautiful girl. The world is so beautiful. Ding Ling'er looked at him coldly. She snorted. She was 100% confident. Who was Li Yunxiao? He used to be a level 9 great arcane master, a man who stood at the peak of Formula Path in the realm of heaven martial arts. The few of them waited quietly outside. In the beginning, Zhou Xiang's face was full of pride. He kept sizing up Ding Ling'er, admiring the girlfriend he was about to have. Later, when he was glared at by Ding Ling'er's murderous intent, he didn't dare to look at her anymore. Get lost. How dare you ruin my refinement? You deserve to die. Sure enough, an earth-shattering roar rang out from within, causing the entire gourd building to tremble a few times. Zhou Xiang laughed wildly and said, Haha, that guy is doomed. Judging by the voice, it must be Master Feng Rue. He is refining the desperate earth pill with 5 masters working together. It is the most crucial moment. Now, even gods can't save that guy. He glanced at Ding Ling'er complacently, but she didn't show any emotion on her face. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xiang felt uncomfortable, but he snorted through his nose. He looked complacent, as if he was going to wait and see what would happen next. In the gourd, a sloppy old man shouted at Li Yunxiao, Damn it. We spent more than half a month on it, and we spent countless treasures on it, but you ruined it. Even if you die, you won't be able to absolve yourself from this. The other 4 arcane masters also had grim expressions, their bodies terrifyingly pale. They weren't like that only because they were angry. After refining for a long time, these arcane masters' soul power had been exhausted. Their chi and blood were weak, and they looked neither human nor ghost. A large number of arcane masters in the surroundings were also alerted by the roar. They all looked over. Heavens, Master Feng Rui spent so much effort to refine the Desperate Earth Pill. Did he fail again? Is this Desperate Earth Pill so difficult to refine? Even with the combined power of 5 masters, it still doesn't work? The Desperate Earth Pill is only a 5th-tier pill. Master Feng Rui himself is a 5th-tier existence. The Desperate Earth Pill is a top-tier pill among 5th-tier pills. It can increase the chances of a martial king breaking through to the 6th direction realm by 30%. It's normal to fail. Even a 6th-tier arcane master has a very low success rate. I don't think so. That kid must have interrupted Master Feng's refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed. After all, he has been preparing for more than half a year. He only started with confidence. For a moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over to this side and started discussing. Li Yunxiao looked at the sloppy old man, raised his eyebrows, and mocked, "You failed your own refinement and blamed it on someone else. Is there anyone as shameless as you?" Feng Rui was furious. He trembled in anger and said, I failed? Do you know how much preparation I made for this refinement? Every step was repeated over 100 times, it was a foolproof plan. You have to compensate me for the refinement. Li Yunxiao sniffed and humphed. To refine the Desperate Earth Pill, you only need 7 main materials and 36 auxiliary materials. There are at least 100 different materials in your pill furnace. It's a complete mess. It would be a miracle if you didn't fail. And the worst part is that if you fail, you blame it on me. Feng Rui was startled. The method to refine the Desperate Earth Pill was a top secret. How did this boy know that there were 7 plus 36 materials? Moreover, how did he know that there were over 100 materials in the pill furnace? Did he smell it? That was impossible. You don't know shit. The Desperate Earth Pill is a top 5th-tier pill. It contains a massive amount of the 6th direction martial intent. This is the reason why it can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm by 30%. But the 7 plus 36 materials, besides the 3 main materials, are all 5th-tier materials. With our strength, it is extremely difficult to raise it to the 6th tier. Thus, we used a massive amount of 6th-tier materials to refine the 6th direction martial intent and fused it into the pill furnace. Feng Rui explained for a long time. Finally, he slapped his head and angrily said, "What am I explaining to a little brat like you? Hurry up and call your family's elders over so they can help me refine it." Li Yunxiao revealed a sympathetic expression, as if he were looking at a hopeless person, his eyes filled with pity. If your strength isn't enough, then don't force yourself to refine it. That is a waste of materials and energy. Besides the 7 plus 36 materials, if there were any other methods, they would have been passed down as pill recipes long ago. You bunch of trash, and yet you want to improve the pill recipe? In theory, a 5th-tier technique path can refine any 5th-tier existence. But because there are a large number of idiots with limited intelligence and also because they like to play tricks, the difference between each rank is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Since you are a 5th-tier existence, you should be able to use the 7 plus 36 materials to refine the Desperate Earth Pill. Li Yunxiao walked in front of the pill furnace. He opened the lid and frowned. He emptied out all the dregs from the failed refinement process. Then, he took out the 7 plus 36 materials from the medicine rack and placed them back in. Feng Rui's eyelids jumped, his heart shaking. He had thought that Li Yunxiao only knew the number of materials needed to refine the Desperate Earth Pill, but looking at the 43 materials he had chosen, this boy really did know the pill recipe for the Desperate Earth Pill. And from the fluctuations of energy coming from his body, you are an alchemist. Feng Rui cried out in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. He said in shock, how is this possible? What rank of alchemist are you? Li Yunxiao closed the lid and glanced at him. He said, "There is a fire dragon vein here and yang energy soars to the heavens. In addition to my 5th-tier technique path, it is more than enough to refine the desperate earth pill." He shot out a law formula that flew into the pill furnace. Immediately, the furnace began to revolve. The gems inlaid into the furnace began to emit multicolored light, extremely beautiful. What? He's going to refine the terminus pill? The surrounding people were stunned, and many people couldn't help but burst into laughter while shaking their heads without end. This kid is only 15, right? Is he really an arcane master? 15 years old. I can't even sense his soul energy fluctuations. It's not that I can't sense it, he's just too strong. I can sense that his soul energy fluctuations aren't any weaker than Master Feng Rui's. A rank 4 arcane. Master exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. Not weaker than Master Feng Rui? Elder Bai, are you mistaken? Everyone was alarmed, revealing expressions of shock. Li Yunxiao's next action caused their jaws to drop. They were all petrified. The reason why a rank 5 pill is called rank 5 is because a rank 5 arcane master can refine it. If it requires a rank 6 to refine, it wouldn't be a rank 5 pill. As long as you seriously display your level 5 soul power and formula Dao to the fullest, without wasting a shred of excess energy, it will be enough to support you in refining any level 5 pill. Li Yunxiao began to move. His speed was not fast, it was ordinary. Every action was smooth and pleasing to the eye, just like a textbook example. It really is rank 5 soul energy. Feng Rui felt a wave of soul power that wasn't any weaker than his own rippling out from Li Yunxiao's body. It gave him an extremely comfortable feeling, as if he had become one with the surroundings. His every movement and every bit of soul power seemed to follow some indescribable pattern. As he watched, he became infatuated. Not only him, all the arcane masters felt like they had entered an extremely mysterious state. It was as if he wasn't looking at a 5th-tier alchemist refining pills, but a supreme formula Dao unfolding in front of him. A huge door was slowly opening for him. The bottleneck that many people had been stuck at for decades seemed to show signs of loosening. Light flickered in their minds, and all kinds of problems were solved without a teacher. At this moment, everyone felt as if their eyes were brimming with tears of joy. Thump. Finally, someone could not help but kneel down. Under that magnificent refinement, the highest realm of arcane masters was displayed. It was as if an arcane god had descended to accept the worship of the world. Thump. Plop, they knelt down one after another. The normally arrogant arcane masters all sincerely knelt down at this moment. What they were kneeling to wasn't Li Yunxiao, but to the supreme Tao of magic that they had sought in their entire lives. The formula path that he had been pursuing for his entire life was vividly displayed on Li Yunxiao. His every movement was as smooth as flowing water, and his face was brimming with a faint smile. Contrary to those arcane masters who risked their lives to keep forging, this kind of forging was a kind of enjoyment in his hands. He seemed to become more and more spirited. Apart from the rumbling of the pill furnace, there was no other sound in the hall. There was a strange silence. An hour later, no one was left standing except for Li Yunxiao. The light of the gems on the alchemy furnace flickered alternately, and soon it gradually quieted down. Li Yunxiao was covered in sweat, and his breathing became rough. It had been a long time since he had such a carefree and unrestrained refinement. His 5th-rank soul power was perfectly depleted. He stepped forward and opened the lid. A pill fragrance filled the air, filling the entire hall. Hiss. Feng Rui took a deep breath and was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He said, "Terminus pill, the highest grade terminus pill, the fragrance." Arcane God, Lord Arcane God. An arcane master cried, "Please teach me the strongest formula path, Lord Arcane God. Lord Arcane God." Immediately, the arcane masters began to cry out. The highest realm of formula path was perfectly displayed by a 15-year-old youth. There was no other explanation other than the descent of the arcane god. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said, "I'm not some arcane god. All of you, stand up and speak. My little heart can't take all of you kneeling down." It wasn't like he had never experienced being worshipped by tens of thousands of people before. If it was someone else, they would have panicked and didn't know what to do. However, Li Yunxiao had an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't even look at the extremity despair pill that he had concocted as he walked straight towards the center. Lord Arcane God, please teach us the supreme formula path. Everyone was still crying and shouting, afraid that the supreme technique Dao before them would disappear at any moment along with this young man. Li Yunxiao plainly said, "What supreme formula path? I have only scratched the surface. If you have any problems, I can help you solve them." "Oh right, don't call me Arcane God, I don't deserve it. Just call me Young Master Yun." "Arcane. Young Master Yun, I would like to ask you something. We saw your refinement just now. You didn't waste a single bit of soul power or energy. How can you achieve such a perfect refinement?" An arcane master mustered up his courage and asked the question in his heart. This time everyone became extremely nervous and pricked up their ears to listen. This was the biggest doubt in their hearts. Li Yunxiao walked to the front of the hall and sat down on a chair. He crossed his legs and said, "You guys sit too. Don't stand around." No one dared to disobey. They hurriedly found their futons and sat around Li Yunxiao like primary school students, listening attentively to his lecture. Any kind of refinement will result in the loss of soul power. Even I am no exception. However, this loss can be controlled. Time slowly passed. Zhou Xiang, who was waiting outside the gourd, was no longer as proud as before. He frowned from time to time as if thinking about something. Eventually, he became uneasy and paced back and forth, looking into the gourd as if he was afraid that Li Yunxiao was hiding somewhere. Finally, an hour passed, but Li Yunxiao still hadn't come out. How is this possible? Zhou Xiang jumped up and said angrily, "He must be cheating and hiding somewhere inside." Ding Linger said coldly, "If you're a man, hurry up and fulfill your promise. 10 slaps and you'll crawl 3 laps like a dog." Zhou Xiang's face turned red. He argued, "I have to make sure that he's not cheating." Hai Lin said, "We'll know once we go in." He took the lead and walked in. Everyone followed. Inside was a spacious space. As soon as Luo Yunsheng stepped into it, she felt a restless energy spreading throughout her body. Her true qi was circulating in her meridians and bones on its own. She turned pale with fright. This fire dragon land had such a huge effect on her divine nine-yang constitution. This gourd was located on the dragon eye of the fire dragon's vein. Yang aura surged into the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Zhou Xiang's mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In the spacious space, a group of arcane masters were sitting on praying mats, listening attentively to Li Yunxia's words. All kinds of materials and tools were thrown around in a mess. The entire hall was silent except for Li Yunxia's voice. Zhou Xiang was completely petrified. Were these still the hot-tempered, ill-mannered, and difficult arcane masters? Why were they all like elementary school students? Li Yunxiao saw them coming in at first glance. He stood up with a smile and said, "Let's stop here. Everyone, take some time to digest it. Young Master Hai Lin and Captain Zhou Xiang are here." Whoosh! All the arcane masters stood up and turned around to glare at Zhou Xiang and the others. Everyone's eyes were spitting fire, and their hair stood on end. Zhou Xiang and the others could not help but feel a towering rage coming towards them. It was as if the surrounding air was going to burn up. A white-haired old man rushed forward. It was Feng Ruo. He pointed at the group with a trembling finger and shouted, You dare to disturb young Master Yun's lecture? You all deserve to die. Is this how your rookie mercenary corps treats arcane masters? The bottleneck that has troubled me for more than a decade has finally been broken. You dare to disrupt such a sacred event. How infuriating. I can almost see the door to the arcane Dao opening before me. It's all your fault. An arcane master was seething with anger. The rookie mercenary corps is truly disrespectful to us arcane masters. My contract with you is about to expire, so I'm leaving. That's right. My contract is also about to expire. I'm leaving the rookie mercenary corps as well. How dare you interrupt our lecture? That's right. Let's go. Those whose contracts are about to expire will follow young Master Yun. We don't want to stay in this damned place anymore. I'll go wherever young Master Yun goes. Me too. Me too. In an instant, all the arcane masters were extremely angry. They all expressed their stance and asked to leave the rookie mercenary corps and follow Li Yunxiao. Their fierce reaction shocked Hailin and the others. They broke out in a cold sweat. What a joke! If all these arcane masters left, the rookie mercenary corps would lose at least half of its strength. These were the strongest logistical support. No matter what, a faction would always have a group of arcane masters supporting them in order to be able to dominate an area. Zhou Xiang was petrified and his mind went blank. If all these arcane masters left, then the consequences, he didn't even dare to think about it. Grandmasters, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Zhou Xiang hurriedly pacified the volcanoes, but to no avail. The arcane masters all looked at him as if he had killed their fathers. They wanted nothing more than to kill him with their gazes. Devil? How dare you interrupt young Master Yun's lecture? You are the real devils. Scram. Hailin hurriedly looked at Li Yunxiao for help. If these arcane masters really left, then let alone Zhou Xiang, even Hailin himself would lose a layer of his skin. Li Yunxiao finally said, "Everyone, if you want to leave the rookie mercenary corps, where do you want to go?" He sat down and crossed his legs. He coldly said, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Yunxiao. I have officially taken over as the captain of the 8th Brigade of the Rookie Mercenary Corps." As soon as his words came out, the entire hall became completely silent, not a single sound could be heard. Young Master Yun is the captain of the 8th Squad? All the arcane masters were shocked on the spot. Their expressions quickly turned into ecstasy as their faces flushed with excitement. Li Yunxiao indifferently glanced at them and said, "I heard that all of you are usually very arrogant and difficult to manage." Vice Captain Zhou Xiang even cried and wanted to leave. No, there's no such thing. The arcane masters were all anxious. Feng Rui hurriedly explained, "We are all amiable and approachable people. We do things in a cultured and refined manner. We also treat people with respect and politeness. We would never put on airs as arcane masters. Isn't that right, Vice Captain Zhou?" He turned to look at Zhou Xiang, his eyes widened to the size of a copper bell as he glared at him fiercely. Zhou Xiang's mind went blank from being glared at. The huge contrast in the arcane master's behavior made him feel an indescribable sense of desolation. His face was filled with sorrow as he sobbed, "Masters are all modest gentlemen. They are gentle, kind, considerate, and gentle like jade." Woo. At the end of his sentence, he could no longer hold back his grievances as he squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. Yes. All the arcane masters hurriedly said, "We are all polite and gentle people. In the future, no one will dare to disobey Master Yunxia's orders." Hailin and Zhu Lei's faces reddened as they watched this group of arrogant and haughty arcane masters bow before Li Yunxiao and make solemn promises. They felt that it was extremely unreal, as if they were in a fantasy. Zhu Lei swallowed his saliva and dryly said, "Master Yunxiao is an expert in spiritual attacks. Are we seeing illusions?" Hailin also slapped his forehead as he felt a wave of pain. Then, he saw Zhou Xiang squatting on the ground and crying. It didn't seem fake. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "But, Masters, your contracts are about to expire. I really don't know if the rookie mercenary group will renew their contracts with you. Let's ask young Master Hailin." The arcane masters of the major forces usually used a hiring system. They would provide a large amount of materials for the arcane masters to cultivate and keep them to make arcane items for themselves. Only a few arcane masters would actually join a force. This was equivalent to completely restricting themselves. After all, the final destination for all arcane masters was the holy land of arcane refinement, the spirit transformation sea. Contract? An arcane master hurriedly ran to Hailin and begged, "Young Master Hailin, please let me renew my contract with the rookie mercenary group. At least another 50 years. And me, how is 50 years enough? I want 100 years. 100 years? You are already over 100 years old. I want to sign a lifetime contract and stay in the newbie mercenary group forever. 100 years. But the contract must state that Master Xianxia must be in the rookie mercenary group. If Master Xianxia leaves, I will also leave. Right. Yunjiao's Grandmaster, we are here. If Master Xianxia leaves, we will leave. Hailin's mind instantly froze as he recalled how his father had begged these arcane masters to stay. He had offered all sorts of ridiculous conditions, yet he had still had to listen to their moods and follow their whims to sign so many 5-year contracts. Now, they were all crying and begging for a lifetime contract. This contrast, what shocked him even more was that even if they signed a lifetime contract, the one bound to them was not the rookie mercenary group, but Li Yunxiao. If Li Yunxiao left, then the consequences. For a moment, he felt a headache coming on. He was drowned out by the cries of people asking for a lifetime contract. He felt that he couldn't handle this kind of situation at all. He hurriedly shouted, Quick, Commander Zhua, go and get all the contracts for the masters and call my father over. Who is making a ruckus in my 8th squad? Suddenly, a roar came from the back of the hall. A white-haired old man rushed out with a face full of anger. He looked around and shouted, What are you all doing? All of you have tears on your faces. Did someone bully you? I heard someone wants to sign a lifetime contract. Are you all stupid? The old man widened his eyes and glared fiercely at the crowd. However, he discovered that everyone had a calm and determined expression on their faces. They were not moved by his words at all. Master Liu. Feng Rui hurriedly stepped forward and said, This is the new captain of the 8th squad. We are all determined to follow him. If he stays, we stay. If he goes, we go. Oh? The old man looked at him suspiciously and snorted, A bunch of spineless fellows. Who can make you sell your freedom and sign a lifetime contract? I want to see who this new captain is. He pushed the crowd away and looked up the hall. Everyone's heart trembled. This Master Liu was the leader of all arcane masters. He was also a peak 5th rank arcane master and had an extremely bad temper. If he had a conflict with Master Yunxiao and offended him, just as everyone was feeling perturbed and making wild guesses, Master Liu's eyes were wide open. He looked at Li Yunxiao and opened his mouth wide. He suddenly pounced over and wailed, Master. I finally get to see you again. He half knelt in front of Li Yunxiao like a child and cried, Master, please accept my knees. I, Lu Sun, will follow Master from now on. Master, please don't abandon me. His hands kept grabbing at Li Yunxiao's legs. Li Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly kicked him away and said angrily, Stay away from me, I'm not interested in men. If you want to follow me, first ask the rookie mercenary group if they agree. The old man was Lu Sun, whom he had met earlier. After he received Li Yunxiao's revelation, he immersed himself in refining. As expected, he succeeded very quickly. The smooth refining this time instantly loosened the bottleneck he had been stuck in for a long time and almost directly advanced to the 6th rank. Rookie mercenary group? Lu Sun was startled. He hurriedly stood up and ran towards Hailin, shouting, Young Master Hailin, bring me my contract, I want to sign a lifetime contract. If Master Yunxiao is here, I will be here. If Master Yunxiao is gone, I will go. Hailin felt a headache coming on. Here comes another one. Slap, a crisp slap suddenly rang out in the hall. Zhou Xiang hung his head and kept slapping himself, bitterly saying, Young Master Yun, you are my boss from now on. I will do whatever you say. Even if you want me to eat shit, I will do it. Slap, he kept slapping himself, a total of 10 resounding slaps. Both sides of his face turned red. At first, he couldn't bear to do it. After all, Zhou Xiang was an emperor. He was a powerful existence in any faction. However, after seeing the usually arrogant arcane masters kneeling one after another, he no longer felt embarrassed about slapping them a few times. The next few slaps became more and more joyful. His shyness was numbed, and he didn't feel ashamed anymore. Instead, he felt great pride and happiness to be able to follow Li Yunxiao. At least he could follow him if he wanted to. He didn't need to sign any contract. And these high and mighty arcane masters had to sign a lifetime contract to be qualified to follow him. Thinking of this, he became prouder and prouder. The last few slaps were even more forceful. Both sides of his face were swollen like buns. Vice Captain, you, Li Yunxiao opened his mouth in shock and said in confusion, your method of showing loyalty is too strange. I have learned something new. Zhou Xiang touched his swollen face and shook his head, it's my duty, my duty. I'm not a tactful person. I deserve to be slapped, I deserve to be slapped. He secretly looked at Ding Ling with a pleading look in his eyes. Ding Ling smiled. She understood Zhou Xiang's intention very well. After all, Zhou Xiang was a martial royal expert. He had already mustered up a lot of courage to slap him 10 times in front of everyone. He could not bring himself to kneel and crawl 3 times like a dog, so he begged Ding Ling to cancel it. Seeing Ding Ling lightly nodding, Zhou Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was filled with joy. Although the more he slapped, the prouder he became. If he crawled like a dog, he probably wouldn't be able to raise his head in the rookie mercenary group anymore. Zhu Lei rushed towards the headquarters as fast as he could. All arcane masters had to sign a lifetime contract. This was undoubtedly a huge matter. Even Captain Hao Lian would be shocked. Contract, contract. Zhu Lei rushed into the headquarters with all his might. He barged into Hai Beifei's room without reporting and panted, Captain, Captain Hai, contract, contract. He flew too fast and used up all his energy in one breath. He couldn't catch his breath for a while. Hai Beifei showed an unhappy expression and frowned, why are you so flustered? You don't have any composure. Do you still look like a fighter? This is the headquarters of the rookie mercenary group. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Zhu Lei shook his head and desperately took a deep breath, contract, contract for all arcane masters. All arcane masters have to cancel their contracts. Cancel their original contracts. Sign, sign. What? Hai Beifei roared. The aura on his body suddenly spread out. An extremely powerful force exploded. Zhu Lei was sent flying by the force. Hai Beifei took a step forward. His body was more than 10 meters away. He grabbed Zhu Lei, who had been sent flying. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He said coldly, did Li Yunxiao cause trouble? All arcane masters have to cancel their contracts together? Zhu Lei's qi and blood weren't flowing smoothly to begin with. Under the impact of Hai Beifei's force, he vomited a mouthful of blood and choked his throat. He desperately wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, a wave of blood rushed up his throat. Zhu Lei panicked. He desperately shook his head and nodded. The more he shook, the more confused he became. He opened his mouth a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Hai Beifei threw Zhu Lei away and angrily roared, the 8th team is the foundation of our group's logistics. Li Yunxiao, if any arcane master leaves, I will definitely break your bones. He turned into a ray of light and instantly flew towards the west of the city, disappearing into the horizon. Zhu Lei was thrown hundreds of meters away by Hai Beifei before he stopped. Hearing the angry roars coming from the sky and seeing the light disappearing in the sky, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was in big trouble now. With Hai Beifei's strength and anger, he wouldn't kill Li Yunxiao right away, would he? Then, thinking of this, he shuddered. It was all his fault for being in such a hurry. He shouldn't have waited for a while. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. He hurriedly took out a lot of pills and threw them into his mouth. Then, he chased after Hai Beifei with all his might. However, with his speed, how could he catch up to Hai Beifei? The speed of a martial venerable could travel thousands of miles in an instant. Hai Beifei reached the west of the city in a few blinks of an eye. His domain spread out and covered the entire base of the 8th team. The next moment, he appeared outside the gourd building. A sound wave spread out and almost blew up the entire space. Li Yunxiao, you're looking for death. Li Yunxiao, who was in the hall, was instantly locked on by an extremely strong killing intent. Following that, a sharp sound wave tore through the air. Although the sound was transmitted extremely far, the power of the attack was condensed into a line, and it was only aimed at him. The entire hall was shaken by this power, and it was as if they were in the sea, and the space was somewhat erratic. Li Yunxiao's body was cold. All his pores opened up in an instant. A sense of death was approaching. Hai Beifei's attack was too sudden. If he was prepared, he could even take a punch from Emperor Wu. However, his opponent came in a hurry and suddenly attacked. The power of a two-star martial venerable made his pores open and the killing intent penetrated his body. At this moment, Lu Sun roared and rushed forward. He used his body to block in front of Li Yunxiao. His eyes flashed with determination as if he was facing death with equanimity. He was a peak fifth-rank alchemist. His divine sense was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Then, Feng Rui also came forward. The two of them spread their arms to protect Li Yunxiao, one in front and one behind. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart. He saw two white-haired old men standing in front of him. They weren't protecting him, but the supreme art that they yearned for. They were not familiar with Li Yunxiao, but they saw an unreachable goal in Li Yunxiao. Although he couldn't catch up, he yearned for it. In the long river of history, there had been countless protectors on this never-ending path, sacrificing their lives to protect the faith of the holy God in their hearts. Although their faces were pale, they gritted their teeth and did not take a step back. "This is," Hai Beifei's figure rushed in. His palm was filled with unparalleled power, and he was about to slam it down. When he saw the two familiar faces, he hastily retracted. His palm forced and sucked in the air with all his might, suppressing the aura he had released. The power of a martial honor, even if it was just the remnant power, was not something that these two old men could withstand. If they were injured, the consequences would be unthinkable. Pooh! A powerful shockwave rushed back into his body. A mouthful of heart blood was forced down his throat. He forcefully somersaulted a few times in the air to dissolve the shockwave. However, he had clearly suffered internal injuries. Forcefully stopping one's energy was extremely damaging to the body. The higher one's arcane level was, the greater the backlash. Hai Beifei rushed in without showing any mercy. Now, he had endured all of it. The blood in his body rumbled, and he felt his meridians were broken in more than 10 places. "Masters, why are you doing this?" He was confused and showed a shocked expression. He wanted to kill Li Yunxiao, everyone should be happy. "Why?" Lu Sun stepped back from the gates of hell with a pale expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hai Beifei. We've worked for the rookie mercenary group for so many years, yet you want to kill Master Yunxiao. Then you'll have to step over our corpses first." "Yes. Step over our corpses." The other arcane masters also reacted at that moment. They stepped forward and blocked in front of Li Yunxiao. They showed determined expressions and were not afraid of death. That really scared Hai Beifei. He was dumbfounded on the spot. "Father, what are you doing?" Hailin also rushed forward and criticized. His face was filled with anger. Not to mention that Li Yunxiao had saved his life several times, his skill was also highly respected and respected by many masters. If he died here, it would be a huge problem. This. Hai Beifei was dumbfounded. He said, "Didn't Li Yunxiao offend all of you masters?" "Offend?" Feng Rui said angrily, "The one who offended us is you, Captain Hailin. I'm not doing it anymore. Find someone better qualified." "I quit too. I'm so King angry." "Me too. After working for so many years, you actually want to harm Master Yunxiao." Everyone responded one after another, and all of them looked angry. Hailin hurriedly explained the matter. Hai Beifei was covered in cold sweat. So that was why they wanted to get the contract. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a pleading expression. He seemed very cautious. Zhou Xiang was also a little dizzy. He did not expect a martial eminence to show such a pitiful expression. It was as if he was begging. He suddenly felt that he had straightened up quite a bit. He felt that the 10 slaps he had given earlier had been very weighty and worth it. "Master Yunxiao, let's leave this godforsaken place together." "I'm sick of it." Feng Rui asked, "With Master Yunxiao leading us, we can go anywhere in the world. Even the 7 great powers that dominate the world will definitely accept us." Hai Beifei panicked. He no longer cared about his identity and wailed, "Master Yunxiao, please don't. I was confused just now. I didn't understand the situation." Please forgive me, Master. If these people left, the rookie mercenary group's logistical support would be cut off. They would not be able to last more than a few months in the soft song forest. This time, everyone's gaze was on Li Yunxiao, as if they were waiting for his decision. Li Yunxiao stared at Hai Beifei. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said, if it weren't for young Emperor Hao Lian, you wouldn't be standing here unscathed. Hai Beifei felt bitter. Of course, he did not believe Li Yunxiao's words. He thought he was just trying to keep up appearances. After all, it was normal for young people to want to keep up appearances. However, he was in the wrong, so he did not dare to refute. He only asked in surprise, Master Yunxiao knows Captain Hao Lian? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. He said, you will know in the future. He looked at Lu Sun and the others. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to in the soft song forest. Also, I have a close relationship with young Emperor Hao Lian. I hope you will continue to stay in the rookie mercenary group to assist me. Lu Sun frowned. Master Yunxiao is leaving in the future? We hope to follow you. He revealed a look of longing. We are willing to follow you. Everyone shouted at the same time. Their faces were filled with determination and longing. Li Yunxiao smiled and sighed, I won't be leaving in the short term. I can understand your feelings. During this period of time, if you have any questions regarding Formula Path, I will tell you everything I know without holding anything back. I will also come to the soft song forest often in the future. A hint of desolation flashed across everyone's faces, but when they thought about how they could consult as many techniques as possible during this period of time, they quickly became excited again. All of them rubbed their palms together, desperately listing out the questions they wanted to ask in their minds. Hai Beifei heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this kid really knew Captain, and their relationship was not shallow. Could he be Captain's illegitimate son? Or the son of an old friend? He thought about it for a long time. After comforting the arcane refiners, Li Yunxiao told him, I'll have to trouble Captain Hai to find information about the eternal evergreen tree as soon as possible. Also, I don't want what happened today to happen a second time. Of course, of course. Hai Beifei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Thinking about what happened today gave him lingering fear. Suddenly, a figure dashed into the hall and desperately shouted, Captain Hai, you can't attack Master Yunxiao. It was Zhu Lei. He had been running back and forth. His stamina had long been exhausted. He was relying on pills to support himself. He was afraid of causing a disaster. He had almost used up his last bit of strength. Hai Beifei angrily shouted, It's all your fault for not making things clear. He casually waved his hand. A gust of wind pushed forward and swept up Zhu Lei, who was on the verge of collapsing. He was blown several hundred meters away and turned into a black dot that disappeared into the horizon. Hai Lin. Hai Beifei said, Master Yunxiao, the western part of the city is a chaotic place. None of the three mercenary groups have the upper hand. The division of territory is very complicated. Out of consideration for safety, the 8th team has 2 vice-captains. I'll send Ben Jia over to protect Grandmaster together with Zhou Xiang. Li Yunxiao was not only related to Hai Lin's injury, but also directly related to the stability of the rookie mercenary group. He had to be the top priority. Poor Ben Jia had just escaped. If he learned of this news, he would probably bang his head against the wall and die. After Hai Beifei warned Zhou Xiang and the others for a while, he discovered that the atmosphere was very cold. Those arcane masters were indifferently looking at him with hostility in their eyes. He could not help but bitterly smile. He felt a headache coming on. If Li Yunxiao changed his attitude or left, he really did not know how to clean up this mess. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be friends with Captain Hao Lian. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. He felt bored for a while and resentfully left with Hai Lin. Zhou Xiang said, Captain, the situation in the western part of the city is very complicated. How about I accompany you for a walk since it's still early? Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, all right. Since I took this position, I will do well. I originally had no interest in it. He explained a few things and pointed out a few problems for the arcane masters. Only then did everyone leave and continue refining. Luo Yunxiang suddenly said, "Young Master Yun, the yang energy here is very pure. It seems to be very beneficial to my body. I plan to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Li Yunxiao said, "That's fine. This is indeed a rare place with pure yang energy. However, I still feel that something is a little strange. You should cultivate here for now. It will be very beneficial to your 9 yang energy." Li Yunxiao left with Zhou Xiang and Ding Ling. After entering the western part of the city, Li Yunxiao realized that the western part of the city was much bigger than the other 3 cities. Not only was it big, but it was also much more prosperous. This was what a normal city should look like. The restriction of the 3 mercenary groups gave the rest of the small fries space to survive, which was why the scene of 100 flowers blooming appeared. However, the blooming of 100 flowers were all sinful acts. At the same time, it also caused another big problem: chaos in public security. As there were no rules or restrictions, this place became the place with the highest number of deaths in the Light Song Forest every day. But a large number of martial artists still poured in tirelessly, because the greatest joy here was that there were no rules or restrictions. Zhou Xiang introduced as he walked, although the 8th team's main mission is to provide refining support for many alchemy masters, it seems like a team specializing in logistics in the eyes of others. But in fact, its overall combat power is one of the best among the 8 teams. Because the 8th team is too important. If not for the fire dragon energy here, they would not have set up the 8th team's territory in the western part of the city. If it's refining materials, the group has specialized channels to supply them, but the western part of the city is also a very important source of materials. Therefore, this is also a place where the top 4 merchant unions, Million Treasure Tower, Gold Money Gang, For Extreme Sect, and Tianyi Chamber of Commerce all have branches here. They were also one of the top 10 merchant unions, but the gap between them was huge. Ding Ling sighed, at least their Tianyi Chamber of Commerce was on a completely different level compared to the 4 giants. The 3 of them quickly attracted the attention of many people as they walked. Every martial artist that entered the western part of the city would fall into the eyes of countless forces. Especially Ding Ling such a delicate young lady exuding a pure and refined aura of a beautiful girl, and with red lips and white teeth, it was obvious that she was a virgin. She immediately attracted the attention of all the men. Ding Ling felt the lascivious gazes around her like wolves, and only felt anger burning in her heart, making her hair stand on end. Zhou Xiang saw her extreme discomfort and smiled. "This is how it is here, all men who live on the edge of a knife. They are barbaric and violent, and they are all lechers. Miss Ding will slowly get used to it." "Get used to it?" Ding Ling face darkened, and she said coldly, "I think it's more suitable for them to get used to me." Zhou Xiang was taken aback. He didn't understand what Zhang Xian meant. Ding Ling suddenly made her move. Without any warning, a white arrow light shot out. An old man on the side of the street who had an obscene expression on his face that made her want to vomit was shocked. He screamed and tried to dodge, but the arrow light was too fast. "No." Zhou Xiang's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Lin Fan, but it was already too late. Boom, the old man could not dodge in time and was directly blown to pieces. A large amount of minced meat and the smell of blood spread in the air. The explosion shocked everyone, and they all looked over. Their frivolous expressions turned grave and gloomy. Ding Ling said coldly, "The only thing that makes me uncomfortable is death." Zhou Xiang's mouth was agape, unable to react in time. Who would have thought that this seemingly fresh and adorable beauty was actually so ruthless in her bones? The other party had merely looked at her lustfully for a few moments before killing her. He did not know Ding Ling's identity. Although the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had declined, it was still a famous existence in the mainland. As the proud daughter of the Chamber of Commerce, as well as one of the 2 great beauties of the 10 merchant unions, she was usually surrounded by all kinds of light and received gazes of respect and admiration. When had she ever been stared at by a group of hungry wolves in such a lewd manner? Ever since she entered the singing forest, Ding Ling's heart had been burning with an unknown fire. If not for Li Yunxiao wanting to stay here, she would have turned around and left a long time ago. "We're in big trouble." Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly, as if he had encountered something that gave him a headache. Li Yunxiao was puzzled and asked, "Big trouble? Don't many people die here every day? Don't you think those with bigger fists can kill as they please?" Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, but that's only for those small fries. Our three mercenary groups still have to abide by our own rules. After all, we are the overlords of the Singing Forest. We have to set rules under our fists. Only then will we be able to convince others and not cause chaos. Moreover, the situation in the west of the city is very complicated. The three mercenary groups are restricting each other. Now that Miss Ding has killed someone, I'm afraid the other two mercenary groups will take this opportunity to cause trouble." Li Yunxiao's face was indifferent as he said softly, "You're right. There must be rules under our fists. The interests of the rookie mercenary groups in the west of the city will be restricted by the 8th team. From today onwards, my rules are the rules." Zhou Xiang was confused and said, "What do you mean by my rules are the rules?" Li Yunxiao looked at him with an aura that only someone who had been in a high position for a long time would have. It made Zhou Xiang's heart palpitate and he was intimidated. Zhou Xiang was shocked. That indifferent gaze that had experienced the vicissitudes of life and death was definitely not a mental attack. It was a real attack from the heart. For example, the person that Miss Ling wants to kill deserves to die. That's my rule. Li Yunxiao's indifferent words made Zhou Xiang's heart tremble. Even as a martial emperor, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. My rules are the rules. How can there be such an overbearing rule in the world? Do you think you're Emperor Wu or something? Zhou Xiang cursed in his heart as he felt a sense of helplessness. He finally understood that every arcane alchemist was extremely arrogant and unruly. There was no exception. Furthermore, if such a person became the team leader, the entire 8th team would be in trouble. In more serious cases, it might even bring great danger to the team. As his strength gradually recovered, the arrogance and dominance that Li Yunxiao had in his previous life was gradually revealed. Countless people had died under the sword slash of the stars. He was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Ding Ling felt a warm feeling in her heart as she stared at Li Yunxiao with a slightly infatuated look in her eyes. With his words, no matter how much she suffered in the light singing forest, it was all worth it. Although the death of the old man had caused a commotion, the crowd quickly calmed down. They continued doing what they were doing, as if the old man had never existed. However, when they looked at Ding Ling they no longer dared to be so unbridled. Instead, they all revealed expressions of vigilance. Zhou Xiang whistled. Soon, a black figure appeared out of nowhere and half knelt on the ground as he bowed. And said, "Number 9 greets Lord Vice Team Leader. This is a member of our 8th Team's shadow team located in the western part of the city. He's responsible for intelligence gathering and various covert operations." After explaining to Li Yunxiao, he turned to the man and said, "This is the new team leader of the 8th team, Lord Li Yunxiao. You saw what happened just now. Go and clean up the aftermath." The black figure raised his head and looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise, then hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes." His reply was straightforward, without the slightest hesitation. He once again disappeared before the three. Zhou Xiang said, "The shadow team has a total of 9 members, but each of them is extremely strong. With him cleaning up the aftermath, there shouldn't be any trouble." Li Yunxiao's gaze focused and said, "It's too late. Trouble seems to be coming." Sure enough, in a few breaths' time, a large number of martial artists began to pour in from all directions. All of them had extremely heavy hostility on their bodies. Some of the bystanders around saw that the situation was not right. Many of them ran away one after another. There were also some who felt that their strength was not bad, so they stayed and planned to watch the show. Zhou Xiang was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Not good. It's the Rainstorm mercenary group." He hurriedly whistled again. This time, there was no response. His face immediately darkened. "Humph, no need to blow. I brought the person you wanted to call." A voice sounded in the air. Soon, a black figure fell directly in front of the three. It was the shadow team's number 9 who had just left. His face was full of blood and he was already dead. Moreover, his limbs were twisted in a strange way. Obviously, he had suffered a lot of torture before death. A man in white appeared in the air at some point. His cold eyes stared at Zhou Xiang and the other two as if he was looking at dead bodies. There was no emotion in his eyes. Killing people on the streets of the eastern part of the city and killing people on the streets of the western part of the city. Your rookie mercenary group is becoming more and more unscrupulous. You don't put the other forces in your eyes at all. The man in white said coldly. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. A cold murderous aura filled the air and shrouded the area. Everyone restrained their thoughts. They knew that this place would soon become a killing field. Zhao Yu. Zhou Xiang also greeted him with cold eyes. He shouted in an imposing manner, "How my rookie mercenary group does things. Since when is it your turn to tell us what to do?" Zhao Yu sneered, "Don't think that you can control the life and death of others just because your fists are big. Moreover, your fists in my eyes are nothing more than this." His words immediately aroused the good feelings and hot blood of those small forces. They all echoed. These people were usually oppressed by the three major mercenary groups. Now that someone stood up for them, even though they knew that they were being used, they still glared angrily at Li Yunxiao and the others. "Captain Zhou, although my cross-mercenary group is only a small role, we are not willing to be humiliated. What did Elder Hu do wrong? How could he be so cowardly and be killed by that woman?" A man with a cold body said in a deep voice. One side of his face had already festered. He held an iron sword tightly in his hand. The old man who died, Elder Hua, was a member of the cross-mercenary group. There were another 7 or 8 people standing behind the man. Their faces flashed with anger. Zhou Xiang was speechless. He frowned. The cross-mercenary group was just a small role. If they questioned him like this on a normal day, he wouldn't even bother with them. But now that Zhao Yu was making trouble, he had to answer. But he didn't know how to answer. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. His mistake was that he looked too wretched. The man was furious and shouted, "Who are you? Is this how your rookie mercenary group bullies others?" Haha. Zhao Yu also laughed out loud, and said proudly, "Your rookie mercenary group really thinks you're the overlord of Light Song Forest. Could it be that young Emperor Hao Lian has already broken through to Emperor Wu? That he can kill all the other forces?" Zhou Xiang also had a headache. This Li Yunxiao was really the same as those arrogant and pedantic alchemists. What he said was equivalent to offending all the forces. How could he be so unlucky to be assigned such a boss? Li Yunxiao's face was cold, and he looked at Zhou Xiang with disdain, and said, "This is a place where fists matter. Why are you trying to reason with them? Do you have the ability to convince them with reason and make them retreat?" Zhou Xiang was stunned. Yeah, even if he talked a lot, they still had to fight in the end. Wasn't it all about who had the bigger fist? Even Zhao Yu and the people from the cross-mercenary group were stunned for a moment. They all thought to themselves, this young man was right. So what if they were in the right? They were here to find trouble, and to take the opportunity to cause trouble. Even if they were in the right, they couldn't be in the wrong under the fist. Humph, it's good that you understand. Hurry up and surrender, and I can still give you a chance to live. When the meeting of the group leaders is held in the west of the city, let everyone come for a public trial. Zhao Yu was also too lazy to talk. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He hoped to settle it quickly. In fact, when Li Yunxiao and the others entered the west of the city, he had already started to act. Even if there was no Elder Hua, other things would have happened. In short, the goal was to take down the leader of the 8th team of the rookie mercenary group. Zhou Xiang explained in a low voice, "The meeting of the group leaders is the highest level meeting in the west of the city. It is usually held by one of the 3 big mercenary groups, and all the mercenary groups are invited to attend the meeting. It is usually held for the various benefits of the west of the city to be divided." Li Yunxiao nodded very seriously, and said, "I also think there is a need to hold such a meeting. After all, I just took over as the leader of the 8th team. I have to inform everyone." "What?" Zhao Yu revealed a shocked expression and said, "You, a martial king, the captain of the 8th Brigade of the rookie mercenary group?" Other than the Rainstorm mercenary group and the Cross mercenary group, there were also many other mercenary groups that were affiliated with the Rainstorm mercenary group. There were about a dozen small forces and nearly 100 people. All of them were shocked. Zhao Yu's pupils suddenly shrank and shouted, "I recognize you. You're the mysterious youngster who followed Hai Lin into the city and killed several of my storm mercenary group's commanders. Li Yunxiao was stunned. I didn't do anything on the way into the city. Which eye of yours saw me kill someone? Zhao Yu snorted and said, you have 2 women with you, and they are vicious. The one who killed old Hua is probably one of them, right? What about the last one? Also, did you guys kill Yi Xian as well? The rest of the people who were killed were only martial arts grandmasters. It was fine if they died. However, Yi Xian was a genuine martial emperor. He was the absolute backbone of the Rainstorm mercenary group. They could not afford to lose any of them. After Yi Xian's disappearance, the commotion that Hai Lin and the others made when they entered the city had already been reported to the Rainstorm mercenary group's intelligence department. All the analysts believed that it was impossible for Hai Lin and the others to pass through the east side of the city in that situation, unless there was an expert secretly helping them. Everyone in the caravan at that time, except for Li Yunxiao and the others, were all members of the rookie mercenary group. They were all eliminated one by one. The strength of Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng was also described by the witnesses and analyzed in detail. In the end, the only suspicious person left was Li Yunxiao, who had never made a move. From the beginning, Zhao Yu felt that Li Yunxiao's appearance was similar to the rumors. However, his martial keen cultivation made him rule out his identity. Now that he heard that he was the captain of the 8th team of the rookie mercenary group, he was shocked and confirmed his identity. If there was no special reason, the rookie mercenary group would never let a 3-star martial king teenager take such an important position as the captain. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, you are really long-winded. No matter what I answer, you will capture them. Since the ending is the same, you people really have free time. Young man, chatting can ruin your life. Zhao Yu snorted heavily. He felt that he had lost face after being taught a lesson by a teenager. He said angrily, since you are so eager to be a prisoner, I will fulfill your wish. It just so happens that the 2 leaders of the 8th team are here. I will take them together. His aura spread out. He stretched out his hands. 2 streams of energy spiraled in his palms, forming a tornado that rose more than 10 meters high. His white robes fluttered in the wind, forming rays of yuan qi light that were sucked into the 2 tornadoes, causing them to grow stronger. Zhou Xiang's face was extremely dignified. He pulled out a soft sword from his body and shook it like a snake. He pushed Li Yunxiao away with his left hand and said, you and Miss Ding leave quickly. I will cover you. The surrounding martial artists took out their weapons and were on guard. This kind of battle between martial emperors was not something they could intervene in. Their task was to form an encirclement and not let a single person escape. Zhao Yu's face became colder and colder. He grinned and said, Zhou Xiang, don't put up any useless resistance. Since I have made a move, none of you will escape. He suddenly made a move. The 2 tornadoes on the left and right merged into one in front of him, forming a huge tornado. He roared and smashed down. Heavenly Wind Incantation, Wind Encirclement. Boom. All kinds of buildings around were smashed by this force and were sucked into it. A large number of martial artists pushed the encirclement more than 10 meters away and operated their energy to resist. Bright light sword chi. Zhou Xiang roared. The soft sword in his hand created a series of sword flowers that bloomed in the sky. It formed a sword aura defense that protected all 3 of them. Boom. The tornado fell in an instant and smashed on the sword aura. Waves of spiritual pressure shot out in all directions, emitting a dazzling light. Zhou Xiang clenched his teeth and stabbed the soft sword in his hand into the center of the tornado. He poured all his energy into it and held it off. Zhao Yu's cultivation was only 1 star higher than his. But 1 star was different. If he wanted to escape, Zhao Yu would not be able to stop him. But he could not ignore Li Yunxiao's comforting words. This concerned the stability of the entire rookie mercenary group. Even if he lost his life, he had to protect Li Yunxiao's safety. Forcefully resisting my heavenly wind technique. You are looking for death. Zhao Yu sneered. The power of the tornado increased and pressed down. Zhou Xiang poured all his energy into the soft sword. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. The sword fell out of his hand and was sucked into the tornado. Oh no! He turned pale with fright and hurriedly pushed out his palms. He wanted to use his last bit of energy to put up a defense to protect Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a golden light shot out. Li Yunxiao finally made his move. A series of golden tadpole characters flew out from his body. The Universe God Monument rushed into the tornado and suddenly became bigger. My encirclement of wind can sweep away all profound level weapons. Even warriors with higher cultivation than me would not dare to take it head-on. The ignorant are fearless. All of you are looking for death. Zhao Yu was filled with contempt, sneering arrogantly. Suddenly, his smile stiffened. The World Deity Monument had charged into his tornado and was fixed in the eye of the tornado, unable to move at all. Sweep away all profound level weapons? Li Yunxiao sneered, the ignorant are fearless. If you are so capable, sweep away the earth and mountains. He slapped a few golden tadpole characters into the Universe God Monument and shouted, Earth Rhythm, calm the rivers and mountains. The Universe God Monument glowed and suddenly pressed down on the earth. It gave birth to rhythms, like the rules of a world, spreading out in all directions. Very quickly, all the warriors found it hard to move their feet. It was as if 10,000 times the gravity was on them. Their entire bodies were sucked into the earth. Even standing was difficult. Zhao Yu turned pale with fright. His encirclement of wind was blown away by the earth rhythm, turning into a few strong winds and dissipating. Zhou Xiang's treasured sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground with a clang, all the way to the hilt. What kind of power is this? Gravity profound level weapon? Zhao Yu felt a huge suction force coming from the earth, trying to press him down. He hurriedly revolved his essence chi to resist and was barely able to stay in the air. However, it scattered a lot of his power. The soil of breath in the Universe God Monument was the mother of the earth. Even the immemorial gale could forget about blowing it away. Let alone a mere martial emperor technique. The soil of breath was also the trump card that Li Yunxiao used to collect the immemorial gale in the ancient desolate land. Therefore, without such a treasure to suppress the gale, he would not dare to come rashly. What is not important? The important thing is that you are going to die. Dang! A soul-shaking ancient sound rang. Everyone's mind was shaken and their sea of consciousness was in a daze. Some of the weaker martial artists were knocked unconscious by the sound of the bell. Although those who were stronger could withstand it, their meridians were damaged. Immediately after, a gigantic ancient bell descended from the sky, blocking out all light in the sky. Zhao Yu looked at the ancient bell falling towards him and was scared out of his wits. The artifact charm from the ancient bell penetrated his body, nearly splitting it apart. This level of profound level weapon made him feel a chill just from the aura alone. What profound level weapon is this? Rank 8? Rank 9? The highest level he had seen was only rank 7, but it was definitely not this terrifying. Zhao Yu roared and exploded with all his power. In an instant, he broke through the restraints of the earth domain. He gathered all his essence chi on his fist and fiercely punched towards the ancient bell. Dang! The ancient bell let out another sound after being hit by him. He was instantly sent flying by the reflected sound wave. Li Yunxiao's mind was also shaken. The power he had to control the imperial bell was also very limited. Under Zhao Yu's full force attack, the big bell instantly lost control. He hurriedly reached out and waved his hand, keeping it back into his body. His whole body turned into a ray of light and shot towards the sky. Zhao Yu was shaken by the sound wave of the dynasty bell. His whole body felt indescribably uncomfortable and his 2 eardrums were bleeding. His body kept turning in the air and he did not know how far he flew. There was only one thought in his mind, what kind of profound level weapon was that? How could this kind of treasure fall into the hands of others? He must get it. After flying for a long time, his body stopped and he saw a light shooting towards him. Li Yunxiao's expression was fierce and his eyes were blood red. Hey! What's that look? Zhao Yu was stared at by the opponent. His sea of consciousness, which had just recovered from the sound wave, felt a stab of pain again. His whole head almost exploded. Oh no! It's a spiritual attack. He closed his eyes in shock, but it was too late. The surrounding space kept changing. One by one, it extended from the endless distance and passed in front of him. space of consciousness? Zhao Yu's heart suddenly sank. In the darkness in front of him, a stalwart figure gradually turned around, raised a fist the size of a clay pot and gradually punched down. Wherever the fist wind passed, countless spaces were shattered. Hey! Zhao Yu was scared out of his wits. Although this effect was formed by consciousness, it was so realistic and frightening. It was as if the fist was enough to collapse the universe. Heavenly wind incantation, break everything for me. He roared with all his might. If he couldn't escape from here before the fist landed, his consciousness would shatter along with those spaces. At that time, his body would completely become a vegetable without any consciousness. At this crucial moment, his power as a 6-star martial emperor was completely stimulated. Gusts of strong wind left his body and cut open the entire void. A ray of sunlight shone in. Break! Zhao Yu was greatly encouraged. He happily released the strong wind in his hand and the whole space was instantly blown into pieces. The stalwart figure also gradually moved away and collapsed along with the world of consciousness. A 6-star martial emperor was considered an expert in the entire sky martial continent. The difference between him and Li Yunxiao was too big. His eye technique could not trap him at all. Just as Zhao Yu came out and was in high spirits, another fist the size of a casserole had already landed on him. It was as heavy as a mountain, and the pressure was shocking. In front of Li Yunxiao, a small stone condensed with the power of a fist shot out in all directions. The little stone continued to cultivate using the growing soil in the universe divine monument. At that moment, its entire body had taken on a yellowish-brown color. It was the king of stone beasts to begin with and was extremely talented. Now that it had received nourishment from Mother Earth, it seemed to be evolving continuously. What? A martial royal realm demonic beast? Zhao Yu was shocked. How did a demon beast appear out of nowhere? Moreover, it was a martial emperor. He didn't have time to think. The pressure made his whole body tense up. He circulated the heavenly wind incantation to its peak and punched out with both fists. When the two forces collided, Zhao Yu's wind element power was pushed back and was pushed back. Although the little stone had just become a martial emperor not long ago, the earth element power was the nemesis of his wind element martial arts. In addition, he was also injured. Under such circumstances, he kept on being pushed back. The worst thing was that the other party's earth element power contained an extremely strong pressure of the earth. It made his body feel as if it had solidified and he couldn't move at all. Even if his body kept on retreating, it was difficult for him to move. Li Yunxiao leaped up and hovered in the air. His face was cold and he condensed a sword light in his right hand. Without a word, he slashed down. Although the sword light was not strong to Zhao Yu, he was suppressed by the stone beast's fist and he couldn't move at all. If the sword light were to slash his body, he would definitely die. Be ****. He roared in anger and gathered all his primordial chi at the tip of his fist. He punched out fiercely in an attempt to push the stone beast away. Then, he condensed his palm and slapped the sword light. However, the stone beast's power seemed to have exceeded his expectations. With a shake, an even stronger mountain aura came toward him. He turned pale with fright and used his left hand to block it. However, he couldn't block it. The huge power hit his body directly. Puff! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zhao Yu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The whole process only took a few breaths of time. Li Yunxiao rushed up again. His hands flashed with golden light as he formed a seal and struck down from the sky. Boom! Zhao Yu took a direct hit and fell down vertically. Very quickly, the Rainstorm mercenary group and some of the vassal forces in the distance all stared dumbfoundedly at Li Yunxiao. He flew over while carrying the injured Zhao Yu and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. His entire body was dripping with blood and he kept groaning. Due to the distance, they could only hear a few sounds of fighting and couldn't see the entire process. Their mouths were so wide open that a watermelon could be stuffed in. They couldn't accept that the 6-star martial emperor Zhao Yu had actually lost to a martial king. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the surroundings. Although it was just a dragonfly carrying water, everyone felt as if there was a blade on their backs. It was as if he was specifically staring at them. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. I won't kill you. However, since you dared to stand out and target me today, you will have to pay the price. He said to Zhou Xiang, who was stunned for a long time, take them all away and spread the news. In 3 days, there will be a hero assembly in the west of the city. All mercenary groups must participate. These domineering words shocked Zhou Xiang to the extreme. It was as if all the forces in the west of the city were his subordinates. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. He couldn't see through the leader in front of him anymore. However, this kind of unfathomable mystery made him even more in awe. He hurriedly took out the signal and released it. Very quickly, the warriors of the rookie mercenary group gathered and took everyone away according to Li Yunxiao's order. The rainstorm mercenary group's Zhao Yu was captured, and the rookie mercenary group's 8th leader was going to hold a hero assembly. These 2 news quickly spread throughout the singing forest like snowflakes. Although fighting and killing were common, everyone smelled something unusual this time. Returning to the small courtyard, Ding Ling Er said apologetically, "Young Master Yun, it's all my fault. I caused such a big trouble." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Since I have nothing to do now, I'll help my disciple tidy up the singing forest." After so long, he still can't unify these small forces. He's really inferior. Li Yunxiao was the only one who dared to say something like that. Beauties always worship heroes. Ding Ling Er's eyes became more and more infatuated as she looked at him. There were only the 2 of them in the small courtyard. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Li Yunxiao coughed twice and took out a transmission jade tablet. He inserted his divine sense into it. He then took out a glass container with a drop of bright red liquid inside. He gave the 2 items to Ding Ling Er and said, "Tell Zhou Xiang to personally deliver these 2 items to a person called Mr. Rain in the skeleton mercenary group." Ding Ling Er took the 2 items and looked at them for a while. Although she was confused, since Li Yunxiao didn't say anything, there was no need for her to ask. She turned around and left. Li Yunxiao was a little lost in thought. He murmured to himself, "This singing forest is getting more and more interesting. Young Emperor, where are you right now? I'm sure that Hai Beifei doesn't know either. But I still have a way to find you." He was about to enter his room to cultivate when his heart suddenly moved. He looked in surprise at the sky above the gourd building not far away. There was a faint red light shining from it. "This is Yun Shang." Li Yunxiao's figure flashed as he headed towards the red light. In a secret room inside the gourd building, Luo Yunsheng sat cross-legged and calmly cultivated. She was completely unaware of the outside world. A layer of red light flashed around her body, and a red aura continuously rose from the ground. It circulated around her body as she breathed, and with every breath she took, the color and luster of the light became a bit more intense. Li Yunxiao gently opened the door and entered. Luo Yunsheng didn't notice him at all. She's actually manifesting her divine body. Could it be that Yunsheng's 9-yang body has been activated? Li Yunxiao pondered for a long time. Luo Yunsheng seemed to have entered a strange state. Her 9-yang physique and divine firmament palace's 9-yang true energy were one of the best cultivation methods in the world. Even Li Yunxiao didn't dare to speculate on his own. But one thing was for sure. This state was beneficial to Luo Yunsheng. What a dense aura of positive yang. There's probably more to the fire dragon's earth vein than this. Genryu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. There seemed to be a hint of emotion in his tone. Li Yunxiao murmured, "You mean," Genryu said, "the so-called dragon vein is formed by gathering the qi of the world. Yang energy gives birth to fire dragons. But at the end of the day, it is still a place where qi gathers. After a long period of accumulation and evolution, this qi will produce all kinds of strange changes. There is a chance that it will continue to evolve and form the dragon energy that is 1 in 10,000. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He said in disbelief, "You mean that this earth vein has nurtured dragon energy?" He immediately thought of Luo Qingyun. He had the bloodline of a true dragon. If he could absorb a trace of pure dragon energy, his bloodline might be able to purify and evolve to a terrifying level. Genryu smiled bitterly. "I'm not sure. After all, dragon energy is 1 in 10,000. It can give birth to an ancient true dragon. But it's true that the positive yang energy here is extremely dense. This girl's divine body has a terrifying aura. If it can be fully developed, I'm afraid she will be comparable to Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao secretly admired Zhenryu's intuition. In the past generations of Divine Firmament Palace, those who possessed the 9 yang energy were all peerless experts who dominated the continent. If there really is dragon energy, can you sense it? Zhenryu thought for a while and said, if it's close, I should be able to sense it. But I'm just a soul after all. I only have dragon essence. I can't absorb dragon energy. Even if you find true dragon energy, how are you going to absorb it? The true dragon energy was one of the most domineering existences in the world. Only peerless experts could absorb it. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said word by word, if we can find it, there is no need to collect it. Zhenryu fell silent as he carefully pondered over Li Yunxiao's words. Li Yunxiao closed the door once again to avoid disturbing Luo Yunsheng and walked out. Since this row of buildings was above the dragon vein, there must be a place underground that could directly enter the dragon vein. Only then could they continuously use the positive yang qi, allowing these arcane masters to refine with twice the effort and half the result. Zhou Xiang, who was delivering the news in the south of the city, was extremely depressed. His entire body was tied up by a golden rope, and he could not exert any strength. Originally, he thought it would be an easy task, but now he understood why he was assigned to deliver the news. However, he still did not understand why the other party's expression changed the moment he mentioned the name Mr. Rain, and immediately took him down. Furthermore, after being in the rookie mercenary group for so many years, he had never heard of anyone called Mr. Rain in the skeleton mercenary group. He could not help but become suspicious, and scolded the intelligence department in the group. This Mr. Rain was obviously an extremely important person, otherwise he would not receive such treatment. Hey, I say, Wu Lei. In any case, we know each other. Although we don't have much of a relationship, we have never been enemies. I am only here to deliver something on behalf of our captain, you don't need to treat me like this. Zhou Xiang shouted in dissatisfaction. Wu Lei was a 9-star martial emperor of the Skeleton Corps, and he only needed one move to capture Zhou Xiang. He coldly looked at Zhou Xiang and said, whether to release you or not, I will have to ask the higher-ups. He looked at the jade token in his hand and the blood in the container, and said, I will also hand over these 2 items, you just need to wait here. He ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on Zhou Xiang, and without looking back, he headed towards the headquarters of the skeleton mercenary group. Zhou Xiang arrogantly shouted, and quickly attracted the dissatisfaction of the guards. A group of people surrounded him and beat him up, only then did he become obedient. Skeleton mercenary group headquarters, in a secret room. Wu Lei reported the situation and handed over the 2 items at the same time. A burly man sat on a throne. His entire body was shrouded in black, making it impossible to see his appearance. Beside the man stood a black-robed man. He was also very mysterious, and his aura was very strange. It was as if he did not have any yuan qi fluctuations, just like an ordinary person. However, what made Wu Lei extremely nervous was the black-robed man who did not have any energy fluctuation. He was the most mysterious existence in the skeleton mercenary group, Mr. Yu. He seemed to be even scarier than the group leader, Shen Feng. Master Yu opened his hand, and the jade tablet and the crystal container slowly flew up and landed on his palm. He gently pried open the jade tablet, and a weak divine sense immediately fluctuated, which he caught. Pooh! He clenched his fist, and the jade token instantly turned into powder and dissipated. Wu Lei's heart trembled. He seemed to feel a wave of anger spreading, and for some reason, a wave of fear surged from the bottom of his heart. He clearly couldn't feel any yuan qi or martial intent pressure, but it made him feel a chill run down his spine. The burly man on the throne opened his mouth, Mr. Yu, what's wrong? The black-robed man raised the crystal container and looked at it for a while, then said with a hoarse voice, this is troublesome. Gui Wusheng really fell into the hands of the noob mercenary group. Shen Feng said, it's just Gui Wusheng. It doesn't matter even if he died. There's no need for you to be angry. Master Yu slightly shook his head and said, it's nothing. If he died, there wouldn't be any trouble. At most, we would lose an immemorial haven't I? The trouble is that he's still alive. I brought him here. Do you know who his master is? Shen Feng frowned. Master? Isn't his master you? Master Yu stared at the glass container and grabbed it with force. Bang! The glass exploded, and the drop of blood inside was caught in his hand. He raised his head and swallowed it. Then, he licked his lips and said, his master is a troublesome person that I don't want to mess with. Have you heard of Mad Jie? What? That psychopath? Isn't he already dead? Shen Feng's voice was filled with shock. He asked in a blaming tone, since he's that person's disciple, why did you bring him here? Now that something has happened, what should we do if that psychopath comes looking for us? Wu Lei stood below and frowned. He had never heard of this Mad Jie. He didn't know who he was, but even the captain and Master Yu were afraid of him. Mr. Yu laughed weirdly and said, I'm just eyeing his immemorial have an eye, so I'm thinking about it. That drop of blood was indeed the essence of the immemorial have an eye. It tasted delicious. Hee hee. Humph. Shen Feng snorted heavily and said with dissatisfaction, the immemorial have an eye is a great treasure. If you stole it, do you think that Mad Jie would let you go? Although I know you're not afraid of him, you don't want a big trouble chasing after you every day. Master Yu smiled. Shen Feng, you're wrong. That Gui Wuxing is only that psychopath's test subject. Do you think he would give such a treasure to a disciple? I know that person's temperament very well. The immemorial Heaven Eye clan is a tribe that lives in groups. He must have found an immemorial Heaven Eye's tomb and obtained a certain number of Heaven Eyes. That's why he was willing to take one out to test on his disciple. He wouldn't make things difficult for me for a test subject. Shen Feng said, if that's the case, then what do you mean by trouble is coming? Master Yu's face immediately turned cold. In the dark night, he looked extremely ferocious. He said fiercely, the messenger already knows Gui Wuxing's identity. He said that if we don't cooperate with them, he will hand Gui Wuxing over to the deity transformation sea. If that's the case, that Mad Jie will definitely go crazy and fight us with his life. Shen Feng's anger surged and he said in a low voice, cooperate with them? What do they want? Master Yu's face also showed a strange expression. He said, the messenger said that they have something to do in the west of the city. They want us to be honest and not cause trouble for them. Wu Lei was shocked and quickly said, not long ago, there was news from the west of the city. It said that the rookie mercenary group has a new captain of the 8th team. He is very young and mysterious. He just captured Zhao Yu from the Rainstorm mercenary group and said that there will be a hero meeting in 3 days. Could it be related to this matter? Mr. Yu frowned and mumbled to himself, the new team leader. His power is mysterious. Could it be that he was the one who captured Gui Wuxing? Shen Feng said, 3 days later? Immediately go and find out about this person's identity and news. Do not let go of any clues. Also, since they already know about Master Yu, then let Zhou Xiang go. Yes. Wu Lei hurriedly replied and bowed. Master Yu, what are they trying to do? Since the disappearance of young King Hao Lian, the rookie mercenary group has been very low-key. Not only in the west of the city, but even in the north of the city, they have lost a lot of territory and business. Why are they suddenly high-profile now? Could it be? Shen Feng was shocked and thought of a bad idea. He said in horror, could it be that young King Hao Lian has broken through to Emperor Wu and is back? Master Yu said, don't panic. With our current situation, even if young King Hao Lian really broke through to Emperor Wu, we don't have to be afraid. Moreover, the probability of this happening is very low. Those people that we sent out did not send back any news. Do you think that the state of Jiutian is so easy to break? My guess is that the new captain wants to do something to solidify his position. Shen Feng then calmed down and said, I hope so. Master, when can you finish that thing? Master Yu snorted, I thought that capturing Hai Lin was foolproof. Now it seems that it is not possible. I plan to go to the demon plane myself to find that soul-rending taper. Soul-rending taper? Shen Feng said in shock, that is a demon beast that is close to the state of Jiutian Emperor Wu. Master Yu snorted, so what if it is the state of Jiutian Emperor Wu? Have you forgotten who I am? Only then did Shen Feng let out a sigh of relief. His face revealed a joyful expression. His tall and sturdy body stood up from the throne and slowly bowed down to Mr. Rain. He said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr., for your help. I will never forget your kindness." Master Yu impatiently waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I just have some friendship with your father. Helping you is what I should do. Moreover, this is for myself." After he finished speaking, his heart suddenly moved. His face was filled with shock. He looked towards the west of the city. It seemed that all the buildings could not block his eyes from seeing through the layers of space. This is such a strong positive yang qi. That light, Mr. Yu's face twisted in disbelief. He lost his composure and shouted, "God body anomaly. The divine physique anomaly of 9 yang physique." Shen Feng was also shocked. He said in shock, "Divine physique of 9 yang? Did Master Yu see it wrong?" Master Yu's body in the black robe was also trembling violently. It seemed that he could not calm himself down. He gritted his teeth and said, "It can't be wrong. That year, the one who killed 3 kings of my tribe and trapped my tribe under the 5-cloud mountain was the 19th leader of the divine cloud palace. The one who possessed the divine physique of 9 yang, Gu Qingqing. My tribe once had a detailed description of this physique." A black light flashed across his face. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of hostility. He said in a serious tone, "I can't believe that after 1,000 years, this kind of physique has appeared again. Could it be that my tribe can no longer rise again?" Shen Feng's face did not look good either. He said in a deep voice, "The direction of the aura is where the 8th squad of the rookie mercenary group is. Could it be the newly appointed leader?" Master Yu said, "If it's a man, then it's fine. He can't practice the divine cloud palace's divine physique of 9 yang. But if it's a woman..." His eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, "We must kill her." Shen Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Master Yu's back slowly disappearing from the hall. Only an indifferent voice could be heard, "You handle the soul-rending taper, leave the 9 yang divine body to me. We can't provoke lunatic Jieffer now. Let the rookie mercenary group do whatever they want." Shen Feng also knew that this was a serious matter. His eyes were filled with determination. He then disappeared from the hall. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Rainstorm mercenary group, several experts were holding an emergency meeting. The sudden movements of the rookie mercenary group in the west of the city made them extremely nervous. A man seemed to be extremely disdainful of this tense atmosphere. He said, "There's no news from the demon plane. I think the rookie mercenary group's matter in the west of the city is just a ploy to confuse us and confuse us. If young Emperor Hao Lian really broke through to Emperor Wu, they wouldn't need to do this, they could just directly attack. Wu Wei is right, but we still have to guard against them. Can the incident in the west of the city be seen as a signal? Before this, no matter how much we push our luck, the rookie mercenary group could only passively defend, and constantly reduce their range of activities. But ever since Hai Lin's merchant group returned to the city, they suddenly became arrogant, and killed many of our group's experts. Yi Xian's whereabouts are unknown, and Zhao Yu was captured. Now they want to hold a hero assembly. It seems that they suddenly have a lot of confidence." An old man said in a deep voice, his face flashed with a dim light, and his eyes were slightly cloudy. He swept across everyone's faces, and said, "If it is a diversion, then it will be fine, it will not take long to see through. I am afraid that they have really found a trump card to fight against us without young Emperor Hao Lian. If there really is. They will not always be cowering." Another man seemed to disagree with the old man's words, and said, "Unless Hai Lin brought back something this time. But as far as I know, they are already very lucky to be able to return to the Light Song Forest this time. On the demon plane, they have been intercepted by the skeleton people several times." Wu Wei revealed a heavy dissatisfaction, and snorted, "Shen Feng and those people, we have sent people to befriend them several times, and together with the rookie mercenary group, they actually did not give us face. After we destroy the rookie mercenary group, the next one will be their turn." The old man said, "Do not underestimate Shen Feng, I feel that his degree of danger is even higher than young Emperor Hao Lian. Moreover, the origin of the skeleton mercenary group is somewhat mysterious. After so many years of investigation, we still can't find anything. I feel that we need to slightly change our plan. from taking the initiative to provoke to watching. Wu Wei said disdainfully, Zhang Feng, you're too cautious. The leader had already led the three elders to the Fei Plains to track down young Emperor Hao Lian. The probability of him returning was extremely low, let alone advancing to Emperor Wu. In my opinion, we should take advantage of this opportunity to annihilate the rookie mercenary group in one fell swoop and annex their territory. After that, we will wait for the leader to return, then we will launch an attack on the skeleton mercenary group and unify the Light Song Forest. Zhang Feng frowned and shook his head, Wu Wei, you're too young. If it was that simple, the Soft Song Forest wouldn't have been in chaos for so many years. Caution is the parent of safety. You must not act rashly. The other old man also nodded and said, that's right, I agree with Zhang Feng's opinion. Furthermore, there was a rule in the west of the city that no faction was allowed to send a marshal venerable or above to enter. In terms of core strength, the rookie mercenary groups have the advantage. Humph. Wu Wei stood up in dissatisfaction and said with hostility, since all of you have decided to be cowards, then what's the point of having a meeting now? He patted his butt and left the venue, too lazy to pay attention to the crowd. The rest of the people frowned. It was obvious that they were thinking further. This time, young Emperor Hao Lian was advancing to Emperor Wu. His sudden disappearance had brought too many variables to the future of the Light Song Forest. Perhaps it was the time for a complete reshuffle. But who would have the last laugh? No one had the confidence and certainty. Li Yunxiao called for the members of the 8th Squad to inquire about the situation of the Fire Dragon's geographical vein. Very quickly, they found the entrance. Below the treasured gourd building, there was a huge compartment. Inside the compartment was actually a huge formation that was used to gather positive yang qi and continuously transport it to the top. The squad member Liu explained, this formation was set up by a formation master hired by leader Hao Lian with a huge sum of money. The Fire Dragon's geographical vein was also sealed underneath the formation. If the leader wants to go down, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. He secretly glanced at Li Yunxiao and muttered in his heart. He did not understand how such a young man could be promoted to a squad leader. The 8 squad leaders of the rookie mercenary group were all martial emperor realm experts. Some of them were even at the peak of the martial emperor realm. They could step into the martial honorable realm at any time. All the brothers in the group were convinced. Now that a martial king realm young man had suddenly appeared, many people were secretly gossiping about him. Moreover, he was also very unhappy to be called over by Li Yunxiao. But squad leader Zhou Xiang had ordered that he must obey the squad leader 100%. That was why he reluctantly followed. Li Yu continued, when the formation was set up, leader Hao Lian personally went down to test its power. He returned empty-handed. His meaning was clear. Even leader Hao Lian would have a hard time breaking it. Don't count on him. Just take a look and leave. Li Yunxiao pretended not to hear him. He only looked at it carefully. It was about 100 meters wide. The lines were well defined and looked very grand. The positive yang qi below was continuously being absorbed and condensed into a huge force that rushed up to the ground. I told him to learn formations, but he refused. Now I have to pay a lot of money to set up a simple energy gathering formation. What a shame. Li Yu was speechless. Li Yunxiao stepped into the formation. Immediately, a red light shot toward him. He snorted. A golden light flashed in his hand and he grabbed the red light. Immediately, it disappeared in his hand. Then, he took another step. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the air. The lines of the entire formation started to light up. Beams of red light shot up and illuminated the entire compartment red. Suddenly, a white light appeared on Li Yunxiao's body. It was as if he was covered with luminous pearls. The light penetrated through his body and formed a white barrier around his body, blocking the red light. He made a hand seal. A golden tadpole character flew out and flickered in the sky above the formation. Then, it descended. As soon as the formation came into contact with the golden tadpole character, the buzzing sound died down. The red light also dissipated by half. Li Yunxiao also retracted the white light around his body. He started to make hand seals to dissolve the formation's power. Under the continuous smashing of the hand seals, the dazzling energy-gathering formation started to dim. The light became weaker and weaker, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Li Yu's mouth was wide open. His eyes were bulging. This dazzling energy-gathering formation not only absorbed positive yang qi, but it also had an extremely strong defense. The members of the 8th Squad often came here to test their cultivation when they had nothing to do. They used the formation's power to attack themselves to see how long it could last. As a 3-star martial ancestor, he could only last for about 10 breaths inside. Now, not only did Li Yunxiao block all the attacks, he also dissolved them one by one. From the looks of it, the formation was about to stop functioning. "Leader, you can't." Li Yu was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly stopped him. "This formation is the foundation of the 8th Squad. The reason why we are in the west of the city is also because of this formation. If it was broken, it would affect the refining and training of every arcane master. The consequences will be unimaginable." Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and said, "I'm just temporarily undoing it. I'm not destroying it. Temporarily undoing it." Could he be a formation master? Li Yu thought to himself. He was still very nervous, afraid that he would cause a disaster. As Li Yunxiao slammed the last hand seal, the entire formation finally stopped functioning. Li Yunxiao walked back and forth, frowning. He mumbled to himself, "There's actually a layer of divine sense sealed below. This is interesting." He took out the purple shadow-green rope sword and used it as a stick. He kept hitting the ground. "Brat, you're too disrespectful." Roars came from the Genryu. Demonic chi was constantly emitted from the body of the sword. There was also the flickering of a dragon, showing its extreme dissatisfaction. "Ah!" Li Yu, who was at the side, let out a startled cry. His eyes were filled with terror as he stared at the treasured sword in Li Yunxiao's hand. The demonic energy contained within the sword caused his heart to tremble. That kind of power that could pierce through his soul caused the color of blood to drain from his face, as he felt waves of terror. Li Yunxiao smiled. "There's nothing for you to do. Here. You can go back first. I might have to stay for a while." Li Yu rolled and crawled out. He did not want to stay inside for a moment longer. The pressure that the treasured sword gave him was too great. It was as if he would be sliced into pieces if he looked at it. This formation has completely sealed off the earth vein. There's not a single entrance left. Looks like I have to dig. Li Yunxiao knocked on a few possible spots, but he didn't find any signs. He was a little surprised. Hey! Brat, you can't be forgiven." The Genryu roared again, as if its dignity had been greatly insulted. Li Yunxiao actually used the treasured sword as a tool and started to dig the ground. He did not care about the Genryu's roars. Very soon, he dug a big hole. Suddenly, he slapped the ground with his palm. A big piece of soil collapsed. There was actually a tunnel underneath. A large amount of yang qi rushed out from the tunnel. It made people feel dry and hot. He directly jumped into the tunnel and started to explore. The tunnel was very rough. The 4 walls were dry. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a very long time. However, the yang qi was very abundant. It flowed in the tunnel like true qi flowing in the meridians. Li Yunxiao walked in the direction where the yang qi came from. It was very uncomfortable. Because he was only half a person tall, he had to bend his waist and walk slowly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally arrived at a spacious big cave. However, there was a problem. There were actually 3 forks in the road. Yang qi gushed out from each fork. It seemed like they were all sources. What's going on here? Li Yunxiao spread out his divine sense. However, it was blocked after only a few meters. He started to look around the small cave. Other than being slightly bigger, it was no different from the tunnel. It was still very rough. Moreover, there were many gravel scattered on the ground. He casually picked up a piece. With a pinch of his hand, it turned into red powder and scattered. A wave of pure energy spread out. Fire Dragon Stone. Could it be that this place was originally a mineral vein? Li Yunxiao suddenly saw the light. No wonder the tunnel was so rough and there were so many forks in the road. If it was a fire dragonstone mineral vein, then it would make sense. It's just that the yang energy here is so abundant, it's not like it was dug up and abandoned. Moreover, with such abundant yang energy, there is no need to set up a large formation to seal it. So it seems that the dazzling light returning to origin formation is not absorbing the yang energy, but rather blocking the yang energy from surging up. Genryu said, although it is the world's strongest yang energy, there is something strange about it. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, I don't believe that a mineral vein can defy the heavens. He randomly chose one of the 3 passages and directly entered it. At the same time when the origin returning to origin formation was broken, Luo Yunxiang, who was cultivating in the secret room, suddenly opened her eyes and the divine body vision on her body disappeared. Such strong yang energy, how did it suddenly become so rich? She was pleasantly surprised. She felt that the 9 yang true qi in her body was surging and growing by leaps and bounds in this kind of environment. It directly broke through 1 star and is still climbing. Master once said that the cultivation method of 9 yang true qi is extremely slow, but it is one of the most powerful cultivation methods in the world. It is rare to find a match in the same level. I must quickly improve so that I won't be a burden to Master Yunxiao. One day, I will become a powerful existence like Master and be able to accompany Master Yunxiao. She once again entered into a meditative state. The cultivation just now gave her a very wonderful state. It was as if she had merged with the world, completely forgetting herself. The small green demon wrapped around her arm slowly moved and fell from her body, retreating far away. It seems to be very uncomfortable with the yang energy, its whole body is somewhat listless. The green color on its body is also not as bright and beautiful as before, it has become dim. Unknowingly, a dark shadow appeared in the 8th team's base, quickly moving on the ground. This shadow wandered around the small courtyard, seemingly unable to find its target. I say, weren't you called by the captain? Why did you come to drink with us? Don't mention it. We've all underestimated that guy. That guy is a genuine formation grandmaster. Li Yu gulped down a mouthful of wine and slightly suppressed a shock. He said, furthermore, that brat has a great treasure in his hands. Just the aura of that treasure alone is enough to make my heart palpitate. I reckon that thing is extremely likely to be a 9th tier profound armament. What? The new team leader has a 9th tier profound weapon? That's impossible. That kid is only 16 or 17 years old, how can he control such a precious treasure? Li Yu looked at everyone's gazes and felt the thrill of breaking the news. He snorted proudly, so, that kid used the 9th tier profound weapon as a stick and kept knocking on the array, trying to find an entrance. Using a level 9 profound weapon as a stick? Everyone's faces were filled with black lines, revealing very suspicious expressions. That place used to be a mine. Later, I heard that many people died, so it was sealed. It said that Captain Hao Lian went down there too. Later on, without saying a word, he found a formation grandmaster and set up a large array to extract the positive yang qi. Hey, do you think that kid destroyed the large array? Li Yu smiled bitterly. How would I know? Since he's the captain, what right do I have to interfere in this matter? But that kid is indeed mysterious and gives people a very strange feeling. I advise you all to be more honest. Even Deputy Captain Zhou Xiang holds him in high esteem. Respect my ass. He's just some aristocratic family's disciple with an exceedingly high background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a level 9 profound weapon on him. Damn it. Why don't I help him keep it safe, in case it gets snatched away? Li Yu turned pale with fright and exclaimed, You're crazy. How dare you say such things? Everyone also sighed incessantly. All sorts of suspicions and guesses started to be discussed. The more they talked, the more it got out of hand. In the end, not knowing why, they even talked about women. All sorts of cheerful lewd laughter rang out. The shadow in the corner lost interest in the conversation. Only then did it slowly move towards the direction of the large array. In the underground compartment, that shadow gradually appeared and slowly condensed into a man in black robes. Both of his eyes were flickering with a brown light. It was Mr. Yu. His eyes flickered with a strange brown light as he stared at the hole that Li Yunxiao had smashed open. He mumbled, such heavy yang energy. No wonder the 9 yang physique would choose this place to cultivate. It's indeed twice the effort for half the result. But no matter who you are, the 9-yang physique must die. He turned into a ray of black light and entered the hole. Li Yunxiao walked for more than an hour. He could not remember how many tunnels he had passed through. Because he could not use his divine sense, he encountered many dead ends and had to return to the same place. After drilling for a long time, he saw that the tunnel was getting wider. Finally, he could walk upright. The scenery in front of him slowly widened. The 4 walls changed from rough mud to natural rocks. It was as if he had entered a natural underground cave. There's actually the sound of water? Li Yunxiao looked around in surprise. It was like a huge underground cave. If there was water flowing through, it could form an independent environment. The yang energy is coming from the front. I want to see what kind of divine object it is. Li Yunxiao quickly moved forward and shuttled through the underground. Soon, he saw many plants that could only grow in a low and dark environment. There were also some dark creatures. Suddenly, he saw a bit of light in a clump of yin grass. He walked forward and saw a warrior skeleton. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it had not decayed. The skeleton was flickering with a jade-like light. The yin grass around seemed to be affected as well. It seemed to be more vigorous than other places. This person must have been a master when he was alive. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, if he did not have some kind of divine body, then he must have cultivated an extremely strong body refining technique. Only then could he preserve his skeleton in such a humid environment. This place is indeed not simple. He increased his vigilance. Originally, he thought it was just a fire dragon mine. Now, it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. He reckoned that many things had happened when the mine was dug to this place. In the end, it was abandoned. As for young Emperor Hao Lian's formation, it was not to absorb the yang energy, but to suppress this place. After flying for a while, the ground began to show signs of man-made excavation. It was like a canal had opened up on the ground. However, the inside had long dried up. It was like a long dragon stretching far away. Surging yang energy flowed in it. It was as if it was real and emitted from time to time. Finally, he flew to the end of the crack. It turned out to be a huge formation. In the middle of the formation was a transparent sphere. One could vaguely see the shadow of something inside, but it was difficult to penetrate it. The surging positive yang energy was emitted from this transparent sphere. There were 4 towering pillars around the formation. They were as red as blood. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a person sealed in the pillars. That person was not human, but had the same body shape as a human. However, the body was slightly different, especially the head, which presented all kinds of strange shapes. The demon clan's sacrificial formation? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The demonic scene in front of him was very much like the legendary large formation used by the demon clan for sacrificial purposes. He had only seen it in some ancient books, but it was only somewhat similar. Thousands of years ago, the demon clan was forced into the 5-cloud mountain by the divine cloud palace lord, Xianxia, and set up the 5 elements reversal seal formation. For thousands of years, it was rare to see a powerful demon clan in the Tianwu continent. Some of them were fish that had escaped the net. They survived in various corners of the continent and rarely showed their faces. Therefore, Li Yunxiao's understanding of the demon clan was very limited. He only knew that thousands of years ago, they were a prosperous race and were even stronger than humans. However, Xianxia was one of the few in the history of the continent who was suspected to have entered the immortal state. Other than the surging yang qi in the formation, there was also an extremely strange feeling. Li Yunxiao soared into the sky and looked down from above. Only then did he discover something to his surprise. He was shocked to find that there was more than one crack leading to this place. In the surroundings of the formation, there were a total of 8 large cracks, forming a terrain that encompassed the entire universe. I understand now. Li Yunxiao had a look of realization and said, this formation of the demon clan was originally used to absorb the power of the universe and condense the dragon qi. And it seemed to have a good effect. However, I don't know what happened later, but the powerful power that had been condensed over countless years slowly dissipated and began to leak. That is why the yang qi is soaring. Genryu said in a low voice, but I feel that there is still the aura of life in the transparent sphere in the middle of the formation. He was also considered half a demon clan member and was a descendant of the true dragon. He had a strong sense of all this. Li Yunxiao said, even if it's not dead, I don't think it can be resurrected. As time passes, the creature in the sphere will eventually die from the exhaustion of the yang qi. I think it is very likely that a human expert discovered this place and forcefully reversed the flow of the terrain, causing the originally condensed formation to dissipate. Genryu stared at the center of the sacrificial formation and said in a low voice, "What a pity. The existence in the sphere must be a powerful descendant of the demon clan. With the nourishment of the dragon qi, it is very likely to reach the legendary immortal state and become an existence like those great demons in ancient times." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "If that is really the case, it is definitely not a good thing for the humans. Who knows, it might be the humans who are trapped under the five-cloud mountain at any time." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the darkness with extreme shock and excitement. The days of humans being trapped on the five-cloud mountain are not far away. It is actually the sacrificial formation. The heavens are really helping me. Holy seal, boom. Mr. Yu's shadow appeared in the air, elongating. He clasped his hands together and a golden seal shot out, pressing down on Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao was shocked and quickly turned around. The entire underground space was shielded from divine senses. He did not even notice that someone was approaching him from behind. By the time his opponent made a sound, the seal had already covered the entire space. There was no way to avoid it. Boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Yunxiao quickly formed a seal, creating a series of afterimages. His speed was several times faster than usual. A heaven and earth seal appeared behind him and he attacked. The two golden seals continuously enlarged in the air and clashed together. A violent spiritual pressure spread out, illuminating the entire underground space with a flickering golden light. The difference in strength was obvious. Li Yunxiao's heaven and earth seal quickly dissipated while the power of his opponent's seal did not diminish in the slightest. Demonic sky armor. Li Yunxiao shouted. Streams of black gas appeared around his body and condensed into a solid armor that covered his body, blocking the power of the holy seal. He almost fell into the sacrificial array from the impact. He did not die? Mr. Yu revealed a surprised expression. Brown light flickered in his eyes. Under the black light, his ferocious face could be seen. Li Yunxiao stared at his opponent coldly and said, "Who are you?" Mr. Yu also stared at him. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. His opponent was only a 3-star martial king, but a powerful martial intent shot out from his eyes. He did not fear a martial emperor at all. Even a normal martial emperor would not be able to withstand his seal. His opponent did not even have a scratch on his body. Could you be the divine body of 9 suns? Mr. Yu said word by word coldly. The murderous intent on his body became stronger and stronger, almost solidifying. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "You know about the divine body of 9 suns? You must not be an ordinary person. Tell me your name." Mr. Yu revealed a relaxed expression. His heart was finally at ease. The divine body of 9 suns was a man, so there was no need to worry. However, the killing intent on his body did not diminish at all. He coldly snorted and said, "Why would a person who is about to die know so much?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "One is never too old to learn. Can't you satisfy my curiosity?" "No." Mr. Yu spat out the 2 words coldly. The murderous aura on his body actually condensed in the air and gradually turned into a horrifying arm. The arm was covered with scales, and the fingertips were shining with a dim light. Then, the arm pointed at Li Yunxiao. "Ramayana!" Li Yunxiao cried out in surprise and said angrily, "To be able to condense into Ramayana at will, how many people have you killed to have such a strong killing intent?" Mr. Yu was shocked as well. He said coldly, "So you know Luo Moyan as well. It seems like you are the one who is not an ordinary person. In order to thank you for bringing me here, I have decided to grant you a quick death. Killer God Finger, destroy." He raised his hand in the air and quickly pointed his index finger forward. The killer god's hand that was condensed from the murderous aura in the air also pointed down. The horrifying murderous aura spread out, filling the entire space with suffocation. It was extremely oppressive and horrifying. The sacrificial array seemed to have some slight changes under the murderous aura. The speed at which the positive yang qi was drained gradually slowed down. Li Yunxiao's pupils narrowed. The airflow around him started to rotate under the circulation of yuan qi. The murderous aura that filled the entire space was blown away, forming a vacuum zone around him. His body looked like it was inlaid with pearls and gems. Rays of white light shot out like sunlight piercing through the dark clouds. His entire body was translucent. Wind and cloud roll by me. A plume of wind and cloud gathered in the space where the white light shot out to resist the killer god's finger. Suddenly, Mr. Yu's pupils shrank. His entire face was almost twisted as he screamed, "You are not the nine-yang godly body." His body was trembling as he roared, "Where is the nine-yang godly body? Is it a man or a woman? Tell me." Boom. The two forces clashed together. The phenomenon that was released by Li Yunxiao's godly body actually started to purify the murderous aura. The 24 moonlit bridges had the power of the East Sea's moonlight pearl. It could purify all negative energy and weaken the opponent to the greatest extent. But even with the godly body's phenomenon, the great wind cloud palm was still pushed back by the killer god's finger. Very soon, it was shattered. That huge finger descended, as if it was going to kill everything in its path. "Ha!" Li Yunxiao let out a loud roar and punched out with his physical body. He did not use any powerful martial technique. It was the King Kong fist that everyone knew. Boom. The huge murderous aura exploded in front of him and engulfed him. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground far away. The purplish-black murderous aura did not disperse. It completely enveloped Li Yunxiao as if it was constantly devouring and corroding his body. After Mr. Yu lost his composure for a moment, he immediately regained his composure and coldly looked down. Sure enough, it was not as easy as he thought. The purplish-black murderous aura soon emitted rays of white light, purifying the murderous aura in the surroundings. Li Yunxiao sat up from the ground, his body shining brightly. He raised his head and stared at him coldly. Mr. Yu slowly said, "Your godly body is very strong. It can actually purify my murderous aura. But I am looking for the divine body of 9 suns. Can you tell me where that person is? I can let you live. You are very young. It will be a pity if you die here. With your talent, you will definitely become an overlord in the future." His face was hidden in the darkness and was hard to recognize. But from the ups and downs of his breathing, it was obvious that he was holding back his emotions. As a martial emperor, the other party was just a martial king. He should have been able to capture him easily and interrogate him. But after 2 moves, he could not hurt the other party at all. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly. He was extremely annoyed too. The 2 moves that he had learned in his life, the Heavens and Earth Seal and the Wind Cloud Palm, had killed many peerless rulers, including the Jiotian Emperor Wu. But now, he could not even withstand 2 moves from a martial emperor. Even though he was not injured, he still ended up in a miserable state every time. "If you don't act tough, we might be able to be friends," Li Yunxiao said with a sneer. "Courting death." Mr. Yu instantly exploded. His black robe was shattered into pieces by the impact. It revealed a hideous face, pointed ears, and an abnormally demonic face. His arms were grayish-brown with long white fur, like a wild beast. "Beast," Li Yunxiao said softly. He was not too surprised. When the other party said that the day humans would be trapped in the 5-Cloud Mountain wasn't far away, he had already guessed it. The difference between beasts and beasts was like the difference between humans and monkeys. Many years ago, they might have shared the same ancestor. In the end, one of them developed intelligence and became a beast. "Since you're being so stubborn, I'll have to take you down and interrogate you myself." Mr. Yu said calmly, "As a martial emperor, it's my greatest gift that you're able to see my true appearance." Li Yunxiao was left speechless. He said, "Will you die if you don't show off your superiority?" I really couldn't understand why a monster beast would have a sense of superiority. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Courting death. Mr. Yu's hair stood on end. The biggest taboo for the beast race was to be called a beast. It was like humans being called a hairless monkey. Cross void slash. He crossed his arms and fired two streams of energy that tore the space apart at an incredible speed, resulting in a piercing screech. Green Lotus Sword Song. A light flashed in Xianxia's hand, and the purple shadow-green chain sword appeared in his palm. He held it in his hand and swung it out, causing green lotuses to bloom in the air. However, they were soon destroyed by the slash and were headed for his body. Xianxia pushed off the ground in bewilderment and instantly retreated more than 10 steps, dodging the two slashes. The difference in their cultivation was too great. No matter how his opponent attacked, he seemed to be unable to block it and had to dodge it. This made him very frustrated. Plus, his opponent did not seem to be an ordinary martial emperor. He was definitely not as simple as he looked. Let's see how much you can dodge. Mr. Yu pointed out his finger, and a ball of white light gathered on his fingertip. It grew bigger and bigger as he shouted, "Key, random shot." Dozens of attacks were fired from the white light, filling up the entire space. F***CKU. Xianxia cursed and performed a spell with one hand. The demon sky armor appeared and formed a huge shadow in front of him, creating a layer of defense. Rumble. The white light pierced through the black demonic aura and hit the armor. Waves of spiritual pressure spread out like water ripples. Mr. Yu's pupils shrunk, and he exclaimed, "It's a rank 9 armor, and it's made with demonic aura. Who are you?" His eyes were filled with greed. If it was a normal rank 9 weapon, he might not even be interested in it. Xianxia hid behind the armor and sneered, "You didn't live your life in vain to see my face. How dare you ask for my name?" Mr. Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He took out a small green sword, made a few hand seals, and shot it out. He said angrily, "Even if it's a rank 9 weapon, what's the use of it with your cultivation?" The small green sword looked insignificant, and it looked normal even in the air. It attacked along with the white light. However, Xianxia's expression changed. He exclaimed, "You have a rank 9 weapon. 2? A martial emperor wielding a rank 9 weapon and a martial king wielding one were two completely different concepts. The difference was like heaven and earth. The tool charm fluctuation that flickered on the little green sword caused his heart to palpitate. Moreover, the vibrations from the small sword had completely locked onto him. There was no way he could escape. This time, he did not dare to be careless. Although a martial emperor could not fully unleash the power of a rank 9 weapon, Mr. Yu was obviously not a simple martial artist. From the vibrations from the small sword, he could feel that at least half of the weapon's power was activated. Based on this, even a martial honor would not dare to take this attack head-on. Under the pressure of the rank 9 green sword, Xianxia let out a shout. A bracelet unraveled from his arm and suddenly enlarged as it rushed out. The heavenly spirit bracelet emitted rays of yellow light that shook the void apart. It opened up an empty space in front of Xianxia, isolating the green sword. Whoosh! The small sword pierced through the void. Xianxia was overjoyed. He formed a seal with both hands and the heavenly spirit bracelet shrunk again, returning to his wrist and forming a circular wrist guard. Mr. Yu watched the green sword disappear into the void. There was no expression on his face. He only snorted coldly and said, "Childish." He changed the seal on his hand and said sarcastically, "That tail light sword is my life profound weapon. It is connected to my life. Even if it is separated by endless time and space, it is still under my control." Xianxia looked at his wrist in horror. He felt a huge vibration coming from the heavenly spirit bracelet and a sorrowful cry. He turned pale with fright and quickly unraveled his spirit bracelet. Bang! A crisp cracking sound could be heard. The rank 8 profound weapon, the heavenly spirit bracelet, actually exploded in the air. It broke into countless pieces of metal and let out a sorrowful cry in the air. It was unknown what kind of material it was made of. It gradually collapsed and finally disappeared in the air. The tail light sword turned in the air and shot towards Xianxia again. This time, Xianxia's scalp went numb. Mr. Yu's control of the rank 9 profound weapon was far beyond his expectations. Although this sword strike was not as strong as the martial emperor's punch at Yanwu City, it was not much weaker than it. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The world god monument shot out from between his eyebrows and shook the small sword. The spirit strength in his body surged out crazily and a great realm god technique circulated around his body. The two realm powers extended like the rules of the world, breaking the tail light sword's weapon essence and suppressing it. What? Only then did Mr. Yu's expression change. The power and pressure emitted from the opponent's profound weapon was not any weaker than his light tail sword. What made him even more shocked was that his light tail sword was actually under a huge restriction. It was rapidly consuming his spirit and every movement was 100 times more difficult than before. Wave Scamper, activate. Both of Mr. Yu's hands kept changing, and a strange spell was unfolded in his hands. Waves of strange energy spread from his fingertips, filling up the entire space. The surroundings started to distort greatly. The space was compressed and gushed toward the world god's monument, as if it wanted to erase the profound level weapon from the space. Mental domain. Xianxia was shocked, and his pupils quickly turned blood red. On the path of cultivation, cultivators who had reached the Ba Huang province could form their own domain of intent. They were like Zun cultivators. Spell path was the same. The mark of a rank 8 honorable level arcane master was the ability to use mental strength to open up their own domain barrier. This meant that the arcane master's soul energy had reached the level where he could refine rank 8 items. As for Mr. Yu, he immediately opened up his spiritual domain and wanted to banish the world god's monument into the void. In other words, his opponent was at least a rank 8 honorable level arcane master. No wonder I felt that it was strange. Your real strength is not that of an emperor cultivator, but a rank 8 honorable level arcane master. Xianxia felt pressured for the first time. In terms of martial arts, his opponent was stronger than him. In terms of spell path, his opponent was stronger than him. In terms of controlling a rank 9 profound level weapon, his opponent was stronger than him. It was the first time since his rebirth that he had been suppressed by his opponent in every domain. I technique, forbidden development. Xianxia's eyes were burning with the desire to fight. In his previous life, he had been known as the #1 person in the realm of heaven martial arts in terms of mental attacks. When had he ever let anyone act presumptuously in front of him? A raging fighting spirit shot out from his eyes, and the entire great divine evolution technique appeared in his sea of consciousness, transforming into an endless stream of soul power. The whole world turned blood red at that moment, and it was squeezing the distorted space. It seemed like it was going to break his opponent. At that moment, the world god's monument shone with a golden light. It pushed away the surrounding mental energy and continued to suppress the tailed light sword. Actually, even if Xianxia did not make a move, the world god's monument had the living soil of the earth, which could stabilize rivers and mountains, and the 4 seas and 9 continents. It was impossible for it to be dragged into the void turbulence by a rank 8 arcane master's mental energy. You are also an arcane master? Mr. Yu was shocked. Then, he looked like he had suddenly realized something and said, "No wonder you have so many profound level weapons and treasures. Who is your master?" In his opinion, the things that Xianxia had were definitely given to him by his master. Seeing that Xianxia was ignoring him, Mr. Yu was angry. He humphed and said, "Since you are not willing to tell me who your master is, I will kill you directly. Although your mental attack is sharp, your level is too low. Do you want to show off in front of an expert? Ripple Scamper, break." The space around him changed. Xianxia's crimson world weakened rapidly and was pushed back into his eyes. His mind started to feel intense pain. Under the immense mental pressure, not only was his sea of consciousness on the verge of collapse, but his physical body was also suffering a great impact at this moment. The supreme tyrant body was condensed, and his muscles bulged. His physique seemed to be twice as strong as before, emitting a faint yellow light to resist the power. As if that was not enough, 24 moonlit bridges came out of his body. It was beautiful and it lit up the underground space as if it was daytime. Under the mental pressure, it forcefully opened up a space. Not only do you have a divine body, but you have also cultivated the art of body refinement. Mr. Yu's pupils dilated and he said in shock, "In addition to your cultivation in martial arts and formula, at your age, oh my god, how can you have such monstrous talent?" His eyes exploded with intense murderous intent and he said coldly, "Luckily I met you today. Otherwise, you will definitely be a great threat to the monster race in the future." Today, you shall fall here and become the first skeleton of the monster race's revival. His silhouette flashed and he rushed down. He raised his fist and punched at Li Yunxiao. Other than the surging demonic energy, the powerful pressure from the punch was enough to penetrate one's bone marrow and create an irresistible force. Monsters of the same level were almost unbeatable for humans. This was because of their powerful physique, which was 10 times stronger than warriors of the same level. The monster race also inherited such powerful physique. Under Mr. Yu's punch, it felt like it was going to shatter the space. It felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Phew! Vajra punch! Li Yunxiao roared. Without any fancy moves, he simply threw a punch. In a battle like this, any martial arts technique was insignificant. Other than absolute strength, it was also a battle of trump cards and understanding of martial arts and formula. Even the Vajra fist, in his hands, contained a supreme martial intent Dao fruit. Boom! The two fists collided violently. Although they did not make contact, a black crack appeared in the space between the two fists. The crack gradually spread, emitting a terrifying force that seemed like it was going to devour everything. Under the impact of one punch, the force of the collision actually smashed open a crack in space. Rumble! The surrounding space was almost swallowed up by that crack. Li Yunxiao felt as though his entire body was about to explode. The overlord body that he was so proud of was actually pressed to the limit by the other party's punch. It was about to collapse at any time. Mr. Yu was even more shocked. A huge wave of fear surged into his heart. He knew very well how strong his punch was. All these years, he had conducted various experiments and refined countless monster bloodlines. He continued to fuse and experiment with them. In the end, he used some safe secret techniques on himself. In his blood, there was a power that was no less than that of a real dragon's. With such a strong physique, if the opponent was of the same level, he would definitely be smashed into smithereens with one punch. The space would completely collapse, and it would be difficult for even his flesh to remain. Such a strong punch was taken by his opponent. Moreover, he had also taken it with his physique. How could he not be shocked? His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Pfft! Li Yunxiao finally could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. The universe god's monument that was suppressing the tail light sword was also affected. It turned into a flowing light and chased after him, flying back into the space between his eyebrows. Mr. Yu waved his hand and the tail light sword flew back into his palm. In an instant, it became 30 times bigger and became a 3-foot-long sword. He held it in his hand and walked towards the direction where Li Yunxiao fell. The murderous intention on his body was extremely strong. The shock that Li Yunxiao had brought him was too strong. If he did not kill him, he might not be able to sleep at night. He walked over in a few steps but was stunned. Within the limited space, there was no sign of Li Yunxiao. Only the universe god's monument was left standing on the ground. It was like a tombstone and light was flowing on it. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had escaped into the universe god's monument. At that moment, Li Yunxiao was lying on Fengsuan Mountain. His entire body was covered in blood and he kept spitting out blood. With the last punch, his overlord body almost collapsed. His internal organs and the 100 meridians in his limbs were completely destroyed. If he did not escape into the universe god's monument, he would have died. Fortunately, the overlord body's nature-defying characteristics allowed it to absorb a lot of power from his opponent's punch. It started to repair his body continuously. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xianxia's laughter could be heard. He seemed to be very happy and tears were about to come out. This feels great, doesn't it? Cultivation, soul power, profound level weapon, body, all aspects are suppressed by the opponent. Ha ha ha. As the absolute Emperor Wu, you have never experienced something like this before, right? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia seemed to be very excited and laughed continuously. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the universe divine steel as a means of escape, he might really have died. With a thought, a stream of divine consciousness spread out in the universe god's monument. Duanyu, who had no idea where he was, opened his eyes slightly and said in surprise, "He is so powerful." Alright, I shall meet this person. He stood up and casually waved his hand. An earth-shattering roar came over, and the sky flickered with crackling sounds of thunder and lightning. The profound thunder cloud-shocking roar stepped on the clouds and descended from the sky, nestling beside him. There was an obvious change in his aura. He was on par with Duan Yu. In the underground cave, Mr. Yu scanned every corner cautiously, but he could not find Li Yunxia's voice. He had a strange expression on his face. Although the sacrificial formation could block divine consciousness, as a rank 8 alchemist, he was not affected at all in such a small space. However, he could not find any aura after searching every corner. In the end, he returned his gaze to the Universe God Monument and looked at it carefully. Could it be that the monument can break through space and he hid in the void? Master Yu frowned and shook his head. He mumbled to himself, impossible. Even if he entered the void, he would not be able to do it. Even if he entered the void, he would leave behind a coordinate aura. Could it be that he escaped into the monument? The thought shocked him and he said in disbelief, that's even more impossible. Other than the legendary supreme grade profound weapon, Noah's Ark, there is no other profound weapon that can do this. He stared at the World God Monument and muttered to himself, but why is this profound weapon's weapon ripple so strange? Oh well, since he has such a brilliant hiding technique, I shall take this weapon first. It's not a loss. Master Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade tablet. The monument was definitely not weaker than his light tail sword. Therefore, he was mentally prepared that it would not be easy to take it. However, the moment his palm touched the monument, a bolt of lightning shot out and a strong electric arc flickered in the surroundings. He felt numb and quickly retracted his hand. Just as he was in shock, a roar was heard. Then, a giant beast flew out from the Universe God Monument and pounced towards him. It's the beast-taming monument. Mr. Yu was shocked. He thought that the Universe God Monument was a beast-tamer's weapon that could hold a beast. Although the mystic thunder cloud-shocking hell was extremely violent, he did not panic at all. He snorted coldly and took a step forward, slamming his palm down. Boom, the lightning of the mystic thunder cloud-shocking roar was directly shattered by his palm force, turning into countless electric arcs that scattered in all directions. As for the mystic thunder cloud-shocking roar, it suffered a huge impact and was sent flying far away. White Flame Ghost Kill, 6 Extremes Halberd. A cold voice was heard. Under the heavenly halberd, a flame quickly spread in the air and engulfed Mr. Yu. You are, Mr. Rain was shocked. On the other side of the fire, there was a strange face staring at him coldly. Under Duan Yu's attack, the surrounding green lotus earth fire swept up and roared. What the hell is going on? Mr. Yu immediately calmed down. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the tail light sword in his hand swept out horizontally, producing an ear-piercing slicing sound. The surrounding flames were all spread out and fell behind him. The killing intent on his body was so intense that it locked on to Duan Yu. Tell me, where are you from? Where's that young man? The cold voice sent chills down Duan Yu's spine. The person in front of him was even more powerful than what Li Yunxiao had described. He and the mystic thunder cloud-shocking hell had used their strongest ultimate moves one after another, but the other party had easily neutralized them with a single move. They had no power to resist at all. Damn it, I've been screwed over by that brat. What's the use of calling me out against such a powerful opponent? Duan Yu was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat when he sensed the killing intent coming from the other party. Moreover, the weapon essence from the tail light sword almost suffocated him. If the other party were to slash him with the sword, he would definitely die. Hee, why are you asking when you already know the answer? You just can't believe it, right? Duan Yu answered carefully as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Pfft, Mr. Yu's expression changed and he stared at the Universe God Monument. His body trembled and his chest rose and fell violently. He said in a trembling voice, This is really a supreme profound level weapon? He was a rank 8 alchemist, so he naturally knew what a supreme grade weapon meant and how valuable it was. In the records of the continent, only the unparalleled Emperor Wu had forged a supreme grade weapon, Noah's Arkansas. Other than that, there were no other records of supreme grade weapons. Why would there be one more out of nowhere? He was so shocked that his mind went blank and he was a little absent-minded. Putting aside the power of a supreme grade weapon, the person who got it could become an unparalleled expert. Moreover, the method of forging it was something that countless top alchemists would go crazy over. Suddenly, Xianxia's face appeared on the universe god monument. His eyes turned into a crescent moon and a strong mental strength spread out. With a gentle tug, Mr. Yu was about to be sucked in. If he could pull the other party into the universe god monument, even the Jiutian Emperor Wu would have to kneel. Mr. Yu's body trembled as he felt the space around him changing violently. His body seemed to be pulled by a strong mental strength. However, he was a rank 8 alchemist after all. He regained his senses after a short moment of absent-mindedness. A surge of soul power spread out and easily shook off Xianxia's mental strength. His body stopped in front of the universe god monument and he was almost sucked in. Xianxia's face revealed an intense look of disappointment and he disappeared in a flash. Mr. Yu was so shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. Although he did not know what would happen if he was sucked in, a supreme-grade weapon was not something he could guess. He reckoned it would be a disaster. Just as he was in shock, the universe god monument flashed and a strong force rushed out. Then, a fist the size of a casserole kept enlarging in his eyes. Bang! Mr. Yu hurriedly threw a punch and collided with the stone beast's fist. Boom! As soon as the stone beast's entire body was revealed, one of its arms started to crack and shatter. Mr. Yu did not feel good either. The punch came too suddenly and he was not prepared at all. His body was hit by the stone beast's huge force and he was forced to take a few steps back. The blood in his body surged and a bloody taste surged up his throat. Boom! The stone beast's body came out from the universe god monument completely. It stepped on the ground and created a loud sound. Its broken arm quickly reformed and returned to normal. It walked towards Mr. Yu step by step. Mr. Yu was a little dizzy. He had no idea how many powerful beings were in the universe god monument. If there were endless experts and beasts coming out, even if he was Emperor Wu, he would not be able to handle it. It is indeed a supreme-grade weapon. I must get it. He roared and rushed forward. With a slash of the sword in his hand, the sharp sword aura smashed the stone beast that was coming towards him into pieces. His body passed through and his left hand formed a seal in the air. A huge golden seal condensed in his palm. A strange demon race character enlarged in the air and fell towards the universe god monument. Suddenly, the monument shone with a red light and a ray of true phoenix fire shot out. The entire underground space instantly transformed into a sea of flames. Within the flames, the shadow of a dragon continuously shuttled forward. It was actually a demonic dragon that directly revealed itself. It used the power of the 9th level to form a sword art to slay the demonic beast, slashing together with the phoenix flames. At the same time, the earth rhythm was activated and the gravity increased by 10,000 times. The entire underground cave started to show signs of collapsing. A large number of rocks started to collapse. Mr. Yu was shocked. His Zhen Qi circulation had become extremely difficult under this 10,000 times gravity. Moreover, the demon-slaying sword that came from the sky and the divine fire that covered the sky and the earth made his heart palpitate. Great Sky Tactic, 8th Blade. Rays of sword aura appeared on the tail light sword and turned into rings of light that spread out. In the end, the body of the sword became bright. The green light almost pierced through the void and slashed in front of him. Boom! The three forces collided and Mr. Yu's body was forced to retreat in the air. The sword aura from the tail light sword formed a pressure that separated the demon slayer and the true phoenix fire. Although he was not injured, it was still difficult for him to defend against the combined attack of the two forces. He was forced to fly out and his body hit the wall hard, creating a tunnel that was tens of meters long. After the attack, Zhenryu returned to the universe god monument. Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged on Fengsuan Mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Although he had used the true phoenix fire to materialize, the difficulty of controlling it was beyond his imagination. He had used up all his soul power. His body was destroyed and his soul power was used up. He was almost completely crippled. After the stone beast outside was slashed into pieces, it condensed again and walked towards Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu was embedded in the rock and did not feel good either. Controlling a rank 9 profound weapon was also beyond his ability. However, he had always cultivated with his life, which was why he could use a small part of the tail light sword's power. He thought that he was invincible among those of the same rank, but he had suffered such a huge loss in the hands of a martial king. Although Mr. Yu's body did not suffer any substantial damage, his vitality and soul power were greatly depleted. His strength was decreasing rapidly. No. If this continues, I won't be able to open the sacrificial array. He was anxious and rushed out from the wall. His left hand quickly formed a seal and a few rings of light flew out from his palm and covered the stone beast. The rings of light fell and tied the stone beast up like a rope, making it unable to move. It could only roar in anger but could not break free no matter how hard it tried. Only Duan Yu and the mystical thunder cloud roar were left standing not far away. They were not like the stone beast that could resurrect infinitely. Once it died, it would be completely dead. Hence, they did not dare to move. Mr. Yu looked at Duan Yu coldly and raised his sword to slash down. Duan Yu was shocked. With the mystical thunder cloud roar, the two of them rushed into the Universe God Monument at an unprecedented speed and disappeared with a flash of light. As if affected by Li Yunxiao's serious injury, the light on the Universe God Monument became weaker and weaker. It stood there quietly, not moving at all. Mr. Yu's eyelids twitched and he was furious. At that moment, he had used up 80 to 90% of his energy. He did not dare to try to retrieve the Universe God Monument. God knows what other powerful figures were hiding in there. Moreover, he was not confident about the probability of retrieving it. He had more important things to do with his remaining energy. A look of respect flashed across his face as he walked towards the sacrificial array. A ray of purple light suddenly surged from the array and formed an enchantment that enveloped the entire array and protected it. Mr. Yu was stunned for a moment before revealing a look of excitement. He mumbled to himself, "Cloudy Sky Crystal Enchantment. It's the legendary Cloudy Sky Crystal Enchantment. Which great expert of my clan laid down this great formation, and what is his intention?" He bit his finger and used his blood to draw runes on the purple enchantment. Soon, his body began to glow with purple light and finally merged into the array. The entire array was only 100 meters wide. Four majestic pillars stood at the four corners, carved with all kinds of rare beasts and weird-looking demons. Mr. Yu walked to one of the pillars and studied it carefully. There were some demon words on it, and he could recognize them all. "Hey! It's the legendary demon of my race, Wing." Mr. Yu was so shocked that he took a few steps back in fear. The demon in the pillar had a strange expression. He was embedded inside like an amber and had lost all signs of life. However, his majestic appearance was still able to show the domineering aura he had when he was alive. Wing is a demon from thousands of years ago. Why would he be here and become a sacrificial item? Mr. Yu felt his throat dry up, and it was hard to breathe. He came to another pillar. The demon inside was not as tall and burly as Wing. Instead, it was much smaller, and it seemed to be a female demon. Mr. Yu followed the carvings and words on the pillar and suddenly felt dizzy. He felt like he was about to fall. He felt cold all over and mumbled to himself in shock, "Another legendary demon. Li." He didn't dare to look at the other two, afraid that his heart couldn't take it. The so-called demon was equivalent to a human powerhouse. It was a powerhouse that had stepped into the peak of Emperor Wu. It was like one of the 10 great human emperors Wu, respected by thousands of demons. He carefully walked to the center and looked at the transparent ball floating in the air. It constantly emitted a strong yang qi. He could vaguely see a figure inside, but he couldn't see it clearly. Even his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Gulp, Mr. Yu swallowed hard. He was so shocked that he could not think straight. He had no idea what was inside the sphere. What made him anxious was that the positive yang qi seemed to have been lost for many years. He didn't know whether the thing inside was dead or alive. There seems to be a problem with the formation. This place seems to be the universal earth vein. It should be the place where the dragon qi is being nurtured. Why did it flow in the opposite direction? It must be those damned humans. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and said, "That must be it." They couldn't break the cloudy sky crystal origin barrier, so they thought of this method to turn the originally gathered power into a loss. It had been so many years, yet there was still an unending stream of energy flowing out. "Oh my God! Before this, the thing inside must have been a terrifying existence. What's the situation now? Master Yu could not help but feel anxious. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the enchantment and entered his ears. TSK. Who? Who is it? He was shocked and quickly looked at the Universe God monument outside. He thought it was Li Yunxiao who was playing tricks again. He didn't know that Li Yunxiao was so weak that he was half dead. He was recovering quickly in the Universe God monument. It's me, on your right. I am Li, Tisk. Mr. Yu was shocked and hurriedly looked at the smaller demon beast. The voice seemed to be coming from inside, but it was very weak. How many years has it been? I finally see someone from my clan. I don't have much energy left. Listen carefully. The female demon named Li began to transmit her voice intermittently. Mr. Yu's expression kept changing, from shock, to horror, to anger, to joy, and finally, to calmness. Li seemed to have said too much in one breath. All her energy was used up and she became silent again. After Mr. Yu recovered from his extreme shock, he started to ponder. After a while, his face revealed a determined expression. He started to sit cross-legged and both of his hands kept on forming hand seals. Every move was performed very slowly, as if he was very unfamiliar with it. However, his expression was unusually serious. Various demon clan words appeared from his body and flew out of the formation. The transparent sphere in the middle gradually became brighter. It flickered and the positive yang qi started to stop flowing. At the same time, the 4 pillars in the surroundings gave off different kinds of light. However, they were like candles. Under Mr. Yu's hand seals, they started to melt. Mr. Yu's face became paler and paler. Big beads of sweat rolled down his face. However, he still clenched his teeth and did not dare to stop for even a second. Finally, the 4 pillars all melted. A strange aura spread out within the formation. The bodies of the 3 demons appeared and they all fell on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Meanwhile, Li's body gradually sat cross-legged and seemed to be able to adjust his breathing. Immediately after, Mr. Yu took out a few glass containers filled with bright red blood. He poured it all into his mouth and his entire body instantly turned red. It was as if he had once again obtained a huge amount of power. His eyes were also filled with excitement. Large amounts of demon clan words appeared around his body again and started to continuously display them towards the transparent sphere in the middle. That sphere was also affected by the power and started to melt continuously. Every drop of white liquid that fell would let out a sizzling sound and instantly evaporate, forming a gas that dispersed in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the entire formation seemed to have become a patch of white mist. The figure of a man gradually appeared in the air. He was like a baby, curled up into a ball. However, that face was that of a young man around 20 years old. Pfft! Seeing that he had succeeded, Mr. Yu finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became extremely pale. It was as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. His face was actually covered with wrinkles. At that moment, he shockingly realized that in the white mist, one of the 3 great demon bodies that were originally lying down actually sat up and started to adjust his breathing just like Li slowly opened her eyes. They were actually deep purplish-brown pupils. She stared at the man in the middle for a while and said slowly, "Now, bring us out of here. Our powers are almost completely used up. Our cultivation has already fallen to an unrecognizable level." Yes. Lord Li. Mr. Yu once again took out a large amount of medicinal pellets and poured them into his mouth like beans, forcefully supporting his body. He roared in a low voice and circulated the last bit of his vitality. Numerous gusts of wind formed around his body and swept up the man in the middle and the 4 pillar great demons. They turned into a gust of wind and flew out of the cave. At that moment, the cloudy heaven crystal origin barrier was suddenly broken. The white mist spread out and filled the entire cave. Within the World God Monument, on Fengsuan Mountain, Duan Yu continuously walked around Li Yunxiao's body and made a ruckus. "I will not fall for your tricks anymore. In the future, if you meet such a terrifying person, please do not call for me. You can just hide in here as soon as possible. Everything will be fine. Look at yourself." You almost died, didn't you? Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and said angrily, can't you King shut up? You King talks so much nonsense. So annoying. He waved his hand and Duan Yu was teleported to an unknown place. Within the World God Monument, every action of Li Yunxiao was in accordance with the rules of the universe and could not be stopped. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with doubt. He mumbled to himself, why is there no movement after so long? Could it be that that person did not want this supreme-grade profound-level weapon? With his cultivation as a rank 8 alchemist, even if he could not collect it, he should at least try. Why did I not feel anything at all? Could it be that he left? Suddenly, the stone beast's figure appeared in the sky. It had actually escaped from the light circle. Seeing that there was no one around, it returned on its own. Li Yunxiao moved his consciousness and started communicating with the stone beast. Although the stone beast did not have much intelligence, the information in its mind was still understood by Li Yunxiao. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. In a flash, he appeared outside the World God Monument. All he saw was a white fog. In a blur, he could see that there was no one in the cave. Moreover, the central sphere and the 4 pillars in the sacrificial array had completely disappeared. Li Yunxiao felt that something was wrong. From the information in the stone beast's mind, it seemed that the demon in the sacrificial array was still alive. This information shocked him. Only heaven knew how long the array had been running for. How could there be someone alive? If that was really the case, how powerful would that person be? We're doomed. The great demon of the demon clan has appeared. I'm afraid that 5 Cloud Mountain is in trouble. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with worry. Genryu's voice was heard. You don't have to worry too much. How many years has it been since the positive yang qi dissipated? It's already a miracle that those so-called great demons are still alive. Even if they really come back to life, their energy will definitely be depleted. If they want to restore their great demon power, unless they have a great opportunity, it's unlikely that they will be able to do so in this lifetime. He paused and said, moreover, there are many experts in the human race. Even if they can restore their strength, a few great demons are nothing. Among the 10 Emperor Wu, which one of them isn't more powerful than a great demon? Li Yunxiao thought about it and agreed. Not to mention a few great demons whose life and death were unknown, even if 10 real great demons were to come back to life, it would not matter. After he thought it through, he felt relieved. Suddenly, he frowned and said in surprise, what is this white fog? Such pure energy. After the shock, Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He was injured all over and encountered such a great supplement. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and activated the single energy of creation to absorb it. Under the nourishment of the white fog, the cultivator's body rapidly recovered. Luo Yunsheng, who was cultivating in the 8th Squadron's base, suddenly opened her eyes and frowned. She was immersed in a mysterious state when she suddenly felt the endless energy flowing into her body disappear. Being immersed in that mysterious state seemed to be a special state of the 9 yang body. This was the first time she had touched it, and it made her feel a great shock of power. When she recovered from that state, she felt a wave of disappointment and pity. However, there was an extremely overbearing energy flowing through her meridians, which was different from the yuan qi that she cultivated before. It was under that state that the 9 yang body formed itself. Could this be the 9 yang true qi? She was shocked. Although she had been cultivating the 9 yang technique, and the true qi flowing through her meridians contained yang qi, it was only slightly more yang than ordinary yuan qi. However, the energy flowing through her body made her feel incomparably powerful, as if it was difficult to contend against someone of the same level. With this 9 yang true qi, I'm not afraid of being a burden to young Master Yun. After Li Yunxiao came out of the cave, he was in high spirits. Not only were his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also increased by a lot. He was having a headache now. After the demon formation was destroyed, there was no longer a trace of yang qi. How was he going to explain it to the alchemists? He had no choice but to bite the bullet and think of a reason. Because everyone relies on external forces to refine, it's difficult to achieve effective improvement in strength. Because of this, I thought about it for a night, and finally used all my efforts to break the origin returning formation and block the fire dragon vein. Although it will affect the quality of everyone's products in the short term, it is only by training ourselves like this that we can make great progress. So that's how it is. I was wondering why my soul power didn't increase after coming to the rookie mercenary group. It's actually because of this. A rank 3 alchemist revealed a look of realization, and looked at Li Yunxiao with gratitude. Lu Sun also looked extremely excited, and said with a face of reverence, "Ever since Master Yunxiao gave me a few pointers, I feel that I have already touched the threshold of rank 6. Thank you, Master Yunxiao." Everyone listened to Master Yunxiao's teachings and pointers. There will definitely be no mistakes. That's right, the improvement in these 2 days is even more than I have in 2 years. Everyone responded one after another, full of gratitude and worship. Li Yunxiao grunted softly and said, "Then continue to work hard, everyone. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first." He hurriedly extricated himself from those admiring gazes and jogged back to his room. Thinking back to his battle with that person in the underground space, the most depressing thing was that he still didn't know the other party's identity. With a jolt of his heart, he immediately projected his soul image in the Universe Divine Monument and captured Gui Wesheng, Yi Xian, and the others for questioning. Only then did he confirm the other party's identity. It was actually the mysterious Mr. Rain. Mr. Rain. Demon Arcane Master. Hyline's body. He strung all these together and seemed to have some idea. He muttered to himself, "That guy's body is unusually strong. Even a demon beast that specializes in defense can't have such a strong body. It must have something to do with the refinement of his bloodline. If they want to snatch Hylin, they must want the blood of the desolate earth elephant in his body. These are fun." The bodies of the great demons were also taken away by him. If he were to refine the blood and put it on my body, I'm afraid it'll be even more troublesome the next time I meet him. Moreover, the secret of the Universe Divine Monument has been discovered by this person. I wonder if he will spread the news. Li Yunxiao only felt a headache. Just as his mind was in a mess, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Leader, the leader of Red Coat Mercenary Group requests to see you." Red Coat Mercenary Group? Li Yunxiao creased his eyebrows. Why is the name so pink? It sounds like a woman. Very soon, he understood. It was a mercenary group formed by a woman. Moreover, it was a beauty that made his blood boil. A lady in a bright red fur coat smiled as she embroidered straight thighs and perky breasts in front of him. With every step she took, the fragrance of the lady quickly spread throughout the room. She revealed a flirtatious expression and secretly stared at Li Yunxiao. Then, she found a chair and sat down. She crossed her beautiful legs and her private parts were faintly visible. This made Li Yunxiao feel his blood rushing to his head and blood almost spurting out of his nostrils. A girl who cries and screams to come to me can go around the light song forest twice. The words that Ben Jie said before he left immediately appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind. Ever since he became the leader, he hadn't stopped fighting and killing. Finally, there was some reward. This was a piece of fat meat that came to him. "Hello, fat meat. What's the matter?" Li Yunxiao tried his best to maintain his demeanor. He touched his nose and let the blood that had accumulated in it move a little. If it spurted out, it would be very embarrassing. Fat meat? The beauty was stunned. Then, her face turned gloomy. She bit her red lips and stood up. She swayed her waist and walked closer. "Do you see any fat meat on my body? Look at it yourself. Which part of me has fat meat?" The fragrance that assailed his nostrils had a slight hallucinatory effect. Li Yunxiao naturally noticed it. However, he seemed to be enjoying it and looked at the lady's body happily. "Sorry, I spilled the beans." "You are." The beauty seemed to be very confident in her appearance. She leaned forward and said, "I am the leader of the Red Coat Mercenary Group. My name is Hong Yi." "Hello, Leader Hong." Cough, cough. Men and women should not touch each other. Please take your hand off my shoulder. Li Yunxiao coughed and reached out to grab the other party's lily-white hand. Hong Yi laughed coquettishly and pulled her hand back. She performed a few dance moves and sat back on the chair. She smiled and said, "Leader Yunxiao is only 16 or 17 years old. You are actually so lecherous." You even want to touch your big sister's body? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Big sister? It's auntie, right? Hong Yi's expression changed greatly. Her anger surged and she scolded, You little brat. You say the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. She immediately laughed and said, It's not necessarily that you can't eat them. Hee hee, but I am your leader's exclusive property. Let's see if you have the guts to taste them. Li Yunxiao also laughed and said, Then how can I eat them? I seem to be very interested. Hee hee. Hong Yi laughed beautifully. She purposely puffed out her chest, causing the 2 swollen pieces of flesh to almost burst out. She said coquettishly, I heard that Leader Yunxiao is holding a heroes' assembly in the west of the city tomorrow? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, That's right. I have already spread the news. I wonder if Leader Hong will be coming back to participate? Hong Yi smiled and said, Of course. Other than the 3 mercenary groups in the west of the city, there are also other forces that are presentable. My Red Coat mercenary group is one of them. We naturally have to participate in such a heroes' assembly. However, I am very curious. What is Leader Yunxiao's purpose for holding this assembly? Li Yunxiao said, Leader Hong, you will know tomorrow. Hong Yi bit her red lips and slowly lifted her legs. Her entire body reclined on the chair as a coquettish and enchanting aura spread out. She said coquettishly, Captain Yunxiao doesn't want to eat big sister anymore, gulp. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and slapped his forehead weakly. He said, Auntie Hong, I won't be able to take it if you continue like this. Hong Yi revealed an angry expression, but she was still very happy about her charm. Her expression gradually turned serious. She stared at Li Yunxiao and said, Leader Yunxiao is holding a heroes' assembly tomorrow. Are you going to reshuffle the forces in the west of the city? Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised expression. He looked at Hong Yi's chest to see if it was real. People said that women with big breasts had no brains. However, this woman not only had brains, but she was even smarter than the average man. It seemed like her cultivation wasn't high, but to be able to become a mercenary group leader, she didn't just rely on her breasts. Why do you say that, Auntie Hong? Hong Yi said angrily, You are not allowed to call me auntie. I am only 19 this year. Pfft. Li Yunxiao finally vomited blood. However, it wasn't from his nose but from his mouth. Hong Yi's face turned slightly red. She said angrily, You were 19 a few years ago. You are not that old now either. You have to call me big sister. Li Yunxiao patted his chest and calmed his blood flow. Then, he wiped off his cold sweat and said, Captain Hong, what exactly do you want? Just say it. Hong Yi's eyes narrowed. The aura on her body instantly changed from enchanting to grave and stern. There was a hint of killing intent. She said, I want to borrow your strength to eliminate the 4 Extremes sect from the Singing Forest. 4 Extremes sect? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He looked at Hong Yi in shock. The 4 Extremes sect was one of the 7 major merchant unions. She was just a small mercenary group. How could there be any friction between them? The difference between the two was too great. There was no way they could contend against each other. Hong Yi seemed to see through his thoughts. She smiled coquettishly. That killing intent became ambiguous again. She giggled and said, Captain Yunxiao, just agree to it. She acted coquettishly and coquettishly said, Furthermore, others may not know Captain Yunxiao's identity, but I am very clear about it. You have a grudge with the 4 Extremes sect, am I right, Yanwu City Lord, Lord Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated. A cold aura spread out and locked onto Hong Yi. Although there was nothing to hide about his identity, he really didn't like this situation where he was in the light while the other party was in the dark. Ayaya, is City Lord Yunxiao going to kill Big Sister? Hong Yi covered her face and smiled. She was extremely charming. Li Yunxiao had teased Tang Yuan in Mount Meru, causing his crotch to explode and his tragic death. Almost everyone in the world knew about this. And Tang Yuan was a direct disciple of the Tang clan, the largest force in the 4 Extremes sect. He couldn't escape from this hatred, but he had never been afraid of it. Hong Yi seemed to enjoy this feeling. She continued to show off her information. She said, Although I know that Captain Yunxiao is the famous Yanwu City Lord, I really don't know who the force behind City Lord Yunxiao is. He unexpectedly managed to invite Lyra Emperor Wu, Li Huaqi, to support him. TSK, in the realm of heaven martial arts, there are probably only a few people who dare to attack the city lord. Li Yunxia's expression grew cold as he said, I don't like women who think they're smart. They're disgusting. Especially when this woman is already in her 70s or 80s. You. Hong Yi trembled with anger. Women were most afraid of being called old, not to mention a former beauty who was gradually aging. This was something that Hong Yi couldn't eat or sleep in peace every day. Now that Li Yunxiao pointed it out, her eyes flashed with resentment. I'm the exclusive property of your commander Hao Lian. How dare you talk to me like this? I'll ask Commander Hao Lian to kill you. She was so furious that the makeup on her face wrinkled. Li Yunxiao sighed. Do you think that in Hao Lian's heart, is a capable subordinate more important or an old and frail aunt more important? I'll kill you. Hong Yi bellowed angrily and pink gas burst out from her 5 fingers. It shuttled back and forth in the air like a rope, circling around Li Yunxiao. Pink bone erosion, explode. She clenched her fist, and the pink gas exploded. Like maggots attached to bones, it burrowed into Li Yunxiao's body as if it had a life of its own. At this moment, she was so furious that she exerted her most powerful killing move without hesitation. Li Yunxiao stood there motionlessly. Black demonic qi gushed out from his body and swallowed the pink gas. He stretched out his hand, and the shadow of the devil sky armor emerged. No force could get close to him. Oh, you're from the Tianyi Pavilion. No wonder you have such a big conflict with the Four Extremes sect. Li Yunxiao said lightly with a smile in his eyes. Hong Yi's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly dispersed the pink gas and looked at Li Yunxiao in horror. She finally realized that Yi Futian had provoked her on purpose to find out more about her background. Is this man really a teenager of 16 or 17 years old? Looking at Li Yunxiao's innocent smile, she felt a chill in her heart. She had been lurking in the forest of songs for so many years and had never revealed her identity. She had only known this man for a short time, and he had already found out about her background. Tell me, we can deal with the Four Extremes sect. How much are you willing to pay? Li Yunxiao asked with a smile. Price? Hong Yi snorted angrily and said, the Four Extremes sect is your mortal enemy. If you don't kill them, they will kill you sooner or later. Even with Li Huaqi's protection, you might not be able to escape the pursuit of the Four Extremes sect. It's for your own good. How dare you bargain with me? Li Yunxiao waved his hand and chased her away. I hate talking to stupid women. Auntie Hong, I won't see you out. Hong Yi was exasperated. She had never been so passive and at a disadvantage when conversing with others. Before he came, he had everything planned out. Coupled with his charm, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a child. He didn't expect that he would become more and more passive and lose the right to speak. What exactly do you want? Hong Yi was forced to compromise. Li Yunxiao stared at her and said coldly, it's not what I want, but what you want. I'll give you one more chance to speak. If I'm not satisfied, I won't see you out. Hong Yi felt dizzy. For the first time, she doubted her own social skills and charm. She said in distress, fine. We've received the latest news that Tang Jia, the young master of the Four Extremes sect, is currently in the Singing Forest. Our superiors have given the order to capture Tang Jia alive at all costs. Even if they know that the Tianyi Pavilion did it, we can't leave any evidence behind. She glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, I believe that Captain Yunxiao is holding a mercenary meeting at this time to reorganize the power structure in the west of the city. This is a good opportunity to deal with the Four Extremes sect and capture Tang Jia alive. As for the reward, as long as it's not too much, I believe the Tianyi Pavilion will not be stingy. After saying that, she looked at Li Yunxiao quietly. However, she saw no expression on his face. He was like a stubborn rock. She felt a little uneasy and angry. Li Yunxiao finally smiled and said, Sister Hong, I don't think you've solved my problem by asking me to do this. On the contrary, you've brought me even more trouble. Tang Yuan is only a disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion. Even if he's dead, there's still room for negotiation. Tang Jia is the young master. If you kill him, the Four Extremes sect will not rest until one of us is dead. Besides, I'm not allowed to ask for too much reward for capturing the young master of one of the 7 major merchant unions. This business. TSK. Sister Hong, Su Liani really has a bad eye for not promoting you to the deputy pavilion master of the Tianyi pavilion. Hong Yi blushed and said angrily, what reward do you want then? She felt that she had failed miserably in this conversation. She was falling further and further behind the line. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, don't be nervous, Sister Hong. I won't ask you to be my slave. I don't have a fetish like Hao Lian. Your sect is at least among the top 4 in the merchant union. Have you ever heard of the 9 evil underworld water? Hong Yi was taken aback. She said in astonishment, the 9 evil underworld water that is known as the essence of all waters and a rare treasure? That's right. Li Yunxiao's eyes glinted. He said in a serious voice, the reward is the 9 evil underworld water. Hong Yi was silent for a moment as if she was thinking. Then, she said, I've only heard of it. I'm not sure if the Tianyi pavilion has it. I must report this to my superiors. If possible, I'll inform Captain Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, sure, but you'd better give me an answer as soon as possible. It's not easy to mess with the 4 Extremes sect, even if it's just a small branch of the breezy singing forest. Hong Yi understood the gravity of the matter and quickly left. She didn't dare to show off in front of Li Yunxiao for fear of embarrassing herself. It smells good. As soon as Hong Yi left, Ding Ling scuttled into the room with a resentful look on her face. She glanced around the room. Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, the leader of a mercenary group came to talk business. Business? That smells good. Ding Ling sniffed and snorted. I saw a vixen leaving just now. She was so flirtatious and had a satisfied look on her face. Captain Yunxiao seems to be very powerful. She was so jealous that she tried her best to make sarcastic remarks. Li Yunxiao couldn't speak his mind. The more he tried to explain, the more troublesome it would be. Humph, I'm leaving. Captain Yunxiao, take care of yourself. There are plenty of girls waiting for you in the breezy singing forest. Ding Ling felt even more suffocated when he didn't respond. She turned around and was about to leave. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and asked, Miss Ling you know a lot about the Commerce League, don't you? I want to know about the feud between the Tianyi Pavilion and the 4 Extremes sect. Ding Ling stopped and turned around. She asked in surprise, that vixen is from the Commerce League? Li Yunxiao nodded and briefly explained the situation. Ding Ling was shocked. She said hurriedly, you can't do that. The 4 Extremes sect is much more powerful than they seem. If young Master Yun could regain his former strength, there would be nothing to be afraid of. But now, you've killed Tang Yuan and you've gotten yourself into trouble. If you capture Tang Jia, they will try their best to hunt you down even if you've regained your strength and become the titled Emperor Wu. Oh? Li Yunxiao listened attentively with an intrigued expression. Ding Ling said with a solemn expression, everyone knows that the Commerce League is powerful. The reason why they think so is that it is composed of the 7 major commerce leagues and over 100 chambers of commerce of various sizes. With such a combined strength, they are strong enough to contend with the 7 superpowers. However, I can say with certainty that the Myriad Gem Tower, the Money Sect, the 4 Extremes Sect, and the Tianyi Pavilion, among the 7 major commerce leagues, are as powerful as the 7 superpowers. She sighed and said, although we are all members of the 7 major commerce leagues, these 4 chambers of commerce are far more powerful than the 3 of us. They call themselves the 4 core alliances and have long rejected the 3 of us in their hearts. The reason why they don't reveal themselves is that they are wearing the guise of chambers of commerce. In fact, they are no different from the 7 superpowers. In terms of strength, even Master Gu Feiyang wouldn't dare to provoke the 7 superpowers. Li Yunxiao was also surprised. He said with a frown, they are so powerful? He asked, what's the grudge between the Tianyi Pavilion and the 4 Extremes sect? Why don't they kill the young master? Ding Ling's eyes flashed as she said word by word, it's because of the ship. Key. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said in a low voice, the legendary ship key that can find and open Noah's Ark? Isn't that just a legend? Does the Commerce League really have the ship key? Ding Ling said, that's right. The ship key has always been in the hands of the Commerce League. It was handed over to the 4 core alliances to manage together. Each of them takes turns keeping it for a year. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Is there something missing? Otherwise, the Commerce League would have found Noah's Ark a long time ago if they had the ship key." "That's right," Ding Ling said with a look of approval, "because there are 2 ship keys, Yin and Yang. The one in the Commerce League's hands is the Yang key. No matter how hard they try to decipher it, they can't figure out its secret. However, I recently heard that the Yin key has also appeared on the continent." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He said, "I see. That's why the owner of the Yang key is very important this year. With the power of the 4 core alliances, it is very likely that they will find the other key. If one of them were to obtain Noah's Ark, not only would their overall strength be able to lead the Commerce Alliance, but even the 7 super forces would also have to bow down to them." Ding Ling said, "Young Master Yun is right. The Yang key should be in the hands of the 4 extreme sect this year and the Tianyi Pavilion next year. I think the Tianyi Pavilion is determined to get the ship key at all costs." She said worriedly, "This is not a good thing for the Commerce League." Noah's Ark, Li Yunxiao murmured to himself. It was the only supreme magical artifact that had ever been recorded on the continent. However, judging from all the information, it was not as good as his universe god steel. If anyone knew that he had such a precious artifact, he would be hunted down by Emperor Wu every day. Ding Ling had thought of this as well. She asked cautiously, "Young Master Yun, where did you get that magical artifact? Could it be Noah's Ark?" She made a bold guess. Li Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You won't believe me even if I tell you. I got it from the warehouse of the Li family in the Tianshui nation." Ding Ling was stunned. He was so lucky to find a supreme magical artifact in a random warehouse. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "This is going to be troublesome. It turns out to be such a serious matter. If I get involved, I will probably be crushed into pieces." He slapped his forehead and said in distress, "I've been fooled by my own cleverness. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have exposed Hong Yi's identity. Now that Hong Yi's identity has been exposed, I'm afraid the Tianyi Pavilion will come after me if I don't cooperate with them." He said coldly with a ferocious glint in his eyes, "If you piss me off, I'll wipe out the Tianyi Pavilion and the 4 extreme sect." Ding Ling was startled. His words sent chills down her spine. She had heard of Gu Feiyang's character. Back then, he had massacred the Crimson Moon City, one of the 7 major forces. Countless cultivators were killed or wounded. The strength of the Crimson Moon City fell to the bottom of the 7 major forces. As for the other forces, such as the North Underworld sect and the Divine Firmament Palace, he had fought them all by himself. He was the kind of person who would kill a man every 10 steps. "Stop throwing a tantrum. With your current strength, you can't even wipe out their branch in the Singing Forest, let alone the Tianyi Pavilion and the 4 extreme sect. You'd better think about how to deal with this matter." Ding Ling pouted and said angrily. Li Yunxiao's eyes glinted. He suddenly smiled and said, "I've made up my mind. I'll do as the Tianyi Pavilion says and deal with the 4 extreme sect." Ding Ling said in horror, You're going to get yourself into big trouble." Li Yunxiao looked indifferent and said nonchalantly, "They won't let me off the hook if I kill Tang Yuan. Besides, I'm interested to see what Noah's Ark looks like." Ding Ling's face paled, and she spoke with difficulty, "Young Master Yun, do you know what you're doing? With your previous strength, it definitely wouldn't be a problem, but now. Once Noah's Ark appears, not only the Merchant Alliance, but the whole world will be shocked. At that time, with your cultivation, you'll only be cannon fodder if you get involved." Li Yunxiao snorted. "Even if they're cannon fodder, we have to kill a few of them." His eyes shone brightly as he said, "Noah's Ark is classified as a supreme-grade profound artifact, and the method to refine it has always been the most fanatical pursuit of all alchemists. I must get my hands on it, dissect it, and thoroughly understand its refinement method." Ding Ling's jaw dropped. She was completely dumbfounded. They wanted to snatch Noah's Ark for the sake of increasing their strength and dominating a region. And he actually wanted to snatch it, dismantle it, and study the refinement method. The next day, the entire west side of the city began to calm down. It was completely devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. The road also seemed a little deserted, as if a storm was brewing. The location of the meeting was an open-air plaza in the west side of the city. Due to the large number of people, the rookie mercenary group came in early to maintain order. A large round table was set up in the center of the plaza, with many seats scattered around. From time to time, mercenary groups would enter. Only the group leaders were allowed to sit, but they didn't dare to sit at the round table. Instead, they sat on the small seats at the side. What terrified everyone was that there were many people kneeling around the plaza. It was the Storm mercenary group led by Xiaoyu. All of them were kneeling on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Xiaoyu's hair was disheveled, and he looked absent-minded. His white clothes were dirty and emitted a foul smell. A dignified 6-star martial emperor would be considered an expert no matter where he was. Yet, he received such humiliation, which made people's hearts turn cold. But it also had a strong deterrent effect. The heroes' conference this time would not be simple. When the Storm mercenary group arrived, it would probably be another fierce battle. When immortals fight, mortals suffer, the various mercenary group leaders began to think quickly, thinking of a way to retreat later. Under everyone's drooling eyes, Hongyi walked up with her chest puffed out. She walked straight to the round table and sat down. She even exchanged glances with the various group leaders from time to time. She flirted with them, and the whole place was filled with the color of spring. "Hey, isn't this Brother Xiaoyu?" A man in gray walked in, surrounded by the crowd. Seeing the person kneeling in front of the venue, he was shocked and went forward to help Xiaoyu up. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. He said, "Brother Xiaoyu is too serious. You and I have known each other for many years. Although we have a deep relationship, there is no need to greet me with such a big ceremony." "Brother Wu Yun!" Zhou Xiang shouted from afar. He went forward to pull Wu Yun away and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaoyu is now our rookie mercenary group's welcome man." The leader said that kneeling to greet is a kind of etiquette and respect for the guests. "This is how it should be, how it should be." "Haha, I see, I see." Wu Yun laughed a few times, but it sounded very hoarse. There was a strong fear in his eyes. It was a typical fake smile. He was the person in charge of the skeleton mercenary group in the west of the city. He originally thought that there would be a big fight, but early in the morning, he received an order from the higher-ups to stay put and let the rookie mercenary group do whatever they wanted. This order made him puzzled for a long time. The rookie mercenary group's intention was obviously to redivide the west of the city. If he did not stand up at this time, the benefits he would get would be extremely limited. But he did not dare to disobey the orders from the higher-ups. He could only come to the meeting gloomily. Naturally, he also sat in front of the round table. Hongyi quickly went up to him. The two of them flirted with each other as if there was no one else around. Wu Yun thought that since he did not have to do anything, flirting with her and then going back was not a bad idea. The two of them added a bit of spring to the depressing atmosphere of the venue. The third person to sit at the big round table was a stooped old man. He looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any time, as if he would enter a coffin in the next second. With the help of a servant, he also sat at the round table. This round table did not have a nameplate, nor did it have a limit of qualifications. It was just placed there. But people without a certain level of strength and confidence did not dare to sit on it. There were already many people sitting on the surrounding chairs. In the center, there were still 3 lonely people. "Cough cough, Qiao Luo, why are you here too? Isn't this a mercenary group meeting? Why are you, an old profiteer, participating?" Qiao Luo's skinny body turned around and said hoarsely, "Yeah, the rookie mercenary group's people have been surrounding our 1,000 treasure tower for a day. They said that if I don't come, they won't leave. How are we going to do business?" Wu Yun frowned. He was extremely puzzled. The rookie mercenary group had the stance of starting a war with all the forces. They even dared to offend the 1,000 treasure tower? What was going on? Could it be that young Emperor Hao Lian had advanced to Emperor Wu? Even if he really succeeded, he would not be so reckless. "Humph, so you guys are like this too. I thought that only my money chamber of commerce has this kind of treatment." A man appeared beside the round table out of thin air at some point in time. He kept looking at a copper coin on the table and said with an unfriendly expression, I heard that the rookie mercenary group changed a captain and became so savage. There are no rules. Could that captain be a Jotian Emperor Wu? Jingnan, you came too? I can still understand why Qiao Luo came. After all, he's a messy old man. He can't beat him. You're a grown man, and even a martial emperor expert. How can you be threatened by others? Hong Yi spat and said with a charming smile, no one is stronger than you in bed. Why did you become a good-for-nothing once you get out of bed? Smack, the copper coin in Jingnan's hand directly slammed into the table. His face alternated between red and white as he said angrily, Hong Yi, shut your stinky mouth. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart right now? Hong Yi still laughed nonstop. She said disdainfully, if you have the capabilities, go find a man to fight. You only know how to bully a woman like me. You bully me on the bed and still bully me off the bed. What capability is that? You. Jingnan was so angry that his entire face turned red. He finally understood that he could not quarrel with a woman. If he continued, he was afraid that he would say even worse things. The other party was a shameless whore. He was the branch master of the Money Chamber of Commerce, which had a bright future ahead of him. After he thought it through, he suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly sat down. Cough, ha, cough, ha ha. Qiao Luo coughed and laughed. He was like an old, withered branch swaying in the wind, about to snap at any time. He teased, Jingnan, is praising you for being strong. Haha. That's right. Guildmaster Jingnan, when can we have an exchange? An unfamiliar voice rang out in the square. A ray of purple light flashed down, and a man with upside-down hair and large earrings appeared beside Jingnan and sat down. It was the person in charge of the Four Extremes sex branch, Xianxia. Dark Cloud humphed, is this a gathering of mercenaries or a meeting of your merchant union? Who is this? Looks like he's very impatient. Are the pretty men I've arranged not good enough for everyone? Are they not to your liking? Li Yunxiao's voice suddenly rang out in the plaza. Everyone's eyes looked towards the side of the square. Immediately, a path was opened. They all wanted to see what the new captain of the rookie mercenary group looked like. At first glance, everyone was stunned. It was a boy of 16 or 17 years old. Although they had heard about it, they were still shocked to see it with their own eyes. Bin Jia, who was standing next to Li Yunxiao, wore a bitter expression. He had escaped from the devil's den and even went out to celebrate. However, he received an order from Hai Beifei the next day and was transferred back here. Ding Ling and a young married woman were also there. They were holding hands and seemed to be having a good time. The young married woman was Shunli, the manager of the Tianyi Pavilion branch. Dark Cloud saw that Li Yunxiao was staring at him, and for some reason, his heart skipped a beat. A chill rushed into his body. He immediately turned pale with fright. He was a martial emperor. How could he be frightened by a martial king youth with just a glance? Moreover, the meaning behind Li Yunxiao's words was also very clear. He had specifically mentioned the beautiful welcoming man to let people know that if they were not satisfied, they should kneel there to welcome the guests. He thought of the orders passed down from above and the cold gazes staring at him. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This time, he had come alone. It was obvious that he was surrounded by rookie mercenary groups. Although he was a martial emperor, after weighing the pros and cons, he lowered his arrogant head and did not dare to look straight into Li Yunxiao's eyes. The moment the dark cloud lowered its head, it immediately caused everyone's heart to tremble. The reason why there was no order in the western part of the city was because the three big mercenary groups restricted each other, giving them a lot of space to survive. If one of them became strong and completely suppressed the other two mercenary groups, it was something that none of the mercenary groups wanted to see. But now, the leaders of the other two mercenary groups in the western part of the city, one had lowered his noble head, while the other was kneeling at the side of the square to welcome the guests. It seemed that everyone had seen a future that they did not want to see. Li Yunxiao looked at the center of the square. Unknowingly, 3 more men had appeared at the round table. They were all silent and had a very strong evil aura around them. Only people who had been fighting on the edge of life and death for a long time could have such a shocking aura. They were the Hunter Mercenary Group, the Pie Mercenary Group, and the Frog Mercenary Group. They were famous in the western part of the city. Not only were they leaders, there was no lack of martial emperors among their members. Most of the martial artists were sitting on the scattered chairs around the round table. Their breathing was heavy and their expressions were not good. Some were whispering to each other, but their expressions were cold and solemn. The atmosphere in the square was very heavy. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Li Yunxiao had a relaxed expression. He walked straight to the round table and sat down. Xiao Luo and Jing Nan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In such an austere situation, which mercenary group leaders' palms wouldn't be sweating? Even these veterans, as well as the elders of the Chamber of Commerce who weren't that close to them, felt very depressed and uncomfortable. Yet, this 16 or 17-year-old kid was actually able to do it so easily. This kind of indifference and undisturbed nature was not only related to cultivation. Only someone who had been in a high position for a long time could develop such a disdainful temperament. For a moment, they were all guessing the identity of this new captain. Bin Jia, Zhou Xiang, Shen Li, and Ding Ling also sat down on either side of the table, filling it to the brim. It was as if they had already counted the number of people. A light flashed across Xiao Luo's murky eyes. He looked at Ding Ling and asked in surprise, could this young lady be the famous Miss Ding Ling? The few people from the Merchant Union focused their eyes and looked at Ding Ling. Their faces were filled with shock and contemplation. They did not understand why a big shot from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce would appear here. Although the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce had declined, its reputation was still there. In terms of status, Ding Ling was much more powerful than them. Shen Li seemed to be very friendly as she held Ding Ling hand and smiled at the crowd. Sister Ling is a good friend of Captain Yunxiao. She came to light singing Forest purely for fun. Hee, so you're here purely for fun? Xiao Luo said lazily with a look of realization. And he especially emphasized the word purely. Although Ding Ling's status was very high, the people from the four core alliances did not care about the other chambers of commerce. The rest of the people also had looks of disbelief and disdain on their faces, but they were also cautious. The gathering of the mercenaries was supposed to be a redistribution of benefits, and it did not have much to do with the four major merchant unions. But now that there was an extra member of the merchant union, and it was a big shot, the people in charge of the four major merchant unions did not look too good. Even Shen Li, who had a friendly smile on her face, had a cold look in her eyes. Song Xiong laughed in a strange voice. The two meetings of the merchant union are about to begin. Why is Miss Ling still in the mood to have fun instead of going into seclusion? Before Ding Ling could speak, Li Yunxiao frowned and said, what does this have to do with you? You are just a manager of a branch. To put it bluntly, you are just a piece of trash. The two meetings of the merchant union are an event for the higher-ups. Why do you care about it? Song Xiong was stunned. He was just speaking casually. Why did the other party rebut him? Even the rest of the people looked at each other. They did not understand why Li Yunxiao was so angry. Li Yunxiao continued leisurely, could it be that you are not satisfied that you are a piece of trash and want to squeeze into the higher-ups? Is Tang Ding Tian supporting you from behind, or do you want to overthrow the core power of the Four Extremes sect? You, Song Xiong was shocked. He jumped up from his chair and said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that trouble comes from the mouth. The smile on Shen Li's face did not diminish. It was as if nothing had happened. Hong Yi, on the other hand, revealed a charming smile. The others were all frowning, not knowing which way the wind was blowing. Li Yunxiao's thinking was very simple. Since he had decided to overthrow the Four Extremes sect, he would just go straight to the point. In this kind of matter, it was all about the size of the fist. Schemes, nonsense, and strategies were all small tricks. Hence, his face turned cold. He said coldly, trouble comes from the mouth? I really want to see how a piece of trash like you can make trouble come from the mouth. It is good to exercise your body before the meeting. Li Yunxiao stood up from his chair. His bones crackled under the operation of his primordial energy. His aura gradually dispersed. He was really going to attack. The people around him were a little stunned. What on earth was this guy thinking? He had not finished his business yet, and he was going to offend the Four Extremes sect, one of the four great chambers of commerce. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. The Four Extremes sect was an extremely powerful existence in the Tianwu continent. Which faction dared to offend them? The rookie mercenary group was the overlord in the Singing Forest, but in the realm of heaven martial arts, it was nothing. The leader of such a loser group, who was nothing, unexpectedly wanted to deal with him for no reason. A strong killing intent surged from his body. He stared at Li Yunxiao with fire in his eyes. He couldn't figure it out. How did he become a target? Could it be that this guy was really a psychopath who would attack anyone he didn't like? He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. If this guy was really a psychopath, how could he be the leader of the 8th team? Could it be that he was targeting the Four Extremes sect? When he thought of this, he was shocked. He glanced at Shenli, who was standing beside Ding Ling. Shenli was still indifferent. She took out a bronze mirror and started to touch up her makeup. Song Xiong suppressed his anger and released his killing intent. He said seriously, "Leader Yunxiao, please calm down. I was too impulsive just now. Please don't delay the mercenary conference because of me." Wow. Many people fainted. They did not understand why Song Xiong had admitted defeat. Usually, this was not the case. Why did it seem like everyone had changed today? Li Yunxiao frowned. He had also noticed Song Xiong's gaze when he glanced at Shenli. It seemed Song Xiong had started to suspect something and was worried about something. It seemed that Tang Jia was probably in the Singing Forest. That was why he did not dare to get angry. However, he laughed coldly in his heart. "Since I have made up my mind to deal with you, even if you are a teenage mutant ninja turtle, I will break your shell." He revealed a domineering expression and said coldly, "I want to beat you up today. This table is very crowded, and there are still many seats. Can I trouble you to move so that you don't block my view?" Song Xiong was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He glared at Li Yunxiao and stood up without saying a word. He found a seat and sat down. Wow. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble even more. Although the Four Extremes sect was only a merchant group, they had a high status in the Singing Forest. They had many experts. Usually, the leaders of the top 3 mercenary groups would treat them with respect. But now, they were being scolded by a young man and had to move their seats obediently. This had completely destroyed their worldview. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Who was this young man? Li Yunxiao was also moved. It seemed that the other party was really a teenage mutant ninja turtle and was determined to endure to the end. He frowned and said, "I will let you go for now, you teenage mutant ninja turtle. Don't let me see you in the Singing Forest in the future, or else I will beat you up every time I see you." Song Xiong looked at the surprised and disdainful gazes around him. He was so angry that blood rushed to his head and he was about to go berserk. But when he thought of the current situation, he fiercely clenched his fingers into his palms. His fists were full of blood, but he still did not say a word. Song Xiong's behavior and Dark Cloud's attitude made the hearts of the surrounding mercenary group leaders sink. There must be some information that they did not know. This information made the skeleton mercenary group and the Four Extremes sect have no choice but to admit defeat in front of this young man. This thought not only spread in the minds of the large mercenary groups, but also Chao Luo and Jing Nan were shocked. They could not understand. Li Yunxiao let Song Xiong go for now. He looked around and lazily leaned on the chair. He said, "Zhou Xiong, record the names of these mercenary groups that came. Those that did not come, don't appear in the west of the city anymore." Voila! There was another uproar. Just like that, he sentenced the other mercenary groups to death. Did he really think that he was the emperor of the Singing Forest, the king of mercenaries? But more than that, they were secretly delighted. Although they did not know how much weight this sentence carried, at least those that did not come would not have it easy. They were all glad that they came. Li Yunxiao continued, "This time, I called everyone here because the west of the city is too chaotic. I have also just been appointed as the captain of the 8th team, and I do not like this place very much. So I called everyone here to discuss and redistribute the benefits. Then, we can come up with a rule." The main topic was finally here. Everyone held their breaths as they quietly watched him. Dark Cloud could not help but say, "Redistribute the benefits?" Captain Yunxiao makes it sound so simple. Everyone had an unfriendly look on their faces. The reason why so many people died in the west of the city every day, wasn't it because of various benefits? If they wanted to redivide it now, then they would have to hand over what they had obtained with great difficulty. And this redivision was proposed by the rookie mercenary group, so the plan was self-evident. They, as well as the mercenary groups that were close to them, would definitely have great benefits. Hong Yi's expression also became serious. I wonder how Captain Yunxiao's new division of benefits is going to be divided. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. It's very simple. For example, the mercenary groups that didn't come today don't need to exist. Their benefits in the west of the city will all be empty, and everyone will divide it together. This time everyone was stunned. No one objected to this proposal, and everyone was overjoyed. Those that didn't come were many powerful mercenary groups, and the benefits were extremely rich. Hong Yi was stunned. That's it? Li Yunxiao said, of course not, and everyone else here. There are many situations where the benefits are distributed unfairly, and I feel that there is a need to redivide it. Everyone's heart trembled. Hearing that their benefits were going to be affected, their expressions all changed. Especially those that had always been at odds with the rookie mercenary groups, their eyes all revealed a fierce glint. Pai mercenary group leader Xianxia slammed the table, and said angrily, you little brat, you want to redivide it just because you say so? Who the F***K do you think you are? The benefits were all fought for by the brothers under him. You want to redivide it just because you say so, how are we going to explain to our brothers? That's right. If you want to touch our benefits, you have to get young Emperor Hao Lian to come and tell us personally. Those mercenary groups that were at odds with him all supported him, shouting non-stop. Li Yunxiao smiled. Looks like everyone is very excited. You are called Xianxia, right? In the west of the city, you manage 5 casinos, 3 brothels, and your Pai mercenary group specializes in receiving dangerous people, including killing people. The annual profit is about 5 million mid-grade primordial stones, am I right? So what if I am? Xianxia's face was ferocious, revealing a fierce look. He had to muster up his courage, or else he would really be eaten by the other party. However, his heart was still beating like a drum. After all, the strength of the rookie mercenary group was too strong. Any one of the 8 squads could easily destroy him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's nothing. You don't have to do these things in the future. Let the hunter mercenary group take over. What? Xianxia flew into a rage and roared, brat, who do you think you are? You want me to hand it over just because you say so? Do you really think you're a big shot? These people were usually thugs who killed without batting an eye. Li Yunxiao was only a martial king. He had been so arrogant for so long that they were not an eyesore. His strength as a 5-star martial monarch burst forth, completely suppressing Li Yunxiao. He could explode forth and kill Li Yunxiao at any time. Zhou Xiang's expression changed as he released his aura, pushing back Xianxia's pressure to prevent Li Yunxiao from being affected. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Mr. Ouyang, don't be so excited. We can talk about it later. This time, other than dividing the profits, we need to set some new rules. He waved his hand and his subordinates immediately took out a bunch of materials and began to distribute them to everyone. Everyone only took a glance and they were already burning with anger. The materials in their hands were almost melted. All kinds of cold snorts could be heard. Everyone at the round table took a glance and threw the materials back on the table. Even Hong Yi's expression was not very good. Dark Cloud finally could not help but sneer and said, Captain Yunxiao, you are really talented. The first rule is, the rookie mercenary group is in charge of the west side of the city, in charge of all mercenary groups and major affairs. Your rookie mercenary group is really going to be the Emperor of Light Song Forest. Li Yunxiao smiled and stared at him coldly. Mr. Dark Cloud is very excited and awesome. Does your family's Mr. Rain know that you are so excited and awesome? When Dark Cloud heard Mr. Rain, his expression immediately changed. Like a frosted eggplant, his face turned purplish-green. He clenched his teeth and sat back down. This made everyone even more uneasy. The only 2 groups that could compete with the rookie mercenary group were either silent or kneeling. Everyone was anxious. Why didn't the Rainstorm mercenary group send someone to cause trouble? A martial emperor expert had been kneeling in the square for so long. Wasn't he ashamed? Weren't they usually very arrogant and close to the rookie mercenary group? Why couldn't they see a shadow now? Captain Xianxia is really young and promising. The west side of the city has been in chaos for so many years. I'm afraid it won't be changed in a short period of time. If we suddenly set up rules, I'm afraid the brothers will not be able to adapt. Do Captain Hao Lian and Captain Hai know about today's matter? Jia Xiaobai, the captain of the Frog Mercenary Group, also spoke. Looking at the current situation, the Skeleton Mercenary Group seemed to be hiding something and couldn't come out. As for the Rainstorm Mercenary Group, they didn't know what they were planning. Just Ouyangze from the Pi Mercenary Group wouldn't be able to do anything. Although he didn't offend the rookie mercenary group, he didn't curry favor with them either. This piece of cake might not be divided into his own. If he didn't speak, then it would be troublesome. And his intention was very obvious. He wanted to know if this was the intention of Li Yunxiao alone or the rookie mercenary group. If it was the former, then it would be nonsense. If it was the latter, then they had to consider it carefully. Maybe a big change was coming. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Hee, Captain Jia is right. Just like them, kneeling there to welcome the guests. Didn't you guys not adapt to it in the beginning? Haven't you gotten used to it now? It's good to get used to this kind of thing for the first time. As for whose intention this meeting is, you are all small fries. Do you need to know so much?" Arrogant, unparalleled arrogance and contempt. Everyone's heart was bursting with anger. All of them were so angry that their bones were cracking. This was a blatant disdain for everyone. People needed face and trees needed bark. Looking down on everyone in front of everyone, no one could stand it. Haha. The rookie mercenary group is indeed amazing. Jia Xiaobai was so angry that he laughed. He slammed the table and stood up to walk out of the plaza. He snorted and said, "I'm very busy. I don't have time to play with you." Li Yunxiao looked at his back and said softly, "Stop him." Although his voice was very soft, everyone was startled when they heard it. They became extremely nervous. Bin Jia frowned. He was also extremely puzzled by Li Yunxiao's actions. However, he still sighed and quietly made his move. The rule of the rookie mercenary group was that orders were like mountains. Subordinates could question and be angry, but they could not disobey. Jia Xiaobai had also been on guard the entire time. When Li Yunxiao said those two words, he felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. With a loud shout, he turned around and slashed down with his overlord's steel blade. Zheng. Bin Jia gently appeared in front of him and easily pinched the blade with 2 fingers. No matter how hard Jia Xiaobai tried, he was unable to move it at all. "Captain Bin. Your rookie mercenary group is going to become the public enemy of the entire Light Song Forest." Jia Xiaobai roared with a flushed face. A few men rushed in from all directions of the plaza. They all picked up their weapons and stood beside Jia Xiaobai, surrounding Bin Jia. They were also members of Jia Xiaobai's mercenary group. Furthermore, they were all martial emperors. No wonder Jia Xiaobai had the guts to sit down at the round table. Bin Jia sighed and said, "Put down your weapons. Isn't it good to unify the Light Song Forest? Everyone doesn't have to scheme all day. At least there are unified rules in the city. We don't have to worry about losing our lives at any time." Humph. Of course it's good to unify the Light Song Forest, but can that kid do it? Jia Xiaobai said disdainfully, "If Captain Hao Lian succeeded in breaking through to Emperor Wu and said these words to everyone, I, Jia Xiaobai, would be the first to stand up and agree. But he's just a martial king." Humph. I'm not convinced. Bin Jia had the same thought. It was impossible to unify the west side of the city, or even the Light Song Forest without the strength to make people submit. Haha, I thought it was some mercenary convention. Turns out it's just a little kid messing around here. A sneer came from the sky. Soon, a few figures appeared in the air. The person in the lead was Wu Wei of the Rainstorm Mercenary Group. He had a sinister look on his face and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Phew. They're finally here. All the mercenary groups felt relieved. Although the Rainstorm Mercenary Group wasn't anything special, They seemed to have become the savior in everyone's hearts. When they saw them, they even felt touched. Lord Wu. Ouyangze felt as if he had met his savior. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His aura was monstrous. He desperately pressed towards Zhou Xiang, wanting to show off his strength. Li Yunxiao raised his head and leaned lazily on the chair. He smiled lightly and said, "Why don't you walk over from below? You want to fly? Are you afraid that you'll be embarrassed when you see our beautiful welcoming man?" Wu Wei's expression changed. He flew into a rage and shouted down, "Zhao Yu." He condensed his voice into a line and directly attacked with his power. He wanted to wake up the Rainstorm mercenary group members who were in a trance. The power of this shout was so strong that it could even be seen with the naked eye. It caused the surrounding air to be pushed back. An invisible force faintly shook down from the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Not only did his shout not wake anyone up, but it also shattered the heart meridians of some Rainstorm mercenary group members with lower cultivation. They vomited blood and died on the spot. Zhao Yu's 5 orifices were bleeding, but his turbid eyes opened at this moment and shot out a bright light. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Zhao Yu instantly shot up from the ground. His body shone brightly as he rushed towards Li Yunxiao. The boundless humiliation made him lose all ability to think. There was only one obsession in his heart, and that was to tear Li Yunxiao into pieces. A 6-star martial emperor exploded out without any regard for his life. No one dared to block it. Bin Jia hurriedly let go of Jia Xiaobai's overlord steel blade and was about to intercept it. Suddenly, a murderous aura descended and stunned him. Wu Wei's cold face appeared in front of him, revealing a sneer. Both of them were 9-star martial emperors. Their strengths were similar. It was impossible for them to be distracted while fighting each other. Zhou Xiang stood up with a serious expression. Zhao Yu was 1 star higher than him. Now that he was attacking crazily, it was even more impossible for him to block it. But at this moment, he could only bite the bullet and go up. "Get out of the way." Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice came. Zhou Xiang turned around and was stunned. A sword slowly appeared in his right hand. The purple and blue color on it was jumping, and there was a faint dragon shape flashing. What does he want to do? Not only Zhou Xiang, but everyone else had a question in their minds. Did he want to go up himself? This illogical idea was immediately eliminated. But Li Yunxiao pushed Zhou Xiang away and went up to him. Everyone's mouths were wide open and their minds were a little confused. This guy was really crazy. No wonder he did something so ridiculous today. And he was hopelessly crazy. Li Yunxiao's body flashed with the power of a 5-star martial king, but his opponent was a 6-star martial emperor. Who would have thought that this ridiculous farce would end like this? Everyone was a little stunned and couldn't come to their senses. But overall, they were happy and waited for Li Yunxiao to be killed. Sword skill, demon slaying. The purple shadow blue chainsword was raised. A dragon's roar shook the long sword and resounded through the whole square. Ah! Sword spirit? Everyone's eyes widened and their faces were filled with horror. Under that attack, the shadow of a dragon roared out of the sword chi. That vivid expression and the way it bared its fangs and brandished its claws was not the shape of the sword chi. It was the real sword spirit. Only magical weapons of the 8th rank and above could give birth to a sword spirit. Boom! Zhao Yu's heavenly wind spell was completely swallowed by the sword chi. The tyrannical demon-slaying power unscrupulously rushed into every pore in his body, tearing his body apart. No! Zhao Yu roared unwillingly in the air. His whole body suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. The entire square was strangely silent. Other than the cold wind blowing, there was no other sound. Other than Ding Ling and Li Yunxiao himself, everyone's brains short-circuited, and they were unable to think. The scene in front of them completely subverted their common sense, so much so that it seemed so unreal. Many people rubbed their eyes, rubbed again, rubbed again, rubbed again. In the end, they gasped. All of their faces were as pale as paper, and they felt their bodies go cold. A 5-star martial king had killed a 6-star martial monarch with a single sword strike, leaving not a single corpse behind. This reality continued to impact everyone's rationality, forcing them to accept this completely impossible situation. The one who was completely drenched in cold sweat was Ouyangze. He was extremely close to Li Yunxiao, and the pressure emitted by the sword qi just now caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Thinking back to how arrogant he was before, he felt his entire body turn cold. If Zhou Xiang had not stood up to stop him, he would have been turned into ashes before Xiaoyu. After the attack, the purple shadow-green chain sword's light quickly dimmed, and it flashed in his hand and disappeared. Li Yunxiao's vitality was also greatly damaged, and his body was also faintly suffering from the backlash of the profound weapon, and he was not a small injury. With his cultivation, the demon slayer he displayed was at most the level of a 3-star martial monarch. Even with the help of Genryu, it was impossible to kill Xiaoyu with one sword strike. In this situation, he could only maximize the power of the rank 9 profound weapon, and the price was the backlash of the profound weapon. Killing 1,000 enemies, but also 800 of his own. However, in this situation, he had to kill the enemy with one strike in order to shock everyone. He showed a look of pity, and sighed, "Another beautiful welcoming man is gone." His eyes gradually became cold, and he looked at Wu Wei and the 4 Rainstorm mercenary group members in the sky, and said coldly, "Then I will use you as replacements." Dang! He waved his hand, and a simple and unadorned big bell flew out and rang in the air. The sound of the bell was an indiscriminate attack, and it directly entered everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt as if their blood and qi were about to spurt out. Those martial artists with lower cultivation all had their eardrums broken, and they wailed with a splitting headache. At the same time, many martial artists rose into the sky, and they were all members of the rookie mercenary group, and they surrounded the 4 people in the sky. After the imperial bell rang, it turned into a huge bell, and covered the 4 people. Wu Wei only recovered from the shock of Xiaoyu's death when he heard the ringing of the bell. He was both angry and anxious. He faced the round table and roared, "Wu Yun, has your skeleton mercenary group surrendered? Did you join the rookie mercenary group? You good for nothing, why haven't you made your move yet?" Dark Cloud's face turned red, and he resisted the urge to turn his face away, pretending to be a bystander. He also did not understand why there was such an order from the top, allowing the rookie mercenary group to be arrogant. If they really conquered the western part of the city today, it would be extremely difficult to take it back in the future. Trash! Wu Wei cursed and roared, "Today, my Rainstorm mercenary group will fight to the death with you. Those who don't want to be slaves, get up and kill this group of bastards with me." His gaze swept across the audience, and the light in his eyes was unusually sharp. All the mercenary group leaders were shocked, and they immediately understood Wu Wei's meaning. If they did not make a move now, they would become the enemy of the Rainstorm mercenary group. After today's matter, they would probably have a good time. But if they made a move, it would obviously be against the rookie mercenary group. Everyone suddenly fell into a difficult situation of choice. This was already forcing them to choose a side. If they chose the wrong side, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Jia Xiaobai's expression was also extremely ugly, and he stood there with the Overlord's steel blade in his hand, not knowing what to do. Although he left in anger, he did not completely tear off the face of the rookie mercenary group. If it was the current team, it would really be a fight to the death. Humph, Wu Wei, to think that you are also a 9 stars martial emperor, you actually dare to force the team to die with you? Bin Jia said with a sneer, "Today, my rookie mercenary group will unify the western part of the city, and we will take the head of a 9 stars martial emperor as a sacrifice." Arrogant! Wu Wei shouted angrily. That day, the 3 mercenary groups jointly stipulated that martial venerables are not allowed to interfere in the battle of the western part of the city. And under martial venerables, who can suppress me? He looked at the 4 people in the sky who were being besieged, and his heart sank. Bin Jia could not do anything to him, but he could not do anything to the other party either. It was impossible to pull out and save people. This time, the few people who came out, except for himself, would probably all be wiped out. He was secretly furious, secretly hating that he did not bring more people out. The decision of the elders was to bide their time and continue to observe, waiting for news from the demon origin. However, he could not help but be curious, so he brought a few people out. He did not expect to suffer such a big loss. Who can suppress you? What a joke, Bin Jia, why are you still not making your move? Li Yunxiao shouted loudly, and a few hand seals were formed. The imperial bell in the sky flew down, suppressing Wu Wei. Arrogant Junior, relying on a few Xian weapons. Today, I will let you know that a peak martial emperor is a chasm that you can never cross. Wu Wei's ji burst out, and a powerful punch directly hit the imperial bell. Dang! When the imperial bell was hit, it emitted a simple and grand bell sound. The light on its body dimmed, and it flew back to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's mind was shocked, and a mouthful of blood surged up, but he forcefully suppressed it. This imperial bell was also a Xian weapon connected to his mind, and after being attacked, it would also affect his mind. Wu Wei's expression changed greatly. After his punch, the fist energy actually bounced back from the bell. Not only that, but there was also a powerful sound and fist energy superimposed on everything, continuously advancing in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. What Xian weapon is this? The asterisk starred. He hurriedly punched again, blocking the fist energy and the sound wave, but the two forces superimposed on each other, far exceeding his own strength. Under the collision, the muscles on his arms were like waves, extending to his body. It was the sound wave that vibrated in his body, wantonly destroying his limbs and bones. At this moment, Bin Jia suddenly attacked. In his hand, there was a shining golden arrow token, and he swatted it as if he was swatting a fly. Feather arrow token. Wu Wei was shocked, and he forcefully endured the sound wave wreaking havoc in his body. He hurriedly took out a white stick, and when he unsealed it, it actually transformed into a ferocious beast in the air, and pounced towards Bin Jia. Bang! The golden arrow token hit the ferocious beast, and a powerful air burst out, shaking it back. Wu Wei received a huge impact, and his whole body was directly thrown into the air, and he retreated continuously. The veins on both his arms were bulging, and he faintly felt pain. He was greatly shocked, and looked at Li Yunxiao in horror. When he thought of the power emitted from the big bell, he felt a lingering fear. Originally, he and Bin Jia were evenly matched, but now he was injured by the imperial bell, and Bin Jia's sneak attack succeeded, and he had already suffered a certain degree of internal injury. In addition, with the arrangement of the rookie mercenary group here, he was now completely at a disadvantage. Li Yunxiao also did not feel good. The power of the purple shadow azure chain sword, and the power of the imperial bell made his body and mind suffer damage, and his face was slightly pale. Wu Wei's 4 followers in the air were quickly captured, and each of them had their knees broken, and were forced to kneel at the edge of the square to welcome the guests. You guys are really ruthless. This is the rhythm of an all-out war. Wu Wei roared angrily, and roared, just you wait for my rainstorm mercenary group's all-out revenge. Li Yunxiao said coldly, I don't know about all-out revenge, but at least you won't be able to see it. Wu Wei laughed, and said, haha, don't tell me you think you can make me stay? His laughter suddenly stopped, and he saw a huge rock in the air like a meteorite falling towards him. The demonic aura emitted from the rock was shocking, and it was actually not the slightest bit weaker than him. Ah! A martial emperor-level demonic beast. Wu Wei's face finally changed. The stone beast had only become a martial emperor in Mount Meru. However, it had been absorbing the aura of the Earth's breath soil in the World God Monument. Originally, it already had the king's bloodline, and it had been continuously evolving. Now, its whole body was emitting a yellow light and its aura was threatening. All the warriors in the square were shocked. Since when did a monstrous beast hide in the sky? Why didn't they notice it? Wu Wei's expression finally changed. From the pressure, it seemed that it had not reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. However, the monstrous beast had an unparalleled physical advantage. It was still unknown whether he could defeat it. Moreover, there was a 9-stars martial emperor who was on par with him. As expected, when the monstrous aura of the stone beast locked onto Wu Wei, Bin Jia also made his move. The feather arrow emitted a strong golden light. It was like a flower blooming and slowly rising. Although it was extremely slow, the pressure it gave off was above that of the stone beast. Roar! The stone beast suddenly roared, and its body gradually shrank. Its brain and limbs were all sucked back into its body, turning into a round stone ball. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky and fell down like a meteor. The surrounding air was constantly burning from the impact. A river of fire appeared in the sky. A bunch of bastards. Wu Wei gritted his teeth and roared. The aura of the two experts locked onto him. An unprecedented sense of danger surged in his heart. The energy in his body burst forth, and the two people's chi activity locked onto him suddenly burst apart. The white rod in his hand was unsealed, and it transformed into a ferocious beast. The 5 fingers on his left hand tightened into a claw, and a dark green gas appeared in his palm, forming an energy ball. Tarsal beast, nether divine claw. 2 forces blasted out at the same time. Wu Wei's strongest attack was unleashed. The meteorite and the arrow attacked at the same time. Boom! The 3 forces exploded in the sky above the square, releasing a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. Rays of light spread in all directions, making it almost impossible to see. Under the explosion, 3 beams of light flew in 3 directions. The size of the stone ball became much smaller. The path it took was full of gravel. However, after dozens of meters, it stretched its body and roared. The gravel along the way was attracted and quickly gathered toward it. Piece by piece, it stuck to its body and slowly merged with it. It once again returned to its original size. The people below all felt a chill down their spines. How could he fight against such a thing? It was almost an immortal body. Bin Jie's feather arrow lost its light and looked like a piece of ordinary iron. It fell back into his hand, and he couldn't help but frown as he put it back into his ring. The one who suffered the most was Wu Wei. He could only see a string of blood splattering in the air. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. All he could see was a black dot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The stone beast roared and charged into the distance. He did not have much intelligence and only knew how to follow orders. As long as his opponent wasn't dead, he would continue to fight. Wu Wei floated quietly in the air. His entire body was in so much pain that it was almost numb. It was as if his body was not listening to his commands. That powerful strike had almost destroyed all the meridians in his body. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to circulate his yuan qi. But very quickly, the surging pressure from the stone beast almost made him fall into despair. That terrifying figure was getting closer and closer. He used the last of his strength to roar, "No! No! I am a 9 stars martial emperor. You can't kill me." The stone beast did not care about this. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he raised his fist, which was the size of a casserole, and smashed it down. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A reprimanding voice was heard, "Evil creature, stop it." A force descended from the sky. The stone beast's fist froze in midair. His entire body could not move, as if he had been immobilized. "Ha! Lord Lung, save me!" Wu Wei was overjoyed, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He hurriedly shouted and coughed out a stream of blood. Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched and his expression changed slightly. He said in a serious tone, "Martial Saint?" These 2 words were like a curse, causing everyone present to turn pale. They were all extremely shocked. The 3 great mercenary groups had an agreement long ago. In order to prevent the fight from escalating to the point of no return, the 3 great mercenary groups would not fight to the death. No martial saint was allowed to attack in the west of the city. Otherwise, it would be a blatant violation of the agreement and the other 2 groups would join forces to kill them. Even though the rookie mercenary groups were so arrogant and despotic today, they had only sent out 9 stars martial emperors and martial emperor demonic beasts. Martial saints were like nuclear bombs, they were a mercenary group's strongest trump card. However, they were only used as a deterrent and would not have the chance to show themselves. This was because if a martial saint were to attack, it would most likely trigger a war between the 3 great mercenary groups. When that happened, the entire soft singing forest would turn into a sea of flames and ruins. The martial saint hiding in the air did not seem to want to make a big deal out of this. A fluctuation appeared next to Wu Wei. Wu Wei's body gradually became dazzled by the fluctuation, as if he was about to disappear and be taken away. "Haha, you bunch of ants. You want to kill me? In your next life." Wu Wei's expression turned sinister as he roared, "I will remember every single one of you. The next time we meet, what awaits you will be the wrath of a supreme martial saint." "So arrogant?" Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the air and scoffed coldly, "Since you're here, stay." At the place where the voice came from, a palm as white as jade suddenly appeared and a wave of energy spread out in Wu Wei's direction. The fluctuation around Wu Wei immediately dissipated and the figure that was about to disappear reappeared. His expression changed greatly, turning extremely pale. Gradually, the owner of the palm appeared from the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a deep purple robe. A moon-white belt with swirling patterns on his waist fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face as he stared at the space above Wu Wei. "Since you've made your move, why are you still hiding?" The middle-aged man's eyes contained a smile as if he had found something very interesting. A look of astonishment flashed in Bin Jia's eyes as he exclaimed, "Captain Mu Wu." Mu Wu, everyone's hearts trembled as they turned to look at the middle-aged man. The captain of the 3rd platoon of the rookie mercenary groups was rumored to be a disciple of a powerful organization. For some unknown reason, he was being hunted by his sect and had escaped to the soft singing forest, where he was subdued by young Emperor Hao Lian. When he first arrived, he was already an 8-star martial emperor. Who would have thought that he had actually broken through to martial honor? Furthermore, Mu Wu was an extremely low-profile captain among the 8 teams of the rookie mercenary groups. Very few people had the chance to see his face. Furthermore, he rarely interfered with the affairs of the teams and spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. So many years of rules had been broken. Was the soft singing forest really going to enter a state of turmoil? Everyone's hearts twitched violently as they stared at the sky anxiously. In the entire universe, I am the only one, below martial honor, within the domain. Even if they were martial emperors, there was no need to even mention the trash below martial emperor. They were like ants waiting to be slaughtered. Under Mu Wu's gaze, a sigh was finally heard from the space. A man with long, dark red hair appeared from the ripple-like waves. He lifted his gaze and stared at Mu Wu as he said, "I'm only here to take Wu Wei away." "Is that so?" Mu Wu did not hide the ridicule in his eyes as he said, "I'm only here to make Wu Wei stay." Wu Wei's face turned deathly pale. He knew that he was in big trouble. He was a 9-star martial emperor and he had reached the Bahuang province many times. It was very likely that he would become a martial honor within a few years. Otherwise, the mercenary group wouldn't have sent a martial honor to take him away. The existence of a martial saint was a great boost to the strength of any mercenary group. It could even be a decisive factor. Because of that, Mu Wu wouldn't let him go. The man with long, dark red hair frowned and said, "Mu Wu, do you really want to start a mercenary war?" Mu Wu laughed mockingly and said, "A mercenary war? Who broke the agreement between the 3 mercenary groups? If you want to start a war, then let's start a war." His last few words were filled with pure qi. The air around him exploded. A monstrous amount of energy dashed to the sky. It was like a god had descended to the world. The entire world was under his control. He could control life and death. Wu Wei felt like his blood was freezing. He panicked and said, "Master Lung, you have to save me." The man with long, dark red hair stared at him and looked at Mu Wu solemnly. He wasn't afraid of the fight, he was afraid of the consequences. "Lung Xiao, you became a martial honor 10 years before me. You're still a 1-star martial emperor. Today, I will become a 2-star martial emperor." A hint of madness flashed across Mu Wu's eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement brought about by his monstrous fighting spirit. He laughed out loud and said, "As long as I defeat you, I'm confident that I'll be able to break through to the 2-star realm." Lung Xiao was cursing in his heart. That crazy guy wanted to fight so that he could become a 2-star martial emperor. Did he not care about the consequences? The novice mercenary group was a bunch of lunatics. "Humph, Mu Wu, you might be crazy, but I'm not crazy." Lung Xiao groaned coldly and said, "Sorry, I won't keep you company." He waved his hand, and Wu Wei, who was next to him, glowed and was about to disappear into the void with him. How could Mu Wu let him go so easily? He laughed and took a step forward. A huge tremor came from the sky. It felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The space around Lung Xiao suddenly congealed and became sticky like glue. His expression changed and he roared furiously, "Mu Wu. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Do you really want to die today?" Mu Wu laughed and said, "I beg you." Lung Zhao's expression changed several times. Finally, he looked at Wu Wei and let out a long sigh. Wu Wei's face turned pale and bloodless. He could see Ling Zhao's decision from his expression. He wailed madly, Master Lung, Master Lung. You must take me away. He had already seen through the situation. As a martial honor, if Ling Xiao wanted to leave, Mu Wu would not be able to stop him. However, if Ling Xiao brought him along, he would be a burden. If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to fight a huge battle. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had no intention of making a move. This was undoubtedly abandoning him. Indeed, Ling Zhao's expression turned even colder. He scoffed, you should bear the consequences of your own actions. With a wave of his sleeve, he left Wu Wei behind and slowly disappeared. Wu Wei's heart sank to the bottom as he watched his life-saving straw slip away. His entire body was drained of all color. Tisk. Mu Wu spat in disdain and revealed a disappointed expression. The domain around him did not dissipate. Instead, it pressed down on Wu Wei. Wu Wei was scared out of his wits. He said furiously, You are a martial honor. Why did you attack in the west of the city? Aren't you afraid of inciting a mercenary war? A mocking look flashed in Mu Wu's eyes. His face was filled with anticipation as he laughed, a mercenary war? I am looking forward to it. I asked leader Hao Lian to bring his brothers to unify the Soft Song Forest, but he refused to listen. That's why small fries like you were born. Hee, a mercenary war, hurry up. Boom. In his despair, Wu Wei could only watch as the power of the domain pressed down on him. The entire space pressed down on him and his body instantly exploded, shattering into pieces. The people below watched with their mouths agape and cold sweat dripping down their bodies. He actually killed someone in the west of the city. This person was truly a madman. It seemed like he could not wait to incite a war. This was especially so for Ouyangze. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He used his hand to wipe his face. It was as if he had just gotten out of the water. After Mu Wu killed Wu Wei, he did not seem to have had enough. His gaze fell on Wu Yun, who was on the round table. He smiled kindly and said, Wu Zha, please go back and report that a martial honor from the rookie mercenary group killed someone in the west of the city. Please send a few experts to kill me. Wu Yun's face was drenched in cold sweat. His hair stood on end from Mu Wu's stare. He trembled and said, Lord Mu, you killed someone in the west of the city. You will be punished according to the rules. Mu Wu narrowed his eyes and nodded. He smiled, yes, that's right. Could you please go back and inform them? I'll be waiting here. If no experts come to find trouble with me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will kill my way to your skeleton mercenary group. Dark Cloud. He cursed crazy under his breath. Then, he hurriedly stood up and said, Then I'll take my leave first. I'll definitely report this matter to my superiors as soon as possible. He did not want to stay for even a moment longer. Whether it was Li Yunxiao wanting to unify the west side of the city or Mu Wu killing people in the west side of the city, they were all major events that had never happened in so many years. He slipped away in the blink of an eye. Glancing at Li Yunxiao, Mu Wu gave him a thumbs up and praised, Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you. Li Yunxiao replied with a hand gesture and smiled. Then I'll continue. The meeting isn't over yet. Please excuse me. Mu Wu nodded and his figure gradually disappeared in the void. A calm voice rang out, Go on with your business, I'll wait here for a moment. If that Wu Zha doesn't bring any experts, then I'm going to the skeleton mercenary group. Everyone in the plaza broke out in a cold sweat. Why were all the members of this rookie mercenary group so abnormal? Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Mu Wu's cultivation was already stuck at the bottleneck of a one-star martial venerable. It was very difficult for him to break through with his own hard work. He had to look for opportunities. Most of the time, such opportunities were obtained through life and death battles. Every step in the endless path of martial arts was like walking on thin ice. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, he would risk his life to fight for it. He came back to his senses and his gaze landed on the plaza. He smiled and said, Let's continue the meeting. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva and came back to their senses with difficulty. Their expressions were different. Some were extremely bitter, while others were secretly delighted. The atmosphere started to become strange. Li Yunxiao said, I just thought about it. The reason why the Light Song Forest is so chaotic is because there are so many factions. How about this, since everyone is here today, let's simplify the management of our troops. Let's get rid of the mercenaries we don't need. Get rid of them. Everyone fainted on the spot, especially those who did not have a good relationship with the rookie mercenary groups. Their expressions changed drastically. However, under such circumstances, who dared to stand up and speak? Li Yunxiao said to himself, for example, the Pie mercenary group and the Frog mercenary group. I think there's no need for them to exist. All of you members will be included in the Hunter mercenary group. What do the three group leaders think? The leader of the Hunter mercenary group was overjoyed. He hurriedly stood up and said, we will listen to Leader Yunxiao's arrangements. The three mercenary groups were the strongest apart from the three magnates. If they could merge into one, their power would be able to stand out from the other small groups and become the fourth strongest mercenary group. Ouyangze and Jia Xiaobai's faces looked like they had been used to lead. They were dark and shiny. Jia Xiaobai held the Overlord steel saber tightly and said coldly, the Frog mercenary group has been established for 37 years. They are older than Leader Yunxiao. They have had a total of 3 group leaders, all of whom died in battle for the group. Now, with just a word from Captain Yunxiao, how can I face my brothers? How can I face the dead group leader? The veins of the few martial emperors behind him also bulged. The weapons in their hands trembled slightly. It was obvious that they could not calm down. Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed a look of approval as he said, Captain Jia is indeed an outstanding person. However, the strong are respected and the victor is king. Since you want to choose righteousness, then you must have the awareness of sacrificing your life. Bin Jia sighed and the feather arrow in his hand shot out again. It emitted a powerful light and pressed down on Jia Xiaobai's body. Jia Xiaobai's expression was solemn as he raised his Overlord steel saber and slashed with all his might. Bam! The 2-finger-thick steel saber broke in an instant. The feather arrow fell from the sky and stopped on top of Jia Xiaobai's head. Bin Jia could not bear it and shouted, hurry up and obey Captain Yunxiao. Under the pressure of the feather arrow, Jia Xiaobai felt his entire body turn cold. The martial emperors behind him also broke out in cold sweat. If Bin Jia wanted to kill them, they would not even be able to withstand a single move. Bam! The half of the Overlord steel saber was thrown on the ground. Jia Xiaobai knelt on one knee and gritted his teeth as he said hatefully, the leader of the Frog mercenary group, Jia Xiaobai, obeys Captain Yunxiao's instructions and brings all members to join the Hunter mercenary group. From now on, there will be no more Frog mercenary group. Captain. The few martial emperors behind him also gritted their teeth and shed tears. Li Yunxiao said, don't cry to death. Are you still a man? If you have the ability, cultivate well. When you defeat me one day, let the name of your Frog mercenary group rise again. However, I don't think you will have the chance in this lifetime. Jia Xiaobai's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, don't worry. I'll definitely train hard and beat everyone in the 8th squad to the ground. I'll take back our squad name. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said indifferently, I'll be waiting for you. His gaze once again fell on Ouyangze. He smiled and said, Leader Ouyang, what do you think? Ouyangze did not have the slightest intention to resist. He knelt on one knee and said, the Pi mercenary group also obeys Captain Yunxiao's instructions. All members will join the Hunter mercenary group. From now on, the group will be abolished. With these 2 groups bowing their heads, the rest of the people did not resist at all. Soon, most of the mercenary groups were abolished and merged with the newbie mercenary groups that were usually attached to them. There was no resistance during the whole process. The people from the 4 major merchant alliances looked on coldly, but they could not calm down. This was especially so for Xunli and Hongyi. They did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so ruthless. In the blink of an eye, he had changed the situation in the west of the city for so many years. Although there would still be a lot of trouble, at least they had taken a big decisive step. They were both surprised and happy that such a decisive person would be more confident in dealing with the 4 extremes sect. However, at the same time, they were worried that they would be trapped and swallowed until not even their bones were left. Li Yunxiao looked at the people from the 4 major merchant alliances and revealed a sunny smile and white teeth. The 4 people's hearts tightened. They seemed to have an ominous premonition. As expected, Li Yunxiao said very quickly, the mercenary group has been sorted out. Now, your 4 major merchant alliances should also have some changes. Xiao Luo's heart trembled. He frowned and said, Captain Yunxiao, I don't really understand. The merchant alliance's matters have always been managed by the merchant alliance. Captain Yunxiao is a mercenary, so he naturally has nothing to say about managing the mercenary group's matters. However, our 4 major merchant alliances have never clashed with your mercenary groups. We are only cooperating with everyone to do a good job in the Lightsong woodland and provide various conveniences for everyone. From there, we earn some meager profits. Meager profits? Li Yunxiao smiled. He took out a bill from the hands of the person beside him and opened it. He said, 10,000 treasure towers total income in the Lightsong woodland last year was 230 million mid-grade primordial stones. Their net income was 120 million mid-grade primordial stones. Moneysec's net income was 160 million mid-grade primordial stones. For Extreme Sex was 90 million mid-grade primordial stones. Tiani Pavilions was 70 million mid-grade primordial stones. TSK, this profit is so meager. Hearing this, all the mercenary groups were stunned, each and every one of them stared at the 4 people from the Merchant Alliance with furious gazes. Each and every one of their eyes was spewing fire. It turned out that the profits of the Merchant Alliance were so high. They worked hard all day to accept all kinds of missions and died. Nobody knew when it would be the end. Only the money they exchanged for was also enough for their own cultivation and extravagance. These profiteers all sat at home all day, and the profits were actually so high that it made people's hair stand on end. The 4 people from the Merchant Alliance could not sit still anymore. Jing Nan coughed a few times and said angrily, Captain Yunxiao actually investigated our Merchant Alliance's confidential intelligence without authorization. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth to scold, don't pretend to be pure in front of me. Which one of your 4 merchant alliances doesn't collect all kinds of confidential intelligence on all of our mercenary groups? You still dare to posture in front of me? Do you want to die? He slammed the table, and immediately a few martial artists surrounded him, their murderous intent locked onto Jing Nan. If it was any other time, Jing Nan would definitely flip out on the spot. No matter what, the Money Merchant Association was still a reputable large merchant association, a large force. But with Song Xiong as an example, he did not dare to act rashly. This rookie mercenary group's people were all lunatics, they might really use him as a sacrifice, and kill for the monkeys to see. Among the 4, Xiao Luo was the oldest, and also the most experienced. At this time, the other 3 stared at him, faintly seeing him as the leader. And Thousand Treasure Tower was originally the head of the Merchant Association. Xiao Luo coughed a few times, and said, this data is only the incomplete information collected by the rookie mercenary group, a lot of the costs are not included, how can the real income be so high? Moreover, these are all internal matters of our merchant association, what right does Captain Yunxiao have to interfere? Li Yunxiao snorted, a country has its laws, a family has its rules. You guys are doing business in other people's territory, you have to respect the rules of other people's territory, right? Xiao Luo thought for a while, and said, that's right, that is indeed the case. We don't seem to have broken anyone's rules in Lightsong Forest, right? Li Yunxiao slammed his palm on the table, and shouted, the rules have just been set, have you guys forgotten? Do you want me to remind you? He walked in front of Xiao Luo, and slammed his palm on the information just now, and shouted, old fellow, read it for me, what is the first rule? Xiao Luo was stunned, and was instantly dumbfounded. The 4 people from the Merchant Association were stunned and speechless. On the other hand, all the mercenaries were secretly laughing in their hearts, feeling very happy. Thinking that these profiteers had actually earned so much, they wished they could rush up and hack them to death. The first rule on the information was impressively written, Rookie Mercenary Group is in charge of all affairs in the west of the city. It's all affairs, old thing, do you understand? Li Yunxiao's face was like a ruffian, and he casually scolded a few times, then sat back on his chair, and snorted, If there's anyone who doesn't want to stay in Light Song Forest, you can pack your bags and scram, this young master will not force you to stay. The 4 people from the Merchant Association all had ashen faces, forcefully suppressing their anger. They were all businessmen, so they naturally couldn't fall out with the local tyrant. However, the members of the Merchant Union were also very powerful. No matter where they went, people would give them face. Things like Li Yunxiao, who didn't give him face, had never happened before. Shenli was also enraged to the point that she was exuding a chilly aura. However, she still needed Li Yunxiao's strength to deal with the 4 extreme sect. Therefore, she remained silent with an ashen face. Xiao Luo said solemnly, "Then how does Captain Yunxiao think our merchant union should change?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "You guys have so much profit in a year, our brothers are not comfortable with it. Everyone risked their lives for this money. Of course, it's also unreasonable to ask you to spit it out. How about this? I'll ask my good friend, Miss Ding Ling to open the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce and let it manage it. In the future, the 4 of you will have to operate legally under the guidance of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce. What does everyone think?" "What?" Xiao Luo angrily slammed the table and stood up. That fragile body of his suddenly became tough. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said angrily, "If Captain Yunxiao wants to support the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce, we have nothing to say. However, if you want the 4 of us to listen to her, it's too much of a joke." "That's right." Jing Nan also said angrily, "Miss Ding Ling is talented and has a great reputation in the Merchant Union. However, she's still too young to be in charge of the Light Singing Forest." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Young? No, you're mistaken. It's not Ling in charge, it's her who should be in charge. You 4 minions are not high enough. Let the vice presidents come over. Ling should be the one in charge. You. Do you want to start a war with the Merchant Union?" Song Xiong also stepped forward. At this time, if the 4 of them did not unite, they might really be eaten by this person in front of them. Only Shenli hesitated for a moment. Although her attitude was not as forceful, she also said, "That's not very good." "Merchant Union? Can the 4 of you represent the entire Merchant Union?" TSK, not bad. You're just the person in charge of a branch, and you can boast that you can represent the entire Merchant Union. Ling during the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union, you must tell everyone in the Merchant Union about this. Let's see how strong the 4 core sects are." Li Yunxiao teased. Ding Ling was still in a daze. Li Yunxiao did not inform her in advance, but she did not expect such a big pie to fall on her head. She was so happy that she was about to cry. Holding back the sourness in her nose, she smiled, "I will. A few minions from a branch can represent the entire Merchant Union. I will definitely tell the 4 presidents and all the members of the Merchant Union." She felt an indescribable sweetness and happiness in her heart. All these years, she had been running around alone, supporting the Tianyuan Merchant Union that was on the verge of collapse. She was surrounded by cold eyes and mockery. She had never received such care. Her heart melted in her body. Song Xiong was dumbfounded. Cold sweat rolled down his face. In terms of rank, Ding Ling was more qualified to represent the Merchant Union than they were. Moreover, this kind of arrogant talk could be considered a small matter, but it could also be considered a big matter. If they were to really pursue this matter, they would not even be able to keep their heads. Cough. Xiao Luo coughed heavily, covering up Song Xiong's embarrassment, and said, "Although Song Xiong's words are a little exaggerated, but Captain Yunxiao's actions are obviously antagonizing our 4 merchant unions. I believe that this is definitely not Captain Hao Lian's intention. I hope Captain Yunxiao does not make a decision on his own." Li Yunxiao shouted, "Whether it is Captain Hao Lian's intention or not, who is clearer about it, me or you? Am I the captain of the rookie mercenary group, or are you? Why don't you take the position of captain?" Xiao Luo was speechless. Why was this young man like a hooligan? He was completely speechless. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands, and immediately, his men brought in some documents and placed them in front of the 4 men. He said, "These are the administrative rules of the Chamber of Commerce of the Singing Forest. Please sign your names and cooperate." The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was included in the rules, and all activities and operations of the 4 merchant unions must be approved by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. How could the 4 men sign such a rule? They were all trembling with anger, glaring at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao turned to Shenli and said with a smile, "Aunt Shen, why don't you take the lead? Hee, you know what will happen if we fail today." Shenli's expression changed drastically. She understood what Li Yunxiao meant. Their plan to deal with the 4 extremes sect had failed. The order from the top was to capture Tang Jie and exchange him for the ship key. What worried her the most was that if she disobeyed, this young man would deliberately make trouble for her. If that happened, not only would he not be able to help, but he might even get in the way. That would be really troublesome. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally gave in. She signed the administrative rules with a gloomy face. The Grove of Songs was just a small branch of the Tianyi Pavilion. It was dispensable to them. The Noah's Ark was the most important thing. Shenli, you. The other 3 were both shocked and furious. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why she would sign such a thing. Aunt Shen is a good girl. Next, Old Master Qiao, it's your turn. At Li Yunxiao's signal, the material was placed in front of Qiao Luo. Qiao Luo's face was livid. He said coldly, "I will never sign it. You should give up. Kill me now if you dare." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Old Master Qiao is indeed a man of character. But do you think that 19-year-old wife and 2 infant sons you hid in Wang San's house know that you are a man of character? Also, poor Wang San thought he had found a beautiful wife and 2 sons. He was not worried when he was carrying out his mission. Does he know that the father of his children is a man of character? Also, in Wang San's mission, he perished together with a martial monarch expert in order to save his subordinates. Why is one of the 4 martial royal realm cultivators under Old Master Qiao's command?" Qiao Luo's face turned pale. All the mercenaries were shocked at the same time. Everyone understood what was going on, and their faces were filled with indignation. Wang San was the leader of a small mercenary group and a martial royal realm cultivator. Although he was not famous, he was on good terms with many mercenary groups. They did not expect that the old bastard was responsible for Wang San's death on that mission. Moreover, the wife and 2 sons that Wang San's men were supporting were also the children of this old bastard. Everyone was enraged. As mercenaries, they lived with their heads in the air every day. Who knew when their heads would no longer belong to them? Therefore, they were very concerned about the safety of their families. It was taboo to steal someone else's wife and children. Qiao Luo's face darkened. He wanted to deny it, but under Li Yunxiao's clear gaze, he could not bring himself to deny it. His pupils dilated as he stared at Li Yunxiao. His face was ashen. How could a young man be so cunning and ruthless? What kind of soul was inside this young man's body? Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Don't think that only the 4 major chambers of commerce are gathering intelligence in the singing forest every day. Do you think that we are all idiots? Let me tell you, it's not just the noob mercenary groups. Even lousy groups like Storm and Skeleton know everything about you. What did you eat last night? How many seconds did you last night? How many times did you scream? What kind of style you are in? This is the singing forest, not the headquarters of the Merchant Union, Songyang City." Li Yunxiao's words were like lightning, striking the ears of the 4 mercenaries. Their brains buzzed and their faces stiffened. Shenli's face was flushed red, revealing a look of embarrassment and anger. Qiao Luo almost fainted. He and Wang San's wife, as well as the 2 illegitimate children. He had thought that he had done it flawlessly. He did not expect that he had been under Wang San's surveillance. Shakily, he raised his hand and signed the contract. Li Yunxiao laughed. You're a good boy too. You're the leader of the money gang, right? It's your turn." Jingnan's face turned pale, and he sat there motionlessly. Li Yunxiao advised, "Your life is your own, but your interests belong to the gang. You have to weigh the pros and cons carefully. I heard that Brother Jingnan recently came from the Golden Sandland. I'll sign it." Jingnan's body trembled, and he quickly interrupted. He picked up the pen and quickly wrote down his name, afraid that Li Yunxiao would say something. But the words Golden Sandland still fell into everyone's ears, and they all looked suspicious. That was a famous place of great danger, and few martial artists dared to step foot there. Only Xianxia was left. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was trembling. The other three had already signed, and if he didn't, he would be the only one left. But in the current situation, he wasn't in charge of the Four Extremes sect in the Light Singing Forest. If he signed it, that young master would be the first to kill him. But what surprised him was that after Jingnan signed it, Li Yunxiao didn't seem to have any intention of letting him sign it. He just kept it and laughed. Hee, everyone is very cooperative. I believe that the west of the city, and even the whole Light Singing Forest, will get better under the management of the rookie mercenary group. Let's clap, everyone. After he finished speaking, he started clapping. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd, and everyone who he stared at raised their hands and clapped with all their might. Soon, the entire square was filled with enthusiastic applause. Xianxia was stunned, and he also clapped. He didn't understand why he didn't need to sign it. The other three also felt strange. After clapping, Shenli reminded Captain Yunxiao, I think we missed out on a business association? Li Yunxiao laughed. Missed out? Not at all. The members of the Four Extremes sect are all tough men, and they are unyielding. Besides, I don't like to force people. Damn you. You don't like to force people, almost everyone in the square cursed in their hearts. If possible, they really wanted to rush up and step on his face. So, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, the Four Extremes sect will temporarily withdraw from the Light Song Forest. All of their businesses will be temporarily taken over by the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce. Once the situation in the city has stabilized, the Heavenly Origin Chamber of Commerce will consider the procedures to approve the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce's re-entry. Hua. This time everyone's expression changed greatly. Xianxia was even more stunned on the spot. He put his palms together and even made a clapping gesture, his mouth wide open. Shenli's heart skipped a beat. Was it about to begin? She secretly admired Li Yunxiao's decisiveness in killing and punishing. He didn't hesitate at all and did what he said he would do. The rest of the people found it hard to understand. This was completely forming a life-and-death feud with the Four Extremes sect. What was he going to rely on to contend against a colossus like the Four Extremes sect? Although the enemy's headquarters wasn't in the Light Song Forest, they could still send some experts over and easily wipe out your newbie mercenary group. If you were exploiting and compressing other people's interests, they could still understand and tolerate it. However, if they were to uproot the other party now, wouldn't that be completely shedding all pretense of cordiality? Xianxia couldn't react for a long time. He really couldn't understand how he had offended this lunatic. Was it because she had contradicted him a few times now? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Under everyone's mocking and amused gazes, he secretly relaxed in his heart. If he had signed the agreement and done something so shameful and damaging to the Chamber of Commerce's reputation, he might have been slapped to death by that young master when he returned. However, now that the other party had directly forced the Chamber of Commerce into a corner, he didn't have to bear too much responsibility since that person was here anyway. However, he still had to do what he could to save face. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Brat, don't you go too far." Smack. The crowd didn't see Li Yunxiao's movements. All they saw was a blur, and then Xianxia was directly slapped to the ground with a loud bang. I was kind enough to let you guys leave, and you still want to argue with me? Li Yunxiao stepped forward and lifted Xianxia up. He coldly snorted, if that's the case, then there's no need to leave. He turned around and looked at the crowd. Everyone, this Four Extremes Chamber of Commerce is really despicable. I gave them face, but they don't want it. Now, everyone, follow me to destroy them. The rookie mercenary group is looking forward to everyone's performance. The distribution of benefits will be reflected in this performance. His gaze once again fell on Xiao Luo and the others. He smiled and said, and the three shopkeepers of the Chamber of Commerce, your Chamber of Commerce has produced such a shameless person. You guys also feel that you've lost face, right? Why don't you come with me? I'll give you a chance to clean up your sect. Xiao Luo was startled. He hurriedly shook his head and said, Captain Xianxia must be joking. This is their four extreme sect's own business. Although we're all part of the Chamber of Commerce, we each mind our own business. We don't have the right to care about them. Jing Nan's face also turned pale. He shook his head repeatedly and said, Captain Yunxiao, please go ahead. We're not feeling well, so we'll be going back for now. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He shouted, we're all in the west of the city. Why should the mercenary group risk their lives while you Chamber of Commerce hide? Don't you usually brag about how awesome your Chamber of Commerce is? Now you're pretending to be dead? The three of you should come with me. Immediately, a few martial artists walked over and flanked the three of them. It looked like they would have to carry them even if they didn't want to. At this time, even a fool would understand. Li Yunxiao was purposely going against the Four Extremes Chamber of Commerce. He was going to drag everyone down with him. How was this brat a lunatic? He was clearly a cunning fox, no wonder he deliberately picked a fight with Song Xiong. Unfortunately, Song Xiong endured and endured until he became a teenage mutant ninja turtle, but his turtle shell was still smashed and he couldn't escape. Furthermore, this brat also knew that the Four Extremes sect was not to be trifled with. That was why he dragged all the mercenary groups into the water. He didn't even let the other major chambers of commerce off. These chambers of commerce often schemed and plotted against each other. As long as they went, even if they didn't make a move, the Four Extremes sect would still calculate it into their accounts. At that time, it would be another storm. From today onwards, he would suppress the other two major mercenary groups and monopolize the west of the city. Then, he would eliminate the dissidents and support his trusted followers to divide the Chamber of Commerce's profits. He would forcefully inject the profits into the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce and take away the biggest slice of the cake. Now, he would expand the warship and drag everyone on board to deal with the Four Extremes sect. While everyone thought he was a lunatic, he completed this series of actions one by one. Was this the intelligence and tactics that a 16 or 17-year-old youth should have? What kind of daring and daring heart was hidden under that unruly and seemingly insolent face? Brother Mu Wu, do you want to go and play with me? Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the sky. It was clear and bright, and there was no one in sight. However, Mu Wu's voice soon came over. I'm not interested. The dregs of the skeleton mercenary group aren't here yet. I'm going to find some fun with them. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, hold on. The Four Extremes sect has been operating in the west of the city for so many years. Who knows how much they have? Brother Mu Wu, if you go with me, I guarantee that you'll find something more interesting than going to the skeleton mercenary group. Oh? Mu Wu's figure slowly appeared in the sky. He smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll go with you. I really want to see whether the legendary Four Core Alliances are really as strong as you say. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. If Mu Wu went with him, he would have a greater chance of success. Tang Jia was the Four Extremes sect's young master, so it was impossible that he didn't have one or two experts accompanying him. Mu Wu was obviously a fanatic obsessed with martial arts. He was the best fighter for Tang Jia. Let's go. He lifted Song Xiong, who had been beaten black and blue, and dragged him on the ground. More than 1,000 people went to the Four Extremes sect's base in the west of the city. However, many of them had worried looks on their faces. Shenli, who was in the crowd, became nervous. She casually glanced at Hong Yi, and they both saw the worry and fear in each other's eyes. It was obvious that Li Yunxiao's abilities were beyond their expectations, and they were afraid that things wouldn't go so smoothly. The branches of the Four Core Alliances had a high status in the heavenly martial arts realm, and they were respected and protected by the local factions. Although they also collected information and played all kinds of tricks, they generally didn't participate in the fights between the local factions. Their main job was to do business and make money. Many local factions also needed these chambers of commerce to provide them with all kinds of resources. Generally speaking, they were quite popular. Therefore, the Four Core Alliances could do well in a chaotic city like the Singing Forest, and they could maintain a peaceful business environment. However, after this huge profit was exposed, it was unknown whether they could remain aloof and unaffected in the future. The members of the Merchant Alliance, including Qiao Luo and Jing Nan, were all pale, and their faces were even uglier than pig liver. This made all the members of the mercenary group feel very happy. The members of the Merchant Alliance were usually high and mighty, and they acted as if they had a high status. But now, they were suppressed by Li Yunxiao, and they didn't even dare to fart. They felt very happy. As for Xianxia, he was knocked unconscious by Li Yunxiao's slap, and he was dragged on the ground. In fact, with his cultivation, he had woken up long ago, but when he thought of the young master of the Chamber of Commerce, he was so scared that he closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. The only one who was calm and collected was Shenli. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and she walked with the crowd without taking a single step forward or backward. Li Yunxiao didn't walk very fast. The key was to create momentum. As for the four superbs Chamber of Commerce, he wasn't worried that they would run away. He had already sent dozens of experts to cover the surrounding area, and they would report to him if anything happened. Everything that had happened that day seemed reckless, but in fact, it was all within his calculations. Soon, they arrived in front of the branch of the Four Superbs Chamber of Commerce. Thousands of people surrounded the area, and even a fly wouldn't be able to escape. Li Yunxiao gave Qiao Luo a piece of paper, and pushed him away. He said, "Old Master Qiao, the Four Superbs Chamber of Commerce is a member of your Merchant Alliance. Now, I will help you clean up the mess. You can read the opening speech." Qiao Luo felt dizzy. "Clean up your ass. It was you who wanted to fight against the Four Superbs School and eliminate them. Why are you helping us now?" His complexion was even more unsightly than a frosted eggplant. When he saw the contents of the paper, his complexion turned from an eggplant to white flour. He coughed violently and said, "Cough, cough, Captain Yunxiao, my body can't take it. Cough, my voice is too soft. Cough, cough, it's better to let Jingnan read it. He's younger than me and his voice is loud and clear. Cough, cough, cough." Jingnan's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Old man Qiao, don't play dumb here. How could he have two illegitimate children with such a weak body? How can you hide a mistress?" His voice was as loud as a bell, and everyone heard it in an instant. Ambiguous smiles appeared on their faces, and lewd sounds could be heard everywhere. Qiao Luo blushed and said, that was when I was young." Li Yunxiao took out a scarlet pill from his ring and handed it over. "Your body is weak, right? After eating this 9 revolutions vigorous golden spear pill, your body will become as fierce as a tiger and won't fall for 3 days. Hurry up and eat it. You've struck it big this time." Qiao Luo was so scared that he took a few steps back and said while trembling, "I'm fine, my body is fine." He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. If he really ate that thing, his body would really be dead. He picked up the paper, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. He opened his mouth and read. Li Yunxiao snorted lightly and said, "If your body is still fine, then read it out loud for me. If your voice is too soft, I'll make it up to you." Qiao Luo was so frightened that his voice suddenly became louder and louder than a young man's. "Inform all our brothers and sisters in the Gentle Song Forest that we expose the heinous crimes of the Four Extremes sect. As a member of the Merchant Alliance, the person in charge of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda branch, I, Qiao Luo, swear to the heavens here, that everything I said below, is true." Qiao Luo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued to read, "As a member of the Merchant Union, I have the responsibility and obligation to announce the crimes of the Four Extremes sect to the world. When the Four Extremes sect operated in the Light Song Forest, they captured a large number of people for their young master Tang Jia to enjoy. It doesn't matter if you're male or female, young or old, fat, beautiful or ugly, race or race." He widened his eyes, wiped his sweat, and continued to read, also purchased a large amount of soap, candles, whips, anus enlargers, and other vulgar items, and shipped them back to the headquarters in Yang City. "I heard that Tang Jia likes to have a hodgepodge, and his partners don't discriminate between men, women, species, or..." Bang! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the branch of the Four Extremes sect. It instantly pierced through the sky, so fast that no one could catch sight of it. He only felt his eyes go blind as he saw Qiao Luo's body explode under the light. The poor old man didn't even have time to react before he died. Immediately after, several powerful auras rushed out from the Four Extremes gate and spread out continuously, intimidating every cultivator. Li Yunxiao roared angrily, "Who is it? Who was it that so viciously murdered the myriad treasure tower's old man Xiao Luo?" Old man Xiao's righteousness was as bright as the sun and moon, and he was as loyal as the frost and snow of the maple trees. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a vicious scheme? The myriad treasure tower is irreconcilable with your four extreme sect. Everyone fainted. Asking Xiao Luo to recite this kind of script was obviously asking him to die. Now, the thief was calling the thief to stop the thief. Moreover, why did he announce that the myriad treasure tower was irreconcilable with the four extreme sect? It had nothing to do with him whether they were irreconcilable or not. Jing Nan suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He glanced at Li Yunxiao, who was staring at him, and immediately understood what was going on. He shouted, "The money sect is also irreconcilable with your four extreme sect. Old man Xiao, your noble character and unquestionable integrity will last forever, but you died a horrible death." Needless to say, Shenli shouted angrily, "Junior of the four extreme sect. If you dare to do it, you must bear the consequences." Old man Xiao had been a chivalrous and unparalleled hero all his life, but he ended up like this. As a member of the Commerce League, the Tianyi Pavilion feels ashamed of what you have done. We must avenge old man Xiao. Avenge old man Xiao. Avenge old man Xiao. Irreconcilable with the four extreme sect. Irreconcilable with the four extreme sect. All of a sudden, more than 1,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices shook the entire west side of the city. Soon, several banners were unfurled in the crowd and held up high. Old man Xiao has been loyal and righteous for thousands of years, but he was killed. The four extreme sect is cruel by nature and angers both men and gods. An eye for an eye. Clean up the scum of the Commerce League. The crowd felt a chill down their spines. Apparently, these banners had been prepared in advance. It turned out that before the mercenary conference began, Li Yunxiao had already calculated all of this and even planned to kill Xiao Luo. Although Xiao Luo's actions were shameful, he was, after all, the head of a branch of a powerful force. He represented the dignity of the myriad treasure tower and was of noble status. Xiao Luo could kill such a person if he wanted to. This, Jing Nan and Shenli were overwhelmed with fear. They felt that this young man's terror was completely beyond their imagination. Many mercenary groups that were still unconvinced were now wiping their cold sweat and no longer dared to resist. Originally, it was Li Yunxiao who wanted to deal with the four extreme sect for no reason. Now, it became a blood debt for the person in charge of the myriad treasure tower. He had changed from being unreasonable to being a righteous master, crusading against thieves and rascals. Inside the four extreme sect, a silver-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely gloomy. "Young master, that person is really the myriad treasure tower's person in charge. This is big trouble." A gray-robed elder said in a deep voice, "Song Xiong went to participate in that mercenary conference and hasn't returned yet. Could it be that something had happened? What are these people gathering outside for?" The silver-robed man's eyes were like deep waters, and there was a faint aura of a superior on him. He was the young master of the four extreme sect, Tang Jia. Killing intent flashed on his face as he said, "Is there even a need to say? It was obvious that they were targeting our four extreme sect. It must be that idiot Song Xiong who stirred up some big trouble, causing people to kill their way to the door." The old man frowned and said, "I don't think Song Xiong is the kind of person who doesn't have a sense of propriety. Furthermore, these people outside dared to target our four extreme sect. I'm afraid that they aren't simple either." Tang Jia revealed a cold smile and said, "In front of our four extreme sect, what can they not be simple? Merely a bunch of trash. Elder you go out and kill all of them." The old man jumped in fright and said in astonishment, "Kill all of them? There are at least 1,000 over people outside." Tang Jia also seemed to have realized that it was not appropriate and said with a frown, "Then what to do?" But very soon, his face turned cold again as he said with a snort, "Merely 1,000 over people too. Killing them isn't a big deal either." Elder Yu's face revealed a worried look as he said, "If we really take action, I'm afraid that young lord, your identity will be exposed. At that time, not only will you be in a dangerous situation, it will also affect us doing that matter." Tang Jia's expression changed, and he hid in the hall as he pondered and said, "With you saying this, I Suspect that they came for me. What? Absolutely impossible. Young Lord's excursion this time is a top-secret matter. How can it possibly be known by people? Elder Yu revealed a look of disbelief. Tang Jia's expression became more and more solemn as he said, how can there be anything absolutely top-secret in this world? Even if Song Xiong this trash did something wrong normally, it's also absolutely impossible to incur such a heavy wrath. Furthermore, you also heard the myriad treasure tower that trash is reading just now. It's practically all targeting me inside. It should be to force me to take action. Elder Yu was startled and said, why force young lord to take action? Tang Jia said coldly, firstly, it's in order to test whether or not I'm really here. If not for my main body coming here, if it were others, hearing those insults about me, they would at most go out to reason, and absolutely wouldn't rashly deal a killing blow. Secondly, it's naturally to make me kill that trash, and receive enmity with the myriad treasure tower from there. What a fine killing two birds with one stone. The arrival is really not simple. His gaze burst out with thick killing intent, penetrating far outside the Four Extremes sect as he said in a solemn voice, targeting me like this, who the hell are you? Elder Yu said worriedly, young lord, what to do now? If the other party is targeting you, then it's not good. Not good? They're just a bunch of ants. So what if I kill them all? Tang Jia said fiercely, moreover, I think there's something wrong with this Light Song woodland. If it wasn't for that thing being too important, I wouldn't have been able to find it. If it weren't for that thing being too important, why would I waste my cultivation time in this godforsaken place? Staying in this branch of the Four Extremes sect is a little too conspicuous, and it's not beneficial for us to act. Why don't we just kill our way out and find a place to hide? Quietly wait for that thing to appear. Elder Yu's eyes narrowed and said, all right. There's no need to argue too much with these people outside, just kill our way out. Tang Jia said, there won't be any martial venerable powerhouses in the west of the city. With our strength, we can easily rush to the south of the city, and then look for Shen Feng of the skeleton mercenary group. He has some dealings with our Four Extremes sect. The two of them turned into two rays of light and rushed out, shattering the ceiling and smashing it. Two rays of light, one green and one red, hovered in the air and were about to head toward the south of the city. He's out, the murderer is out. Shenli was the first to yell. Her eyes flashed. The man in the red light was exactly the same as the image of Tang Jia from the headquarters of the Tianyi Pavilion. She immediately nodded at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao immediately understood and yelled, don't let the murderer get away. Avenge old Master Qiao. All martial royal realm powerhouses, stop them. As soon as he yelled, dozens of rays of light shot up into the sky and surrounded the two men. Why are there so many powerful cultivators? Elder Yu and Tang Jia were shocked. At a glance, they realized that the 20 to 30 people were all martial royal realm powerhouses. Could it be that a mercenary group had mobilized all of its members? Elder Yu's aura intensified and then burst out in all directions. He yelled, get out of my way, all of you. With him as the center, a wave of energy spread out like a flat surface. Everywhere it passed fell into a strange state. In this world, he was the only one. Realm. Bin Jia's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, this is only a small branch of the Four Extremes sect. Why are there martial venerable realm powerhouses here? He recalled Li Yunxiao's arrogant behavior and seemed to have caught on to something. Elder Yu stood proudly in the air and said coldly, leave now, and I won't pursue this matter any further. Li Yunxiao rose up in the air and smiled, what a coincidence, you're a 2-star martial Zun. Brother Mu Wu, you're right to follow me, right? Elder Yu furrowed his brows. Under his domain, those martial monarchs were all struggling to resist the pressure. How could a mere martial king be able to talk and laugh so freely? Mu Wu laughed and said, as expected, you're even stronger than Lin Xiao. Hee, this is fun. Mu Wu's figure gradually appeared, and a similar domain spread out, clashing with Elder Yu's domain. A rumbling sound spread out like thunder, spreading out in the entire sky. At that moment, the emperors all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces were covered in cold sweat. Martial Zun. Old Yu's facial expression changed drastically, he said, which mercenary group are you from? How dare you go against the rules of the three mercenary groups and send Marshal Zun to the west of the city? Aren't you afraid of causing chaos in the Light Song Forest? Muwu sighed and said, why are all of you so talkative? I really don't know how you managed to reach the Bahuang province. What kind of bullshit rules are you talking about? Fists are the rules. Do you need me to teach you such a simple thing? Why are the three mercenary groups so strong? It's because they're strong. The battle intent on his body gradually spread out and the ripples in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He shouted word by word, 2-star Marshal revered sir, fight me. Boom. Muwu circulated his essence to its peak and suddenly released it. His entire body seemed to explode as power surged out continuously. The space was squeezed out by this immense power, and the expressions of the martial monarchs changed drastically. Their bodies felt like they were about to be crushed as they retreated several hundred meters. Old Yu's facial expression changed drastically. He murmured, peak of 1-star Marshal Zun. The power of this pressure was constantly affecting the circulation of essence in his body. The strong fighting spirit of a warrior was stimulated. He also had the thought of having a big battle. But as he thought about it, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, young master, quickly head towards the south of the city. I'll hold them off for a while. No one can stop me. Tang Jia's expression was extremely unsightly. He was also a peak 9 stars martial monarch. He thought he could easily kill his way out without any danger. He did not expect the other party to have a martial honor as well. Although he was just a step below the 9 stars peak martial monarch and martial venerable, everyone below the domain was like an ant. Unless they had a domain power like Xianxia's or a powerful divine body avatar that could resist the domain, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Without saying a word, Tang Jia circulated his essence to the peak and rushed towards the south of the city as fast as he could. When Elder Yu saw that Muwu was completely indifferent towards Tang Jia's escape and had placed all his attention on him, he instantly felt relieved. However, he also became extremely vigilant. Although he was confident that he could suppress the other party, he did not dare to let his guard down. The mastermind behind Old Man Xiao's murder has escaped. Everyone, chase after it. Li Yunxiao roared and led a group of mercenaries to chase after Tang Jia. Among them, Bin Jia's speed was the fastest. Very quickly, he pulled the distance between him and Tang Jia. The two of them ran, one in front and one behind, while a large group of mercenaries chased after them. Elder Yu became anxious when he saw this. He suddenly made a move, and a white light shot towards Bin Jia. Mu Bai snorted coldly and took a step forward. The space trembled, and that attack actually changed direction and shot into the distance. Old man, I really don't like to be distracted when fighting with me. Although you are stronger than me, if you are not serious, I will tear you apart. A cold look flashed in Mu Bai's eyes. He was extremely unhappy. In his opinion, there was nothing more important than fighting with him and helping him break through the bottleneck of a 1-star martial monarch. Elder Yu was also enraged as he roared, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you don't know the difference between life and death. I will make you regret what you did today. He waved his hand, and a brilliant golden copper hammer appeared in his hand. The entire space seemed to be compressed by a huge force, and it started to distort around him. Along with it, there was also a towering battle intent. Mu Bai revealed an excited look on his face. He laughed loudly and said, haha, this is the feeling. I like this feeling. Elder Yu, on the other hand, was burning with rage. He wished he could tear Mu Bai into pieces. The copper hammer released a golden glow, and he rushed forward. The entire sky behind him was distorted, and it was like a wrinkled cloak that extended out. Below where the two of them were fighting, there was already no one left. No one dared to linger around a battle between martial saints. As long as one's brain wasn't rusty, they would know that it was courting death. In the distance, Bin Jia continuously attacked Tang Jia, trying to reduce his speed. Tang Jia was also infuriated from being chased. As the young master of the Four Extremes sect, when had he ever been in such a sorry state, he steeled his heart and immediately turned around. A treasured saber slashed towards Bin Jia. A crack actually appeared in the space, and it continued to spread forward. He also discovered that the other party was a 9 stars martial monarch. If he killed him, there would be no need for him to escape. Ah! Bin Jia broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect his opponent to turn around and slash him so cleanly. Furthermore, the black crack in the space was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. If he was touched, his body would definitely be torn apart. Feather Command Arrow. He instantly took out his Xian artifact and transformed it into a shield in front of him, protecting his whole body. Bang! The crack in the space directly hit the Feather Command Arrow. The Feather Command Arrow let out a loud cry and lost all its light. In an instant, it returned to the size of a palm and fell back into Bin Jia's hand. Bin Jia's heart turned cold. The Xian artifact in his hand actually cracked, and there was no spiritual qi left. Ah! He was shocked once again. His opponent had only used one slash to crack his Xian artifact. God, what kind of saber is that? He stared at it intently. The treasured saber in Tang Jia's hand was emitting a blood-red glow. There seemed to be a weapon spirit cheering on it, and a strange power was constantly circulating on the saber. Even his peak martial monarch Cultivation felt a trace of fear. How dare you chase after me? Go to hell. Tang Jia raised his blood saber again. A red glow slashed down, and the space was split open again. The crack continued to expand, and the entire sky was split in half. Bin Jia was shocked. His Xian artifact had been destroyed. How would he dare to take this kind of saber glow and crack head-on? He quickly dodged to the side. But very quickly, he saw Tang Jia's ferocious expression as he rushed forward. Bin Jia only felt his limbs turn cold. His opponent's strength was not below his. In addition to that strange blood saber, every move was fatal. If he was not careful, he would be cut into two. Under that powerful attack, every step was alarming, and he was forced to retreat continuously. Tang Jia slashed a few times, but saw that his opponent only wanted to dodge and did not dare to fight. The two of them were basically equal in strength. Under this kind of entanglement, it was difficult to kill the other party in a short period of time. Feeling bored, he said, "If you don't dare to fight, then scram." Suddenly, the sky darkened. Tang Jia frowned as he saw a huge ancient bell falling towards him. It was Xianxia who rushed over. Seeing that Bin Jia was completely at a disadvantage, he hurriedly threw out the imperial bell to help. No! Quickly withdraw your Xian artifact. Bin Jia shouted in shock, the treasured saber in his hand is strange. It can cut your bell. Tang Jia's lips curled into a cold smile, it's too late. Space-splitting slash. He shouted lightly. The blood saber glow in his hand once again cut open a crack in the sky. That crack in space extended towards the bell. Dang! An ancient bell sound rang. The imperial bell trembled from the power of the treasured saber. A formless sound wave vibrated from the bell and spread in all directions. That black crack in space shook the imperial bell and gradually closed up. The radiance on the bell that was originally flourishing was also dispersed. It kept shrinking. What? Tang Jia and Bin Jia were both shocked. The scene of the bell being cut in half did not happen. Instead, it was just the artifact aura retracting and returning to its owner. The one who was most shocked was Tang Jia. He naturally knew the power of the treasured saber in his hand. Not only did it not cut the opponent's profound artifact, it even produced a powerful sound wave that attacked his body. Unknowingly, a blue battle robe appeared around his body and dissipated the sound wave. Tang Jia looked coldly at the imperial bell returning to Xianxia's hand and said, "What bell is this? A 9th tier profound artifact?" Bin Jia's heart shook as he revealed a horrified expression. He looked at the treasured saber in Tang Jia's hand and then at the ancient bell in Xianxia's hand. He revealed a bitter expression. Only a 9th tier profound artifact could easily cut through his feather arrow. Only a 9th tier profound artifact could withstand the might of a 9th tier profound artifact. This kind of profound artifact might not even be seen once in a few decades. Now, it actually appeared in the hands of two people. Just who was this Tang Jia? And what was the identity of this inexplicable captain? Apart from feeling sorry for his profound artifact being destroyed, his mind was filled with question marks. Xianxia said unhurriedly, "The Four Extremes sect is indeed rich. The famous 9th tier profound artifact, vermilion bird saber was given to a martial monarch to use just like that. Are you wasting a heavenly gift or are you just too rich? Tang Jia's expression darkened. He said, you also recognize the vermilion bird saber and possess a 9th-tier profound artifact. You can't be a nobody. Kid, you can't be from a mercenary group. Where are you from? Which faction is behind you? What is your intention? At this moment, the other martial monarchs also caught up. They surrounded Tang Jia and drew their sabers. Tang Jia had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. Before Li Yunxiao appeared, he didn't think much of these people. At most, he would just kill them all. As long as there were no martial saints, he had the vermilion bird saber in his hand. Who could match him? However, it was different now. The other party actually had a 9th-tier profound artifact. Although he didn't understand how a martial king could use a 9th-tier profound artifact, it was true that his vermilion bird saber could not cut through it. However, it was true that his vermilion bird saber could not cut them. In fact, they were on par with each other. Furthermore, there was a peak 9 stars martial monarch, who was as strong as him, and 20 to 30 miscellaneous martial monarchs. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was in an unpredictable situation. He felt nervous. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms and stood in the air. He seemed to have seen through his nervousness and smiled, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. As long as you listen to me." Pooh. Tang Jia said angrily, "You bastards dare to say that you won't hurt me?" His expression was extremely cold as he said coldly, "I will remember what happened today. The next time I see you, I look forward to seeing all of you kneeling at my feet and crying." Everyone's expression changed. Many people even turned their faces slightly, as if they were afraid that Tang Jia would see their faces clearly. Although they did not know the identity of the other party, they knew that he must be a reputable figure in the Four Extremes sect, so they were still rather apprehensive. When Li Yunxiao saw everyone's appearance, he sneered and said, "There's no need to hide. Young Master Tang has memorized all of your appearances." Young Master Tang? Everyone was taken aback, and their faces turned ugly again. Sure enough, his guess was right. The Tang clan was the largest clan in the Four Extremes sect, and the Four Extremes sect was also a member of the Tang clan. This person was indeed an important figure in the Four Extremes sect. Even Ben Jia was worried. He exchanged glances with Zhou Xiong and saw the same deep worry in each other's eyes. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't need to guess anymore. This young master who will definitely kill all of you the next time he comes is the young master of the Four Extremes sect, Tang Jia." What? Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer, and their spirits sank to the bottom. The one he had offended was actually the young master of the Four Extremes sect. This time, no one could remain calm. Bin Jia and Zhou Xiong were even more dumbfounded. This was undoubtedly a monstrous disaster for the rookie mercenary group. Humph. Tang Jia looked at everyone's expressions and his sense of superiority reappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You bastards, since you know this young lord's identity, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel to the side and await punishment. After I kill this brat, I'll see how my mood is and whether or not I'll spare your lives." Li Yunxiao was speechless when he heard that. How could these disciples of super factions have such a sense of superiority? How could they be so ignorant and fearless? This was clearly the rhythm of drawing aggro. Sure enough, all the cultivators were enraged. Waves of killing intent spread out in the air. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If he knelt, would he still be a martial royal realm expert? If he lost the heart of an expert, would he be able to make any progress in the martial way in the future? No. To be able to cultivate to the level of a martial emperor, which one of them did not have a tenacious character and the courage to risk their lives? This is too much. The first to grit his teeth was Jia Xiaobai. The overlord's steel blade in his hand was infused with vitality. The evil aura continued to overflow. He shouted, "If you want me to kneel down, you can use your blade to break my knees. You want me to kneel with just a few words? I'll *CK off. Huh." He roared and slashed down. The steel blade hummed in the air, as if it wanted to drink blood to its fill. Bang! Tang Jia was furious. The vermilion bird blade flashed, a ray of light streaked across the air. The 2 fingers thick overlord steel blade was directly cut in half. the remaining half was still trembling in his hand. Jiao Xiaobai's pupils suddenly widened as he looked at his broken blade in a daze. Humph, you dare to attack me, die. Tang Jia was about to kill Jiao Xiaobai when a terrifying aura suddenly attacked him. He hurriedly turned his head in shock. Li Yunxiao's demon-slaying sword was flying across the sky. Sword spirit? Tang Jia was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. He pulled out his blade to block. Bang, bang, a red light appeared on the vermilion bird blade, blocking the sword technique. Tang Jia was shocked and frowned. The sword intent of this sword gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Li Yunxiao's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He could already conclude that the vermilion bird blade had indeed been refined by Tang Jia. Although it was not as powerful as Mr. Yu, who could unleash half of the power of a stage 9 Xian artifact, it was still far above him. Among the few stage 9 Xian artifacts on him, only the purple shadow azure chainsword was more convenient. Moreover, he had forcefully infused Genryu into it. Compared to the sword spirit born from the vermilion bird blade, there was a huge difference. Moreover, the sword itself was incomplete. Although he could use it, he could only unleash some of its power by relying on his high understanding of sword intent. Compared to Mr. Yu and Tang Jia's refinement, it was far inferior. This vermilion bird blade must have been fused with Tang Jia since he was young, which was why he could become one with it. Mr. Yu himself was a stage 8 alchemist. His understanding and refinement of Xian artifacts were far above ordinary people. The Imperial Bell only knew how to strike it hard to activate its own power of sound waves. Moreover, even with all his might, he could only strike it twice. The Universe God Monument was a supreme Xian artifact. If he had not learned the Great Universe God technique and had the spirit power, he would be using it like a rock, throwing it at people during a fight. He did not lack Xian artifacts. What he lacked was complete control over these Xian artifacts. Kid, what was that move you used just now? Where did you learn it from? Tang Jia was confused. At the same time, he started to speculate about Li Yunxiao's identity. A person who could possess a stage 9 Xian artifact was definitely not a small fry. A sinister smile surfaced on Li Yunxiao's face as he said, "You want to learn that move? Then try to take a few more moves from me." His figure flashed and he rushed forward. He raised the purple shadow azure chain sword high up and slashed down. The sword ray was condensed on the sword's body and was not released. Tang Jia stared blankly for a moment before a sneer appeared on his face. He said, "Reckless thing, do you think a Xian artifact with a sword spirit can block my vermilion bird saber?" He revealed a cruel smile and slashed forward. Bang! The two Xian artifacts collided violently in the air, creating a strong spark like a firework explosion. This is also a stage 9 Xian artifact? Tang Jia was shocked to the extreme. His eyeballs were protruding out. Under his vermilion bird blade, any Xian artifact below stage 9 would be broken in one slash. As the young master of the Four Extremes sect, he only had one stage 9 Xian artifact. His opponent actually had two? What shocked him was the sparks on the vermilion bird blade. It made his heart ache. He thought that with one slash, his opponent would definitely die. You think you're awesome just because you have a stage 9 Xian artifact? I have a lot of these things. Li Yunxiao slashed at him again with a carefree smile on his face. Tang Jia's heart turned cold. Although his opponent's attack power was not strong, his understanding of sword intent was very high. Every slash was unavoidable and he was forced to raise his treasured blade to block. In a few breaths, the blade and sword had clashed for dozens of times. Every time a large amount of sparks flew. The sound was heard by everyone in the surroundings and they felt their flesh ache. They wished they could slap this prodigal Li Yunxiao to death. That was a stage 9 Xian artifact, he actually used it to meet force with force. No matter how strong a Xian artifact was, it could not withstand this kind of torture. Tang Jia's heart grew colder the more he fought. Although he did not have time to observe carefully, after so many moves, he felt as though the vermilion bird blade had been cut many times. Every strike made his heart twitch. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Why? Feeling heartache? Aren't you the young master of the Four Extremes sect? A mere stage 9 Xian artifact is nothing." Usually use this thing to cut down trees and dig holes. In the distance, Zhou Xiang's heart twitched violently. He vaguely remembered that one of his subordinates seemed to say that he used a stage 9 Xian artifact as a stick. At that time, he sneered at it. He did not expect it to be true. Tang Jia was about to faint. After being attacked by Li Yunxiao for so many moves, he finally regained the advantage after a few breaths. The vermilion bird blade burst forth with a powerful sharpness, splitting the space and bouncing Li Yunxiao away. A black crack chased after him. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Just now, with a surprise attack and absolute body movement and sword intent, he caught Tang Jia off guard. Every strike was made with all his strength, trying to see if he could break the vermilion bird blade, but it was still in vain. He also knew that he would not have a chance to get close. The dynasty bell between his eyebrows rushed out and hit the crack. Clang! The sound wave shook, and the crack in the space eroded the ancient bell. It constantly made ear-piercing sounds and soon disappeared. ****. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Tang Jia's entire body seemed to be on fire. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the vermilion bird saber. The blade was densely covered with all kinds of nicks. His heart was shattered at this moment, and he completely went berserk. Li Yunxiao smiled. Although there were more cracks on the purple shadow sword, he did not feel distressed at all. A stage 9 Xian artifact was nothing. When he recovered his strength, he could refine as many as he wanted. Ah! I'll kill you, ****. Tang Jia was completely crazy. The vermilion bird blade also seemed to be burning with him. A firebird hovered over the blade, which was the manifestation of the sword spirit. Great void cut. All of you, go to hell. A cross-shaped crack in the space cracked in front of him, constantly tearing the space. A terrible black hole spread out, sweeping towards the surrounding warriors. The surrounding martial emperor experts were all in a cold sweat, frightened. The huge crack in the space seemed to devour everything. They all opened their eyes wide in horror. This kind of attack, at their level, could not be resisted at all. However, Li Yunxiao's face was calm, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although he did not manage to break the vermilion bird blade, it made Tang Jia mad. When a person was angry, it was easy to make mistakes. He was not a match of cultivation, but he was not afraid of Xian artifact. A tadpole character appeared in his hand, and the divine intent force began to circulate in his body. A golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. His divine intent force was very limited, so he was very careful when he circulated it, so that not a trace of power would be wasted. One by one, the tadpole character flew out from his palm. In the golden light, the universe god monument suddenly expanded, turning into a small mountain, and pressed down on the center of the great void cut. In the center of the cross-shaped crack, the image of a firebird appeared. It continued to rotate, devouring everything in a terrifying manner, and was sucked into the endless void. The surrounding martial emperors tried their best to resist the suction force. Their hands and feet were all cold, and their faces were filled with despair. Tang Jia smiled ferociously. Under my great void cut, even a stage 9 Xian artifact will be devoured. How dare you provoke me? I will make you regret being born into this world. Rumble. The universe divine monument descended and suppressed the center of the crack. It pressed down on the firebird and let out a loud roar. The sky started to tremble continuously, and the black cross-shaped crack stopped expanding at that moment. Instead, it started to shrink slightly. Tang Jia frowned and humphed. It's useless. If you want to suppress my great void slash, you have to unleash at least half of the power of a rank 9 profound weapon. Otherwise, you will only end up being devoured. The universe god monument flashed with golden light in the crack and resisted the devouring of the black power. The firebird flew around under it, and circles of flame aura gushed out as though it was about to break free. The surrounding cross-shaped crack shrank back and was about to spread to the universe god monument. Humph. Li Yunxiao sneered, and his hands began to form seals. A ray of red light shot down and pressed down on the firebird. It was as though the firebird that was about to break free had suddenly become agitated. It flew around and dodged in fear. Tang Jia was shocked, and he opened his eyes wide in shock. The vermilion bird blade was connected to his life. Although the connection between him and the sword spirit wasn't as crazy as the connection between Li Yunxiao and Zhenryu, they were connected mentally and they could feel each other's emotions. At that moment, the aura from the weapon spirit was filled with boundless fear and terror. What's going on? That's a rank 9 weapon spirit. Why would it feel fear? Tang Jia was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. Usually, when he met an opponent, he would destroy the opponent's profound weapon and it would basically be destroyed with one slash. The red aura on the Universe Divine Monument suppressed the Firebird directly. After that, what caused Tang Jia to gasp even more was that an invisible power spread out. It was as if an infinite amount of gravity had appeared on that point, causing the surrounding space to compress and collapse. It was actually trying to compress the cross-shaped crack that had been split open. TSK. Damn it. What kind of profound weapon is this? Tang Jia was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the slowly disappearing crack and his mind went blank. It was only then that the surrounding martial artists recovered from the terrifying void slash. They could clearly feel that the aura of death was gradually dissipating. All of them felt as if they had just survived a calamity. They looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, as well as the Universe Divine Monument's display of divine might. Could it be another 9th tier profound weapon? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even if they were martial emperors, it was rare for many of them to see a profound weapon of this level, but today, it seemed to have become an exhibition of 9th tier profound weapons. While they were shocked, they were also filled with joy. At the very least, he was safe. Under the terrifying aura of the vermilion bird saber, even his courage to fight had been shattered. Look at you pigheads. This isn't a martial arts competition, hurry up and make your move. Li Yunxiao let out a loud roar. The spirit intent energy in his body was completely depleted. The essence in his body was depleting at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he was drinking water. In an instant, half of his essence was gone. His expression was extremely ugly. Bin Jia and the others only reacted after being yelled at. This was a life and death battle. If it wasn't for the stone tablet's magical power, most of them would have died. In an instant, everyone used their unique skills. The terrifying attacks covered the sky and the earth, locking Tang Jia in the middle. It was either you die or I die. Bang! Tang Jia was shocked. 20 to 30 martial emperors attacked at the same time. Unless he had the realm of a martial honor or another great void slash, he wouldn't be able to stop them. However, the vermilion bird saber in his hand seemed to be half dead. Not only had half of its spiritual chi dissipated, but the weapon spirit couldn't be woken up no matter how hard he tried. Huh. Li Yunxiao finally reached his limit. He kept the world god tablet and turned into a ray of light, flying back into the space between his eyebrows. He took a few steps back in the air and stabilized his body with a pale face. Tang Jia was about to be engulfed by the dozens of attacks. Heaven ring armor! He shouted in terror. He had never felt such a feeling of death since he was born. He had always been the one to decide the life and death of others. It was only now that he realized how terrible and terrifying this feeling was. A blue armor spread out in the air. With the strength of a peak 9 stars martial emperor, it formed a protective barrier. Rumble. All kinds of powers kept hitting it. Although it caused a great tremor, it was blocked one by one. However, the primordial chi in his body was depleting very quickly. His face turned pale in an instant. The surrounding attacks were still going on, as if they were going to break. Puff. Tang Jia finally couldn't take it anymore. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire defense was broken. Then, the light from the blue armor became weaker and weaker. In fear and despair, he shouted hysterically, "You can't kill me. I am the young master of the Four Extremes sect. If you kill me, none of you will live." When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Just now, they wanted to have a good time and wanted to smash him into pieces. Now, they came back to their senses and hesitated. Tang Jia seemed to see hope for survival. He shouted again, "As long as you let me go, I will not pursue what happened today. I will pretend that nothing happened." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Do you believe his words? Think back to what he looked like just now. If we let him go and he brings a few Emperor Wus to the Singing Forest next time, do you believe that you can live? Li Yunxiao's words made everyone's heart turn cold. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that there was no chance of survival. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since they couldn't live, killing one was enough. Boom! Finally, Tang Jia's armor completely lost its light and flew back into his body. Countless attacks landed on him, blasting him down from the sky and smashing him into the ground. A large amount of dust flew up, and a huge pit appeared below. Everyone stop! Li Yunxiao shouted. He was really afraid that Tang Jia would die. Firstly, he couldn't exchange for the ship key. Secondly, he didn't dare to provoke the Four Extremes sect. If it was just killing a branch manager, it wouldn't matter. The Four Extremes sect wouldn't care too much about it. But if the young master died, the next person to come after him would be Emperor Wu, and probably more than one. The dust dispersed, and the huge pit was revealed. Tang Jia's body was covered in blood and flesh, but he still seemed to be alive. One of his legs was shaking non-stop. Li Yunxiao smiled as he walked down from the sky and said, "I told you to be obedient. If a kid doesn't listen, it's easy to get beaten." Tang Jia's painful moans came from the pit. Although he was strong enough, and his equipment was powerful enough, it was the first time he was involved in a life-and-death battle. His experience and other aspects were lacking. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's footsteps stopped. His whole body felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't take another step. His pupils suddenly shrank. A black figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere, standing beside Tang Jia. His whole body was wrapped in a black robe, like a ghost, emitting a cold aura. "Mr. Rain." Li Yunxiao's face was extremely ugly as he said each word through gritted teeth. This person was Mr. Rain, who fought with him in the cave. The aura emitted from his body seemed to be stronger than before. He actually appeared here without a sound. Mr. Rain looked at Li Yunxiao, and his eyes were also complicated. He pointed at Tang Jia and said, "I want to take this person away." Li Yunxiao didn't say anything and just stared at him. "Who do you think you are? You want to take him away just like that?" The leader of the hunter mercenary group was the first to rush up and shouted angrily, "If you want to take him away, you have to ask all of us first." Mr. Rain ignored this person and just looked at Li Yunxiao. "If I want to take him away, none of you can stop me. I don't want to be your enemy for now." Li Yunxiao's face turned pale. Mr. Rain was speaking the truth. With his rank 8 alchemist soul power, his physical body that was even stronger than Li Yunxiao's overlord body, and that rank 9 profound weapon, even a martial venerable might not be able to stop him. The leader of the hunter mercenary group was the first to rush up. Who knew that he would be ignored? He felt that he had lost face in front of Li Yunxiao. He immediately became furious and sneered, "What a joke. Do you think you are a martial venerable? None of you can stop me. Today, I will be like you, the young master of the Four Extreme sect. Kneel down. Brothers, attack." He wasn't a reckless person. When he was talking, he had already used his divine sense to feel out the other party's cultivation. It seemed to be a 7-star martial emperor. Only then did he let go and rushed up without fear. The rest of the hunter mercenary group also wanted to show off in front of Li Yunxiao. One by one, they rushed up. There was a total of 7 people, and they attacked Mr. Rain from 7 different directions. Mr. Rain still stared at Li Yunxiao. There was no change of expression on his face, as if he was waiting for his reply. The leader of the hunter mercenary group was even more furious. He shouted, "Venomous star art, die." Mr. Rain finally moved. However, it wasn't his body that moved. Instead, it was the black robe on his body that started to flutter in the wind. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He shouted in shock, "Not good. Be careful." His eyes instantly turned into a crimson crescent moon. An extremely strong mental attack rushed out. The space distorted and extended towards Mr. Rain. The movement of Mr. Rain's black robe was a manifestation of the release of mental energy. Li Yunxiao noticed it. Only then did he shout to be careful. With the opponent's mental energy attack, it would be easy to subdue the 7 people. Li Yunxiao then hurriedly made a move to save them. "Humph." Mr. Rain snorted disdainfully. The space around him started to distort rapidly. Li Yunxiao's mental energy was obstructed. Not only was it difficult for him to advance, but it also backfired on him. As for the 7 martial monarchs who had attacked, they became dazed along with the distorted space. They floated in the air and disappeared in the end. Puff. Li Yunxiao let out a muffled groan. He was actually injured, his eyes revealed a fierce look of anger as he stared at the opponent. His cultivation, physique, soul power, and profound level weapon were all suppressed by the opponent. He had never encountered such a depressing situation before. He was completely at his wits' end. There was nothing he could do. Where are they? The surrounding warriors were all stunned. They revealed a stunned look. The 7 people who were alive and well disappeared into thin air in front of their eyes. It was hard for them to understand. Their minds were filled with question marks. Mr. Yu wasn't afraid of Li Yunxiao's stare at all. He sneered, "What you just used should be Gu Feiyang's eye technique, lunar imperfection." Humph, Gu Feiyang is known as the #1 in mental attacks. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry tries to imitate his eye technique. That Gui Wuxing thought he could match up to Gu Feiyang just because he got an immemorial heaven eye. He's nothing. Let me give you a piece of advice. Gu Feiyang's eye technique attacks are all based on his strong understanding of formula. He can use his soul power to the acme of perfection. That's why he can use it casually, changing heaven and earth, and changing time and space. You small fries only know how to imitate his attacks. If you're lucky, you can succeed a few times. If you're unlucky, you won't even need the opponent to do anything. You'll be swallowed by the uncontrollable power. Li Yunxiao was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect the opponent to understand his eye technique so well. But he didn't have any impression of this person. Although the majority of the monster race was trapped in the 5-Cloud Mountain, there were still many monster forces in the Sky Martial continent. He had seen some powerful monster refiners. Back in the Spirit Transformation Sea, he fought with a rank 9 monster refiner, and that was how he managed to create the star-cutting sword. But this Mr. Yu didn't have any impression of him. Li Yunxiao's shocked expression was seen by Mr. Yu. He thought he had hit the opponent's soft spot. He snorted, "I'm taking him away. Cultivate well. I'll find you again." Then, he waved his hand. The space twisted again. Slowly, he and Tang Jia disappeared before everyone's eyes. Bin Jia and the rest quickly surrounded them. They looked around but couldn't find anyone. Zhou Xiang was shocked. "Where are the 7 people from the hunter mercenary group?" Li Yunxiao's face was pale. He worked so hard for nothing, and the fruit of victory was stolen by someone else. He said bitterly, "Those 7 people were sucked into the space turbulence by his mental power. I'm afraid they're dead." What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. In the void turbulence, if one was lucky, they might be able to preserve their lives and wait for an opportunity to break out. If he was unlucky and met with all kinds of energy attacks, even Emperor Wu would die without a doubt. Most of those who were sucked into the void turbulence ended up being unlucky. Horrified, Bin Jia cried out hoarsely, "To be able to drag 7 martial monarchs into the chaotic void in one go, how strong is his mental energy?" Zhou Xiang's face was also pale. Just thinking about it made him feel a lingering fear. He said, "Just who is that person?" "Captain, you seem to know him?" Li Yunxiao sighed. "He is the Skeleton Mercenary Group's Mr. Rain, an 8th honored level arcane master." Zhou Xiangzhen was shocked. "What? It's him." Bin Jia also turned pale with fright, cold sweat dripping down his face as he said, "Rank 8 venerable level refinement master? Captain Yunxiao, are you sure?" The people behind him were also shocked to the extreme. Tier 8 alchemists were absolute existences that could only be encountered by some super forces or in the deity transformation sea. Why would he appear out of nowhere in the Light Song woodland? And he was actually a member of the Skeleton Mercenary Group. If the Skeleton Mercenary Group had such a character, they should have been able to unify the Light Song woodland long ago. An 8th-tier alchemist was enough to attract some Emperor Wu's powerhouses to serve him. Although the Skeleton Mercenary Group was one of the 3 major mercenary groups, they had always kept a low profile. They rarely participated in the battles between the Rainstorm Mercenary Group and the Rookie Mercenary Group. Who would have thought that their hidden strength was actually so deep? Those miscellaneous mercenary group members all wiped off their cold sweat, then turned their gazes to Li Yunxiao. This captain was also not easy to deal with. Not only did he dare to kill the 4 extreme sect's young master, he even displayed 3 9th-tier profound armaments. Those were things that even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu might not be able to possess. In terms of status and identity, this mysterious captain was probably even more powerful than the 4 extreme sect and 8th-tier alchemists. Everyone was making wild guesses. Even Bin Jia and Zhou Xiang had their own thoughts, but their attitude towards Li Yunxiao became extremely respectful. "Captain Yunxiao, what should we do now?" Bin Jia said. "Should we immediately request for help from the other teams, surround the skeleton mercenary group, and force them to hand over the person?" Although he did not know why Li Yunxiao captured Tang Jia, but from the series of actions just now, this captain was the kind of person who could not wait to pierce through the sky. Now that he had suffered a loss at the hands of the skeleton mercenary group, there would probably be a huge battle. Who knew that Li Yunxiao was only slightly worried, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's end this matter here." Bin Jia was stunned, not daring to believe his own ears. He had always been so arrogant, even daring to make a move against the 4 extreme sect, but facing a skeleton mercenary group, he actually said let it go. The rest of the people were also somewhat dazed. Could it be that this captain also knew fear, and knew what it was? Li Yunxiao took in everyone's gazes and lightly laughed. "Everyone, go back. What happens next is not something you can participate in." Everyone's heart jumped, but very quickly, they were overjoyed. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Finally, they could jump out of this muddy water. Now that these big shots had appeared, the 4 extreme sect's young master, and a level 8 alchemist, they were indeed not people that small fries like them could participate in. One by one, they suppressed their joy and took their leave. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the distant sky. That feeling was like the pressure of heaven and earth, pressing down on everyone's heart. Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, stifled and uncomfortable. Could it be that something happened to Lord Muwu? Bin Jia was shocked, looking at the distant sky in shock. The battle between 2 martial honorables was not something they could interfere in. The power of the domain, without great magical power, could not be resisted. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and suddenly said with great joy, "Muwu broke through. Every time a martial honorable breaks through a star, it will produce an extremely strong pressure of heaven and earth. Everyone, quickly follow me. Under this pressure of heaven and earth, you can feel the 8 desolate martial intent. It will be extremely beneficial for your cultivation. Feel the 8 desolate martial intent." Everyone was indescribably excited after the great shock. They all rushed into the distance like a swarm of bees. The sky was filled with all kinds of energy, constantly flowing and dissipating in the air. The entire sky was like a tattered cloth. There were different colors and lights everywhere, dark and dark intersecting, like it was patched up, full of holes. It could be seen how intense the battle between the two was. Just the remnant aura in the surroundings was enough to shock one's soul. Muwu stood quietly in the sky, no longer having that previous arrogant demeanor. His upper body was bare, revealing shocking injuries. His chest was directly pierced through, but he actually did not die. His eyes were clear. And Elder Yu's figure had already disappeared. Victory and defeat had been decided. Rumble. The sky kept rumbling. The power of the rules from this world seemed to be gradually appearing. Under this huge power, the remnant energy quickly dissipated. The terrifying injuries on Muwu's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rules of heaven and earth are recondensing his domain and physical body. If not now, when will he cultivate? Li Yunxiao lightly shouted. He began to sit cross-legged, feeling the power of the rules. Although he had long surpassed Muwu in terms of martial intent, it was still relatively rare to trigger the rules of heaven and earth when advancing to a martial exalted realm. With his experience, it was enough for him to use the power of the rules to the greatest extent. While a cultivator was constantly increasing their origin chi, they had to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth where they were. As long as one was diligent enough, the accumulation of origin chi could reach a certain level, and the comprehension of the rules, without great opportunities and wisdom, was very difficult to achieve. This was an extremely crucial moment for Muwu. In the battle with Elder Yu, he finally broke through the shackles of the bottleneck, stepping into a 2-star martial exalted realm. The rules of heaven and earth descended, he had to comprehend them to the greatest extent. The amount he could comprehend was directly related to the increase of his strength, as well as his future advancement. This was also his second time comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, and he had made a lot of preparations for it, so he quickly sank into it. The injuries on his body were gradually recovering, but he did not feel it at all, because he could not bear to waste even a second. The cultivators below also revealed joyful expressions, all immersed in the power of the rules. Most of them were martial emperors. They did not have the qualifications to enjoy such treatment. It could be said to be a rare opportunity. In those super factions, every time a martial exalted realm expert broke through, they would gather their outstanding disciples to comprehend by the side. Every time a martial exalted realm expert broke through, the descending rules of heaven and earth would become stronger and stronger. After reaching the level of Emperor Wu, every time he broke through, the power of the rules of heaven and earth would be difficult to resist, even for a martial exalted realm. It was rumored that if one could completely comprehend all the rules of heaven and earth, they would be able to grasp the power of a world, stepping into the eternal immortal realm. However, this was only a legend. After all, in the historical records of the continent, there were some peerless figures who were suspected to have stepped into the immortal realm, but no one could verify it. Xianxia completely relaxed his mind, allowing the rules of heaven and earth to directly rush through his body and meridians. His understanding of the power of a world was far above this little bit of the rules of heaven and earth. His body was also strong enough to withstand the pressure, so there was no need to worry about any side effects. He completely integrated his mind into the rules, enjoying the baptism to his heart's content. Many of the other martial emperors were drenched in cold sweat, painstakingly holding on, but each of them gritted their teeth, refusing to give up. If they lost this opportunity once, there might not be a second one in this lifetime. The benefits it would bring them would far exceed decades of hard cultivation. Boom. There was a soft muffled sound in Xianxia's body, and he was directly promoted by 1 star, but the power of the rules did not stop, continuing to rush through his meridians. A large amount of primordial qi, driven by the rules of heaven and earth, circulated throughout his body, and finally gathered in his dantian. The qi in his dantian became thicker and stronger. Even the few level 9 arcane weapons floating above were affected, emitting a faint glow. In particular, the mountain and river cauldron, which had never been used before, seemed to be showing signs of restlessness. Ever since he had obtained the mountain river cauldron, he had never used it. This was because when he was refining the profound artifact, Xianxia's first choice was the mountain river cauldron. However, no matter what he did, he could not refine it at all. In the end, he could only give up and choose to refine the dynasty bell and the demonic sky armor. Now, under the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the mountain river cauldron was also operating slowly. What ghost cauldron? Although it is not a supreme grade, it is far better than an ordinary 9th grade profound artifact. No wonder it was used to store the earth-breathing soil and suppress Jia. After being distracted for a while, Xianxia returned his attention to cultivation again, ignoring the changes of the mountain river cauldron. Haha! Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard, and the power of rules in the world dispersed. Muwu was still covered in blood, but he was full of energy and had a shocking aura. He had already benefited greatly. He looked down and snorted, "You guys really know how to take advantage of me. Who allowed you to cultivate in my bed?" The powerful realm suddenly expanded, and all the martial artists were in it. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. Xianxia was not afraid of the realm's influence at all. He stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Muwu, please don't be angry. Since it is their first offense, we will just pay some primary stones." All the mercenary troops were speechless. "Damn it, you were the one who asked us to cultivate here. Otherwise, no matter how bold you were, you would not dare to enjoy the rules of heaven and earth beside a martial venerable." Muwu snorted and said, "For the sake of Captain Yunxiao, I will let you go this time." His cold snort caused everyone's heart to shiver. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. The power of the martial venerable's realm gradually dissipated, and everyone slowly recovered from their fear. The higher one went, the more obvious it was. When one was below the martial monarch realm, it might be normal for one to challenge someone of a higher level. However, the martial venerable realm was a threshold. It was all because of the comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth. The more one comprehended, the stronger the power of heaven and earth that one could use. No matter how powerful a peak 9 stars martial monarch realm was, it would be difficult for him to fight a 1-star martial venerable. This was the reason why Tang Jie did not dare to fight with a martial venerable even though he had refined the vermilion bird saber. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone and said with a smile, "All right, everything's fine now. Don't be afraid, everyone, just pay 10 million mid-grade primordial stones." 10 million? Or 1,000 yuan? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded and shocked. They were even more frightened than when they were in the domain. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said angrily, 1,000 yuan? Who said that? Step forward. I saved your lives, and you actually want to ask me to pay 1,000 middle-grade primordial stones. The person who said this, step forward. I'll give you 1,000 yuan and take your life. Everyone retreated in fear, and no one dared to take a step forward. Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed, that's why it's hard to be a good person in this world. If Mu Wu had been afraid of you just now, nothing would have happened. Now, not only are you alive, but you can also enjoy the cultivation of the laws of heaven and earth. You want to bargain with me for a mere 10 million mid-grade primordial stones? Zhou Xiang, take note of this. If anyone hasn't paid up by nightfall, pass the name list to Mu Wu and let him handle it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked at the sky and anxiously thought about how to gather the primordial stones. If Mu Wu really came looking for them, he wouldn't even give them a chance to explain themselves. Furthermore, they had received great benefits from the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. Even if they really had to pay 10 million mid-grade primordial stones, it would be super worth it. Such an opportunity couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Everyone was anxious to go back and gather the money, so they quickly bade farewell. At this moment, a few figures flew over. They were the people from the merchant union, and Hong Yi was among them as well. There were also some mercenaries with weaker cultivations. Those who chased after Tang Jie were all martial emperors and above. When Mu Wu and Elder Yu were fighting, they also hid far away. They only dared to come out when there were no more movements. Leader Yunxiao, where's Tang Jie? Xinli didn't know how to ask, but she was very anxious. Hong Yi immediately asked. Her beautiful eyes were also looking around. Li Yunxiao said in distress, an expert from the skeleton mercenary group appeared halfway and rescued Tang Jie. Rescued? Hong Yi's expression changed drastically as she said angrily, how is that possible? There are so many of you. Could it be that they sent a martial venerable? Li Yunxiao looked at her coldly and scoffed, what does it have to do with you whether they rescued him or not? Auntie Hong, why do you look so anxious? Jing Nan also frowned and looked at Hong Yi suspiciously. He still couldn't figure out why Li Yunxiao was targeting the Four Extremes sect. Why would Tang Jie, as the young master of the Four Extremes sect, be in the Light Song Forest? However, there must be a big secret that he didn't know. It seemed like Hong Yi knew about this secret. His eyes shone brightly. Hong Yi also realized that she had lost her composure and revealed an angry expression. She cast a coquettish glance at Li Yunxiao and said coquettishly, "Io, isn't it because I saw everyone working so hard and finally letting the rabbit escape? What a waste of effort. I feel that it's such a pity." Xinli's expression was also very ugly. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Old Master Qiao is loyal and righteous, but he met with an unexpected disaster. I can only help you this much. After all, the skeleton mercenary group's strength is not weaker than our rookie mercenary group. I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. Jing Nan cursed all his ancestors in his heart. However, he still put on a stern face and said, Leader Yunxiao is righteous and has deep feelings for the Commerce Union. Xinli was stunned. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. When she saw the smile in Li Yunxiao's eyes, she immediately understood. She understood what Li Yunxiao was implying. Tang Jie was a member of the Four Extremes sect. They couldn't openly capture Tang Jie. However, now that Tang Jie was with the skeleton mercenary group, the Tianyi Pavilion could directly attack the skeleton mercenary group. Moreover, Li Yunxiao knew that since the Tianyi Pavilion had issued such an important order, they would definitely send their masters to the Qingge forest. However, it was not convenient for them to attack the Four Extremes sect. If they only wanted to attack the skeleton mercenary group, they would have no scruples. Shenli heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, Leader Yunxiao is a young man. I hope you can become a distinguished guest of the Tianyi Pavilion. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, there will be a chance, there will be a chance. The western part of the city has just been unified. Your Chamber of Commerce must operate well under the guidance of Miss Ling Er. Shenli and Jing Nan's eyelids twitched. Anger flashed in their eyes. They smiled and said, of course, of course. Then, the two of them left with their own thoughts. Hong Yi also put on a coquettish expression. She stroked Li Yunxiao's chest with her jade-white finger and said in a coquettish voice, you are a bad person. You forget the old when you have a new friend. As she turned to leave, she didn't forget to give Ding Ling Er a resentful look. Ding Ling Er's murderous eyes pierced into her body as if she wanted to kill her with her eyes. Hong Yi sneered a few times, then turned around and left. Li Yunxiao looked at Ding Ling Er's cold eyes. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He pointed in the direction where Hong Yi had left and snorted, humph, she is crazy. Ignore her. Zhou Xiang took out an iron board from his ring and handed it to Ding Ling Er. He said, Miss Ding, this is an iron washboard. Give it to him tonight. Ding Ling Er was speechless. She grabbed the washboard angrily and slammed it on Zhou Xiang. The incident in the western part of the city immediately spread across the entire Qingge forest like a whirlwind. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. You didn't see it. The leaders of the three mercenary groups fought until they perished together in the end. Perished together, your sister. Nonsense. Let me tell everyone. The four major merchant alliances also intervened in this matter. It was a great battle between the mercenaries and the merchant alliance. Even Old Man Qiao died on the spot. That can't be? Old Man Qiao died? Then he even married 4 concubines in the first half of the year. What should we do? Don't worry. When Old Man Qiao died, the leader of the Iron Tree mercenary group ran to the 1,000 Treasure Tower to take care of his concubines. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The battle between the mercenaries and the merchant alliance is only on the surface. Do you know what triggered this battle? Do you know who the key person in this battle is? A seemingly shrewd man drank a mouthful of tea and stepped on a bench with his eyes bulging. Who is it? I heard that the rookie mercenary group's new 8th team leader, Li Yunxiao, played a very important role. The man slapped his thigh and shouted, more than important. This battle was started because of him. Ah? So powerful. Hurry up and tell us what happened. Hee hee. You don't know? Let me tell you. The shrewd man enjoyed the atmosphere of being the center of attention and began to narrate. That Li Yunxiao and the person in charge of the 4 extreme sect, Xianxia, have always had an affair. And young Emperor Hao Lian took a fancy to Li Yunxiao. He captured him into his own group and forced him to be his exclusive slave. At this time, Xianxia had no choice but to offer himself to Old Man Qiao in exchange for support. And Jingnan had always been on good terms with Old Man Qiao. Shenli loved Jingnan's sister. This time, the 4 major merchant alliances were united against a common enemy. Commander Hao Lian was naturally not a match for them. At this time, Shen Feng and Shen Chuanjiu signed an alliance to fight against the enemy together. An alliance? What alliance under the city wall? The 3 of them agreed that after the merchant alliance was defeated, Li Yunxiao would belong to the 3 of them. Each of them would take turns to enjoy him for a month. Tisk. Is Li Yunxiao that beautiful? So many powerful men like him? The shrewd man shouted, of course, they became friends with each other. Everyone knows that Commander Hao Lian is lustful. Ever since that Li Yunxiao came, the 3,000 beauties in his harem all lost their color. Damn it. Why is it that no one likes me when I am so handsome? Everyone angrily tidied up their hair, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. This kind of messy story quickly spawned countless versions. Before Li Yunxiao and the 8th team returned to the north of the city, it had already spread throughout the light-singing forest. End of chapter 383. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.